Universe's 2023 HLC. I'm Levi Lalonde, and this, of course, is Sam Tate. And boy, oh boy, do we have a crazy, grueling, action-packed day yesterday. And day two? Oh, day two is only going to get crazier. But before we get into how crazy day two is going to be, there's one thing I have to know, and it's how are you doing, Sam Tate?
I'm doing absolutely wonderful. I'm so excited to be here. We talked yesterday about how this felt like the culmination of all year of hard work, of people building up to that Nationals invite, players slugging it out at the LCQ. And now we've even got one of our LCQ players undefeated into winners finals. So if you guys felt like you had no shot, if you didn't manage to qualify at Nationals, you now have no excuse to not make it out to the HLC for the LCQs or any other future event where there are last chance qualifiers, because anything can happen if you have a dream.
Nick Reagan definitely had a dream, swooping in from the LCQ and now just absolutely tearing it up with this Order Kick Endeavor deck. One of the many upsets of yesterday. We saw so many crazy games. We saw Mina 2's price for piecing. We saw overhauls left and right. Giro's doing the Giro things. We saw a true cavalcade, right? A true cavalcade of action. And day two is where it's just going to get 10 times more serious, because we're at a point where the losses that people are able to start taking are getting smaller and smaller, and I really think that our players are going to show us the craziest decks in the room and the craziest plays in the room. More importantly, that's, if anything's going to change, Sam, that's what's going to change. Lives are now truly on the line. Mistakes cannot be afforded. Before we really get into the future of today, Sam, I do really got to know, though, what was your favorite moment from yesterday? Give me the sickest play in the galaxy from yesterday.
I think that the most fun I had watching was finding out that Travis Tangeman only plays 2 Hawk's Feather in his Hawks deck. I love your face. See, I knew you were going to make that face. As our resident Hawks enthusiast, would you ever consider playing 2 Hawk's Feathers in your deck?
I don't want to have this conversation anymore. I don't like this.
And yet,
second favorite play. Second favorite moment.
But I want to point out that it worked so well for him. His play style, the way he manicured that deck, and you could really tell Travis had put the time into it, right? I think that my favorite thing is to see player expression and to see players who have clearly tested their deck, made those adjustments, gotten it to where they like. And so my second favorite thing is watching Nicholas Reagan take what has to be his favorite symbol and style combination in this My Hero Academia Spotlight format. He's been playing 6 hand size, order aggro, drawing cards with kicks since day one, and he has
Sato style, baby.
Yes, exactly. And he has cultivated it into this amazing run. Again, he flew all the way from California, the other side of the country, to come here, play in the LCQ, qualified undefeated, has gone undefeated here, and there is nothing that can be said other than it is absolutely miraculous. Such an outstanding job.
Nick is definitely the star of the show right now, but the HLC is always ripe for upsets because he's got to test his strength now against Mr. Young Choi, and they're going to show us a crazy game on stream, guys. But before we really delve into day two here, I want to talk a little bit about what's going on with the rest of this event, because we had a lot of side events firing off yesterday. We saw a ton of guns slinging with these Challenger Series characters, and we saw a big Colossal card awarded to our very own casting team's Jesse Cervini. Am I right?
Very cool remember the winner got the pick of their lot of the Colossal cards. And I think that that's very cool. I love it when you get to pick your own prize. If we had remember we had the prize walls in the past, and those are really cool. People liked picking their prizes there. So getting to pick which of the Colossal cards you want for first place, absolutely amazing. Super cool. You talked about gunslinging. My favorite thing I saw for the gunslinging yesterday was right after we revealed the secret rares, the absolute bombshells that those cards are on stream. We took a small break. I was walking through the main hall, and I saw Jeremy Ray sleeving up the SRs to gunsling against players today. So the devs, they're not playing fair.
No. They're busting out the big guns now, boys, and the gunslinging is only getting more and more intense. It's really awesome to see. There's a lot of sweet stuff going on, and today is just going to get crazier and crazier because we're going to see the culmination of a few things. We've got a couple more side events to get through. We have our teams event going on.
Ooh, the best format in Universe.
The best format in Universe. A couple of team players right here.
Yeah, it's the Dark Tournament. You got to have a teams event.
I'm talking. All right, Tagoro, let's calm down there. All right, your brother's not with you right now. we have a lot more colossal cards to give out, and of course, not quite a card, but a very colossal prize. We have the triple threat side event. I say side event. There's a lot of them, but when it comes to triple threat, there's going to be one big prize at the very end, and that's for the player who receives the most triple threat wins across the entire weekend. And Sam, from what I understand, they're getting the greatest prize of all, right?
The HLC triple threat champion is going to get the greatest prize of the whole weekend. Forget the main event. If you win the triple threat HLC 2023 championship, you're going to get a free bucket of red vines, baby.
The best prize in gaming, baby. And while you're at it, if you're really good, we might even throw in this amazing custom-made Universus 2023 HLC Triple Threat Champion belt. I got like where this is a hat.
How did you hide that from me this whole time? Where were you keeping that?
I'm very good at what I do, Sam.
That is huge. Look at how shiny it is. I don't know if you guys can see how shiny it is on the camera there, but it is.
You can see.
I can see my I can literally see myself in this belt. Funny. You guys can see. You can see us on the monitor. Look at that.
This thing is cool. This thing is cool. It's so shiny. It's so hefty. This is real leather. This is real metal right here. This is some real stuff going on.
Not yours yet.
hey, knock on Kamui woods. Am I right? No, that's not wood. This is the real deal, baby, and only the real deal is going to get to walk away with this bad boy, the champion of the triple threats. I do very much know right now, guys, that the current record. The current record for triple threat right now is 6 wins.
And 6 wins?
6 wins.
He had to survive 6 pods?
He had to survive and be victorious. It's not enough to survive in triple threat.
True.
You have to protect your enemies and defeat them at the very
time. Right, it's not last man standing. It is whoever can score a victory first, whoever can eliminate a player first takes it all. So, even if you have like a super solid defensive base, you got to be on the offensive. You got to take initiative to win the game. So that's super cool. I'm jealous now. I wish you had told me about that because I would have signed up for this. You all wouldn't see me casting. I'd be going after this.
Sam, I need you.
I'm going after this. I'm taking this. This is mine now.
This is actually the greatest upset at the HLC. Sam's going AWOL. You guys only have Barrett and Keenan now for the rest of the day. Sam's got a new mission.
I'm just going to go right on the slip. I got 7 wins now.
Yeah, Sam's like 6 wins. Easy. Child's play. Guys, HLC is getting crazy daisy, but I know that you'll want to get back into the action. So it's time for me to leave you back in the hands of my ever so capable casters for some real Universus high-octane action. But don't get too comfortable. Don't get too relaxed because later on the day, I might come back in and show you guys something real special, real shiny. What's another good S word? Serialized, maybe? Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some Universus gameplay. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Sam Tate, and I'm, of course, joined by my elder brother, Barrett Bryant here. We are hosting the biggest tournament that Universus has ever seen, and we have narrowed it down to, I believe, 8 players left. We've got our winners finals about to go off, and we talked about it. We've got Young and Nicholas Reagan about to battle it out. But Barrett, I got to ask you, how excited are you for this day 2 of HLC 2023?
I think the most exciting part about it is that I'm excited to have our new winner. The days of Kevin Broberg have come and gone. And the names that we have in this tournament, like I know y'all were saying amazing things about Nick Reagan. We've seen him time and time again play this play style. I want to give a huge shout outs to Young. Mm-hmm. He might actually be, and like you got to quote me on this, he might actually be the most winningest player this year when he attends tournaments.
True, yeah.
I mean, you got to think.
Absolute, like a rookie of the year kind of candidate, right?
Absolutely. Every tournament he has played in, he has top cutted or basically won the whole thing, essentially. So he's actually just winning everything right now. And so the fact that he's in the finals of the winners bracket, he's allowed to lose one more and then still go, right? So there's a debate that he's undecidedly going to win this whole thing.
No matter what, from here on out, the most losses he can take is 2 more losses, right?
Yeah.
So, based on that alone, I think you're right. I think he is like the highest winning percentage player this year. So, it's one of those things, guys, where if you don't travel a lot, you're not going to get that experience. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you shouldn't travel, right? If you don't have experience playing the game, there's tons of ways to get involved. We've got the Wednesday Webcam Weekly, which this week is going to be a retro format.
Whoa.
So you're going to have the opportunity to play with like some of those really cool Yu Yu Hakusho cards from the first set, right? There's so many ways to get involved with webcam events, with community events. And of course, this next upcoming season, we've got all kinds of great regional events. There's a whole new tournament structure. So you got to get out there. You got to get involved. And like Young, just don't be afraid to dip your toe in.
And that's the thing. It's not like he's like changed decks every single time. No, I mean, he's piloting Earth Overhaul today, and he piloted Earth Overhaul at the Oceania Nationals Finals. So again, know your deck, adjust to the new format, bring it in, and come swinging, right? Meanwhile, Nick Reagan here, again, as I stated earlier, playing the same play style, his bread and butter, order symbol, bread and butter, I'm going to kill you by drawing a bunch of cards, essentially, and then also clearing my card pool. So, like, I mean, the play styles that they've adopted have come to final fruition at the end of this year.
And we really have, it's so funny. These are really two completely different stories, because on the flip side, Unfun Stuff's Nicholas Reagan has been playing this game for, I think, nearly 15 years, over 10 years at this point. It's more than a decade.
Yeah, he's one of the more well-known names of the community. I mean, you got to think the people that or the person that takes care of our tabletop simulator, like for us to play online, he's right here, and he's showing up. He's obviously played this game and has done his homework, but we are jumping right in.
Yeah, they're going, man. We've got Nick laying out the guaranteed foundations here, and we see Young is reading these foundations, making sure that we know everything that's happening, right? So this has been a decade-long hunt for Nicholas Reagan. I believe in his first World Championship, he got second place in teams to one of the most decorated players, Garrett Brett and his team, right? He had to play against Garrett Brett in his first finals. Like, come on.
Yeah.
My first teams event, actually, I only lost to Kevin Broberg, but I lost to him twice in the final round of Swiss and then in semifinals. So I know what Nick's been through, and it's been a long, hungry hunt to get back to that position, and he may finally be able to find himself in that grand finals here in HLC 2023.
I know he's got so many people at the event that are in his corner of this event. The fact that, yesterday or 2 days ago, winning the LCQ, going undefeated basically with Jacob Johnson and Justin Martin, making their way in with the other two, and then they climbed through, and Nicholas Reagan is the only one remaining that qualified right through the LCQ. And so it just goes to show, as y'all stated before, you try your hardest, you show up with a deck that you're confident with, and you wipe the floor with people.
Yeah, it's, again, anything can happen on any given day, right? There is a luck element involved, there is a skill element involved, and there is strategy involved. And really, you have to have all three come together. It really, I can't stress it enough. No matter how good you are, no matter how well you prepare, sometimes it's just not in the cards. And that's the nature of the beast. And so when you have someone go undefeated through a whole tournament, it's just a truly magical moment. It's a truly magical run. And I love the double elimination because it keeps it so clean and so obvious that these are two undefeated players, right? We know exactly where they stand. We know exactly how many more wins that they have to get. So it's so interesting to me that, we've got, like you said, like the rookie of the year, someone who has become well known for this overhaul deck, right, that they've committed themselves to. And then we've got Nicholas Reagan, who's been playing 6-hand size aggro for 10 years.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and it just goes to show, older player playing his tried and true, where you have the newer head, the new up and comer who has found his deck, right? I think that's the story that we for sure have going on here. And yeah, we're jumping right into it.
Let's talk about the gameplay, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
These two players, we've gotten a chance to know them over the weekend. Very cool people. But we should talk about the gameplay a bit, because we're now into our turn 2 attack, which, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen Nicholas Reagan pass up the opportunity to poke on a turn 2.
Absolutely.
And especially if he can draw some cards. So this high engine kick is very, very cool. It's a favorite of mine and a lot of the Unfun Stuff players, because it's just very unassuming. It's very simple. And oftentimes it can be the best attack in your deck.
It's the best way to determine how is your turn going to go, right? Am I going to discard an attack here for extra speed? Am I going to discard a non-attack card here for just 2 speed? But regardless, I get to redraw a card. And even if you end up discarding like a foundation and you draw a new one, are you going to build afterwards? How is your opponent going to react? This thing's very quick. And on top of that, we're playing Endeavor, right? It's going to help us trigger our mill ability, go through more cards in our deck so we can get that first cycle, which is when you really see this deck turn on.
Yeah, and so the interaction with the Lust for Battle there, sometimes you can discard the Lust for Battle. Sometimes you mill it with Endeavor. It gives that -1 to the check, which is very, very cool and interesting. But we see something very, I think, unexpected. Apathetic, the 2/4, which we don't see too often, one of the better control pieces that typically formats have just been a little too fast for. And we've seen cards like Struggling with Studies, Chivalrous Competitor, and Saving Bakugo make it not exactly a tantalizing option, right? But Ouyang is using it in this overhaul deck, and we flipped a 0 difficulty foundation with it. We flipped a 1-man Inferno, not a typical target for hard control pieces.
No, absolutely not. Funny enough, so I've got a funny story both about Ouyang's Apathetic that he's playing 2 of in this deck, and then also about 1-man Inferno, okay? I'll start with Ouyang. Did you know that Andrew Holder, our local
He's
overhaul enthusiast.
He's the high engine kick enthusiast.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So did you know that Andrew was like, hey, man, I think you should play a few copies of Apathetic on Friday, telling this to Ouyang. And Ouyang put them in his deck. And Ouyang yesterday told Andrew, hey, I won a game because I flipped their most important piece they have on the board. And so Andrew's over here like, wow. That means I'm going to win the world's fighter, right? I'm like, no, that's not how that works. So I mean,
no, that's not how that works at all.
You know, but it's a good idea of just like collaborating with other enthusiasts of the game. You know, it's being a good call for this tournament. I mean, look,
a known overhaul winner, right?
Yeah,
won Gen Con. So.
And it's just like playing a character like Overhaul, you can reuse this piece over and over again. The Andrew special on playing Overhaul is like using the passing the torch, flipping it with your character on the first attack, and then immediately playing it again, right? And reusing these flip cost foundations or with your character. On the other side of the table, 1-man Inferno. I don't know how many of these gunslinging events you've played in, but I played against Matt, who's on the design team. I played against him playing Kuwabara, who is playing a mill deck. And that card is very frustrating when they build them out.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, Kuwabara just has to hit you with a move, and he selectively gets to go find any foundation in his discard pile, right? Well, I'm going to go find the one that's going to mill you out faster in this mill game. I lost to it. I didn't kill him fast enough. So
you got milled out?
So
you got milled out in the gunslinging?
Yeah, absolutely I did.
That's hilarious.
But the only thing I want to say is Ouyang flipping that piece recognizes that it's a very key foundation for this Endeavor deck. And so I think flipping it is definitely a strong choice.
Yeah, I mean, Endeavor 3 doesn't truly get scary. I mean, it's a very capable deck, but it truly doesn't get scary until that first cycle. So having something that's going to dump cards on both players' turn is kind of a big deal. Yeah. And obviously at the time we didn't have a ton of options, right? So Ouyang reading that Hacker Extraordinaire, one of the new cards from Jetburn, one of the reprints from the original Cowboy Bebop set, and it is one of my favorite pieces. It's such a good anti-asset card because it doesn't have to be hating on an asset to be useful.
Yeah, love it absolutely so much. It's a momentum generator if you're willing to take a little bit of damage on the chin. It's asset hate, just like you said. It draws you a card. Oh, but by the way, when you do the asset hate, it flips it. It can build your opponent into deadlock.
Yes, which is something that we're going to see in the Dark Tournament. Ways to build our rival into deadlock. Something that, they've been very touchy about. Something that since the inclusion of Deadlock, they have not printed abilities that can plus your rival foundations very often, almost never.
Yeah.
And so being able to flip that asset was one of the cute tricks to get your opponent into a deadlock in a stalemate game. And Overhaul is maybe the king of the stalemate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've talked about the Momo ones of the past, where you are always floating at around 11 or 10 foundations, destroying
with their
one.
Quick creations ready to dunk you if you dare go to 11.
And then the fact that a card now like Hacker Extraordinaire can flip those assets over, not only to stop their card pool manipulation that they have in the deck, but to also build them an extra foundation that they didn't necessarily think they were going to have. That being said, don't know if we will see an asset come out in this Ouyang Earth Overhaul list. Don't actually know if he's playing any. I don't think he is at all.
Yeah, it's not super. It's way more common on the Evil and Life versions because that airy one of staple that everyone likes to put in. I mean, it's an absolutely game changer when your opponent doesn't have an answer to that Aerie. So not so much with the Earth. I like Tray Sheet Cape in overhaul, right?
Oh, I do too. Yeah,
there's so many obvious face downs, and every now and then you get to like bamboozle your opponent where you build one from your hand and then unflip it later. But because it's got to be committed, it's kind of fallen to the wayside. And if you don't have ranged for that deadlock threat, it's probably not going to be a big deal. We've seen Young's attack lineup is almost exclusively that Earth Punch package that has been so good for so long. Even without Back Alley Haymaker, we're still sticking to our punches. I'm wondering if we're going to see like a pull no punches come out, because I think Young's got the stage set up to weather the storm from Nick until Nick cycles.
Yeah.
I think Nick is going to need that damage pump, because from this point on, I think he's only going to get 1 or 2 moves through in a turn.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. And we'll see, too, if that combination with the Lust for Battles, as we've already seen here, we played a second high engine kick on our new attack turn, right? And the card that we discarded being one of those Lust for Battles. So it's going to be this extra, like, pseudo more speed, which is still something the Earth symbol struggles with, right? There's not a lot of speed reduction inside the symbol.
And there's no actions I think it's playing, because one of the best ways to get around check hacks when they're trying to act as speed is to play like a barrier shield, or to play like an action from your hand as an enhance, because it gets rid of that check hack before you go to block. And so without access to things like that, this overhaul deck is playing like, I don't want to say necessarily an honest game plan, because it's free building and it's ignoring progressive, but it doesn't have as many tricks. It's playing, the stat-based gameplay that we're used to.
Absolutely. I am interested to see exactly, and we'll see, of course, in this game, as we already see the Muscle Mauler over on the discard pile for Young, is that, what have we replaced in this deck from the Back Alley being hit, right? So we're going to see Muscle Mauler. I think we're going to see some other interesting choices, which I'm not going to spoil yet until we see it on stream. But we can already see being, there not being a lot of speed hate in this Earth symbol, but we're seeing one already be used on this attack, the new #1, right? Which has an incredible, just like safe staging area protection with the seal abilities and being able to unseal something. But of course, the reason why it's good is that it's not only offensive speed reset, but defensive speed hate.
And here's one of the few cards I'm actually going to be sad about rotating from set 1 is Manly Passionate Guy. So we get that Web of Blades with the block. We get to build it with Manly Passionate Guy. We now no longer have that progressive. We get +1 resource. It's a pretty big tempo swing, right? And the only reason we hadn't seen it kind of take over the format in the past is because blocking has been so difficult. It's really not until set 4, set 5 that we saw like blocking become a first option for a game plan. And now with set 6, with cards like Barrier Shield flying around, we've got Beauty Pageant Queen flying around. We've got so many great ways to we see the stat reset, right? You just talked about it. So we have so many great ways to stay in the game. And now it's going to be a question of how many blocks can Young come up with, because he's only got 1 card left in his hand. He's got the access to the overhaul once per turn. But then after that, our only defense is learning the standards, which is going to require you to take an attack on the chin. And that's exactly the kind of trade that Nicholas Reagan is here for.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've already taken a little bit of damage, but, like I said earlier in the stream yesterday, is that, Overhaul is technically a life-gaining character, and you can't gain any life if you haven't taken any damage, right? So, it's okay to kind of do that every now and then, but it's also, the cost of one of our valuable foundations when we respond with a learning the standards. But we do know
we actually have 2 learning the standards.
Oh, yeah, we do. One's hiding over there. But that is one of those things. It's a good disruptor against this Nicholas Reagan deck, though, because it is like a combo kick deck.
What's really interesting here is Learn the Standards has a hidden ability I don't see many people use, which is if Knee Smash builds a foundation, you can flip Learning the Standards to flip that foundation after it's built. It works on assets, too. It works on any card that you build during the turn. So I think that that's very cool, and it's something I see people miss all the time. Notably, the last time I remember playing Learning the Standards, it was Earth Nomu, I think, and I played against a Mei Hatsumi, and every time they tried to build the babies, I had to Learn the Standards, and it was a miserable experience. That card, that second ability, is so underrated, in my opinion, because we've seen every major deck, like every top tier deck that dominates for more than one event, usually has a way to ramp and build foundations face up. So, we've even seen it here with Nick's deck. Even the order symbol now with an innocuous card that we don't see much, like Knee Smash. So this Knee Smash does get through, and Nick is going to build out after the Learning the Standards response comes down. So very much a trade that Nick is willing to make at this point in the game. That's his slowest attack, and that one got through we are sitting pretty.
Yeah, I'm wondering too if it was like a zone check or the card that Young is holding on to is one of the key offensive pieces he wants to hold on to.
Yeah, he's got that hardened chop in his hand, which is a very solid attack, super solid poke. It makes your opponent make bad decisions. It's got the breaker one. You don't really want to partial with it too often. So I dig the idea because one of the main things about Overhaul, right, is he's got these two really powerful enhances, but if we're never playing attacks, we're never going to get to use them. So if you want to recycle that apathetic, you have to make sure that you are, you have attacks that are worth playing. And without cards like Back Alley Haymaker available to us, our poke game has to rely on things that are reliable damage, and that's what Hardened Chop is.
That's actually kind of what I wanted to get to, is because I was listening to a lot of the Overhaul enthusiasts. We have quite a few still left in the tournament, that are playing it out right now.
It's the most represented character by far.
Yeah, a quarter of the format at least. And so my question was then going to be is like, well, with Back Alley Haymaker leaving, and we've now still chosen to play this Earth package, what the discussion ended up being was, how much draw does the symbol have? Because, Overhaul can essentially play as many attacks as he wants in a string as long as he can keep fueling his hand, right? And we do get the one in our stage, of course, but, if you don't find the maximum overhauls to pick up cards in your stage, if you don't find the hardened jabs, we've lost Back Alley Haymaker, which essentially can help draw a card. But what I love to see in Young's deck is that we have a Muscle Mauler, the Muscle Maulers, right? So it's not only draw, but if we hit you at any point and we take a momentum, we have that one as well.
Yeah, Muscle Mauler plus Pull No Punches is one of my favorite combinations, but that one's going to be rotating after this event, so this is like the last hurrah for that combo. But it's an expensive combo. You have to destroy 2 foundations overall, but very, very, very potent to tutor back an attack. You get to be kind of like Ochako 1 for a minute, which is cute. And speaking of the Earth card draw, I am a little surprised we didn't see Overhaul's shift to an Ochako 4 style attack lineup with charge attacks, because Ochako 4 has lots of card draw, and Ochako 4 has a lot of things that benefit off having face downs. And so that was where I was looking personally if I was going to be playing Earth Overhaul, because Flustered has card draw and it hates on momentum, which is something super important that we haven't seen from a lot of decks in this tournament. I'm very surprised at the lack of momentum interaction.
What a great play there. Nick Reagan blocking with a low block. Of course, the Web of Blades response coming in after the speed hate. So we did have to tap quite a few foundations to pass this. But the discard that we have to do because we blocked the Hardened Chop, we pitched a Lust for Battle to essentially breaker one our opponent.
And then, of course, we checked that maximum overhaul, which is now a 2. So while we do have a lot of foundations, we saw in the Edge Shot versus Hawks matchup that it doesn't matter how many foundations you have. If you have a string of bad luck, you can leave yourself open, right? We saw Edge Shot commit 17 of their 20 foundations to play 3 attacks. It was absolutely brutal. So Young has been counting their foundation base to make sure that they're not going like too deep into deadlock or to, kind of control where they are on the board. And so checking a 2 here is the exact kind of thing that throws off your math and makes you, maybe go into deadlock at a time when you really shouldn't.
Speaking of throwing off your math, we did get a quick flash there in Young's hand. That being one of the newer additions that I think has taken Back Alley's place. We have a Falling Skies in our hand.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big finishing move. It, becomes a throw, so it's a solid poke. It's one of those, we talked about with the secret rares, attacks that are good at the beginning and the end of strings are usually the most popular. They're usually the easiest to use, right? So having this Falling Skies as a +1 low block and a game ender is absolutely on brand.
Yeah, absolutely. And, even there not being necessarily like a lot of high attacks in this deck, we're talking about maximum overhaul, low. Hardened Chop on the board, low.
It's an 8 damage throw and overhaul base, right?
Exactly.
Like it's an 8 damage throw that heals us 1. Like we love that.
Sports a 1 low block on it. How can you not? Everyone's looking for this card right now. It's very sought after. The reason why you should be picking up your Jet Burn boxes even to this day, if you're not Chrome Rare hunting, of course.
If I had to make an assumption, I think it's the most played SR at this event.
Yeah,
with the 8 overhauls and like the symbol spread that we've seen. We've seen
Jiro's playing it too. Yeah,
Jiro's like the second most represented. So I would not be surprised at all if Falling Skies has overtaken repeated 100% as the most represented secret rare.
Yeah, 100%. I would agree with you. And it was funny too because you were talking about the callbacks of like this package versus playing the Ochako 4 package, which we see right here. A secret rare designed for her, right? But I think it's also one of those things where what I hope that a lot of players are taking into account is the last hurrah of set 1 for the
Yes.
standard format, not for the My Hero Spotlight format, but for the standard format. We don't get to play with these Kirishima 1 packs anymore.
Okay, making up for the bad check there
Wow.
with a 6 check off the top. You got the Ryukyu. I've talked about this a lot. I like 0-6 blanks. Like,
Yeah.
if there's no upside, i.e. it's not in Ryukyu, or like we were talking about Can't Be Fixed yesterday, which was a 0-5 +1 high with lots of upside. I'm a big fan of like the syndicate targets and the 0-6s of the world that don't really do anything, but they are like good for your deck, and we see it paying off here. We got to heal 1 and get damage in with the Hardened Frenzy, and now we're gonna see this Falling Skies almost certainly become a throw. We've got the overhaul once per turn, so there is a potential for an attack after this, especially if Nick has 0 cards in hand.
Yeah.
But I would not be too surprised if this is, the end of our stream before we build out, which getting back up to 16 health, dealing 8 more damage to put Nick down to, 17 would be a very solid game state. But we are checking our face downs. There is an attack there. This might not be it. If Nick has no way to defend, there's no reason not to launch a progressive ignoring attack, right?
Yeah, and I think that's what we're pondering. I'm actually not sure if it's Young's in hands or if Nick Reagan is deciding if this is worth blocking or not. I don't actually know if we've made it a throw, right?
I think at this point, Nick is deciding, do I need to be self-sacrificing for my life?
Oh, that's true, right? I mean, 25 is still a lot, but you could imagine if we don't make this a throw, and that's a maximum overhaul on our stage, right? Like that's where it gets really scary, right?
Right.
We might take half of this, we might take 8 here, but then are we going to take maybe 10 from the maximum overhaul?
And it all depends on what that first enhance was.
Yeah.
I believe by now Yu Young has played the first enhance, so it'll all be very dependent on that. It looks like Nick does have cards in hand. Okay, so I thought those were in the stage.
Oh, gotcha,
but we
yeah.
do have 2 cards in our hand, so we are going to commit out to block this, and we're going to find out if this was a throw or not
It's
here.
looking like it was not, because the life totals are not moving,
Yeah.
so I can only imagine an attack coming from the stage now.
Yeah, I have to imagine we have a face down that's ignoring progressive, and yeah, it's got to be an attack, and it is
a
that maximum overhaul that we peeped just a moment ago. Man, this is a format-defining card, is it not?
Yeah, I know. I 100% agree with you. Whether you think this card is strong or not, the fact is that it has revitalized, I think, any of this of Overhaul's decks on any symbol.
Right.
Whether back alley gets hit, like this right here when this card came out, from the promos.
Overhaul was eating good before this card was
Yeah.
legal, and I was like, man, we're gonna enter into a world where he gets to see, and we see the breaker doesn't matter much.
Yeah.
Because we were gonna pick up 3 face downs anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do a 2-2, and there's different permutations, but the fact that we have 3 face downs committed, we're gonna pick all of them up, and we're gonna get to build another card face up or face down if we want. That's just basically playing around the breaker about as well as you possibly can, right?
Yeah, I'm actually afraid for Nick's life here. Actually, I mean, you got to think. So this is going to be coming in for 10 damage if we picked up 3 things. I don't know if we only picked up 2 or if
We
we
picked
did.
up 3. We picked up 3 face downs.
So 2
We can
committed
build-
ones and 1 readied one.
Yeah,
So
Nick's completely committed out, so this can be 10 damage, and then a Falling Skies after this would be another 10 damage, depending on... I don't think we have any pump in our stage, we just have our character, right?
yeah,
So-
yeah, no pump on our stage. Yeah, Nick is completely tapped out with 1 card in hand. We are counting cards in our discard pile. I'm wondering if Young basically found out, like, even the other attack that I could sling is not lethal to get through 25. And a lot of that came down to Nick choosing to block that Falling Skies there, because I don't think we can block this one or even maybe let alone the next one.
This one is at least 7 speed. Yeah, it's 7 low for 8 currently. You can make it 10 with the overhaul. So
And there it is. We had a Hardened Frenzy in our stage that we picked up, but that alone will not be enough to get there. So,
but we are going to get to, I have to assume we're going to build this Apathetic from our hand. We could then play an Apathetic on a 6, and then we could play the Zero Diff on a 5. So we could basically, if everything goes our way, we can still build 3 foundations here, having committed 1, be back at the same board state we were, but better, and have played 4 attacks with 2 of them dealing damage to bring our rival to half health. That's just a solid turn, and I love that the pace of the game is at a point where that is considered a good turn and not passing to death.
And I actually think holding on to that Hardened Frenzy is a good idea. Having that low block is very key against this deck that's really kind of trying to pivot around things like high acceleration kick. So I wonder again, open deck information for both of these players.
Yes.
So I can only imagine, we are deep in the tank on like what do I need to play around with, what blocks do I need to hold, and this is why
That's what we're looking at. Yeah, we're looking at how
Yeah.
many reciprocal bursts are here. There's 2 bursts in the discard, so we only have to worry about reciprocal acceleration kick. But there's 3 acceleration kicks in the discard.
I saw at least 2.
Yeah.
So I mean, Young really doing his homework here. But the thing is, he's like this is a cycling based character. So you play 1 attack, you cycle your deck, and then the world is your oyster on what I might draw now, right?
Or if you have the 1-of copy of an attack and acceleration kick removes it from the game, you get to once per game and get it back, right? So
absolutely.
One of the most powerful combos in this deck. One of the main reasons to play the kick package is that it's one of the only ways to remove attacks from the game on the order symbol that you choose, right? That's expedited.
Yeah, and I think right here too. Now we're looking at how many avenues does Nick have to draw cards on his turn, and we have a Hacker Extraordinaire and double calling for backup. And just like you said, that once per game on Endeavor, like it takes you 1 attack to start, and it could turn into so many more.
Yeah, it's scary because he can absolutely pass 2 more attacks. Right? He can absolutely pass 2 more attacks with our character adding 2 damage to both of them. It doesn't take much.
Yeah.
Even at 25 life, Nicholas Reagan is potentially staring death in the face. And again, we know that he doesn't have lethal, but Nick doesn't know that. So this has to be absolutely gut-wrenching for him.
Yeah, and here we go. I think Young has decided, and we're finally passing. We're going for a jump block here.
Big fail.
And he says, "Hey, I really am afraid of another attack. I'm going to eat this, but let the Lust for..." I think that's the 4th one this game. I think we're officially out of Lust for Battles.
I would not be surprised. I know it's at least 3. I know I've seen 3. So, also kind of a big deal. I was going to say, I think if you were going to review this card anyway, as Endeavor 3, you want to do the chump block. You want to do the fail block because you get to mill 1 additional card that way. And every little bit counts. I mean, we saw the apathetic flip 1-man Inferno. So every little bit counts. But correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we build a card face down with Maximum Overhaul?
You might be right.
I think we forgot
might have been
to build.
so deep in the tank, I don't think we built a foundation at all.
Yeah, I think we forgot to build a foundation.
Yeah, I mean,
because we were at 10 and we picked up 3 and we're still at 7, right?
Yeah,
we're about to
you're
count
right.
3,
Yeah,
5.
we're at 7.
I think we forgot to do the overhaul enhance,
which I think just strictly hurts the build an apathetic right now, and then build.
That's huge. An apathetic without making a check is huge.
And you could have stopped a lot of this card draw that we were just talking about on the side of Nick Reagan. So.
Yeah, there is a world where he wants to. Yeah, I don't know. There's a world where maybe he wants to hold every card in his hand for blocks because we didn't even play the 0 diff. We didn't even play the it can't be fixed as a 0. So valuing those high blocks, kind of a big deal here, which I'm gonna say is a little strange because the high attacks in Nick's deck are pretty fast. Yeah, so I guess it's split actually. I guess the high engine kick is way too fast to block and low enough damage, but I guess the knee smash is a 1/6. So maybe it's knee smashes that we're afraid of, but flying thruster kick is really fast and has EX.
Yes, it is.
High engine kick is really fast and is lower damage. So holding 3 high blocks and a faith shield here, 3 high blocks, a face shield, and a low block. So very much overvaluing that high zone, which makes me think that we've seen all the low threats in the discard pile already.
Yeah, that is also true. And you got to think here, again, all these draw avenues, though. I mean, we're going to find out really quick on how much Nick is willing to dig for more attacks this turn to do a backswing, because not only do we have the draw pieces on our board that aren't going to be touched because we didn't, or Yu Young did not build those apathetics, but now we're also leading with the Recipro Extend to carry over more stats and then also still draw a card right here.
And we're about to cycle.
Yes.
This is about to be the next evolution of Endeavor. He is about to go plus ultra. He's about to go beyond.
Plus ultra prominence burn.
Yeah, he's about to go beyond and get, more than double the stats that he's currently giving. So Young is definitely on the back foot despite where the health totals are, but most of that is purely dictated by whose turn it is right now.
Yeah, I guess I was looking on the stage too because I think we just missed the exchange. I think we did build an apathetic. I think we were 1 off on the foundation count, and then the hacker's gone. Because the hacker's now gone in Nick's stage. So we did eliminate a draw factor.
Yeah, I guess it would have had to have been that I definitely would have had to miscount the number of foundations because I could have sworn we were at 10 and then we picked up 3.
Yeah.
And then we stayed at 7. So maybe I missed a destroy effect, but yeah, you're right. The hacker extraordinaire is gone, and we've only seen the original apathetic get played.
Yeah.
So
So holding on to one of those instead of 2, basically.
yeah. Yeah, very difficult to keep track of this foundation count, right? Because Young has been counting and making sure to never go into deadlock. Which the deadlock threats on order are some of the nastier ones, but
Yeah.
I think the only ones Nick is really playing is the year finish, that 0 diff, which is one of the best ones. Oh, there's also flying thruster kick. You get free
Oh
momentum.
yeah, the 2 momentum.
Yeah, you
which
get
is
free
good when you're
momentum.
playing a
Reciprocal burst.
It
EX
bursts as
deck,
well.
yeah.
Yeah. So we have officially cycled as Nick Reagan. The character is online, and it's less about necessarily what 10 cards get removed, but if any of those are attacks, it is an extra one that Nick gets to use this turn for the once per game.
Yes. And right now with the momentum that we have,
Burst? I'm
Yeah.
feeling a burst, but
a burst with +3 speed, +3 damage, effectively. Which I guess you'd also get the Endeavor damage, right? You'd get the 2 speed from Endeavor. You'd get 3 speed from EX, and then you could discard the momentum for 5 damage, and you'd also get 3 damage because you cycled from Endeavor.
Yep.
So that's like what, +5 speed, +8 damage. That's pretty much lethal if this. And we get +2/+2 from Extend.
the stun 1, right?
Yeah,
So-
the stun one. Oh my god, it's bigger. And
It's
bigger
a
and bigger.
lot.
Yeah. So even if you block this Extend, a reciprocal burst would at least present lethal. Now, whether or not Nick can force that through overhaul stage, and I think we still have the new number 1 for that speed reset, that's going to be the problem, right?
It's going to be the battle of new number 1s, right? Because Nick has one as well as Yu Young has one. So, I mean, Reciprocal Burst might be the wrong play specifically because that card's on the stage.
Right.
But, it's also one of those things where if we keep presenting a lethal and scary line, I mean, the world is Nick's oyster because not only did we remove a Reciprocal Burst, but there was also an acceleration kick that we removed, and I think
Right.
even a high engine kick. So it's like, how do you want to approach the situation? Do you need something just really, really fast and our character will get us there after a couple of attacks? Or do we need to do one of our big moves and get us there?
Yeah, I think seeing something like a burst from hand and then an acceleration kick from hand, and then you get to clear those 2 and then go pick the burst up back again is exactly the kind of reason that Nick is playing this deck, right? It's exactly the kind of reason that you're playing the kick package. So, again, very open-ended, very, very scary stuff. We see the Learning the Standard come out. I like this play strictly because a Reciprocal Extend is the smallest attack that Nick is going to play for the rest of the game because it was the last attack before the cycle. So we can take 4 damage here and feel fairly comfortable, but we're going to play another Extend. It's
Yeah.
going to get 2/2. It's going to get 2/3. And then we're going to see what Young chooses to do with an 8 speed for 9 damage base Extend, which we've also got Self-Sacrifice sitting there.
Oh.
We've got What is a Symbol, and we just drew.
Oh my gosh, we just used our second calling for backup, and I'm pretty sure Nick did not have another attack in his hand, but instead we got a high engine kick off of it. But I think what's going to be really scary here is, if Nick had checked a 3 there, it could have been the end of this turn. But the fact is that the fact that we still have a lot of our stage ready, I think it's exactly what you said. I think we have to end up playing a high acceleration kick from our remove from game pile as our next thing. Clear the other 2 kicks out of our pool to then continue playing the ones that are in our hand, because even the high engine kick could potentially draw us another one.
True, yeah. So there's a lot of ways that Nick can play this out. Young is not in a great spot. You're in a spot where you're guessing, and that is not where you want to be. So being down to 12 life here, having to essentially guess how this turn can go, and now we're looking at that remove from game pile to find out. There's the burst. We have access to a burst. Playing it on an 8's not going to feel great. Playing it into the new number 1 is not going to be good at all. So we're probably going to need to find another. Oh, we're down to 9. I apologize. That first extended more damage than I thought.
4, 5, 6, 7 from 16. Yeah, that sounds right? Because of the 2-3 we get.
Oh, did we get I thought we did not get the Endeavor stats on that. So yeah. So apparently we did.
It was mid-mill. We flipped mid-mill, so it
Yeah.
counts, right? Because you pay cost and then you resolve.
Right.
So-
Okay. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Yeah. So we got the. we did get the damage there, which still 7 damage is the smallest attack Nick is going to throw for the rest of the game.
The scary part, though, is that because this one came in with the 2/2, this one is for 9.
Right, exactly. So this math is working out perfectly for Nick. Yeah. So not having the dice next to it throwing me off a little bit, but they've got the stat tracking there on the side, as you guys can see. Very, very excellent work from our production staff there, showing off the speed and damage on the side of the table. So, man, this is so tough.
Tough.
Do you use the new number 1 here, or do you risk committing it?
I think there's a decision here where you use the new number 1 because I think the biggest disruptor could be using that Faith Shield.
Yes.
Giving Nick Reagan one less kick to clear out of the card pool with a high acceleration kick, flipping it face down is one of the best ways to counter this deck, at least in game 1. We've already used our Learning the Standards. We're trying to disrupt the card pool, and things like the new number 1 to reset its speed -1, and the decision then is on Nick. Do we want to use our own new number 1 to give it +1 to make it a little bit harder? But regardless, Young is going to be a little reliant even on his own checks.
Right.
Having that 3 mid block is still quite a tax.
Yeah, so right now, if I'm not mistaken, it is still an 8 high. So if we use the +1 and we check well, we get to commit 4 foundations. That'll leave us with 4 foundations.
Ooh, there we go. We're going for the half block here.
But we check a 3, and this is exactly what I was going to talk about. Is if we check the 3, we're going to be left with 2 foundations.
We need one more, and this is the big decision. I think it has to be the Manly. I don't think we've built with Overhaul yet, and nor have we played a card from our stage. I think it has to be.
Manly accounts for 2. And if we use the Manly, the ignore progressive from Overhaul is not a big deal.
That's also true. So yeah, I think that seems to be the play here on Yu Young's side, is that he's going to opt to commit Overhaul instead.
And then if you build it down, that's 1 less progressive and 1 additional foundation. And if we played the stun 1 on Recipro, it's 1 additional foundation.
Yeah, you're right.
So this is a really game loss. I guess it's over.
No, stop. We do need to commit Overhaul though, because we used him to pass a check. So
yeah, Overhaul has to go back to being committed. I think Nick's going to point that out as soon as he's not looking at his remove from game.
There it is. We're going to play this on an 8. This check is massive. Wow, and we got it. Committing the 3 here, including one of our self-sacks. I guess we haven't used, I don't know the name of, I believe that's the promo card, right? That's like once per turn, you get +2 or -2 damage. So it's one of those things to where right here, it's like, so this attack is going to potentially get a card out of Young's hand, and then boom, we're immediately going through it. We're going to say we can use the kicks out of our card pool for EX. We're not even going to bother with the combo here. So this right here is immediately going to be put in scary territory. But I love that Nick left up his own new number 1 and then also ice gliding.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, we just got the production team in there to make sure that they get the overhaul committed as it was before the playmat got knocked over. So
which is fine as long as we're not using the abilities, right?
So this is going exactly how Nick Reagan wants it to, right? This is exactly the play that we were expecting. You get to clear that card pool. He even said the whole reason it's in the deck is to get +2 to my checks for the turn.
Yes.
Which is exactly the rate that we see, right? He's removed these 2 cards from the game. That's 2 less progressive difficulty, and now Young is going to be forced to look at this move with the what is a symbol, right? If we have these was a symbol, then we're going to get the +2 damage, so this can swing in for lethal. That is almost certainly going to bait out the new number 1, and then it's going to be up to Nick to use the once per game to find the right attack that leads us to victory, and I got to imagine...
So this was from our once per game.
Oh, this was, sorry.
So
that's
it's okay.
I was looking at the overall. I was trying to get the overall situation.
No, it's okay. So no, you're exactly right, though. So we played this from remove. This is being sent right now, or the enhanced step is on New Young, but this right now is a 10 low for 8, which is not lethal. The next enhance from Nick Reagan is to give this 2 damage. Right. So that's going to put this to lethal, force the new number 1.
Well, Young's at 4 now.
Oh, yeah, we have blocked. Oh, yeah, it's already. Yeah, you're right. So it's even better because, we're already looking at it. It's too fast. Can we pass this on a 7? Show me the card. Can we pass it?
No, his only option to block, I believe, is to use the new number 1, and then Nick can play around that, right?
Yeah, so he has his own new number 1 for printed
Endeavor
+1.
Still.
Endeavor, Mill, and also ice gliding.
Yeah,
right?
so that partial block is really what did us in, because we
Yeah.
did the +1 right on the Recipro because it was too fast, and that was just not what we needed at that point, because taking that half damage means that Nick doesn't need to use the damage pump from Endeavor to present lethal, which means we can save the speed pump from Endeavor for after the reset.
Yes.
So absolutely, it got hectic at the end there. We got a little mixed up with the once per game and the character being committed, but in the end, Nick has navigated this board state beautifully. He is showing why he is a veteran of this game, why for 10 years he has been, for over 10 years, I should say, he has been a staple of our community. And you know what? Young gets to go first, and I got all the faith in this young man that he can pull it off.
Absolutely. I think we're for sure going to go to a game 3 here. A very cool flash of the hand there, though, on Nick Reagan's side. He is playing 4 runaways in his sideboard, and at least from what I've heard him, and I don't remember when he was on stream last or yesterday, but I'm pretty sure he has put those cards in every match he's played.
Yeah, it turns out when you've got over 30 health and you're going second, Runaway is one of the best defensive pieces you can be playing in this format. Not only does it deny momentum, it denies on damage triggers, which means Overhaul won't get to heal one. Flipping for that bonus damage nowhere near as effective, right? So it might come into play for stuff like that. It's got to come into play for stuff like Falling Skies, I feel.
Yeah.
And we saw that Young doesn't necessarily have like the most explosive offense, right? These Overhaul decks like to build up that stage, cook to a late game, and Runaway is really going to punish your game plan because you're only going to get that half damage and you're not going to get that momentum.
Yeah, I think the momentum denial is huge because we saw the Muscle Mauler in game 1, right?
Yeah.
Not having that Muscle Mauler is one less extra card in hand or that recycle. Instead, it's a random draw off the top of the deck. I think, just like you said, even setting a maximum Overhaul, I would much rather take the 5 instead of the 10 because Overhaul being able to respond.
Hardened Chop, Hardened Frenzy, all things that punish blocking. Well, let's just run away.
And I think a lot of the even like card pool efficiency on playing very long strings in the Earth deck can be very much disrupted by shoving in that extra random card that Runaway also does. So it's a lot of counterplay. And again, I think Nick Reagan has found a way, or found potentially the answer of just like, yeah, this card's good in almost every matchup, and that's why I think I've heard him say that it's come in almost every match.
Well, and I think a big part of it too is much better going second. It's not a card you want to see in your opening build turn if you're going first. It's not a card you really want to see on your turn 2 if you're going first. It's a card that you really want to see on your turn 2 and 3 going second. So I think a big part of it too is we don't have much of a case for sideboarding based on whether or not you're going first or second in this game, but when it comes to sideboarding, you need to have a plan. You need to not only have a plan for specific card interactions and character interactions, but you have to have a plan for, am I going first or am I going second? And it's a little more nebulous in this card game than other card games where you draw 1 card per turn and like your opening hand dictates so much of the game. Because we draw back up to our hand size, having really important features, having really important like silver bullet cards is not really how we sideboard, right? We sideboard based on, specific interactions that kill our momentum, that kill our game plan and things like that. And I think that Nick has had a really good sideboard plan for just when he's going second. Like he's got the deck he wants for going first, and he wants to kind of ignore what you're doing and run you over, which we've seen him do all tournament now, multiple times on stream. But that runaway is exactly the kind of piece that you need to survive that going second.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of sideboard pieces, do want to shout out because we saw Young kind of messing with his sideboard a little bit, and I think those cards we talked about, those speed hate cards, specifically, I think things like speed resets, things that the new number 1 was very key in that game on both sides of the table. And not even because we used them, right, Sam? It's just like
I was busting. I was messing with Keenan yesterday because a long time ago, like I think it was set 4, he said something along the lines of, "It's okay because the Earth symbol can't block."
Yeah.
Right? right? And I was like, you're crazy. We just got, or it was cooperation offer had just come out. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I was like, you're crazy. We've got that one. We've got the flip commit for -3 speed. I'll protect you. It's got shock absorption that's playable while committed. That's basically -3 speed, right? It's basically commit, destroy for -3 speed. And now, and it's always had You're So Obvious, right? For the speed reset. Now we've also got access to cards like Beauty Pageant. The Earth symbol can block. From set 1, the Earth symbol could block. Now in set 6, the Earth symbol can block. It has always gotten quality speed hate cards. So the main thing is, has Young needed them throughout this tournament as much as he needs them now against this speed kicks package?
Yeah, it's a lot of stats, very fast, and just in like mass quantity, right? So, because not only is it a bunch of speed beforehand, but then once we cycle, right, we're giving these parallel stats that are so strong. And the kick package already does that, right? They're already really fast, and if it's things like reciprocal burst or using extends to carry over damage, giving even more, just like giant stats. I mean, I'm a big fan of games like that, but you're very susceptible to the resets.
Right.
I can't imagine we don't see the You're So Obviouses come in, as well as the defending pageant queens, just like you said.
Yeah, that would be my go-to. I'm putting in anything that messes with speed at all.
Yeah.
You know, because not only did Nick have great speed pump, but he also has own reset. Young knowing where the camera is, showing off that opening hand.
Very pretty.
I think I don't know if we mulliganed it first. I don't know if that's quite a keeper. I
think that is the mulligan.
Yeah, I think that's post mulligan. So I really hate what I call like the 50-50 hand, the opening where it's 50% in foundations, 50% non. And especially as a 6-hander, it doesn't feel great to build 3, but we've seen Nicholas Reagan build 3 and win off of it all day. Well, I guess all yesterday, really. Today he built pretty
5.
well.
He built 5.
Today he built pretty well, and that's what you want to see. I mean, when I first started playing Universes, ye old long decade ago, one of the first things that Shane Duckworth drilled into my head and all the new players, because we had a brand new play group. It was starting up in Las Vegas. The company had just moved out there, and it was like time to build that grassroots community. One of the first things he drilled into all of us was your opening hand, you want to look for a 5 build. It's got, the way the math works out with the difficulty curves, the way checks work out, that's just... I couldn't explain it. I'm not the math guy. I couldn't do the math at the time. I still probably couldn't actually explain it to you why it's so important in the way that it is. But that 5 build has been a staple the whole time that I have played this game. And now with these powerful zeros, we're looking for 6 builds.
Yeah, we went for it for sure. We did check a 3 on it, though. But I think it's one of those things that, like, we tapped Endeavor, which is not really important on the defensive side here. But, the more foundations we try and play in the beginning of the game, that's potentially milling more cards, right? More checks, more cards in our discard pile gets us quicker to that first cycle. But yeah, I think this...
It's important to note, they did not have good zeros when I started playing. Yeah. So getting a 6 build was almost never.
That was also back in the day where people were mainboarding character cards for the 6 checks and the 0 mid blocks, but you don't get to build those.
True, yeah. The buddy block was truly that. It was just a buddy that you block with. So very, very interesting times. We've come a long way. Now we've got 0 6s with +1 blocks. So like I said, big fan of those. I have no clue how to play this hand that Young is holding.
I think it might just strictly be disruption/build. I like the seizing into the jab play, which then your first enhance, I think, is just build 1 down with overhaul.
And then pick up the seizing with the jab.
Pick up the seizing, or even the card you built down, just to build a new card. See more things, more options. Build the pageant queen, build the 0 diff. Figure it out from there, right?
I'm going to be a little foolish here. I would opt to kind of play super aggressively here into Nicholas.
Slam the maximum.
So hear me out on this, right? You've got the seizing into the maximum. The maximum can build your 2 diff, and then you've got one committed. You flip the committed one with overhaul. You play the jab. You pick up the committed one. You still have the seizing down. You can first enhance there to build the other maximum overhaul face down for later, and then you've gotten almost all of the cards out of your hand. You can flip another foundation that you committed, or use the overall form to basically play another card ignoring progressive, which I don't think would be the maximum overall, but you could play out your whole hand here and really put some damage and put Nick on the back foot and tell him, look, you gotta even the score. again, that is like the riskiest way to do it. And considering we have a 3-check here, I would have been wrong. I would be dead in the water.
That was what I was going to say. Is like it looks like he opted for my play, Sam. No offense, but this one is a little more safer to the 3-check. I would be very surprised if we're not committing the Manly Passionate guy. Because I think we build him out, right? Like,
right. The biggest issue for me personally is the main thing is I hate it when my jab picks up a ready face down.
I mean, when we check a 3, I mean,
it fries my brain when I don't get the actual maximum value.
I understand.
And if I'm playing cards like Maximum Overhaul, I need maximum value from them, right? So, it's one of those things where there's so many different permutations that you can play these hands. I also personally value non-telegraphed plays. So I think that the line where you go seizing into Maximum Overhaul into Hardened Jab and you build the other maximum for later, I think that play has not like a randomness, but like a quirkiness to it that makes your opponent make some poor decisions, and maybe you get some leeway that you wouldn't normally get. Because correct me if I'm wrong, I think Nick only has one card in hand.
Yeah, one card in hand because we went for the 6 build. I don't know what we flipped. Oh, sorry, we seizing flipped something. I don't know what it was. I think it was it calling? Just to stop the card draw.
Calling for backup is the one that's missing now. So
okay, I can't remember if that was one of the ones we built. That was strictly what it was.
I'm still trying to figure out how I would possibly play Young's hand because it is not what you want to see turn 2. The Maximum Overhaul, as powerful as it is, it's very much a correct situation, right? It's one of those cards that you really have to have the board state to deal
we
with
are
it.
just going. Oh, and
we
we
checked
checked
the
a 6 on the 5 because this was a maximum, or this was a overhaul once per turn.
Yeah.
Crazy that so we responded overhaul right as they got full blocked just to have the extra face down. But I was more so expecting Young to play the cooperation offer that we flipped to essentially rebuild and flip a thing, right? But I mean,
you can pick it up and the force build it with overhaul.
Yeah,
with Maximum
exactly.
Overhaul.
Going for the more aggressive play here. I guess the question is, how many cards are we picking up?
Yeah, see, my thing here is Nick is leaving himself open. He has left himself open to take some free damage, and this is like a common play pattern. I talked with I think it was Keenan yesterday, where if my opponent doesn't build much, I want to punish that, and then I take risks and I check poorly, and so I'm committed out, and then my opponent with no foundations checks well, and it doesn't matter that they have no foundations. And we might see something similar to that here, where it feels like we're valuing getting momentum because we have those muscle maulers, right? We have things that can spend it later, and we're valuing getting damage in while we can. Because again, Endeavor 3 has 4 extra health. He's got a whole Hardened Frenzy, a whole extra attack over Overhaul when it comes to that life total. So if you're not getting a bunch of the life gain that Overhaul is supposed to get from dealing damage, you've got that health lead on him, that health advantage. And we see another 3-check coming down. This could be the tail of this game. This game too could just be based on how well can Young check.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that the 2 face-up foundations that we have on Young's board that are ready are speed hate and or speed resetting, right? Which is going to be very good if Nick Reagan draws like a crazy hand, but at the same time, it's like, how much is Nick just wanting to stabilize? I mean, we took a whopping 6
That's
from
a good hand.
Right?
Double knee smash, and
I think the jolt is huge, actually.
Yeah, and the jolt, like that. This is a good hand. This is a hand with some extension. This is a hand with a lot of resources that you can move around. We can turn our face downs and cards that we don't necessarily want into face up foundations based on what we mill with Endeavor. And of course, Electric Jolt has been maybe the most staple card from set 1.
I think the debate could be said about that, right?
Yeah, like it might not be as registered as much as it can't be fixed, but I think I've seen more decks opt to not play it can't be fixed once we got to the point where there's so many good zeros, whereas there's nothing that has ever replaced Electric Jolt.
Yeah, it's one of those like questions of like, well, if you're playing an order deck, you're probably playing an Electric Jolt. If you're playing a Chaos deck, you're probably playing Electric Jolt. If you're playing an Air deck, you're probably playing Electric Jolt, whether it's like the Giros or whatever. But
half the time it's your win condition too. Yeah. Like that's the crazy part is the lethal Jolt is a meme for a reason.
No, I don't even think it's a meme. As an Amajiki enthusiast, like I mean, you can just do it because it has EX on it, right?
Hey,
Like,
as a Dinky 1 player, you don't got to tell me.
yeah, you're right. You're right. We did trigger Lust for Battle here on going for or on the mill for the knee smasher, knee capper.
Knee smash.
Oh, hash slinging.
I always call it
slasher?
leaping knee smash, but that's not it. That's a different card game.
Yeah, knee something. Yeah. So yeah, but
Leaping knee smash is one of my favorite cards from a different card game, but I believe it's just knee smash.
But I love it because we're playing it in a mill character, right? I mean, that's why it's
Right,
All
that's-
Might. Count 4? Is it All Might's 4 card?
That All Might, yes.
Yeah, that one?
It's that All Might.
Yeah, because he mills a card, right?
Yeah.
But the whole point is that because we're milling 4 cards at once, we get to stack the top card of our deck or discard
Yes.
pile after we mill them.
You get a way better selection, and you get to order it so that you have a foundation and then an attack, so you get
Yep.
both effects.
Love it.
The first Endeavor deck I built was just order good stuff with Knee Smash.
Yeah.
Because Knee Smash is not a good stuff card. The only other deck I've ever seen Knee Smash get played in is Pippa's Momo deck. Because it has very much the same, like, I destroy a foundation to build one, I remove a foundation to build the one I destroyed kind of, gameplay loop.
Yeah.
You know, you've got a lot of stuff where you're, like, discarding momentum on the other attack to, like, there's so many ways. What's the other one? Floating Around My Babies, right? So, like,
Yeah.
the Momo deck is all about that discard, pile control. That's the only other time I've ever seen this card.
The second one,
Yeah, so this is it, right? Like, we've played 3 attacks. We didn't necessarily check well, but by the end of this attack, we should have 1 committed foundation, which
Yeah.
is absolutely insane to me that you can check that poorly and, like, end up with I guess
reset
1 or
stage.
2. Yeah, like, it's so good, and it's so much fun to go through your deck. And at least for me personally, I think a lot of the fun of card games is the randomness. We talked about,
Yeah.
like, luck is definitely an element of it. I don't think card games would be as enjoyable for as long as they are if there wasn't that element of luck, right? And so Knee Smash is absolutely one of the most, like, fun to power ratios where
Yeah.
you've got, like, this random mill, so it's not the most powerful. It's not search your discard pile for a card and then build it, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, you can build a 3-diff with it. You can build a 4-diff with this card, if you are putting those cards in your deck and able to set it up. So very cool stuff.
very sad, unfortunate circumstance there. Checked 2 Lust for Battles in a row, and obviously didn't respond with them because we were just building foundation.
Yeah, not the time.
So the fact though is that they're stuck in the discard pile until the cycle, and if we cycle them from the remove 10, we lose them forever.
Yeah.
We didn't even get to use them. And I will say, throughout the game for Nick Reagan last time is finding at least 3 of those and responding with them, like being massive, because every committed foundation, every control check being made really matters in this matchup.
Yeah, and what else is massive is the Falling Skies that we have here. Probably going to function as a really good poke. Again, Overhaul likes to continuously enter the enhanced step just to do his powerful once per turns. So only playing 1 attack is still really good for him. And if you're going to play 1 attack, you might as well make it a throw, in my opinion. So
Absolutely. Not a lot of throw hate in the order symbol.
No, and a 4 difficulty, 8 damage throw. I mean, that was format defining ye old long time ago, right? So Desperation 4.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I was like, which one?
Technically a 4 difficulty, 8 damage throw. So
What a good
same
one.
stats, 4 speed, 8 damage. It's weird. Nothing, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Oh, wait. Are we talking about the same one?
I'm talking about Vicious Madness.
Oh, I was talking about Spider Suplex. Is that
Oh,
a
there's
play?
there's also that's a 3/6.
Oh, it
and
is?
you heal 3, and it's a reversal and a 2. It's so different.
Sorry.
There's also the rando one,
the
Life
rando
Force
one,
Thread,
okay.
which is also just a 4/8 that gets bigger. Right?
I was like, wait, we got the one that Nightmare plays, and then also
Yeah.
the random one.
Yeah, but no, Vicious Madness was format defining as a 5 difficulty that is sometimes 4 difficulty, 4 mid for 8 throw. Falling Skies is, in this deck, a 4 difficulty, 4 high for 8 damage throw. So we're going to opt not to throw it here, valuing that +1 low block probably more than I would, right? Probably the correct decision, because again, for me, I want to enter that enhanced step. I want to gain that 1 life. I want to rebuild one of my foundations. I want to store one for, there's so many other buttons you can press. But sometimes when it comes to universes, knowing when not to press buttons is a huge part of the skill factor. I think that was a huge, I'm referencing Momo again. The Momo 1 decks, I think the hardest way to play it is you can do so many things.
Yeah.
Should you? Absolutely not. You should do one of those 10 things you can do, right? So navigating how many things you can do versus a deck like Endeavor, where a lot of the time, unless it's like a self-sacrifice, like a commit cost, you're probably just going to do everything that you can, right? You're just press every button you want.
Get to that cycle, mill as many cards as you can, and then after we've gotten that cycle down, how do we close the game out, right? Get all those stats. Even with the hand that Nick has right now is, so we pitched on the high engine kick, a Lust for Battle, respond obviously, drew a new card. I don't know what the new card is, but I do know we have a jolt in our hand. So this could very much just be another attempt at a poke turn and set up a double jolt in our momentum for when Overhaul decides to attack into us.
Right, and it looks like probably not this turn. I can't quite tell how many cards are left in Nick's deck, but it looks like we're going to have one more turn before we go full power. We could potentially hit it here, but, you usually want your whole stream to have, the full stat power. So Nick also in a great spot as far as health total goes. He's got some speed reduction. He's got lots of foundations, so he's not really stressed right now, right? Nick's in an okay spot. I would say it's a very even game state, but if you're Young, you have to feel the pressure of that cycle coming. It's looming in the distance.
Like the Dark Tournament?
No, the Dark Tournament's coming soon in February, so it's already
still
here.
Looming.
It's here. It's basically here.
I brought all my copies. I promise you, it's looming.
One of the most underplayed cards, also, right? Dark Tournament
for when it came out, yeah I think having a Surveyor effect like that now on a removable action card that still draws you a card will be very good for the new standard coming
Absolutely.
forward.
I'm just glad that Ochako 1 is rotating, because could you imagine? Could you imagine? I just got my recursion on my 1 difficulty action.
I'm just thinking too, things with dual needle lunge.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll lose 3. I'll sit this over. Hey, I'll play another move. Hey, I'll pick it back up. And
we're cooking in the future.
Sorry,
we gotta focus on this game.
You're right.
I'm just so excited for everything that's coming this year. We're finally getting multiple IPs. We're getting a whole new tournament structure. I'm just very excited for all the things that Universe is moving on in the future. But right now, we got to focus on the HLC 2023. This high engine kick is still resolving. We've got 3 cards in Young's hand. We have the once per turn, so we can potentially block 4 attacks, which means I don't think Nick's going to get here this turn unless we have the utmost amazing stats.
Wow, we opted to eat that one. Again, probably the lowest damage is going to be all game.
Highest speed to lowest damage ratio. And then we use the learning the standards, but the jolt comes down on a 6. Nicholas Reagan is never afraid to play a foundation and then play a 4 diff on a 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we have a Calling for Backup in hand. It's going to draw a card. It's a pretty good one to build after this good poke turn. I want to say, too, so the draw that we got off of the high engine kick was a runaway. Nick, I probably think, feels very good defensively, and even though we might not be pushing the game right here.
Yeah, I think he's trying to figure out right now exactly how many cards he can hold, right? It looks like his body posture, you feel like you get the feeling that he can sense that this is a pivotal moment where if he decides to extend here, he might be leaving himself open. And now that he's got that runaway check, I got to believe that this jolt goes to momentum. We sit on double jolt runaway.
Yeah.
We are in the driver's seat from the defensive position as an order 6 hand size aggro character.
Yeah.
This game is nuts.
Yeah, I agree. And so, we're going for the mill right here, leaving exactly 1 card left in our deck. You know what's funny? We still have the floating -1 because we didn't block the first thing.
Ooh, floating -1 with what?
The Lust for Battle that we pitched on the high engine.
Oh, for the check. I was thinking ice gliding. Yeah, you're right.
Little tiny dice.
Yeah, no, you're right. I was like, do we ice gliding? What? That's the opposite of ice. No, you're right. We have the floating -1 to our check. So yeah, that's still. I mean, Nick could go for it here, right? Nick has such fast attacks, and Young does not have a speed reset. So if Nick he's got 2 momentum. I mean, with that once per game online and Endeavor stats online, if you go down to 9 health here, I think Nick can go for it. He's got fusions.
It's hard, man. Against double cooperation offer Pageant Queen, I wouldn't feel confident. The cards in my state.
Oh, that's a Pageant Queen down there.
It's
okay.
hiding, yeah. And
we gotta normalize how people put their stage out, because we've got the name in the middle now. I don't know what we're gonna do. You can't stack your cards anymore. I can't read them.
Oh, I'm a big artwork guy, and they did make the art bigger, so I can see what the cards are now.
Not if it's covered by a green sleeve.
I can see it. I can see it. I'm not even over there playing. I can see it.
I can't tell. I can't tell what any of Young's foundations are except the quick to act.
No, that's fair. Yeah. So yeah, double cooperation offer, manly passionate guy. We're finally doing our first enhance. Overhaul build one down. I think he thinks the attack turn is over, so let's bank something for later.
Either that, or if there is an attack coming, it will be massive.
Yes, that's true.
Right? It will be the big one.
Yeah.
So,
And now we're checking, I think, block zones, specific things, defensive tricks, right? I mean, I just saw the fan. I think there's 0 runaways in his discard pile, so I don't even think Young knows he's playing that card yet.
yeah, this might not be like the final play of the game, but I think what happens on this electric jolt, whether we take the full damage or not, is going to decide this matchup.
Wow. That's a bold statement.
It's a pivotal moment here because it's so difficult to understand the threats that you don't see coming. And when it comes to Endeavor 3, you are focused on threats that you can see coming. Mm-hmm. And I think it's easy to get bogged down by what's in the remove from game pile. It's easy to get bogged down by the fact that other attacks are going to be bigger and faster and stronger. But I don't think you can afford to take 4 damage from this, which is crazy to block a 5 speed for 4 that you still take damage on. And he's still going to get it in his momentum. But no matter what happens, if that jolt goes to momentum, I think Nick is in an incredible position.
I think it comes down to whatever card Young is posturing, I hope it's a very pivotal foundation that we get to build down with Manly Passionate Guy to either solidify our defense or to cement a strong offense next turn.
It's got to be another speed reset. Because we've got the 1 jolt already, right? We need more threats. We need the arms race. We have the arms race of interaction versus cancels, right? Because even if we do have the speed reset, Nick has the stage to put so much speed on it. You have to use the speed reset before he uses things like EX, right? Like we have 2 from Endeavor, 2 from Fusion. We've got, I think, 2 copies of Fusion, right? So we can get like 6 speed onto a move before we even use EX.
We took it. We're down to 9.
Again, I don't necessarily think the game is going to end here, but Nick with 2 electric jolts means that your ability to reset his speed is going to be almost non-existent.
Yeah. I think now it is on Nick's decision on what line he goes for.
He should know what the last card in his deck is.
I think he knows, and I think that's why the check. I think there's an idea where he thought he could go for. He's just passing.
I like that. It's smart. We got 2 momentum that turn. 1 of them is a jolt. We now officially have a target commit for both of the cards in our rival stage that reduce speed. So he's going to have to find at least a 3rd one. If we want to be able to block things like Recipro Burst or Acceleration Kick, you're going to need help from cards like New Number 1 and Beauty Pageant Queen, or else the EX alone is going to make it too big.
Not the most aggressive hand on the side of Young. I saw a jab. I don't know what else was in the hand. We didn't review. Mm-hmm. Wait, did we? We did review. We reviewed a 1 high. It is double jab. Not pummel, but you know what I mean.
Yes, yeah. Double hardened jab.
Yeah,
and a falling sky.
So the question is, and as we kind of saw, is what was in the stage. And so we already took a look.
And hopefully what's in the state. So there is an interesting thing here where Nick could try to reduce the resources on the rival's turn currently and commit the beauty pageant now. But I think that would be a mistake. And that's because Overhaul can flip it, play a jab and pick it back up, or just rebuild it with Overhaul. So there's actually a really interesting sequence here where you can't just immediately rip off these jolts, because Overhaul's ability to replay and rebuy his foundations means that there is a sequence where you waste the jolt.
Yeah. I actually love the play more of like, if you do save the jolts, like at least until later into the line, right? You know, after Overhaul's done a once per turn, after we might have seen quite a few jabs, that if you can actually save the jolts for your offensive turn on like a Recipro Burst.
I think that's the play.
Because it's bonus speed.
Yes,
and it forces your hand to use more of those speed hate cards in the middle of the burst, which means I get to selectively tap down different pieces.
Yes, I think you're 100% correct. And as much as like the perfect version of an electric jolt in
love it
is to reduce the rival's resources on their turn, right? Because that's how you get like quote unquote maximum value. At this point, the electric jolt's job has nothing to do with overall resource.
Correct.
It has everything to do with targeting specific counters. And
Yes.
yeah, we see the runaway come down. It's going to deny that momentum. It's going to cause us to cycle by playing the card. And then even if Ouyang did have an incredibly powerful, nice string to play out that ends in a Falling Skies, having to do it on one extra progressive difficulty is not what you want to see.
Well, these 10 cards do matter. It's essentially an extra hand as we
Oh,
aren't seeing
no
any
attack?
attacks so far.
Not a single. Okay. Thruster kick is not the one, though.
That's usually, yeah, that is definitely not the one. So we're for sure probably going to have to see some crazy high acceleration kick play if
All
we
right,
want
let's
a
get a
good one.
peek here. I think there's 2 attacks removed total. None of the good ones.
There's the
There's a
thruster.
thruster kick, which
reading
is
the deadlock. It matters.
yeah. The deadlock on that is pretty nice.
Yeah.
But it's not exactly the kill shot that you want to see. Jab is good here because you played on a 6, but it's effectively on a 5, and we're really hoping to pick up a speed hate card here or find something that can build us a speed hate card.
I think this +1 progressive from the runaway is going to be huge.
Yeah, and I mean, Ouyang could still do 23, right? Like, it's still not like outside the realm of
100%.
possibility. If Nick just starts taking full damage overhaul attacks, you know, he only has to play about 3 attacks.
I think that was a maximum we just shoved down.
I would not be surprised.
And we want a once per turn on that guy, right? So
Well, you want it once per turn before you play it. You don't have to do it on the maximum overhaul, but yeah.
I don't think he has another move.
Right, that's the real issue is he has a Falling Skies.
Oh, he did? Oh,
Yeah.
Did we did? I'm not seeing it. Am I blind?
Our hand had double Hardened Jab Falling Skies, so it looks like we banked the Falling Skies.
Oh, okay. We did bank so that we can play the maximum overhaul to pick it up later. Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, no,
There
it's
it
still
is.
there. Oh,
Oh,
it
it's
was
still there.
hiding. Okay. I really could not find it. Like, I was like, you're nuts. I can see the pageant queen, but you can see the pink on the falling sky.
Well, the Falling Skies, I can see the name on it, so
Oh, it's in the middle.
I know. Well, it's shuffling through the whole hand versus having a green card over it.
That's fair. Yeah. Wait. No, those were our face downs. That wasn't our hand.
Oh my god.
It is in the stage.
It's our second hand, sir. That's our second hand. You
Well-
heard of second enhance? That's our second hand.
Wait, well, no, now I'm confused. This is our hand. Okay, this is our hand.
Can we stop printing Earth characters that play cards from their stage, please? Just so I know what I'm casting. Can
Okay.
we stop using our second hand? Like, can we just have one hand?
It's in the hand. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure there's a maximum overhauler.
I can't wait till I'm so. If only we had casted Amajiki when now you can look at his momentum and we're like, okay, is that the hand, the stage, or the momentum?
So here's my question, because we'll do the overhaul math, right? Is it better to play the Falling Skies next from hand to commit more of our face down so that we get maximum value from our once per turn instead of playing a readied resource? To then maybe not even commit any cards on it, to then pick up more face downs that are not committed?
It really depends on how many attacks we have, right? That
Right.
is the. I mean, I hate that that's like a cop out answer, but the truest answer is if we can present lethal, I think that is the way to do it.
Okay.
If we cannot present lethal, I think you're fine to play the Falling Skies, commit 2 cards, right? Hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on red mines, knock on the Convoy Woods. I think that you can play the Falling Skies, commit 2 foundations, and then have one of them be a foundation that you're going to play ignoring progressive. And then that way you get a throw, you get a poke, you get to potentially heal 1. I don't know what you would flip because these are all.
He already did, actually. He flipped.
Well, I mean for the next attack.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We're down to
Yes,
like the essentials.
the good ones.
We have the essentials left. We have our 2 speed reductions and a learning the standards, right? So learning the standards can get rid of that combo. I don't think it's going to do much else. So, at this point, taking an unblocked attack or flipping something that's built by a knee smash, maybe not the most important effect. So flipping that, to get 1 health is like such a tough call, but it might be the right one.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I think
That
also...
being said,
Oh, so go ahead.
well, that being said, Falling Skies plus maximum overhaul is 18 damage.
And we are exactly at 18. But
are going with
that's
the-
also assuming that Nick can't block anything. But we are going straight for it on a 5 with the once per turn. Checks a 3, so we're going to get a little bit more value than we had originally thought.
Yeah.
I'm getting a peek at the face downs, and I'm not seeing any other attacks there. So it is essentially just this plus Falling Skies. Seizing.
And a +1 high block.
Pick up a good one. Yeah, good block.
I mean, there's a world where you don't even do the pickup here because, I mean, we can present the lethal damage,
Yes.
but that would require Nick to block nothing.
Yes, which I don't think is realistic.
Right.
Yeah,
Now, two partial blocks adds up to 11 here, right? Because we took that second jab. So 2 partial blocks can potentially be the game-winning play here. But it looks like we are going to scoop those up. We don't have to get the full +3/+3 necessarily here because at this point, it's what I like to call the block zone lottery, right? You've got the speed hate to block these attacks. You've got the cards in hand to block these attacks. But if they don't match the right zones, it might not matter.
Yeah, and we've already started using them. We used 1 fusion already. Nick over there even posturing maybe using a second one, but we built down with our overhaul enhance on maximum overhaul.
New number 1.
New number 1. So I think Nick is instead maybe deciding to weave a jolt enhance maybe here in case the speed reset comes through and we've wasted our fusion.
Yeah, I still think Nick is in a really good spot, but I'm up here where there's no pressure and I get the eagle's eye view. Nick is down there where he has to figure out the perfect play and read exactly what his opponent is doing because this does not look like a Falling Skies line.
Correct.
This is not a card pool that I would expect Falling Skies to follow up. However, if we drop to 4 or less health, that Falling Skies is lethal on a partial, and it's not going to matter what block zone you have at all.
It's not even going to matter if you have a runaway.
Right, exactly. So this is going to be one of those things where I think you have to fully block this maximum overhaul, or Wu Young could sneak in here and, I'm not going to say steal game 2, but I think Nick was in such a good spot. Taking, basically half damage and then full damage from hardened jabs can't feel good.
We are opting to go with another fusion enhance here for -2 more speed, putting it down to 2 speed. This is, I think, the most key enhance. If whether or not we use the new number 1, it looks like a pass. We're going for the block here on a 6.
That's a partial, right? That's
a low block, right?
Is it?
But we check a 3 on it, tapping a lot of resources. We don't need a never, though. Leaves up our most, I guess, our cards with text.
Yeah.
So we get the full block. No use of new number 1. And the question is that I don't think we're playing the Falling Skies. I think I still saw it in our hand.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not lethal. What would be...
Yeah, what's the point?
What's the point of committing all these extra cards to not win the game? So, very interesting stuff here. I mean, if we had used the new number 1, right, then Nick would have been committed out, but he still would have passed the block.
Yes.
So, or actually, no, because it would reset it and then give it +1 speed.
For 5 speed, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, we would still have 1 up.
Yeah,
right?
we would still have 1 up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I forgot that when he was doing the -2 speeds, it was after the +2/+2. So it wasn't -4 speed. It was only
maybe it was commit out. I'm pretty sure the Mill Foundation.
Right.
I think it is a 3 low. So I think it's.
But he still would have passed it, and then the Falling Skies is still not lethal. So just not the biggest deal. So it.
The other scary part. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right.
Cusp of deadlock.
The cusp of deadlock, or are those 2 cards in his hand? I can't remember. I think they're in his hand.
I think his hand is off the screen.
Okay,
yeah,
anyway,
his hand is
we're
off
at 10. We built a manly passionate guy, and we're also overhaul that has a first enhance to build a thing down. We have 2 very good deadlock abilities on the side of Nick Reagan.
Yeah, without the ability to destroy these foundations to free up space, you do get kind of jammed with all these really cool ramp effects. And, with this bonus damage coming in from Endeavor, it's really not going to take much. The extends are scary now, The extends are something that you have to worry about. And here comes, all right, we're going to get rid of these speed resets, these speed hate cards. Oh, we're getting rid of the learning. Okay.
I think Nick knows that the only reason I won't be able to kill with a long string is because I can't get through the progressive.
Right.
And so I think he is valuing more of like, I can just play it
Oh,
up
here
attack.
comes the year finish draw.
Ooh, the double draw.
We're definitely gonna find it. I don't think we've done our once per game yet.
No,
and
we have not.
we're gonna draw 3 cards off this first attack
There's
if
the
we want
acceleration
to.
kick. We can selectively now get any kick that we remove from its own ability now. This is the play. This is the deck. This is the line that this deck was made for.
Yeah, this is the wall breaking power of Endeavor 3. We've seen it hang in there with that 31 health. Had a lot of back and forth. Hasn't really like stomped anyone. No like turn 2 mega kills. Nothing like super fancy like we were seeing in the last format with repeated 100% smash. Right? We saw George Zhang like just a turn 3 or turn 2 like beautiful like string out. The slowest deck in the format overall with the turn 2. Haven't seen any of that with this HLC.
Yeah.
And yet we still have these potent, aggressive characters that just draw so many cards and put so much speed on things that there's no way you can defend against it all.
So here's my real question here while they work on things here. If Overhaul does use a first enhance to build a foundation here, do you value the draw over the selective committal?
I think I value the selective committal because of the once per game.
Yeah, I think absolutely as well.
Yeah, but I think right now, if the only other attack in my hand is acceleration kick, I think I value the draw versus waiting for my opponent to do that. You know what I mean? I don't want to lose the opportunity because after this enhanced step, the likelihood you'll get to do the double draw is so small.
Absolutely.
So I don't think I want to wait for my rival to, play enhances and use mainly passionate guy. I think I want to rip the draw off because I can do it right now. Looks like we're going to split the difference. We're going to do one of each. That jolt is huge here.
Wow. No, I think we're just going to try and spend as many high-speed moves as we can as Overhaul goes to 3. And because of Endeavor...
That's why that jolt is huge.
Yeah. And so, the thing is I'm going to make this very fast without needing to use my Endeavor abilities so that you have to start playing the game, right?
Right.
Ooh, and we're going straight for it. It already came in with a 2-2.
So at this point, we have 1 speed reset, but every attack we have is EX, and we have 4 momentum. So I think this is looking like Nick's game to take. He's going to go. I don't want to jinx it, but I'm pretty sure Nicholas Reagan is going to be in winners finals, undefeated with Endeavor 3 playing the order kick package because these moves are just so fast. And he has EX on so many things.
Yeah, I think a speed reset is already going to have to be used here. Okay, I got to think. How big did this get? So it came in with 2. We pitched a card for 2. It's for 8. It's an 8 high. Yeah, so I'm just counting speed because I agree with you. It's an 8 high. If we don't use a speed reset here, we know that Young has that 1 high block from the It Can't Be Fixed on a 9. So...
in the best condition, sans the Miracle 6, we'd have to commit 4 of our 6 foundations, and we cannot build to deadlock yet still because we're looking at that year finished.
Yeah, wow, this is...
Not to mention we have 2 fusions. Fusion can, pump this back up. So, there's a world where we do this reset, and the engine kick is still too fast.
We did a cooperation offer for -3.
Okay, we're hanging in there.
That's fair. Yeah, it's still a 5 high, and then we have the 1 high block here to push this on a 6. It's that same math though, right? If we check a 3 on this.
Yeah, and it looks like we have another beauty pageant. So I didn't realize we had 2.
Yeah, beauty pageant plus new number 1.
Okay, so Yu Young's in a way better position than I thought, but I still don't think it's enough.
I don't think it's enough either, but I do think it's also reliant on what checks Nick Reagan gets because we know what's coming next.
If you block with the +1, if you block with a foundation here, is it a mistake to manly passionate and go to deadlock? We have 2 +1 highs.
I think so. Oh yeah, we do. I think it is.
And we're choosing
on a 6. Checks a 5.
Yeah, and because we blocked with this one instead of the It Can't Be Fixed, I have to assume we're not going to use the manly passionate.
Yeah, I think this is the one you leave. I think you're 100% right.
I think you do the manly passionate after you use the beauty pageant to block with a foundation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? You debuild one.
The lust for battle check on it though.
Yikes! That is exactly what you want to see here.
Even more math here. I mean, that's not even all based off of the beginning. Remember, we put those 2 in our discard pile that weren't removed. We could still mill another one.
Oh, this is crazy.
Oh, we discarded a random card. We got the 1 low block out of the hand. Draw a new one.
And then we're gonna get desperate timed.
Oh.
We're going to get the
Oh
desperate
my
times. He's been
gosh.
sitting on that forever. It doesn't say due to a arrival effect. It just says after you draw cards during the combat phase. We also don't have the low block, so we're going to be forced to use the overhaul once per turn to find ourselves a low block. But is it going to be a +1?
I think we do have.
I thought we had mid-high.
I think it's a low. It's a quick act. We have a quick.
Oh, we have a quick act in hand?
Which is still it's a 3 low.
That's a 3 low, yeah.
Yeah, so like
I could have sworn we had okay. We had I know we have a hardened chop in hand.
Chop is
and
the
we
random card we just drew because we lost our Falling Skies. Right?
Okay,
and then it's quick to act plus
let me see.
it can't be fixed.
Oh, he's going so fast. He's literally only shuffling the 2 cards.
There it is.
Oh, okay, there we go. You're right. It is quick tact. Okay, I thought we had mid high. Okay, so we do have a low, but again, I mean,
So we only EX this twice by just
Right.
clearing the cards out.
right, and we have the jolt that has EX in our hand, and we still have access to the once per
I think
game.
you just loop acceleration kicks here, right? Or I think we might see the burst finish actually, and just dump all on EX because it gives us the stun 1, which I think is key.
I think it's up to whatever Nick feels like at this point. I genuinely feel like Nick gets to choose which attack. Because, I mean, even a high engine kick is, unblockably fast if we have an extra attack to pitch to it, But obviously, you gotta pick the EX moves in this case.
I think so. I agree.
So we're whittling through Beauty Pageant and the new number 1. So there are still those 2 pieces of interaction. I mean, remember when we had the 2 jolts and Young had 2 speed hate cards? We
Yeah.
went out and we found more. But it's still so tough. You still have to debuild to use them. I mean, I believe that this is 8 speed. It's going to be 10 speed, right? We got EX4 and then 2 from Endeavor.
Yeah, we haven't even milled with Endeavor though yet. So I mean, I think
How close is Nick to milling out? He might not be able to use Endeavor very soon.
he absolutely can. There's a stack over there.
Okay.
I promise. And I think a lot of it too came down to remember when he passed after he had 1 card left in his deck, and it was just the 5 check for him to pass his runaway.
Right.
It was just like you said, he knew what that last card in his deck was, and so he just left it as his safe check and then trigger Endeavor without having to mill 4 cards, right? We just go for the
Right.
check on the runaway. Regardless of it, I think you're right. I mean, this is right now an 8 low with a card in Young's card pool. This block's on a 10 minimum, right? Like even if with a 1 low block. So I mean, Young has to use a piece here.
You have to do something. You cannot raw block this. You have to do one of your abilities.
Oh, it's tense. I'm agree with you with what you said earlier. Like we're the ones up here, and
Yeah.
I'm kind of feeling it right now for Young.
I think you have to do the beauty pageant because you have to be able to use the manly passionate to have some kind of parity.
and
right.
putting it to 1 is
Better
way
than 4,
more than
yeah.
a full reset, right? Like
Yeah, and then that way you leave it open for the reset on the next one.
a second one,
Oh, come on, Nick.
a second one.
Come on, that's so brutal. So not only are we going to get the 2 speed back, we're going to get the -1 to the
The
check.
fusion. I think the fusions come in here.
And then we get the fusion. Yeah, we get the pass. Like I said, I think it doesn't matter what Young gets because we're going to have to use a second resource on this at this point.
Yeah, now it's basically, I'm going to get your second resource out. I'm allowed to play another EX move after this. I've got the 4 momentum.
Young would be effectively blocking on an 11 on where we're at.
Yeah, I was honestly, when I was doing the first math on the 8, 9, 10
Yeah.
minimum, I wasn't even considering the first -1. I forgot because they moved
Right.
the dice to the side, and now.
Oh, it's a 12. Yeah, it's not 11.
Yeah.
I wasn't doing it either.
I didn't
forgot
do it either.
I thought we did the -1 and then we blocked with the +1 high.
He's like, I'm going to make you use it.
Yeah, and I mean, why not? We still have Jolt. We still have the once per game. I mean, this is the chess match. This is that arms race that we've talked about where Nick had 6 pieces of interaction and Young had 5.
It's on a 7. We checked a 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's still game
It fails.
with the +1. Oh,
No, it should be -2.
well, the question is, when did the first -1 get? Because I thought the first block took the -1.
Did it? I don't
Yeah, I thought the first less. I don't know
No,
though.
he checked the Lust for Battle on this guy.
Oh, he checked it to play it. That's right.
Regardless, show me an EX move.
Yeah, either way.
Checks a 3, shows it off. Regardless, Nick
Yeah.
Reagan winning the winner's bracket at the HLC Hero League Championship. He's going to be in the finals.
He is one match away from being your undefeated HLC 2023 champion coming out of the last chance qualifier. This guy punched his ticket all the way to Orlando, punched his ticket all the way to the HLC, and now he's about to punch his ticket all the way to a championship. What an absolutely amazing performance. What an incredible deck, right? This is so many moving parts, so many like little synergies that add together, that stack up to create this absolute miasma of speed and damage.
You know what's so crazy about this deck, Sam, is that this is not new technology.
This is set one kick.
I want to say that this may be the biggest showcase of the My Hero Spotlight format right now, because none of these attacks are new. This is a known factor deck.
Right, Knee Smash has been around. I mean, almost all the kicks are like set 1 and set 1 DLC, right? The Knee Smash is what, set 4? Like, this has been around for a hot minute.
Yes.
The only really new technology is Endeavor himself and the new number 1. Like, Endeavor, his cards, right, basically are like the newest thing. And so this is exactly the kind of thing when people talk about buying into universes, most of the time, a big selling point is the fact that your cards are going to be worthwhile. Like, the next set is not going to come out and like destroy your whole deck. And we've seen that these set 1 cards have remained relevant. So if you bought in at the beginning, you've been getting paid off this whole time. And, you know, we've got, spoiler, we got more formats coming. We got Spotlight formats. We're going to have Standard. We're going to have Retro. So you're going to have all kinds of ways to use these cards even after they rotate. But what a last hurrah for Order Kicks, which, if you remember, the very first event that My Hero ever had, what won the event? Void Kicks with the exact same package.
Exactly. Not a lot of new things except for things like the Jolt, which was very pivotal in that game too there.
Oh, and the Jolt, which we've talked about being a staple since that one, right?
It's crazy, man. And I think aside from everything that we see, we've now showcased Nick twice. We're going to see him in the finals. We're going to see more of this deck.
Yes.
And I'm more excited to see what climbs from the loser's bracket. I mean, we could even see a rematch, right?
Oh, true.
Young can win his loser's bracket match and make it back and go for the second chance.
Colloquially known as the salty runback.
Yes, exactly. But, I mean, Nick Reagan has now earned himself a very good nap.
Yes.
He's going to have to come back until finals way later on into the day, and we instead have to focus on the other side of this bracket. We still have at least 4 players that have to progress through the loser's bracket, get to face Nick, and what I'm hoping for, Sam, what I'm really hoping for is that the loser's bracket wins and we get a reset.
We get a bracket reset. The most hype thing in tournament gaming is a bracket reset, because you know what that means, Barrett? That means we get more universes.
Absolutely.
That means we get more games, we get more gameplay, more highlights, and more time to hang out with you guys, the wonderful universes community. And I'm too excited, but we got to take a small break. We got to get the players situated. We got to figure out what's going on with our brackets so we can get another game for you guys. So don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it. We are getting very close to crowning our Hero League champion for 2023. We are back, everybody. I am, of course, Sam Tate. I'm joined by the esteemed Keenan Meadows, despite what it says on your screen. And we are here. We are here for your losers quarterfinals. We have whittled it down to only a few players left. We're basically trying to figure out who Nick Reagan's opponent is going to be in that grand finals, in that winner side bracket. And Keenan, we got a doozy coming up.
We got a rematch coming up. Round 1 yesterday, we had our 2 players. We've got Andrew Duvall on his overhaul versus Dakota Simmons on Nomu, who we also got to watch.
Oh, Nomu has made it this far in this bracket?
Not only that, but they've played before this tournament, and we had Dakota taking it.
Okay.
The first time. Now, if you told me Nomu versus Overhaul, I feel like, Overhaul's very defensive and good blocking. And we talked about how the Earth symbol has a pretty good, it's got some options on speed reduction now, but it seems like the overwhelming power of Nomu was.
You got to full block everything. You got to full block everything Nomu throws at you, right?
Yeah.
So that is it, right? It's overwhelming. That is Nomu's game plan to a T. He wants to overwhelm you with the amount of health he has.
Yes.
He wants to overwhelm you with the amount of damage that he has. And one of my favorite favorite things about double elimination brackets and like this tight-knit bracket style tournament is you do get these rematches, right?
Yes.
You do get the chance for revenge on your opponent.
The salty run back.
Yes, that's
I
what
love a salty run
that's
back.
what we were talking about in case Young makes it back to grand finals.
Absolutely.
That's the salty run back, right? So there is the chance for that. The rematches are cool. The storylines are cool. These decks are cool. These players are cool. I want to see how this is going to play out because, like you said, I would have never put my money on Nomu. I'm just saying. I would have never put my money on Nomu at the beginning of the day. But considering he's already won one against this overhaul,
he's got to be feeling good, right?
yeah, I have no clue what to make of it now.
And it looks like Andrew won the roll-off, right? So, I mean...
Yeah, something very important about this double elimination bracket, because there is no seeding, players are going to be rolling off every single time. And I wonder if that's going to be the case. I don't know exactly what the rule set is, but in winner's bracket, in the grand finals...
Because the winner is still kind of higher seeded at that stage. That's like the one time that there's a higher seed playing a lower seed kind of thing.
Right, but then if there's a reset, do they roll off? So I don't know.
I would imagine, right?
This is all brand new to us, so I don't know if we're going to roll off in winner's bracket or not, but right now we've got Andrew Duvall, a decorated card gamer in his own right.
Oh, yeah, and a returning Hero League Championship participant.
Right, back to back.
Yeah.
So coming in with this Earth overhaul, it's been, I don't want to say a comfort pick for a lot of people, but it is our most represented character, his overhaul. And people have been shifting from that life symbol to the Earth symbol with our new format shakeups.
Yep.
And I got to point out, I think that I don't know who if Overhaul has it. I don't actually know either of the deck lists. I haven't gotten a chance to peek at them myself. But I would like to think that Ultra Regeneration is going to play a big part in this matchup.
Oh, for sure. I mean, especially from Dakota's side, we know that he is playing his patented Titan Cliff.
Yes, love that card for Nomu.
Andrew not repping, doesn't look like he's repping the Super Regen, but he is repping a 1X that he got in this stage really quickly, which is a...
Ultra Regen.
He does have Ultra Regen.
Yeah, he's got 3 Ultra Regen. It's a 6-check, baby.
It was at the bottom of the list. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But one of the things I did want to point out, he did get one of his 1Xs down, Proud Scion.
Ooh.
I don't actually know if that's going to come into play in this match very much. I don't know how much speed reduction Dakota reasonably wants to represent, but being able to have this committal effect on your opponent's ready step to sort of rob them of their foundations before they can even start their turn, that is a hearkening back, way back to days of yore when Universes and before UFS was a babe in the cradle. And this card represents a really powerful ability for an overhaul to outbuild the opponent and then take resources away from, say, a Nomu who just wants to pass their checks and just wants to do a little bit more hard passes on these 6 difficulty cards that we know Dakota plays from yesterday's stream. So
and we know that Nomu is desperate for speed bump. He's got all the damage on the character.
Yes.
So cards like that Snack Time are going to be prime targets for Proud Scion, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Many an Empire have lived and died by the speed bonuses that cards like Snack Time can give. And so seeing this Proud Scion very early on to match this Snack Time might be the exact kind of thing that Andrew needs to not fall behind, because, you know, Overhaul is really good at out-resourcing the opponent.
Yes.
But Nomu is really good at operating on a few resources. So it's almost, you know, with all that damage pump that he has to play half as many cards to kill you.
Absolutely. And you see Nomu already having the more power down in the stage. That was really a linchpin of Dakota's strategy. There are so many 6 difficulty attacks, but if you're going to string out and you're going to throw, you know, repeated 5 mid for 12s at people.
5 mid for how much?
Yeah, 5 mid for 12s?
Are we playing Daguro yet? Like, is this next set? Are you kidding?
No, this is set 1 come to have its final hurrah on the metagame. But yeah,
this is Nomu in a nutshell.
This is Nomu in a nut. That's absolutely Nomu in a nutshell, 100%. But sort of moving back to looking at what Andrew's doing here. Andrew is playing a very kick-heavy package of Overhaul, and one of the big discussions that happened when Maximum Overhaul was previewed, and we can see that in the hand right here, is that we had all these different kick synergies, and especially Hardened Frenzy, which on full block, when it builds itself down, could just be picked right back up with Maximum Overhaul. So there's a lot of string out potential to the point where Andrew's actually playing Reciprocal Acceleration Kick in his deck. So
then we've seen run roughshod over the winners bracket.
Absolutely. That is a very popular set 1 card that has come to show its true potential in this tournament. I don't know that that card has ever been as successful in any other tournament from a wide variety of decks. I know Void Eraser, right? We've seen a
The
couple
very
of those.
first tournament we ever had, Void Kicks was what took it down.
Yep.
Was it 500 plus person provisional?
Oh, my goodness,
They had
yeah.
to double the amount of attendance because it was so in demand. And of course, your first HLC champion, Kevin Broberg, took down that first ever provisional playing Void
Kicks
Kicks with
Eraser.
stuff like acceleration kicks. So we've come full circle. We're sending the My Hero Spotlight format into the sunset with cards that opened the format. So
Absolutely.
it's very cool to see that kind of come full circle, but it is interesting that we saw George Zhang at Nationals dominate with Maximum Overhaul and the life symbols really good 3 diffs. He had like this greedy sort of deck build where there's so many high difficulty foundations, but your ability to build them as a face down or to build them with Maximum Overhaul
Or a new training method, right?
Right,
Was
or
he
new
off the life?
training method.
Was he off the life symbol? That's,
Yeah. So those cards, and it has Earth too, right? So the ability to get rid of these high difficulty foundations in your hand has been one of the major keys of success for Overhaul. And now that we've seen the change to the life symbol with Back Alley kind of going away,
Right, yeah.
with the introduction of a 4-diff that is premier on the Earth symbol and multiple ways to build it, right? Both decks playing this Ultra Regen with cards like Titan Cliff, right?
Yep.
So it's very interesting to see the evolution of Overhaul to basically go to the next greediest foundation lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Dakota here checking like an absolute. I don't know what's going on, but his
An absolute
deck is
gamer.
an absolute
He's
gamer.
checking like a gamer because he's going to power through this. He's going to pick up a face down. He's going to rebuild a face down. He's going to get that resource back. He's going to force Andrew Duvall to block with Maximum Overhaul because Nomo is going to require an answer for every attack that he plays. You cannot just let 10 damage, 9 damage sink through for free.
Speaking of which, here comes this is definitely the most complicated attack to block. Now, Andrew no longer has any cards in hand, so if we've got a face down mid in our stage, Dakota is
checking right now.
basically just going to gain 2 life and flip a foundation on Andrew's side, which doesn't feel like the best.
No, but it is the plays that you have to make sometimes,
That
right?
is.
It is how you start getting the ball rolling. We will get something out of the life gain, and flipping Overhaul's Proud Scion when it's a 1-of is going to be a big deal.
True. Ooh, we went ahead and we got a flip off on Ultra Regen. So we actually just took 12 effective 10. Yeah.
Yeah, so I have been very vocal about calorie counter. It is my most despised card of the set. Yeah, do you know why?
Why?
Because not only is it a block punishment card,
Yeah.
it turns literally every other attack in your hand into a block punishment
Yeah,
card.
because it's cool.
Because we hate blocking.
Because it progresses the game. I love blocking. Don't get me wrong. If you saw me play that Shigaraki deck, I like blocking. Is like that's my bread and butter.
For what's worth, the decks that dominate the format are too good at blocking.
That's true. That's
Momo,
true.
Eraserhead, even Overhaul with, the free block off progressive. So we've definitely had decks that are too good at blocking.
But you need if it's too good at blocking, you need to have some calorie counters
Right.
for that kind of thing, right? So
But now we've seen in this tournament that 6 hand size and 5 hand size decks that, value their high health total and block selectively, right? In the wall breaking potential that we've seen from Nicholas Reagan's deck and the Giro decks. That is what is dominating this format. No longer the Momos, no longer the Midnights, no longer the Eraserheads of the past. It is now all about the speed that you can generate.
yes, and oh my goodness, Andrew's deck is primed for that. One of the things that the classic life overhaul does, it can do a little bit. It can do well with momentum, but it may do a little bit more poorly without speed specifically. But I think this is somewhere in the neighborhood of an 8 high right now for basically up to 10 damage depending on how much Andrew wants to, or up to 8 damage depending on how much Andrew wants to commit into it to make it big.
Yeah, we do see choosing instead of the shock absorption is a really common, like, I'm going to commit this first because it's playable while committed.
For sure.
But when you're overhauling, you might be playing a card from your stage. Sometimes that's the one that you want to commit instead. And we see a huge discard of another high engine kick to get maximum speed.
Yep.
We drew another attack. So I'm not sure if attacks are what Andrew wanted to draw with this hand necessarily.
Yeah.
But getting a +1 high block feels pretty good.
Getting a +1 high block, or he can just throw that out and find one of these foundations that he's committed
You can
and
pick
put
up
it
a
back
hardened
in.
jab with the hardened jab, and then we're neutral, right? We
Right.
still have a jab in hand, and we got
True.
that foundation back. So seeing the power of the earth symbol shine through. I mean, I think Andrew's got a pretty aggressive hand, a pretty angry hand here.
Yep, and we're going to go ahead and put our overhaul response into the high engine. So I think we're only doing 6 there, 6 or 7, depending on if we burn for the brute strength effect.
And we do see the male bonding response come down after you take damage from an unblocked attack, or I think it's any attack actually. After you take damage, you get to build the top card of your deck. So getting that bonus ramp from a deck that is basically planning to take damage.
Yeah.
You know, your game plan is no moves that you're going to get hit, right?
Right,
So
right.
we see those male bondings absolutely an integral part of that deck. Really something I would mulligan for back when I played in the winter warm-up. I played Nomu. I was mulliganing ultra regens for male bondings.
Of course, because you could commit your character if you ultra regen. You can get a
Exactly.
free build if you're male bonding. So it's a no-brainer there, right? But I'm interested. So we just saw the overhaul effect come up, but we're going to decide what to pick up with hardened jab. I can't imagine you're trying to go too far in as Andrew here, because if you commit yourself out just a little too much, Andrew's already felt the pain of getting run over by a Nomu in his first round
Right.
here. So he may be playing this a little bit more cautiously than he was playing in the first round, and that may be
That's how I felt
helping
about-
him temper his game plan.
That's how I felt about the attack discard, right? When he
Yeah.
discarded the attack, he's like, well, the most important thing is that he doesn't block this.
Right.
And I get to even things up a bit. But considering we drew another jab that picks up a jab, we really have the potential to, and we have the muscle mauler, right?
Right.
So with all these foundations ready, we have the opportunity to play a jab, stay resource neutral, get more health than our rival after the response,
Right.
play Muscle Mauler with a 5 difficulty instead of a 6.
Oh,
And
yeah.
when we commit foundations for that, we get to get our attack from our momentum back and draw an additional card, and maybe more importantly, free up space in our stage so we can build more face-ups without going to deadlock.
Interesting. Yeah, it's so many different lines to take here, and it looks like so. I think Andrew is sort of at a question because Dakota's fairly committed out. Yeah, and you know that the 5 speed on the muscle mauler, it's looking pretty fast, but at the same time, Andrew doesn't want to miss on the crackback here, so it looks like, and I think this is the right call. Just go ahead and build a little bit more. You're going to be sitting on what is that 3 momentum?
Yeah.
And so that's great for overhaul. I'm sure there are plenty of different ways that he can utilize that throughout the rest of the game. We'll see if he actually takes both of them or not.
It's almost certainly going to be an EX play when he spends it.
Right, yeah, because that reciprocal acceleration kick speed is
And now-
pretty gnarly.
It looks like he's choosing the order. I'm not sure if he knows he can look at his momentum at this point,
Oh,
or
no.
we're choosing which one to take
Yeah,
because
yeah,
of
yeah.
that muscle mauler.
Right. He wants to be able to get something back, and he's got the prehensile tail down, so he can really take that momentum and just turn
Oh,
it
you
into a
get
full-on
both.
attack turn. Yeah.
You can get both momentum. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
But I do have to assume, I honestly assume at this point, if Dakota has a quality turn, I'll say here,
Yep.
it's very, very possible that, it looks like we missed a response timing. It
We
looks like-
didn't respond last turn either on that,
Okay.
but I wonder if we just value the ready.
I thought he was showing him like, hey, I got a response at the start, but
Oh.
we're not using it because of the, it can't be fixed. I have to assume.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair.
Whoa, look at the orange in his hand.
Yeah, we got that Titan Cliff
Is
discard
the-
is pretty solid.
Is that only orange? Is it 4 orange cards?
I think it's a more
there's one,
power.
okay.
We got a more power. That's still though. Those we can turn it into 5 if we really feel like it. Just because we've got other Titan Cliff in hand, we can draw more cards off of Muscle Mauler. We've already got a momentum, so we can just pick that momentum right back up with the Muscle Mauler.
My goodness.
Dakota also, to your point earlier with Andrew, he's got the health advantage, and that means that this Muscle Mauler is actually only a 5 diff.
Yes.
Very helpful if he's trying to string out here.
Yeah, very, very cute that he gets the -1 difficulty from it. It still would get the minus difficulty from more power, but it would still also get maximum damage from Nomu because of
Yep.
the printed difficulty. So a very cool deck from Dakota here, showing off that as soon as we got a second Nomu character, right, we got the hood support. Obviously, the kits are very, very copacetic with each other.
Yes.
So seeing the power from this Jet Burn 6 difficulty Earth package is very cool. Very different deck than Andrew's Earth deck.
But let's talk a little bit about Andrew's play here, because one of my favorite plays in the universe is block apathetic and be able to block with any relevant foundation to be able to build it down immediately with Manly Passionate guy. And we just getting
Rest
that
in
apathetic.
peace, Terry. I had to slip one in
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
before the event was over.
Well, now, I mean, as Dakota, do you just go ahead and more power here because you expect to lose it? I assume there are more attacks coming here, right? Our stage is completely ready.
Our hand is so angry.
Yeah.
There's no reason to pass the turn without at least trying something.
And worst comes to worst, like you probably just want a muscle mauler just so you know, like you can net positive with that. You can, offer some more threat potential. I don't know. Here's the thing though, like Andrew's stage fairly ready, card pool totally clear, still has his hand, still has overhaul. So
yeah, we have like foundations that are playable while committed. So I wouldn't, if it were me, right, I wouldn't be surprised to see the muscle mauler on a 6, try to commit the exact one foundation to pay for the cost, and then we can have the more power come in to make our Titan Cliff on a 6 again.
Oh, well,
right?
we're flipping the more power with apathetic, right?
I mean,
We got it. I'm pretty sure.
He didn't.
He
did not.
Oh, he didn't. Oh, okay. We resolved that without doing it. So yeah. Oh
yeah. Okay. So
Oh
we're
no.
getting-
Yeah. No. Yeah. Now is the time to do it, right? Because he couldn't do it on the last one. He blocked with that card. It came down. So now is the time to do it, or you lose it.
Right.
So yeah, this muscle mauler being, I mean, effectively fairly free. You never know what you're going to check. So it's nice to go ahead and just get that apathetic play off the board. And instead, we're going to draw a card, get a free piece of orange, and see if we can make something more of this turn. Maybe Andrew tries to block, and he's not sitting on any speed reduction. Earth cannot block things sometimes. Sometimes Earth can.
And if Andrew remembers that that's a calorie counter coming back, yeah. So we're gonna flip it's not quick response. What's
It's the one. It's quirk.
Quirk expertise.
Expertise. Yeah.
They both start with a Q.
Yeah,
right?
start-
Both,
it's quick or
quick
quirk.
and quirk always throw me off. Yeah. I almost said
Somehow Chaco got all of them, didn't she?
yeah, I almost said quick response, but yeah, the quirk expertise is a really annoying card because it changes the zone of any attack to high, which can be super, super frustrating. But we are going to see the breaker 1 come down, which means we are going to get that calorie counter difficulty reduction. But with that breaker 1, we still will probably commit a foundation, but I think it's very much worth it, especially considering we got to power through Andrew Duvall's stage, right? And he does have 2 chivalrous, so you're not going to get to flip what you want,
Right.
But flipping anything is good when your opponent has this many face downs.
And we've seen in past matches, it was a Kamui versus Overhaul earlier in the day, where flipping more of Overhaul's pieces means that Overhaul starts to lose one of the incredibly strong effects on his character.
Right.
So, if Calorie Counter flips some more stuff and, Andrew starts to say, hey, I want a Prehensile Tail, I want to draw cards off Chivalrous, you start to lose your stage entirely, and that's where kind of cause some problems.
And it very much can force you to build into deadlock
Right.
if you want to have face-up effects, which Muscle Mauler has one of my favorite deadlocks.
Oh, yeah.
Is
Is that the destroy two of your opponent's foundations? Is that
Flip
right?
2.
Flip 2.
So they stay in deadlock.
Oh, even better. Yeah. That's powerful.
It's very, and if you thought flipping 1 with calorie counter was bad, wait till you go to deadlock, right? So, very, very powerful deadlocks.
I'm curious
in the Earth symbol.
if we're gonna maybe start to see snack time start to come down. I feel like I feel like Dakota wasn't doing it initially because first off his hand is fairly limited, but he wasn't sure necessarily how far he could get Andrew. If he had snack timed those first 2 attacks, Andrew would have 4 more cards committed, right?
Right. We'd have 1 extra from each of the blocks and 1 extra from each of the stuns.
speeds. Yeah.
So I think the issue with early on was his hand was all attacks, and you really don't
Can you
want to
discard?
Yeah, you don't want to snack time those. After the Muscle Mauler, though, we have a couple cards to discard, but you have to consider if we don't win the game here, if Andrew does have, whatever it takes to survive, then Dakota would leave themselves completely open, and the math involved with where we're at. Dakota has to be attacked 6 times through the no move response. Right. So if we have 0 cards in hand, I mean, it's just, we have to be attacked
4 times.
4 times for 6 damage each. It's
right.
So we have to be attacked 4 times with 6 damage each. And if there's any way that Andrew can sneak in like an extra burn 1 or an extra damage, that becomes
for
1,
sure.
right? That becomes 1 less attack we have to play.
The other problem is if you're Dakota, everything you're playing offensively on there is like at a 9 difficulty, which is just a
it
pile.
looks like Andrew decides to take the 12 from the calorie counter again.
6 ain't dead. That's all I'll say. I think Andrew is making the right call. So he kept an attack in hand. He actually smells a little bit of blood in the water, right? Like how well can Dakota block? Andrew also
I mean, Dakota's
has maximum overhaul in his stage.
Right.
He
So
got that first.
The big thing is, unlike your average overhaul deck, this deck is full of all kinds of speed.
Right.
So while Dakota could probably realistically block like 1 or 2 attacks and then still have a couple instances of the Nomu response, if we start playing acceleration kicks, if we start playing EX moves,
Yep.
if we start playing,
all the cards we didn't find.
Yeah, all the cards are not in our hand. But we have double chivalrous. We've got the ability to pick one up. We got the ability to play one. The one that we play can pick more up. So
Prehensile Tails as well.
Prehensile Tail, yeah,
So we've got at least 3 attacks in this turn if we don't draw anything off of
my boomer senses get triggered by that every time.
Why?
For over 10
looking
years,
at
I
the
couldn't
momentum?
look at my momentum,
Yeah,
and then
man.
I'm just seeing people pick it up. And
I genuinely, I know we've talked about this before. I love it so much.
I'm a fan because I've seen it many times in tournaments, casting these games where you're in like rounds 1 or 2, and like a newer player just gets a massive penalty because they looked at their momentum, and it's it's not a part of the game that I'm a huge fan of.
Yeah.
So I'm fine to see it go. It made sense when I first learned the game that like the memorization is like part of it.
No, it doesn't make any sense. It was a wild choice, but that's okay. We make the game better over time.
Right.
We
Well,
didn't
what I
always
was
have
gonna
10
say-
card sideboards. We didn't always have Paris mulligans. We have so many great quality of life improvements for gameplay now.
What I was going to say is the only thing that didn't make sense to me was I couldn't take notes. They told me
Yeah.
I couldn't write down what was in my momentum compared to literally every other part of the card game. And so that was the one thing that I'm like, well, if we're not going to alleviate that by letting me take notes, like it doesn't deserve to be in the game. So a late addition to the rule set, but a welcome one nonetheless.
So this is interesting right here. So Andrew's taking a little bit of time to think how he wants to sequence, if he wants to build one down from his hand, or if he wants, because if he builds one down from his hand, he's going into deadlock against a deck he's already seen a bunch of muscle maulers go by, but there is the snack time on board, which is pretty rough. Additionally, this build down from Hardened Jab, I don't think we've seen it yet, would be huge if he hits an attack, because he has another jab in his momentum. So he would be able to jab, pick the card up, or Prehensile Tail, pick the jab up, pick that card up. He's got the maximum overhaul. Looks like he's going to go ahead and pick that up and see what he can build.
Okay.
I saw a flash of something. I think it was gray, but I'm not 100% sure.
It's tough. Yeah, it's tough with the overhaul deck because this overhaul deck can literally pull from like every zone at this point.
Yeah.
You know, well, maybe we can't pull from discard anymore because we don't have back alley haymaker. But there's definitely a point where Earth decks were like, I'm going to grab the best card in my discard pile. I'm going to grab the best card in my stage. It's face down. I'm going to grab my favorite attack from my momentum. And it was like, man, what don't you have?
Right. Yeah, it looks like we're choosing between the Frenzy and the Jab here. And if we didn't build it, then it's definitely the Frenzy. If we did build it, then it's definitely the Jab. But even then, I don't know if the Frenzy does a whole lot for us. Like in terms of kill potential here, Andrew has to Chivalrous and draw some pretty good stuff.
I was gonna say, yeah, we could aggressively start using Chivalrous just to see what we have, but then we don't have damage pump, right? We don't have ways to force out the response from Nomu. If we're sending 5 damage moves, the math gets even harder.
Right, and flooding Dakota's hand with mid blocks when our main attack line this turn is probably just mid 5 damage or 7 damage moves that are 3 speed is a real feels bad moment. All right, we went ahead and we're thinking we're gonna set the character down. We're gonna choose the opposite. And we're going to lock that in. Okay, I like this. So we went ahead and got the jab. So, yeah, I don't know that we got anything down on our stage that would help us there, but having the +1 high block, very useful.
Right.
Maybe that was more of a defensive play, right?
Well, and a big thing with the jab is it can cycle out options. So if you have no option to pick up, it can cycle out an option into your stage. And if you're lucky, you get both. You get to pick up something you want and build something you want.
True. So yeah, he still has an opportunity to do that with this next jab if he wants to go that way.
Yeah, seeing the easy block come out from Nomu here. This is going to be like a more of a hand taxing turn than like the speed kicks that we were like so hype about, right? But we do have to play a card from somewhere other than our hand to get that really good maximum overhaul in hands.
Yep.
And so picking it up into our hand was an interesting choice. I'm very curious to see what we're going to use the once per turn on overhaul for, because even if it's just to build one of our face downs back face up, that's going to help us a lot in the long term, because I don't think we can go to deadlock safely.
Do we just Chivalrous Competitor? Or did we snack time?
I think we snacked time because we did go to deadlock. Yeah.
Yep, no, that's
so
totally fair.
I was just about to say, I don't think we can go to deadlock safely, and we're already there, right?
Yep.
So that's exactly what I was talking about. Is now Nomu's going to have more informed reviews, going to have more access to blocks, more
Yep.
access to the right zone, and most importantly, more cards to discard to snack time in the future.
True. And yeah, if we got a mid block here, I think you block this one all day because it's looking
easy.
at it, the discard pile. Every attack in this deck is faster. Like
Yes.
Hardened Jab is the easiest choice to block in the world, and keep yourself at that point where Andrew needs 4 attacks to win the game.
Exactly. And also with that ultra regen, there is like some weird math we can get to with partial blocks.
Oh
right?
no, it looks like we went ahead and took it. We're gonna gain our 2 off ultra. We're gonna go ahead and see, and like you said, get a better idea of what our review step's going to look like, what our next turn will look like if we feel like we're able to survive all of this.
Ultra regen in the snack time play is really cool because you can start your turn as Nomu with more than 5 cards in your hand.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to get that choice here because we do see Andrew Duvall continuing to aggress with the maximum overhaul, but am I wrong?
That's an attack. He did have an attack on his discard pile. Okay, cool.
Did we play the second jab from somewhere other than our hand? I don't think we did, right?
I'm not 100% sure.
It's tough because there's so many face down cards. There's so many, like the second hand, the staging area, right? Like there's so much going on, like to keep track of. So it looks like we've got speed and damage coming down. I think
we got the tails.
Yeah, we get to rebuild the tail.
Yep.
So I think we did play the jab from somewhere other than our hand because it looks like we did the pickup enhance.
We played the maximum overhaul. We built it back down with
Oh, we built it back
and
down?
then we
That's
played
very
it.
funny.
Yeah.
That's actually super funny that we built it back down.
We
and
picked
then
it up,
played
put it down, put it down.
Okay.
We're happy with that. Hey, I respect it.
Hey.
If it works, it works. And
Sometimes you got to pivot.
And having the low block here, I mean, we're having to commit a good portion of our stage just to make this not a 6 damage move, which is kind of funky because we could have just, if we had a mid block to block the Hardened Jab with, we would have also sort of mitigated. I think right now, as Dakota, we're somewhere in the realm of 15 life because I'd imagine we've taken 6 from the prior attack.
So we took 5 down to 14, and then we gained 2.
So we're at 16? Okay.
Yeah, so it's still going to take 3 moves, and Dakota has 2 no-move responses, so that makes sense, right?
Right.
The math is like kind of working out to, does Duvall have it?
I mean,
the issue is
so
I'm pretty sure Duvall has it.
I'm pretty sure he gets. I think Duvall needs 1 more attack, but he does have 2 chivalrous down. So
He has 2 chivalrous. He has Muscle Mauler, which can get 1. He has Prehensile Tail, which can get 1.
And my what I'm thinking is he may be just counting the number.
Oh no, that's Hellflame Stomp.
Hellflame Stomp.
Not Muscle
There we go.
Mauler. I apologize, but we can Prehensile Tail, right?
Right. So we can tail pick the next one up. And then we're basically going to have to hit with 1 more. I think Dakota has sort of given up blocking. Like we said, Hardened Jab is the easiest attack to block in the universe, but at this stage, there are probably no more jabs coming, and it's going to be things that are all like 4 to 6 speed.
Yeah, this is no-move response area for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we don't care about giving you extra cards when you've only got 2 foundations up. Stun 1 would be huge here.
Oh, we ripped a frenzy.
Yeah, I
So
think.
all Andrew has to do is pass his checks. And,
Yeah, those are not good enough blocks. There's no super secret techno plus ultra coming down here to block on a 7, which I don't think would save us anyways.
the question is, do we have enough damage now? I guess you
Hellflame Stomp is for 6, right?
Right. So
4 low for 6.
you probably just go ahead and pump the 2 in if he doesn't block it. So you go ahead and because you have to burn the no moves off. So
We still haven't flipped Prehensile Tail to pick up the attack.
yeah, I mean, we're also really committed out. How many more of these attacks can we pass? I don't think we can pass anything, right? I think
We have 5 foundations ready plus over.
yeah, there's no way we'd have to pass 2 more.
Yeah.
We cannot do that. So at this stage, it's time to build.
We didn't pump the damage at all.
Yeah, we didn't want to lose more life. I think we want to be able to partial block something because
Is it not an attack in our momentum?
yeah, there's an attack in our momentum. We just didn't want to worry about getting it. We can also discard Nomo's momentum for that as well.
I guess it really is we're 1 foundation short from playing 2 4 diffs.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. So this turn did not go any way that I thought it would.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
I
I
think,
thought this was a pretty easy plan of pick up both of our momentum.
yeah. Well,
Yeet
Andrew
those
didn't even
attacks.
know how that turn was going to go necessarily,
Right.
right? Like he started off.
He started picking stuff up and then putting it back
Well,
down.
well, yeah, but I don't even necessarily think that was like quote unquote misplays or anything like that. I think that he just had to find more stuff to figure it out. And when you start hardened jabbing, you find the cards off the top, and you
Right.
start activating your draw effects, and you find the hardened frenzy. But you get to a point where you've made all of these moves to try to optimize your hand and try to make this crazy turn, and then you look back down and you're like, I didn't pass my checks as well as I needed to, and now I kind of have to deal with that.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I think I don't know with the if we had been able to sequence jabs later in the turn, I think that there was an avenue. I think trying to get our momentum back sooner,
Yeah.
right? It would have been a way to go about it, but like you said, it's the control checks that really seem to hurt things, and this is the exact reason that I played Nomu in the winter
Wait,
warm-up.
didn't we pass the crap out of that check? We more powered that, yeah.
More power is committed, but I think
Oh, did we just scoop it up? Oh, we couldn't block a 10-speed move.
yeah, we are. Yeah, so this is the reason I wanted to play Nomu at the winter warm-up. This zero gravity rush, brand new jet burn attack, 6 difficulty, so it gets 6 damage, becomes 10 damage, which is nice enough on its own. But then you get to match the speed and the damage, so
Yep.
it goes from 0 speed to 10 speed. And sign me up for a 10-10, but that's not even the best part, Keenan.
What? There's more?
Yeah, the best part is if you got 3 face downs, you get to draw 2 cards. which
Yeah.
Any 5 hand size player knows how big of a deal that is.
Yeah, increase your hand size by 40%.
Yeah.
One activation, and accidentally just trip and do 10 damage to your opponent. I'll
yeah.
take that any day.
Yeah, and it gets better with more damage pump. So I didn't run too much damage pump in my build from my stage.
Yeah.
And it was probably a mistake because the zero gravity rush can get
Bigger
absolutely
and bigger and bigger.
massive.
Yeah, for sure.
Because sometimes your opponent has like a -3 speed and it comes back into the realm of blockability.
Yeah.
But if you can pump this baby up to 16, 18 damage, it's not getting blocked by anything other than a reset.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Zero Gravity Rush single-handedly carried me to a top 8 finish at the winter warm-up. Just that card alone.
Yeah, and we've seen it do wonders for Dakota this weekend. I mean, he's been fighting his way through the losers bracket, and we saw him use it to great effect yesterday in his match. So there's really like nothing stopping him at this stage, and I think that Andrew, I mean, what we saw the sideboard come out. He immediately just threw down those beauty pageant queens. Is that what it is?
Yep, that's a huge
the penny
one.
pageant queen. Yeah. That's a massive option because, like we said, like Earth can block. Those speed reduction pieces are inside of the symbol, but in a lot of matchups, that speed reduction, I guess, has not been relevant enough for Andrew to find like there's a lot of value in mainboarding those pieces, but adding them into the sideboard can really help and stymie Nomu's offense. And all Andrew needed to do was buy himself one more turn, one more attack turn, and I don't think Dakota would have been able to stand up to the pressure.
Yeah, it's one of those things where overall has all these nebulous play lines, and as you build and get access to new things, stuff can change on you, and it can be really difficult to try and plan your turn out from the beginning, right? So again, at the very beginning, we talked about how difficult of a matchup this should be for Nomu, but Dakota Simmons has navigated the staging area, has drawn the pieces that he needs to, and I want to point out Dakota won that game going second.
Yep, he did, absolutely. So, Andrew's, he's got a lot of experience in this matchup. So he's seen a lot of this deck already. He kind of knows how it ticks. And right now, I think he's just trying to recalibrate, trying to reset. Being in these sorts of situations is very stressful. It's double elimination. He's hanging on by a tightrope right now. It's by one thread, and all he needs to do is try to pull himself up through that. So we're going to see if we can make this happen in this game and bring it to a game 3.
Turn 1, you're going first, right? I'm assuming he hasn't turned his character size, but I have to assume he's going first.
For sure.
Turn 1, your overhaul. Keenan, what's the most important foundation you want to find? Obviously, having like a 3, 4, 5 build, really important. But if you had to pick one foundation that you want to see,
New
turn
training
1.
Just straight up new training method, ultra regen, right? Double new training method, even better. When you're sitting there and you've got all of these different options, and it looks like we've got a very solid 4 build. Now we didn't get the new training, but we did get some very integral defense. The You're So Obvious is coming in from the sideboard. The Learning the Standards, such a powerful card in the Nomu matchup where 6 diff have to play a foundation. Suddenly I got to play another 6 diff on an 8. Am I really even considering to do that? So yeah. Also, You're So Obvious, being able to reset the speed on Zero Gravity Rush to 0.
Yes.
Wow.
Big deal.
What an option.
That's definitely a huge deal.
Oh, speaking of those new training methods, that doesn't look like our.
Okay, so if you're Nomu, what's the
Andrew missed
foundation?
that. Yeah, right.
Oh my! Andy had the 2. I didn't think he had the 2 foundations to build from them both.
Absolutely,
but he did.
Andy's got the male bonding in play.
Oh my God, he's gonna outbuild an overhaul. This is crazy.
If
Dude,
Andrew
our new
decides to
meta
poke here, this could get a little bit dicey, and that seems like what our hand wants to do.
Our new Earth Overlord is officially Nomu, I think. Man, this is crazy. We got the double new training into the 5 build with male bonding to potentially get the 6 build. And this is an attack you don't even want to block. So.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're going to take the damage. I think in any other matchup, Andrew's very happy here. This Hardened Frenzy, one of the best pokes in the game. Probably where if you fully block it, I just get to have a foundation, clear my card pool, and go to work. But against Nomu with this male bonding, it's a little double-edged. I think in his position, he has to play it, and getting some damage on board is just the first step to having Nomu's number of attacks that you have to eat through get lowered. So I think as Dakota, I'm taking this damage all day. I don't want to give him you a Hardened Frenzy in your stage, and I want to get my male bonding activation off.
And we do see the acceleration kick getting banked for later, which let's just talk about that combo because Overhaul pulls it off better than almost anybody. It is you play as many kicks as you can, as you can safely, and then you can play the acceleration kick ignoring progressive on a 5. Then you clear every other kick out of your card pool, and then you can play maximum Overhaul on a 6 after that with the full condition to basically refill your hand, clear your card pool. It's almost like taking a second turn.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Danky 1, but on a kick package instead.
And it's fast. And it's really
it's
fast.
actually fast. So Dakota's hand fairly angry here. I cannot believe we were able to score double Gravity Rush. We're actually not even going to worry about that right now. Getting the Titan.
Got to get a few more face downs. Yeah, we got to. Also, the risk involved with Titan Cliff is a little less because if we have a 6 check to build,
which we already do. We can see the quirk expertise in the discard pile.
So we're gonna get to cycle through some things here. It looks like we also have another new training method in our hand, but we're going to toss that away to draw another Titan Cliff.
Interesting. I wonder if we would actually have preferred just to keep the new training at that stage.
I mean,
if he's going to continue attacking, it's nice not to check that 3, I suppose.
So new training method, right? It's not like what it's for, but it is importantly a high block while you have that quirk expertise.
True.
So for sure that you can commit a foundation and then have the block for it.
Right.
But we've got other cards in our hand that can fulfill that role right now.
And once again, Andrew saying, hey, you know what? Taking 12 is not the end of my world. This is exactly how we started off last game.
Crazy.
So we did gain 2 off of our regen, but my goodness, it's really hard to make that play now. I think Andrew did not end up ending his last turn with a high block.
I think the reason that I think the main reason why if we do have a high block, the reason we didn't block it though is because we did commit 3 foundations here and allowing a calorie counter to come in for free.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, we took every calorie counter last game, right? Like that was like that was our pure nemesis. And so we might have been playing around that because if you're only going to block 1 12 damage move, it might as well be the one that doesn't flip your best foundation.
Absolutely.
Because we need that You're So Obvious.
Yeah, we need that You're So Obvious. And I think we're really trying to save it as much as possible for the Zero Gravity Rush. Might be the reason that we're not playing it actively because, we see the You're So Obvious down. So we're just going to create other threats. And, maybe Andrew at some point says, you know what, I would rather just I would rather use that on a Titan Cliff and only take 6 off of it than having to worry about just eating another, 12 or what have you. So we committed Overhaul? Oh, we're petty squabbling.
Oh, that does have Earth.
Yeah.
We're going to see the Zero Gravity Rush, at least one of them get discarded because
yeah.
we're not playing it this turn and it would get countered anyways.
Right.
So very interesting stuff there, possibly fishing for that high block because we used Quirk Expertise to make this hardened jab into a high attack.
That's very smart, right? Like
And,
we saw the first one deal damage, and I don't think we drew the high, right?
Yeah, when it comes to Nomu, people pretty much block. They block whatever they can completely block.
Goodness. Does Andrew have a high face down in his stage?
I haven't
feel like it's
seen
no.
one. There's a frenzy.
Yes, there's one high block, yeah. And I think you probably put it out here, right?
I think you have.
We're going to take partial.
We want to commit it first, which we check the 6.
Yeah. So, wow, we're already down to 11 as Andrew, and Nomu's sitting at 30 life. This is a really rough position to be in. And, yeah, I mean, Dakota just going to continue on building, continue on stabilizing. I mean,
Dakota's like, I got haymakers. I don't care if they're in the back alley. Everything is a haymaker in this deck. You cannot afford to be partialing this much.
yeah.
I mean,
and if Andrew was, unhappy about how Game 1 went, Game 2 is going a million times worse so far.
yeah, I felt like I said, I felt like Andrew had a really good chance to close things out and win that game 1, and just kind of came up short resource-wise, came up short with, the draw sequencing, just a little clunky on what order we got to do things in, and now we're seeing how clunky our draws with Petty Squabble is. I mean, we had to commit the overhaul, so we couldn't even block from our stage, right?
Right,
we made that choice first. We decided
So we
Petty
decided
Squabble.
that the acceleration kick on our stage was more valuable than a guaranteed block.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, to be fair, you're taking away one of your resources. You're also taking away one of your later dunks. So I can understand the decision-making process there. It was just really unfortunate that our squabble ended up with 2 more mid blocks. Yeah, it's like how many non-high blocks can you reasonably find? And Andrew found all of them there. That was very unfortunate.
Right. Yeah, so we do have overhaul down to 12, or no, down to 11.
Yeah.
Overhaul's down to 11
and
at this
he
point.
only has murder in hand. But
I mean, now is the time, right? You're not going to get too many other opportunities.
it's the time, but you're against Nomu, who can take 5 attacks to the head with a... Well, he can take 4 attacks to the head with a straight face.
Yeah, well, after this male bonding, Nomu's also going to be able to draw 2 cards with the Zero Gravity Rush. So next turn, Nomu will have a pretty potent backswing if you don't force this Zero Gravity Rush out. So I have to... Oh, he's got... Both players have, only orange in their hands. So.
Yes, we're dealing with a pretty aggressive board from everybody. Andrew, coincidentally, also having tight-lipped, so if he actually needs to audible in a couple more face downs to get the max value off of his maximum overhauls, he's got that option, which is pretty cool.
Right.
The issue for Andrew right now, if he wants to go wide, the ideal state of that is kick, acceleration kick from the stage, clear out everything, and then maximum overhaul. But he drew his jab instead of another kick. So when he's trying to make this really large card pool or be able to string several, a bunch of big attacks, the jab is kind of a missed draw for him. He would much rather that be pretty much any other card that's got a kick. Now, that is not a missed draw. That is a huge, we're talking about Nomu, where it's like, hey, you have to play 5 attacks to get me from 30 to 0. We don't have much of a stage as Nomu. We've only got 5 or so. So how many are we reasonably blocking? Once we start reasonably blocking stuff, how much is that committing us out? I think Andrew has a really good chance to clinch it out here. This looks like a dead Dakota.
It's incredibly possible.
Yeah.
If we can get the maximum value out of this acceleration kick, I think we have it.
Yeah.
The issue is going to be if we check poorly 2 times in a row. I don't think we're going to have the resources, which is basically what happened in game 1.
True.
So if we can't get the maximum value out of acceleration kick, then we're going to be dead in the water with a bunch of mid blocks in our hand again.
Right.
And we're going to have to get rid of our hand to block with the best attacks in our stage again.
But we're already at 11. It's just felt like this entire game for Andrew has been just take things to the face haphazardly because it's what you're forced to do. He's really drawing the worst of it.
He's blocking way less than I thought he would. I thought overhaul would just be like, well, I can tutor the right block zone. I've got all this earth card draw.
Right.
I'm going to find what I need and reset what I can. And
I think we're used to seeing life overhauls that are playing 4x release and things like that. So
yeah. Well, the other thing is you get on the life version, you get the really cute play, the kick flip play, as we like to call it on fun stuff, where you flip new training method to add a foundation to your hand, and then you play new training method, ignoring progressive on the next card. So you basically got a free card out of new training method.
That's pretty nice.
And you can do the same thing with passing the torch on your turn, where you play an attack, and then you just get a free card to replace it from your foundations. And Earth Overhaul doesn't really get that play too often. He gets the new training method, but he doesn't get the passing the torch, and he doesn't get it from other attacks.
Okay, so we built down the maximum overhaul from our hand, it looks like, and we're gonna go ahead and say, is Frenzy the one? Is that the best one here? It looks like, yeah, we're reevaluating.
Do we have multiple acceleration kicks?
We do. One's in the stage and one's in the card pool. I think
so we can do another kick, then the acceleration from the stage, clear the card pool, then we can play the maximum overhaul to pick up the maximum overhaul, and we've got jab to put somewhere in the middle in case we check poorly around that time.
Right.
I think he's got it.
You think he's got it? Yeah, I think he's gonna check well. I think this is. I mean, he doesn't check that well. He's clearing his card pool. He's building while he's attacking. He still has a jab. So like,
but we're still trying to play 6 attacks.
We can do it. We can. This is so before our 6 attacks. Our 6 attacks didn't clear the card pool. This is why Prominence Burn is a good card. This is why anything that says, "Hey, take a card out of
Which
right,
Prominence
right.
Burn?
I'm talking about the 6 diff, right? But like this is why clearing your card pool. Clearing your card pool is effectively +1 to your checks for the rest of the turn.
For the whole turn.
Those cards historically in this game have all been insanely powerful. Many of them have been errated or banned at certain points during the game.
The 3 difficulty ones are nuts.
Yeah, all
Rapid Proto Buster. Shoutouts to the card that got me into this game.
Yeah. So any card that can say +1 to your checks for the rest of the turn, like Troy Identity got errated. I don't know if Troy Identity got errated or if it was Hellfire at that time, but. Regardless,
it certainly did not get touched.
Anything that gets you the ability to go wider throughout the turn, that is what Andrew was missing last game. He found it this game, and so I think that unless Dakota can pull off some pretty sick blocking to these really fast attacks, he's going to have a really hard time getting through this turn.
Well, and we harken back to Nicholas Reagan, who's your winner's finalist, right? He's playing the acceleration kick. It is he said it's +2 to my check. That was his words. He said, I'm playing it because it's +2 to my checks for the rest of the turn. And, that means he's always trying to play it pretty much on a 7, right? And +2 to your checks is exactly what made True Identity so nefarious, because every deck that played True Identity played a way to use it again. They played a way to destroy it, rebuild it, ready it. However you could do it again, you did it again. And so having access to 2 of these, having access to never being on progressive, and having all your other foundations build you one. So basically all the jabs and all the maximum overhauls are -1 difficulty because they build you a resource.
Right.
And then the acceleration kicks are basically + to your checks because we're removing our card pool. And so the only thing we're missing is cards that don't count towards progressive in the card pool themselves.
Yeah. Which, I mean, removing the cards out of the card pool is sort of making them not count towards progressive in a funny way. It looks like right now we're determining if we want to go ahead and use the EX, and we do. So we're valuing getting these attacks to land. We've already got 2 insanely fast attacks in our hand, and if this and both maximum overhauls hit, that's it.
That's it.
And if they get blocked, hardened jab seals the deal.
Right. And maximum overhaul is like 7 speed low. This is now 8 speed low.
Yeah.
So these are not trivial. And also, if we really had to, You're So Obvious can put +2 speed on a jab.
Right. I'm wondering right now if it's. I guess we don't have to worry about it yet. We do want to be able to get, I think, to 6 face down foundations just to keep the speed up so that we can we can fully resolve maximum overhaul twice. So
tight lip plus
tight
overhaul
lip option.
Very easily get us there, I'd have to imagine.
Exactly.
So it looks like we're gonna take the 6 here, go down to 12 is Nomu. Here comes that maximum overhaul.
Right. A pseudo pseudo 4 diff, right? Because it is, or a pseudo 5 difficulty with the progressive, because it is building a card in straight out. So I mean, every single attack that overhaul has left is constantly refueling our hand. And now that I believe Nomu's down to 12, we only need to have these 2 maximum overhauls hit, and we are clearing them out pretty nicely.
Yeah, I have to imagine Dakota's going to be able to put a block on one of these attacks.
Yeah.
But there's 3 attacks coming and only 2 have to hit. So 1 out of 3 is not good enough.
No.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Right.
But 1 out of 3 is not good enough.
For sure. And so yeah, it's like Dakota is trying to determine, is this the one I block, or do I block something else later? And this is the second fastest attack that he plays.
I would. Me personally, I am waiting till it's lethal in this moment.
Yeah, I think
Right,
so.
because I think I know I get the access to the deck list. I know all the zones. So unless I know that my zones are like decrepit and I have to half block this,
Right.
Because 2 half blocks equal a whole block, right? That's how math works.
Sure.
But
Sure.
unless I know I have to half block twice, I think I'm waiting till it's lethal.
Two half blocks equal a whole block unless it's a odd damage attack.
Unless they're throws. And then it doesn't matter.
Right, exactly. No, 2 half blocks never equal a whole block. What are we talking about here? Sam, you're screwing me up. I can't believe what you do this to me. We're on match 1, dude. This is what me and Barrett sounded like at the end of last day. You need to stop. All right, so we went ahead. Oh my goodness, that's it.
Yeah, we have 1
Completely
Nomu.
out.
We're at 12 and we have 1 Nomu activation. So
Yeah.
that's basically like being at 6.
Right. And here comes the jab, so we get another build in. Super convenient, and I mean, we always can just windmill slam across the top. Like, is this lethal right now? No, this is not.
No,
lethal.
Nomu's at 12 still because we fully blocked.
Yeah.
But we're doing it this way because this is the lower risk option and
Yeah.
gets us the resource. I guess maximum overall still gets the resource, but this is the lower difficulty first.
This is also the slowest attack. Like, if we've got we don't have it. We don't have a block.
If we had a
this.
+1 mid,
We got a
could've
plus.
blocked
We
it.
have +3, huh?
Ooh.
Yeah, the worst possible block options. But I think what that is going to mean.
Okay, hold
that's such a good play. You're so obvious. Excellent.
Yeah, remember we were talking about
Yeah.
obvious gives the
Plus 2
2 speed to the jab, which I was gonna say we might want to do that because if we blocked with a +6, we could potentially check an ultra regen and commit Nomu.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden that maximum overhaul is not lethal in our hand.
Right.
So the destroyed, return it to its printed damage. If it's a punch, it gets +2 speed is the mode that we're choosing, which makes this nigh unblockable.
Right, absolutely. And it looks like we went ahead and tight-lipped it, or we flipped a foundation for something. I don't know if it was tight-lipped or not, but that's because we want to try to get the maximum value out of maximum overhaul after this.
I think we need to flip a tight lip. Oh, no, we have other attacks. Okay.
Yep, yeah.
I was going to say, if we're trying to play a maximum overhaul after this, the risk of checking a 3 and committing out was a little too high for me. But because
if you can commit out and win, that's fine.
Well, because if this puts him at 5. Okay, he didn't do the Nomu response. Because if the maximum overhaul gets reduced down to 6, okay, we're gonna take this.
Yeah,
So
that was it.
we had a plethora of options.
Andrew found his line that game that was eluding him during that big wombo turn that he had
Right.
access to. It's just not having that card pool clear, not having having a bunch of attacks that were a little bit too slow, not having enough kicks on board. The game 1 really stymied him, but he's come back and now he's got to feel really good. I mean, to be fair, Dakota does get to go first,
Right.
So there is that. It looks like we're going to go ahead and take our player's going to take a quick step
breather.
away. Non-timed rounds, if it's time to just step away a little bit, especially because these games can go pretty long. Nice to have.
So stressful.
Yeah.
It's absolutely so stressful. You're now in the elimination bracket, right?
Right.
This is now like your last lifeline. If you lose one more time, it's over.
And both players are, they're both hanging on by the barest thread. It's definitely time just to take a second, reset, get ready for the next one. Again, like the fury of Nomu is coming very hard and fast at this stage, and so we'll see who gets the new training methods this time. It's interesting, double new training method. I thought it was gonna be like. That's what Overhaul wants, but Nomu got it, and look what kind of good that did Dakota. So
yeah, that's the opening that you're looking for,
Yeah.
right? You're looking for that guaranteed 5 build. Didn't work out for Dakota there, but still a very close game.
Absolutely.
And I mean, really, how are you ever going to stop Overhaul with 2 acceleration kicks, right?
Yeah, that's why he didn't block with it. That's why he
Right.
kept it in his
Diamond hand
because he
to the
if
moon.
he's gonna win the game, he's gonna win it on the most nutty turn that you can possibly generate with my full card pool cleared out and easy progressive so that I can go win. That was such a heads up play. He took a full
Yes.
tight clip to the face. He petty squabbled and he said, "You know what? I'll take 10 and I'll take 12 in game 2."
Hey, as long as I got at least 1 health, I'm good to go, right?
Yeah, that is the sort of play that he's making there is the reason that he is here today. Is because he's making those incredibly difficult plays. I'll be honest with you. I would have probably tried to block that. But
I'm blocking everything. I'm blocking everything I can because I'm afraid.
But then your backswing doesn't work.
Correct.
And
Absolutely.
That's really what it came down to there was Andrew found, hey, I'm having a hard game this game, but I am finding the lines this game.
He knew that having the acceleration kick that ignores progressive is why we're playing kicks.
Right.
It's why we built the attack lineup this way. And again, like, I just can't stress it enough. This is the same thing that we saw dominate the winners bracket. It is an attack lineup package that I've known multiple players to every set. Every single set that comes
come back
out.
to it at some point.
Every single set that comes out, especially the Earth symbol, but all three symbols, somebody is trying to play acceleration kick.
Absolutely.
Because we know how powerful that is. We know that we dominated early by clearing that card pool. We knew that Denki 1 was super powerful and won a provisional because he clears that card pool, right? So having that massive swing that you can put in any deck, it's not based on the character now. That was huge. The only thing it was really missing, I truly feel, for the longest time was one or two additional like pieces in the main board. Like the knee smash I think is huge, but it really needed the character, which is the overhaul is super potent. It needed the endeavor to give it like the simultaneous stats.
Absolutely.
And because before, we would see a lot of like, well, they all get +2 speed.
Right, like Eraserhead is giving him +2 speed. And Kevin Broberg, day one of the HLC, that last year's HLC where he won, he went with a Void Kicks Eraser playing Dry Eyes, which was, I think, the main thing that deck was missing at that time. So, there have been different pieces that have sort of come in to sort of enhance this crazy attack package, and I think what we're really seeing is, it's the culmination that the package is going away. I'm pretty sure Reciprocal Acceleration Kick is set 1. So at that stage, this is its last hurrah, and it is showing up harder than it ever has before.
And you know what I've been missing this whole weekend, Keenan? The thing that I'm sure players have been playing it. It's been on deck list, but I haven't seen it on stream, but would be really potent here is just a nullify. A nullify, a hand trap, something that can bait your opponent into playing. We saw it with repeated, right? Where it's like you play it on late in the string as a 5 diff because you're going to get those massive gains later.
Right.
So if you can get an overhaul to like waste their once per turn and cancel this ability, from the hand, like that would be absolutely massive.
Yeah.
Instead, what we've seen players are just trying to sort of win this race.
Right.
And we've seen a couple of like cheerleader style decks, like Ryan Levine with Jiro has a bunch of cheerleaders available, right?
Yeah, we had Bailey was playing Toru as well, which I believe he's probably rocking cheerleaders pretty hard in that deck.
Right. So, we have seen like certain answers to it, but none of the hand traps, trap answers. And this whole tournament, we've seen really tight-knit, really strong wall breaks.
Yes.
But we haven't seen the hand traps. The barrier shields, I don't think have survived super long.
That's wild to me.
Right.
There's been overhauls who are almost definitely playing barrier shields. I don't know how many evil overhauls are still left. I know we've actually got a Void Eraser who's been making his way through. I don't know.
My best guess is William Anderson III was playing evil overhaul before, so that would be like a very potent barrier shield deck. Edge Shot had it, but I don't think Edge Shot is still in the tournament at this point.
I don't think Edge Shot's still in the tournament. And there is a match going on, or at least it was going on, and I'm not sure if it's finished or not, between Grant and Corey. And that's evil overhaul, probably playing barrier shield against Void Eraser. Probably playing barrier shield.
Yeah. So I'm really excited to see if those make it through because I haven't watched it. I'm not saying they're not here.
Yeah.
But those are the kinds of things that you need to beat these massive acceleration kicks. The 10 damage acceleration kicks can be countered by that barrier shield because you get that breaker to kind of put back the 2 difficulty, right? And it looks like we're getting word that Corey won. So
that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, so Void Eraser's still in it, kind of laying low off the stream, but that deck has been incredibly powerful ever since set 5 and set 6 have dropped.
Ever since set 1, like you said, first ever provisional, Kevin Broberg. we've
Well, he was playing Kirishima 1 in
he's playing Kirishima 1.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well,
which we don't have to talk about how good Kirishima 1 was, right?
I don't ever want to think about Kirishima 1's dominance in that tournament ever again. But yeah.
Are you excited for Kuwabara coming out in Dark Tournament then?
I'm a little excited for Kuwabara. I also played old Kuwabara a lot, so
yeah, I know you did.
Yeah, I'm big on sword and talking crazy on
spirits
the top.
and swords and longers and
Urameshi. Yeah, for sure, 100%. But yeah, so Andrew over here with the Dream build.
Finally, Dakota gets to go first,
Right.
And has the new training build, but only gets 3 foundations out, and Andrew Duvall gets a solid 5 build. It looks like so.
Yeah. And God, this is so interesting. So Stretching Slam is the one that gives your next 6 diff -2 difficulty. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I was gonna say, it seems like he has an opportunity to sort of do a 1-2 punch here with this move and one more move. It's really hard to attack into Overhaul at this stage because Andrew's built this stage that says, hey, I can aggress pretty hard and get Nomu down to half health next turn if I draw the right cards. So.
Yeah, and it looks like we do see a red guard coming out, meaning we don't have to pick the right zone anymore. We have that Omni block with that Breaker 1 option. Another card that when it first came out, I was like, wow, these symbols are all pretty good. The Earth symbol being the best on it at the time, and really expecting that to become like a mainstay of the sideboards of these Earth decks. And so here at the HLC, you got to be prepared for anything. What better than an Omni block with Breaker on it?
Oh, and that Breaker is actually huge because if we check a 3 here, we are
is he
putting
going for it?
way back.
Oh,
Wow.
no.
Do we consider failing this?
You
is
got to
the
commit
big
out for
question.
it.
You have to.
It's not going to draw 2 cards.
Nope.
And it's not going to get any damage pump, so why would you pass this?
Well, so we have 2 foundations and we only have a 3 build. Do we really want to get...
The only reason you would pass this is so you can build foundations that are still in your hand, but we only have 1 in our hand?
We have 2.
You have 2?
We got Quirk Expertise and Snack Time. Still... Those are failable foundations in our hand. Yeah. This is really dicey.
Dakota was really swinging for the fences there.
Yeah.
Really believing in his own hype. And
really, that was just, if that was a 3, if there was no breaker, we would have committed for it.
Right,
But because there was a breaker and Nomu was on the line, we did not feel comfortable. And we're gonna see,
Oh, this is big. The flip on this is big.
Are we flipping male bonding, right?
Yeah, we're flipping the male bonding, keeping him choked.
Keep Dakota in the cage.
Exactly.
Right?
I was gonna mention it's not all bad because we have another gravity rush and the male bonding gets us really close. But
Yeah.
now we don't have the male bonding bonus face down. So
Right.
big heads up play from Andrew Duvall here, taking away that resource.
Andrew Duvall is charging into the lead in this match right now. I mean,
He's got to feel great after that breaker paid off in spades.
that was one of the most clutch breaker ones I've ever seen. Genuinely.
True. Yeah, that was. And I mean, Dakota was swinging for the fence, took a huge risk, and it didn't pay off. But you got to imagine if that attack, if he was able to commit 2 for that, right, and keep Nomu up, that would have been 10 of the freest damage you've ever seen.
Right, absolutely. And the thing is, because he couldn't keep Nomu up, the attack was only 4 speed. Overhaul could potentially block
4
that.
high 4. A 6 diff 4 high 4 is not it.
Not worth.
Yeah, that is.
It draws you 0 cards? Oh no,
draws
not
you
playing that
0.
card.
Yeah, that's rough.
That card is considered unplayable in most circles.
Right. A 6 diff 4 high 4 draw 2 is like maybe almost playable, but if it doesn't draw, then what are we
if it doesn't
doing
draw,
here?
why are we even here? Yeah.
Yeah.
And so,
Speaking of drawing, Andrew Duvall going to get to discard and draw, cycle through the deck faster, build one with Overhaul, going to get some damage in here, but it's going to be really curious to see how deep we want to go on this turn, if we even can, because while Nomu does seem quote-unquote wide open, the only thing that's worse than not doing any damage this turn would be committing too many resources and allowing Dakota to slip back in, because 3 foundations is enough for Nomu to do 30 damage.
Oh, you think?
With the difficulty reductions that we have available and the fact that things are swinging for 12? Yeah, I think so.
I kind of think
it takes 3 attacks, Keenan.
It does take 3 attacks, but like your opponent has to literally just take their shields completely down, and I think
you'd have to block nothing. Right?
Yeah, for sure. And also not having the more powers in stage. That is really a linchpin of Dakota's deck. If he can't find that, his strings become a little bit sus.
Yeah, and we saw, even with the difficulty reduction from the stretch slam, right? It wasn't enough.
Right.
Through that breaker.
Andrew's sitting on 10 foundations right now, and Dakota is still attacking him. That is wild to me.
Yeah, so interesting here. We haven't seen Dakota use the new training method to pick up a foundation yet.
Right.
I think Snack Time's a great one.
I think Snack Time's a pretty good one.
Snack
Discarding cards out of your hand, though, like when you're so resource negative, it's really good in a
Well,
later turn, but
Andrew Duvall is at 10 foundations already.
yeah,
So
that's
the
true.
deadlock.
That's true. The deadlock is powerful.
The deadlock is one of the only ways you're going to get back into this game, and we need face downs for our zero gravity rush.
I'm really surprised we're trying to hold on to our zero gravity rushes so bad right here. I think that I would probably
pitch both.
I
of
would be
them.
pitching both of them, trying to get as many foundations as possible to build a stage so that I could foreseeably, combat. Because we know that at least one of the attacks that he's playing is going to get zero, like the speed is going to get dropped to 1. So
yeah, and I would want like a better block mod.
right, true.
I believe they're the +3 mids that kind of doomed us last time. Okay, we picked up a +1 high with our new training, so
which is not bad. But what
being
are we
patient,
blocking with that?
Being patient paid off when we already had another snack time. So
yeah, that's fair.
Picking up the snack time with the new training, not exactly the play when you've got the information that Dakota has, but I'm glad to see it happen because one of my biggest pet peeves is when you've got that new training method down
and
people just never use it.
Man.
Yeah,
There's a couple of abilities in this game where I will always be like, wait, I missed what? And new training method is definitely one of them.
I have verified this on stream. I have video evidence that my new training methods are cursed.
Okay.
Because 9 out of 10 times if I build one, I will not check a foundation for the rest of the game.
Neat.
Literally, I will check assets. I will check actions.
So
I
you
will
got to
check
take those
attacks.
out of your deck.
Yes, I am not allowed to play them. I will genuinely
That's
get
so
killed.
funny.
I will genuinely get killed before I get to use the response to pick up a foundation.
My goodness.
Actually, the game will end.
That's a wild time.
Yeah, it's very sad because
That is very sad.
I still love the aggressive early build with it, so I still want to play it. But man, am I never gonna flip that card?
Yeah, for sure. That's that card is definitely one of those like you realize you start to learn some of the habits of like really high player skill when you start to use that card most effectively.
Right.
Because it is one of those abilities you're just like I'm constantly checking and I'm not thinking about anything else on the card with that little blue number down in the corner there.
It's also the deck building. I'm not a great deck builder, right? And so I'm putting too many actions and assets.
Fine deck builder, Sam. What are you talking about?
I don't build my own decks.
Oh well, do that more. That's the fun. That's the fun stuff. You just build a bunch of bad stuff and then you lose a bunch and then you learn how to win.
Unfun stuff is where I get my decks. So I got a team behind me.
You got a whole plug to give too.
Yeah.
Huh? Okay, fair enough.
I'm just saying, I want to give credit to the people who helped me. Like
for sure.
I've made quite a few top cuts, and it's never been based on me singularly on my own. It's always the help that I get from people in the community and the people I surround myself with, and that's what makes Universes the best card game. Is that we have the best community.
I can't disagree with you there.
Right.
I want to, but I can't. No. Yeah, no. Our community support. I mean, we talked about it earlier with Jacob Johnson. In Jacob Johnson's match, Barrett had called quick response card that Jacob was playing a friendship card.
Right.
And, you see all of these different teams coming together. We see Andrew's representing his PPG shirt.
Yeah.
Like everybody.
Andrew Holder with Young getting him to play the apathetic.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
So that was something where, like, I think in other card games, if you went up and asked someone who previously won a tournament with a card, like, they would be like, "No, I have friends in this tournament. I'm not going to help you." I've seen that. I've seen that with my own eyes. And it's a big reason why I don't play other card games. Now, granted, when I first started playing Universes, I asked Garrett Brett why he had a Takuma Foundation in his deck, and he just told me to read the card.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that was kind of funny, but I learned that
Garrett is
that's his sense of humor.
He's a snarky guy.
Yeah.
That's why we love him. And because he's way too good at this game for anybody else's own good.
Yeah. But since then, right, the access that I've had to a player like Garrett is unparalleled, right?
For sure.
You can't. The fact that I was able as a brand new player to go up to the world champion who just got back from Gen Con and ask him about his deck, that's insane.
Yeah, no,
right?
that's totally fair. Yeah.
Almost as insane as this maximum overhaul we see coming down.
Well, this is attack number 3 right now. Like Andrew sees weakness right now from Dakota. Dakota has such a hard time clapping back. Andrew's not like paying anything into playing this card either. So we have net completely neutraled on our difficulty curve this turn.
Right.
We can build out with a straight face after this hits, or we can continue to threaten damage if Dakota decides to commit out for it. And Dakota has to really consider blocking this move because, you might want to just see if you can get Andrew to start to commit out to play some more to weaken Andrew's board state so that Dakota can actually have some time to clap back. So this is a really interesting footsie here. The big decision on Dakota, and we saw him use the quirk expertise to make it a high is because he wants to block with his
it can't be fixed.
It can't be fixed. Thank you. So this is a huge decision, but he also has to check I think he
Ooh,
has
we
to
might
check
get
a 5.
Do we get the double with cheese?
What's the double with cheese?
When
Help
you
me
build
out
a
here.
new training method, and then you get to build something
Oh,
else.
that's very
You get to fast build a
cool.
new training method, and then you fast build something else.
And he's fast building the apathetic, which again you call it. That is Young's friendship called card with Andrew Holder in his deck, and in this deck. I mean, apathetic is one of the best cards I think ever printed in the game.
Oh,
what
big
a
6-check.
Wow.
That's massive.
Andrew's got to be pretty unhappy about that. But that was massive for Dakota for sure.
Keeping two Nomu responses up is a big deal here because it's going to limit the percentage of moves that Andrew Duvall has to play to defeat Nomu, right? Because that math on Nomu is 7 attacks, unblocked for 6 damage, right? And then you've got a little bit of wiggle room for some partials. Jacob Masur would be a lot better at this math than I am,
It's
right?
6 attacks, right?
Is it? Yeah, 636. I apologize. Yeah. Well, it's the 007 meme, so you assume you're gonna block one.
You
assume that you block one.
You block
right?
one. Yeah, absolutely.
So the 7 attacks minimum to kill, right? You can mess with that math really good by blocking. Like, there's nothing scarier in this game, in my opinion, than when a Nomu starts blocking attacks.
Yeah, no, that's when the Nomu knows that they're in the driver's seat, because really that response is, it starts off as a way to deal with turn 2, and eventually it becomes like, if you're having to use that response over and over and over again, you are just like spinning your arms hoping to God that your opponent can't execute on the finish, right?
And you talked about being able to clap back. The best way to do that is to make your opponent frustrated enough that they have to overextend. And if they if they have to extend, right, the better part of footsies is not committing resources, not using resources. And we saw Andrew Duvall did such a good job of that on those first 3 attacks.
Yes.
Once that block came down, he was like, well, I haven't really offered anything yet. Like, if I keep attacking, things can only get worse, and I'm not going to win, so why would I do that?
Yeah, and just kind of going back to something that we talked about a little bit earlier, the speed reduction in this deck is actually come online. These 2 copies of Resourceful, a card that I kind of forgot about. Genuinely. It's just commit for -2 speed, and if it's a weapon, -1 additional damage. But that is so massive. Andrew plays 2 of them, and they are currently sitting in his stage.
Yeah, it's so previously all of the low difficulty and most of the speed hate on Earth has been flip cost.
Right.
It's not reusable. It's a destroy. It's a flip. It's a remove. And this is, while it's strictly not as strong as the I'll protect you or
cooperation offer, right?
Yeah, while it's not strictly as strong as those for the one-time use, the long-term benefits of it just being the commit cost is going to make this better suited for this overhaul style lineup. I'm going to try to get an update on the health totals here because I don't believe Nomu is still at 35.
No, Nomu's taken quite a bit of damage so far.
Yeah, but they've got the health marker just off screen, unfortunately, so we are going to get that updated for you guys, but this is a closer match than it looks because we've got 2 momentum on Overhaul's side here, so we got a little bit of damage coming through, and we've sped through that first attack. That stretch slam enhanced step was really fast, and now we're into a Titan Cliff on a 5. We've only got 2 committed foundations. We're going to get to build another one, cycle through, filter some more cards, really see what we want. This Titan Cliff speeds up this Nomu deck so much.
Absolutely. We've been limited on our build. We've had such a hard time getting into the game, but Titan Cliff saying, hey, I'm going to threaten 12 damage. I'm going to go ahead and throw an Ultra Regen into my stage so I can survive a little bit more later. Additionally,
Ooh, and a jab?
This is really cool. So we are sitting on the secret calorie counter. It's hiding in our little pocket, and we are going to pull it out when Andrew decides to commit the rest of his resources or commit his overhaul enhance to blocking this next attack, right? Because Andrew is in a position where he just wants to be as solid as possible, and do we really expect there to be 4 attacks in the Nomu's hand at this stage? But I think
considering we didn't throw 3 away and draw 3 with the Titan Cliff.
That's true. If you're throwing 3 away, you could also be trying to keep building foundations. I think Andrew.
We also have a 0 gravity rush.
Yeah, well, the zero gravity rush is not getting played. This
No,
turn, right?
I wouldn't. I personally wouldn't because you don't have enough face downs.
Yep.
But what's really important here for Dakota is we have to survive one more turn.
Mm-hmm.
That's the hard part. Is we've committed out half of our resources. We do have an ultra regen, which is big because
Yes.
right now at 18 health, right, we're doing that 6 damage
Yep,
math.
we have to do that 3 times, but with the ultra regen, you add one more time on that, and suddenly, it changes the game a little
and then
bit
you
for
add,
Andrew.
and then you add one complete block to it that adds another to the counter. So it's a very, very cool way to change the math. But that breaker,
Once again, Breaker 1 coming in so clutch here.
Do you
Before,
play the calorie
We needed
counter?
a 6 before. Now we need a 7.
Did you
we
play the
co-
calorie counter?
We commit out all of our foundation against a brute strength, against an overhaul response. Can you do that
You
with a straight
can't.
face? We
You
did it last.
can't.
We did it last time we got punished.
You can't.
So the question becomes:
It's
are
not
we gonna
worth it.
do it again and get absolutely
It's not worth it.
rewarded?
It's not worth it. There's no reward. What's your reward? One momentum?
But what happens if you don't play it? Your opponent just sits there. At
It's a
27
+2
and
low block for
burns
maximum
you.
overall.
Yeah, you can't pass a maximum overhaul on this stage. Nope, we're going. We gotta check the 6, damn. We had to go for it, my guy.
No.
My guy.
I mean, okay.
It can't
okay,
happen
no, hold
twice.
on.
It can't
Hold on,
happen
hold on,
twice.
hold on, hold on.
No,
If
no,
we-
no, 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 no.
if we-
Damn, last time, I remember Nationals, okay? This is my opportunity. Look, those are the plays you have to make, to use your own verbiage against you, and I'm sorry that I'm doing this, but I am
What's
so
the
passionate.
payoff, Keenan?
The payoff
You
is-
commit one foundation because you checked the 6 and you get
overhauls entire
you get one
stage
momentum.
sideways. You gotta go for it, my
You get
guy.
one momentum and then he gets a
15
turn.
life, dude. 15 life from 27 to 15. That's so much less work you have to do in the future. Nah, that was that. I'm sure Dakota saw that and he was just like,
I
oh,
I hope Dakota lives by one foundation though.
that'd be fun.
And I can
That'd be-
turn the tables on
That'd
you.
be totally funny. Yeah, no, I would enjoy.
Oh,
that.
it's not going to happen though because we got the seizing the advantage.
Yeah.
It's going to come in, kill that snack time, so we can go into deadlock, not willy nilly, but it'll feel better.
And we still have the apathetic down, so if we decide
Yeah.
later, you know what, I don't want to deal with this mail bonding anyway, we can always flip it over too.
The quick response would be a big deal for going into deadlock, but I gotta feel like if Andrew Duvall has gas, he can definitely press the issue and easily clear this out because we talked about the math on dealing like the 4 attacks. Everything's pretty fast, right?
Yep.
If except maybe like the hardened jabs. And so depending on what he has access to, playing 4, 5, 6 attacks is not difficult for this overhaul deck.
For sure. And the thing is, you don't know what he's got access to because he's been stashing so many things away in his stage. So his default state can have such a wider range than just the 6 cards in his hand. And additionally, if any of the cards in his stage are a muscle mauler, that just means you've got access to even more attacks.
Right.
It just starts to compound itself, which is a really cool situation with this deck. Speaking of which, here comes the muscle mauler. We only have to play it on a 6 because we've got higher health total than Nomu.
Right.
So yeah, this is looking pretty. I mean, it's the game has not gone Dakota's way in any facet or imagination.
No, finally got to go first, and it seemed like a curse.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe going first is the worst way to play the game, right? maybe should and next time.
Yeah,
we roll
so
off,
everyone
next
out
time
there-
we roll off you win the dice roll.
No, everyone out there watching, just let your opponent go first, especially if you're playing me.
Yeah. Especially, yeah, definitely.
You heard it from me and Keenan, the 2 guys you can trust the most. Choose to go second
We're
in
your
all your
friends, and we just, if you're going second, you are making the clutch play that is making Andrew Duvall take this match all the way to the end and have success here right now.
It's very funny. In most of the webcam events I've played, I almost always play against a Mei Hatsume.
Yeah.
And every Mei Hatsume chooses to go second.
That's insane. I don't think Ben Lambright chooses to go second.
I've never lost a game to a Mei Hatsume except Ben Lambright.
I would always go first.
Yeah. He might be the one exception because he's the only Mei Hatsume who's ever taken a game off me, but
Yeah.
it was not in a webcam event. It was in an in-person event.
Oh, neat.
Mei Hatsume's in person choose to go first. That's what I was getting at. It's weird. The webcam ones go second, and I played 2 Mei Hatsume's in person. They always go first.
Yeah, because you start to learn, and it's nice to get that asset off, but you get the asset on the turn you're going to attack anyways.
Yeah, like anything
So
you can
it's not that
do.
big a deal.
Anything you can do going second, you can do going first twice.
Yeah, exactly.
So-
you can do going first after you take the first turn anyways. You just get a free 3 or 4 build. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah,
Speaking of 3 or 4 build, we are down to 2-3 responses from Nomu. So we are pretty much at the exact Nomu state of there is this many attacks that you have to pass and resolve at 6 damage.
right, and I think right now you're just feeling like you are at the mercy of Andrew's hand. I would imagine in Dakota's position.
Now,
You probably feel pretty helpless here, but we do know that there aren't any more attack cards in Andrew's hand right now.
the upside, right? The upside is we played a punch and then acceleration kick. So we're not getting the full value out of the acceleration kick.
Right.
This is not how you would expect an overhaul to play this. And
There was no passing
big.
that. Yeah. So
It's big that we lost our calorie counter there because that's one of the best Nomu attacks. If Gravity Rush can carry the deck, calorie counter is the backup for that attack.
oh, that's
And he's
it.
gonna
Oh my goodness. So we went
handshake
to 12, we took 6, and then we were going to take 6 again, and there was nothing we could do about that.
Yeah,
Incredible. I actually did not see that that going that way. I think it was just the life counters not quite being up to date was sort of throwing me off there, but
Yeah, it's tough with it. It's tough with it just off screen there, and like these guys were playing pretty quick.
Yeah.
So far, almost every match we've seen, especially earlier today with the Nicholas Reagan match, like every player took so much time to really weigh their options, make sure they weren't making any mistakes, and so we got a little comfortable in that first round in the winner's side, where Nicholas Reagan has his chin in his hands, and we've got Ouyang who's got his head down, and he's like doing all this math. But these two guys played at a blistering pace.
Yes.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Earth versus Earth, but very different decks, very different attack lineups, different staging areas, very cool interactions. Congratulations to Andrew Duvall moving on in our losers bracket.
that's massive.
One step closer to that bracket reset.
Absolutely. Well, we will be we'll be right back either with the game or with the player interview, depending on what we have on deck for the next round. So don't go anywhere. We will see you soon.
We're getting closer.
And we are back at the HLC 2023. I have our winner from our last round, losers quarterfinals, Mr. Andrew Duvall. Andrew, an incredible match. I know we've talked a little bit about it already, but this is a salty run back you were able to crawl back from.
Yeah.
Talk to us a little bit about the first match and how that went, and how did match 2 differ?
Okay, so I played Dakota.
Yeah.
It was my first opponent of day 1 of the HLC, and I'm like, wow, Nomu, I haven't really played against this. I have no clue what's gonna happen. It's a very hard matchup.
Yes.
Because my character is trying to like push a lot of damage, but he like really stops. He's like, you can't kill me that fast. You know what
Right.
I mean? So I wasn't able to really, I have to like string together a lot of attacks. A lot of things have to go well, and I also have to not die. That's a big one because they printed some cards for that Nomu deck that are kind of crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And those attacks are all coming for like 5+ speed.
Yes.
One of the things we noted about your deck list was there was very little speed reduction in the main board. There were those 2 Ochako 1/5 foundations that commit for -2 speed, and that seemed like it was it.
Yeah, and the shock absorption.
And the shock absorptions,
Yeah,
right?
Not much at all. I'm just trying to like have a very ready board going into your turn.
Right.
Not relying on the speed hate, just committing. If I check poorly, I'll fail block here if I have to, and then I get 1 free block off progressive, and I hope that that's enough. Because I didn't want to build my deck to be like too tame.
Right.
I wanted to make sure that I could, just target commit stuff like apathetic, seizing, get rid of your defensive answers, and just be able to push a strong kick turn into a maximum overhaul, so on and so forth.
Yep.
Clear my pool and just attack you like 6-7 times.
And we really saw that in game 2
Yeah,
of this
that's
match. Like game 1, Sam and I had already called it because you had found all the attacks, but the issue was none of them cleared your card pool, and none of them were fast. Somehow it was all jabs. It was like, here's your bunch of your slowest move. Have fun.
I didn't find the acceleration kick, which
Right.
is the big one for me to like I have a big turn.
Yep.
And I was just like games 2 and 3, I saw it, and I'm just like, okay, perfect. Now I can like do my thing.
Yeah, one of the coolest plays of game 2 was you just eating a Titan Cliff when you had a high block in your stage after you petty squabbled and just fully whiffed.
Yeah.
And then it just being like, oh, he kept that. I told Sam I would have blocked that 1,000,000 times out of 1,000,000, but you keeping that was what enabled your next kill turn to be as devastating as it was.
I had to eat that one because I'm like, I think I can kill him next turn, and I don't think he can push too much more past this point.
Yes.
So that's what I did. But yeah, the first game that we played was kind of crazy because I won the die roll on that one as well. I've won the die roll twice, and I lost both game once. And so the first time I had my first hand had 2 4s, had 2 ultra regeneration.
Oh God,
and,
yeah.
like 2 foundations and 2 attacks. So I'm like, not good enough, right?
Right.
Send it back, draw 4 attacks, 2 foundations.
Brutal.
2 foundations, pass, got demolished. 1 game 2, and then game 3 was like stretching slam, middle 6 diff into the
Oh,
rock wall.
God.
I was dead on the first attack.
Why is this 11 speed?
11 speed, make my next one 2 cheaper. Like,
Good
okay,
God, yeah.
Sure. So he just basically killed me in that one. So it was much. The games that I lost were just like, nothing I can do. But this one was like, I actually had a good build turn. Still lost game 1.
Yeah.
Because like I didn't have good enough foundations to like keep up with him. It was
Right.
just like we both draw one, and like that's not really that great in
Yeah.
the matchup. Like, because he's not doing apathetics or anything. So
Right.
there's nothing to protect with it. So then it's just kind of like, okay, I just kind of hope I survive.
Yeah.
And it just didn't work out.
But game 3 was dominating. That was the ultimate expression of Overhaul's insane build potential into what was the most 5 hand size problems we've seen so far out of that Nemu deck. He was on stream yesterday, and there was no game that went that poorly. Like when I think there was a point where you had 10 foundations down to his like 4 or 5.
Yeah, I just knew at a certain point, it's like he can't even string together. Like at this point, I can just like block. I had the reset ready to go. I was probably gonna find another one. I actually missed on a new training method to pick one up. I should have picked another one up because that was the second one. But I was just like, I was already like, okay, I'm just like moving through the motions because I don't see a way for him to come back into this game.
No, absolutely. You
'Cause he's
took
gonna die
him fully
across
out of
the
it
turns.
for
Yeah.
sure.
Like I go poke, kill you.
Yeah,
You know, and
absolutely.
That
yeah.
was it.
Well, so you qualified earlier this weekend during the last chance qualifier. Would you say that you felt more pressure then or more pressure now that
Definitely
you're in
now.
it? Now, yeah.
Yeah, back I was just like, oh, I'll show up. It's in, I live in Miami. I'll come up
Yeah.
to Orlando. I'll play it, see what's up, say hi to some friends. And I was just like, oh, okay, I guess my deck is just nuts,
Yeah.
And then I just like won, and I went like 4-1 or whatever, got top 4. And then I was in day 1. I'm just like, well, now we're here. We might as well go through the motions.
Right. See what happens.
Like, maybe I'll win a game or 2. And then I'm like, lose the first round. I'm like, as to be expected. You
Yep.
know, I'm not a world's competitor. I just showed up.
It turns out you are a world's competitor.
And then I just like rattled off. I think it's been like 5 or 6 straight wins. I don't know how many games I've played at this point.
Yeah.
Because the losers gauntlet, by the way, is much. You have to play way more games.
Right. I think it's like 3 more. There's 3 more matches that you have to play in losers than you have to play in
So
winners.
I think I would like have to play like a 9 to make it to finals. Which is
Yeah.
a crazy number. So
Absolutely.
yeah, it's been crazy, and I'm just like, wow, okay, well now I'm like in it. Now I'm like, okay,
You're
I'm
locked
there.
in. It's
Yeah,
in for the ride.
I'm coming for this.
So why Overhaul? What was your decision process for that?
I mean, I just played. I don't know if you remember, but when I played the Nationals and the year prior, before they neutered him, I played Kirishima 1, and then I played Kirishima 2.
Right. Okay. So you're Kirishima
And I
stand.
always played them on Earth.
Uh-huh.
So I played Earth Kirishima 1, Earth Kirishima 2. It's always been like my deck that I take. It's just I like the way Earth plays.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, this Overhaul character is, he's like Kirishima in the sense of like how he manipulates the stage,
Right.
builds the foundations, he gets advantage on both turns.
Yeah.
He has a little defense, kind of like Kirishima, and then a lot of good offense, right? Pump
Yeah.
my damage.
Oh, for sure.
And I'm like, pump my damage. Pump my speed.
What else could you ask for? Right.
Exactly. So I'll just send it for 6 for 6, 6
Yeah.
for 6,
Dear-
6 for 10.
During that game, it was really cool watching like you draw a hand of 1 attack and everybody realizing that 1 attack means that he actually has access to like 6 attacks because you had like 2 momentum, you had a prehensile tail, you had a muscle mauler option, you're playing from your stage. Like it was all you just amass all of these tools and they're all at your fingertips.
Yeah, I was like, build my maximum overhaul on your turn.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to get back to my turn, draw an attack, be able to pick that one, play that one, pick up the other ones, pick up this with the tail. You know what I mean? Build in a tail with the maximum overhaul.
Yeah, that was massive. Yeah.
Take another attack out of there. So, like, yeah, the deck can all of a sudden just string together. High engine kick, filtering, like, you just, okay, I'm seeing a lot of cards.
Yeah.
And that feels good. As long as you have, like, a few attacks, laid up with his enhance, you're going to be in a good spot come the kill turn.
Absolutely. And we're already seeing reciprocal acceleration kick on the winner side of the bracket. You've seen Nick Reagan's deck just like he got there with this reciprocal acceleration kick. Genuinely a card that we've seen historically do a lot of really good things, but I think it's like at a critical mass point right now. It seems like there's just so many more tools. Is there anything that is that the card that you're going to miss most when rotation happens?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how good the other kicks are. Like, if they print good kicks and then you don't have that one, it definitely diminishes the package, right?
Yep.
It's the most important like part. It's a part of it. Like it's the one that makes it like the one that like draws and gives 2/2 is like it's okay. The high engine kick is okay. The hardened frenzy is okay. They're all okay.
Yeah.
But when you like say okay, they all like did their little part, and now this one comes in, clears them all, and I get to start all over again. And it's just like that's what really breaks the back. Like some decks are just like, yeah. Like, I've played so many matches now where I've just had these like 7-8 attack turns because it's just like play 3 kicks, recipro off of overhauls thing.
Need a 5.
Yeah, exactly. Go back down, play a maximum overhaul, pick up some more attacks, play a few more kicks, play another acceleration, clear it. Like it's just,
There comes a point where you just can't deal with that
yeah,
anymore.
exactly. At some point they're just like, okay, I mean that's just
That's amazing. Well,
yeah.
that was an incredible match. Congratulations, Andrew, on your repeat qualification for the HLC.
Thanks.
And you're winning that last round. We'll look forward to hopefully seeing you on stream here in the future. And
so too.
yeah, good luck in your next matches.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll be right back, hopefully with another round. Orlando, Florida, we are getting ready for our losers semi-final match. My name is Keenan Meadows here with 2022 national champion Barrett Bryant, and we have a return guest to the stream, Andrew Duvall, once again on his Earth overhaul, this time against Corey Aguilar, sorry Corey, on Void Eraserhead, a set 1 character who has dominant performances all throughout the last 2 years of play. Barrett, what are you thinking about for this match?
I think Corey is here to play. That's really where I'm at. I'm a big Eraserhead fan. We've already seen Andrew showcase this deck, so I'm excited to see how he's going to do against a more defensive 7 hand-sized matchup instead of like the Nomu that we just witnessed, right? But the biggest thing I want to note is that Corey Aguilar is one of those players that some of you may know in the community, but first of all, 2 times appearance HLC.
Yes,
he was
2 repeat.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But the biggest thing here is that Corey Aguilar basically shows up to one big tournament every year and then gets his ticket to Worlds. Which is a huge accomplishment, in my opinion. So last year, went to a regional. It won the whole thing. It worked out that if you won a regional, you got enough points where you were going to go to Worlds anyways. And then here we are once again. Shows up at Nationals last year, or this past October, actually. Makes the top cuts, gets his invite, and punches ticket to Worlds once again.
Yes. What a dominant performance. I mean, you got to imagine, like, we have these players who try every single year, go to every single regional, and still can struggle to getting to that Hero League championship. Corey can just waltz in, and he knows his Eraserhead deck like the back of his hand. I think Water Asui was his mainstay for last year, and Eraser has really been just the champion for him this year. But he identifies a 7 hand size character that he knows he can defend with, that he knows he can aggress with, and then he perfects it to a T. And that is just an insane strategy that he has leveraged so effectively time and time again.
Absolutely, and we've seen him even play every different version of this kind of Void list, right? We've played the kicks before, we've played the punches at Nationals, we're still on the punches here, but we have some more set 6 tech, basically. And I'm hoping we do get to see some of those cool cards that we've introduced to the deck, but if not, it's a deck that we're pretty familiar with, and it's basically going to be up to Andrew. Can he answer this defensive titan of this format?
Absolutely, and I think one of the things that Andrew may be hoping for early, something along the lines of Hardened Frenzy, definitely one of the cards that Eraserhead has the hardest time dealing with because he loves to block absolutely everything.
Yeah.
And Hardened Frenzy is the one card where when you're throwing it out as overhaul, you have to think really hard in the Eraserhead's position of, hey, if I block this, am I just giving him like the most crazy super turn later with a maximum overhaul?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're actually doing, in my opinion, a crazy lead here for this kick package. I mean, pseudo-kick package. We know there's some punches in here that don't really work with it, just strong earth cards. But leading with the high acceleration kick is very, very interesting. I think we're just trying to bait out as much of Eraserhead's resources as possible, right?
Yeah.
We want to see, hey, did you hold a low? Hey, or do you have to use this tape early on in the game?
Right, yeah, and we can see Corey, he did what I like to do, especially when I'm going into a matchup that I might not have a whole lot of experience with, but when you're a 7-hander and you get that extra card, you can just hold one of each zone, just to kind of keep your options open, keep yourself flexible and able to respond to all kinds of different threats coming out as the first attack. So it looks like we are going to be able to block this. And, Andrew may be going ahead and getting this Reciprocal Acceleration in the card pool because it's the only attack we drew. We wanted to build off of Overhaul, get some more face downs, have some more flexibility when it comes to both defending and potentially attacking for later. So I don't hate this play play from Andrew. I think this is just one of the awkward ones that you have to do when you don't really have a perfect answer to everything.
Yeah, I think it was still a great play, right? We played it. We built one down with Overhaul as our first enhance. We enhanced Chivalrous for a bonus card and also a bonus card for Corey here. And then we immediately said, Overhaul, I'm going to play my next one from my stage, and we're just going to build back our Chivalrous real fast.
Yeah.
Just build out an Apathetic, which is going to be huge for this matchup, and then also Petty Squabble, which I think is still a pretty good one as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Petty Squabble, especially in this match, Eraser is known for having a pretty strong stage, but a lot of times some of Eraser's best cards are being run in copies of 3 and 4, and so being able to both take away some of Eraser's defensive potential by just, say there's another tape comes out, he activates the tape, okay, well, now we're going to go ahead and commit that other one. That offensive response is really strong.
Absolutely. And on defense, right? You can do it on either player's turn. It helps you lose cards in your hand so that you don't have to discard a card as Overhaul on your opponent's turn when you want to play a card from your stage.
Right.
Eventually, when you play both abilities on Overhaul and you're really trying to go for a kill turn, you can just commit your face, to discard 2 cards to draw 2 new ones, and your opponent has to do the same. But what I'm looking at, too, is we have foundations on Corey's board that are multiple use cards, whether it's Practical Studies if we keep blocking, or things like that Think Fast. The Think Fast is one of those ones you can reuse every time, and Petty Squabble says I can challenge that.
Yep, absolutely. Especially I think Think Fast really shines in late game when you've got a ton of foundations that you don't really care about committing in order to give additional stats. So to your point, if Andrew just wants to say, hey, no more +1/+1 on everything, no more constantly changing all of your zones to something weird, he can do that, which is a really nice option to have.
Absolutely, and we're going here on an offensive play. Andrew built out afterwards, but at the cost of basically committing all the other foundations that were in his stage. We built 5, which is great. So I think Corey trying to get at least a little bit of tempo pressure, and this is the kind of play you want to see on a calculated kind of Eraser head poke turn, and Hardened Shop is one of the good ones to do that with because it really stops your opponent from sculpting.
Yeah, preventing your opponent from being able to just hold on to all of their, quote-unquote maximum overalls. We know I don't believe that Andrew has an attack in his hand currently, but, to your point, I mean, if we can get some guaranteed damage in here, it's already pretty fast. It looks like it's moving up to about maybe 7 speed?
Yeah, 3 + 3 on the base, so we're at 6 right there, right? Because it has 3 base, or is it 4? I can't.
It's 4 base.
There we go. So 7 speed right here. And then there's always the option that we can Think Fast it and change the zone and do a different one, and then also give it 1/1 as well, right?
Yep. We're gonna go ahead and block with Resourceful. We don't have to discard a card because we don't have any left in our hand.
Yeah.
That said, Andrew's leaving himself pretty open, and what I think he may be hoping is that Corey does swing another attack in, hits a rough check, and then suddenly Andrew is getting a little bit more value and may be able to backswing pretty effectively. But Corey, he's got top pro heroes, 4 difficulty asset. You want to go ahead and get that down. And we're not considering attacking again. We're just going to go ahead and get our build out and try to stabilize and do a little bit of catch up because Overhaul is massively already outbuilt Eraserhead. So it's time to see if we can get back in the game with it.
Great heads up too, right? If we played another attack, we could have had that defensive Petty Squabble where Andrew pitches 0 cards and draws 2, but Corey has to change his hand when he might have wanted to build literally every foundation that he did end up building after that turn. Double Practical Studies now on the board for Corey though, so that Petty Squabble, like you said, can be used as a good defensive committal on the other copy, basically, once it gets used. Love that kind of stuff. Top row heroes, though, like you said, very strong 4 difficulty asset. I'm wondering how much it might be played, or it might see play specifically in this matchup.
Right.
It has a hard, it's a very situational ability as well as the Deadlock, right? The Deadlock is incredibly strong.
Wait, is it a Deadlock, or is this the one that they
the 10 or...
It's like 10 or less foundations, or 10 or less cards in deck, right?
You're right.
Yeah, for +3 speed and damage. I mean, that is a really good nail in a coffin for a large attack turn. But oh my goodness, we're seeing double season come down. It's always unfortunate for for a deck playing Hardened Jab to just play a 3-speed jab into Eraserhead because you're just not ever going to get value. Erase is just the freest block in the universe. But for this to be flipping maybe end up flipping 3 cards in Corey's stage if we decide to go ahead and pick up another one of those seasons to attack some more. Corey's defenses are starting to crumble a little bit.
It was double flip on Practical, actually, which is crazy. It says, I don't think I can kill you this turn, but I'm going to slow down every extra little bit of speed that you get. And just like you said, I think the biggest thing about it is that, 1, Andrew Duvall went straight into Deadlock, so we flipped both deadlock pressure pieces.
Yeah.
But then also, like you said, instead of a 3-speed jab, it's a 7-speed jab.
Yep. Yeah, and so now Corey's going to have to commit a little bit to blocking. It's going to go back down to 5 here, and needing a 6. I mean, really, what Andrew is hoping is Corey doesn't commit any more speed reduction into this, and then decides, hey, I'm going to hit, or he doesn't decide, but hits a 3, and maybe Andrew has some more swinging in he can do.
Loving it here. Andrew keeping up the tempo here for sure, drawing an extra card because like this is just the lead, right? And based off of what may be in our hand, we know that the high engine kick can maybe fish for another different attack,
True.
or whatever we might have also banked in our stage because we are getting a bunch of new cards from jabs and things like that.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, so it'd be interested to see what is in Andrew's stage right now. I feel like we're almost definitely throwing the high engine kick just to get, like you said, a filter. It's going to get even more progressively difficult for a racer to block these, especially because these actually have some speed on them. They're not just like 0 speed moves like sometimes a racer gets for free.
Seems to be going the other way. We now see there's an acceleration kick in the stage, which can be very good. I would say, that's the biggest play right there. I was thinking like in my head, top pro heroes, what are you going to use it on once per turn? And I go, it's probably for sure EX on the high acceleration kick, which is a huge build for this. But I mean, instead of the other way, Corey checks the 5 on the block, only has to commit 1 foundation with the breaker 1 coming in. Andrew Duvall then checks a technical 2 on his 5 diff.
That breaker 1 is so strong in this match for sure. That's going to be a defining feature and really trip up Andrew. So what we saw at the last match was Andrew's reciprocal acceleration kicks were sort of the key to being able to do a long string that takes out a Nomu. You still need a long string to take out a Eraserhead. A Eraserhead is not going to give you a single vitality for free, especially when we're blocking here with hardened uppercut, making the attacks even slower. So really, like Andrew needs to find solid strings that he can play out. This being one of those very solid strings. This attack is going to be like 6 speed. It's going to go back down. I still think Corey can block this, though.
I think we are responding with top pro heroes here so that they can't clear the cards out of the card pool. You can't pay costs on a keyword that we don't have.
Is the combo? Oh, because you can take away the EX.
You take away EX, and so like.
Yep, we just flipped a foundation.
There it is.
100%.
We flip a foundation. It's going to lose EX. That way, you can combo and discard a random card here. But I mean, this is coming in with -2 speed. You're not going to give it speed with anything else except for maybe a snack time. Like, and you're going to keep all these cards stuck in your pool, which like is huge counterplay here on the side of Corey, and it's going to shut down that kind of clearing the cards out of your card pool progression that Andrew's trying to look to do.
Yeah, for sure. And let's see what is okay. So we've already got an erase in our hand, so we could go pick up another one. We also have a low block. We got the repeated here, so we're pretty much all set up to be able to deal with this. We are going to take the random discard though, which I really like.
Hitting the repeated is huge, I think. Not just for the low block, but there was a world where we could have just made this a mid and then just used the erase in our hand to block so that we can save an attack card for our turn.
True. And now I think so. Yeah, we're gonna erase. We're going to probably go ahead and make this a mid, I would imagine. I feel like Corey is sitting in a position where he's like, since he can't clear his card pool, how much further is Andrew going to go in? He's already used his overhaul effect. We can breaker him again, and if he starts to commit his stuff, that gives us a really great opportunity to have some pretty brutal pokes coming through next turn.
Absolutely, yeah. I think everything is coming up Corey for sure this turn, whether it was based off of, that initial poke, building afterwards, making the right call there, not letting the defensive petty squabble come in. And Andrew, don't get me wrong, incredible stage. We built wide, so fast, which I think is the key for Andrew to win this matchup in the sense of we need as many foundations on our stage so we can play that crazy string you're talking about.
Yes.
And we have the stage becoming and slowly getting there, but having all these stops come from Corey can be a little frustrating, probably.
For sure. And so Andrew is really needing to just find an even larger turn, an even more crazy opportunity. But one of the things I want to point out here is that we've got, we're well into deadlock on Andrew's side, right? We've got 7 or 8, I think it's 7 foundations that are face up, and then you look at Corey's stage, and he has done such an incredible job defending up to this point, but his defenses are going away. They're turning into face down cards, and so Corey may need to start feeling comfortable going into deadlock, finding some more of those that can be turned face up. I don't know if he's got any like lock breakers, ways to get himself to destroy some of these face downs, to replace them with face up foundations, but he's losing a lot of his staging area power and his staging area defense. And while Eraserhead has a lot of that on face, when all of those cards turn face down, Corey's going to feel very vulnerable in this match.
Yeah, I would say it's actually the hardest take tale about this symbol to matchup diversity is that Earth is not only forcibly flipping things in your board. I mean, we've already seen the seizing. We saw the apathetic already early on in the game, but then Void has a lot of flip costs, just like you said. I mean, we've already flipped tapes. We've already flipped.
Flip for top row heroes.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
it's just like, and the thing is, one of the cards on our board is a mediator that destroys his costs. Like we lose these kind of cards, and we have to rebuild our defenses every single turn, or you do eventually get wall broken, and that's the problem.
Absolutely.
Because face downs are great for passing checks, but eventually you run out of the good ones, and you're getting zone checked. You're getting card checked if you played too many cards.
Absolutely.
And you might just even again you're running out of speed hate aside from your character. So, but this is a great deadlock card. We found one of the orange ones that has
this
it.
is such a good one. Plummeting Punch. I was actually talking to Andrew Holder a little bit about this card earlier today, and he said it was like the worst card in his deck, but every single time you check it, your opponent goes, I'm never going to deadlock again. And we're going to go ahead and see the efficacy of that coming down here. Being able to lose a life, and I believe it's flip, destroy, and commit one?
Well, Brian's going to help us out here. Lose one, flip a foundation selectively, commit a rival foundation selectively, and destroy one. And this is where I would say right now, I think Andrew Duvall might be punching himself in the foot a little bit right now because we've used our Chivalrous so aggressively, and Chivalrous is a card that actually can stop this ability.
Oh, true. Yeah, absolutely.
Just because of that response to save a thing if you would destroy, and this has destroy in its effect. So like losing that resource for the aggressive drawing in, we've now kind of maybe punished ourselves from some of our best defensive pieces. The Petty Squabble getting committed. It looks like we've either flipped or we flipped the display.
Yep.
And then we've now blown up the prehensile tail. So now we feel safer going to the deadlock aside from the snack time.
For sure.
And even this turn from Corey isn't going to get disrupted because the Petty Squabble gets committed.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's interesting because I think as Corey, we're thinking, I'm not going to deadlock at least for another turn or two. So needing to flip the snack time to prevent that deadlock from going off is not really on my radar as of yet. I think what he really wants to do is see how many more of these kinds of cards, more of these, deadlock threats he can find, because Andrew's kind of well into it, and there are ways that he can try to get out of it by like playing the cards out of his stage, but eventually he's going to have to stay in deadlock, and that is, I wonder if Corey has a way to shine through that with some of his card choices here.
Absolutely. First blood has been dealt officially. Corey getting some damage through, not a block coming from Andrew, which is quite interesting because if we have any foundations on our hand, we do have double Manly Passionate Guy, right?
True.
So I wonder if these are. I don't think they're more attacks. We saw all the ones that he had. So, just kind of holding on to these pieces. But here we go. Jab coming in on the side of Corey, which not only fits into the punch package that's doing, but it's also a refund on these flip costs that we were talking about. This helps us replenish the resources that we use that we think we're gone forever.
Right.
And now we have a way to get them back.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm trying to think like, in my head, trying to think about ways not to take damage in this matchup, I'm thinking like tape could be a good option, but it looks like we've already made our choice. I couldn't tell what that card was.
We went for commit on, so we haven't tapped any cards, so we're going to get our full value on Think Fast. We're going to commit it, make it a different zone, which we don't know right here on this view, but we're going to make it a different zone, which means we'll be able to give it 1/1, and then now we have a perfect face down for us to pick up. It looks like we made it a high.
Nice. What an interesting choice. I mean, when you've got Think Fast, you've got to think like maybe they're going to just go all low with it. That's sort of like the traditional.
Yeah.
And so going with a high, I'm wondering if Corey looked at the list at all and sort of said, you know what, your high blocks are a little bit weaker than your low blocks, so I'm going to go ahead and make that choice. Or maybe he's just thinking if Andrew's really paying attention to my stage and is really concerned about Think Fast, he'll hold more lows, and that means that these highs are more effective in the defense. But as we can see, it looks like we blocked from stage here too, right?
We did, and we discarded a card out of our hand, so we did pay all the costs for it. But we said, you made it a high? Let me block with this apathetic from my stage and build it right back down with the Manly Passionate Guy because I need to keep flipping your board.
Yeah.
Again, this is a great response from Andrew, but depending on what could be a very, very bad turn for him.
Yes.
But I think making the most out of it and really making Corey kind of think twice on like how much more can I commit on the offensive, and if I am going to build after this, they better be really, really good ones.
Yep.
But instead, it's just the one, and that's another deadlock piece that I think we're forced to flip, and maybe that's what Corey wants.
Yeah. We need Andrew to go ahead and burn through some of those responses, and I'm sure there are other deadlock options in here. It looks like Corey is a lot more tentative about going to deadlock than Andrew has been. Andrew's deadlock, of course, I think we are playing the main boarded muscular five minute.
Yeah,
muscle mauler. Thank you.
Yes.
So yeah, we are playing the main boarded muscle mauler. So going into deadlock is pretty terrifying when we only have 3 face-ups right now to our name.
Correct.
So yeah, I can see why Corey is maybe holding off a little bit on that. But if Andrew is allowed to continue to amass his stage and to start to build really wide, Corey is going to have a near impossible task swinging back into that.
Absolutely. Once again, starting with a great high engine kick, and like showcasing it, even this card in Nick Reagan's deck, is this that this is such a good opener because it gets really fast and it gives you options, right? You pitch a card that you just don't need right now, and either turns into another attack card or it turns into different foundations that you could possibly need right now, while still getting the speed. We did a first enhance on Overhaul. We did the pitch enhance. We apatheticed away the deadlock threat that we had, and also the cancel draw, which is very good. So we're going to keep going in. We have a barrier shield, I think just the block.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah. And I love barrier shield as a block, especially when you know that this is a very stringy deck. When you can block with barrier shield and it doesn't count towards progressive difficulty for the rest of the turn, you've effectively given all of your checks +1. So as a block, I think this is perfect right now for Corey. But now he's staring down the meat and potatoes of this deck.
Yeah, it is. The biggest, Sam and I were talking about it earlier on the desk in the sense that like this card, like the Overhaul didn't need any help before this card came out. And now it's here, and it's made the evil symbols shine. The life symbols still have some life in it, even though we've lost Back Alley Haymaker. And then, of course, as we're seeing it right now in the Earthless, you don't even need to pick up more face downs, but hey, why not?
Why not? Absolutely. We just flip the apathetic. We get to literally put the apathetic into our hand, and we can pop it down face down, or back face up if we want. I think we also picked up our chivalrouses, which, to your point earlier, kind of goes to say, hey, that plummeting punch is a little bit terrifying. How about we just mitigate that problem?
Yeah, and I think I like the idea, too, that, like, okay, Andrew knows that I'm going to kill Eraserhead by just killing him with a mass quantity of attacks. So I'm going to draw a bunch of cards, and I don't really care if I'm making Corey draw more cards because I'm just going to flip every answer he has on his board to make him have the right ones, and he still has to pass them all.
Yes.
So I'm loving this here. Apathetic coming down here, and now Corey has to decide right now, do I use Mediator or do I lose it?
I don't even know if Corey has the low block for this, honestly. I think he's sitting on a fistful of mids, but him having flipped over so much, we are going to Mediator. We're going to see if we can draw into the block we need.
I think he had to repeat it in his hand.
Oh, does he have to repeat it? Okay.
I think because I thought, you ready? I thought he was going to attack us a little bit more, I thought Corey was going to attack Andrew a little bit more, but we pumped the brakes and we just built the one. It can't escape me, and it was definitely just it's his game to play and his pace to go, but we're seeing it being very punished here from great counterplay from Andrew. I think a lot of this game right now is great answers from Andrew. He has a game plan into Corey, who is playing immaculately and playing to his strengths of his deck.
Yes.
And then Andrew responding and Corey respond. There's a lot going on, and pace of play is actually pretty good, to be honest.
This is a control mirror, but like you said, pace of play is strong. And Andrew qualified on Friday at the Last Chance Qualifier in a timed event playing an Earth Overhaul deck. If you were going to bring an Earth Overhaul to a Last Chance Qualifier where you cannot have draws, having a strong pace of play is so key and important. You need to know every single play. You need to know every single card in your opponent's decks. You need to understand the meta, because if you spend a bunch of time in the tank, you go to time and you cannot finish to be able to qualify today. So that, I think, is a big testament to what Andrew's success has brought him here today.
Absolutely. Going straight for a great build here. We got the Incredible Display back. We have a new training methods coming build. There's the Chivalrous, like you mentioned. Did check a 3 on this one. That's on a 5, so we got to tap a couple of pieces. But I love the idea. I bet you he's going to hold on to some more of these foundations in his hand, because we still have one face-up Manly Passionate guy here. So again, if Corey wants to at any point attempt to get some more tempo, maybe even play things like I'm blanking on it. It's the draw 2, gain 2, like
the rejuvenating.
Rejuvenating. Thank you. Because like if you play
which he's got in his hand right now, I believe.
Oh, okay, even better. Because like if you want to play that, it's great. You want to gain the 2 and draw the 2 to help kind of maybe make a better hand. But then we go to an enhanced step, and that's exactly what Overhaul wants.
Right. And so here as Corey, we reviewed the erase because that's definitely the clear one to review. But are you hoping to draw more orange right now, or are you hoping to just draw a build to refresh your stage?
I think you need a refresher stage. Yeah. I'll be honest. I do think the Void matchup, you can lock your opponent out if they go too far into deadlock. There are some incredibly strong deadlock pieces. Granted, a lot of ours have been flipped.
Right.
But we can find more, or even a jab or two, like we said, to refresh those really strong abilities. It's entirely up to what you draw, though. And a lot of the Void deck is entirely dependent on that. But it looks like like we're getting an unexpected hero and a mediator build. Again, another flip cost and another destroy cost.
Right.
But we are closer and closer getting to deadlock.
Yes, and once we hit deadlock, I mean, that just becomes terrifying, depending on, does Andrew have a Muscle Mauler already built face down in his stage? As soon as that card comes online, our, small remaining stage just goes out the window, and we are purely relying on Eraser's face to do all of the defending for us. And we've already seen, we had to use that tape earlier. We had a pretty nicely stacked hand prior where we were able to do a bunch of defending, but if we need to make something into a mid, it's just not an option for us anymore. If we need to, reduce speeds, like say there was like a heroic lineage, none of that's an option because we only have these one-time use shots.
Absolutely. I would love to see a Muscle Mauler here, but looking at what we drew, it looks like a few more of the kicks here.
We got a pretty angry hand.
Yeah, there is some for sure, and I think that's where exactly we're in the tank, right? How many can we get off? I for sure saw a Hellflame Stomp, which is another one of those like mix-up low kicks that are in the Earth symbol, right?
For sure.
So I'm excited to see what he's going to decide to do, but he sees that one, and I'm like, oh, it's another flip cost? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to help you here because I have another Apathetic that I built.
Right.
We can get rid of the Mediator.
Yeah, we've got 2 filters in our hand on top of, being able to draw more cards off Chivalrous, on top of being able to overhaul for stuff in our stage. So right now, Andrew has a lot of options to create a pretty interesting hand for himself. It just depends on, how he sequences it. I don't know if Corey is necessarily dead here because of all the minus speed, which is pretty nicely mitigating this overhaul deck's offensive potential. But even then, it just seems like we're definitely not in an ideal board state right now. We're hoping to be able to block a bunch of different options, and depending on what zones he held to block with, that could be really rough.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm actually even starting to look at deck size and cards in discard pile, and I know that Corey plays a bigger Eraserhead list, which is pretty fair, and Andrew's deck is for sure smaller than it, but we were talking about, I can't remember if it was, no, I was with Sam yesterday, and we were talking about how you may have a bigger deck, but you're the 7-hander, and if you're drawing a bunch of cards, and you're making a bunch of checks because you have to block, I'm starting to wonder if it's like, the rate of which you play cards is so fast as Eraserhead that almost when you think you can play a control, kind of stall it out, maybe even look at like plan B as an option to, mill somebody out, you might mill out first because of how many cards you have to play as they keep putting on pressure.
Absolutely.
So like that's something that like I don't think either player is really looking at right now, but it's something that I'm already starting to pay attention to because I'm afraid for either player potentially hitting that game plan as Andrew continues to put in this offensive.
Yeah, I think for Andrew, getting momentum is super key at this stage because what we really need to do, we're going to go ahead and take overhaul.
He says I don't think you have another one in your hand.
That's pretty nice.
So you're not allowed to play one from stage.
Not a bad play here. What I was going to say, if I can remember what I was going to say.
Oh, sorry.
I can't remember what I was going to say. It's okay. The train has left the station. But we're going to go ahead and deal. Oh, yeah. I remember what I was going to say. So one of the things that we noticed in our last match with Andrew is so much of his ability to amass a super turn was both the cards in his stage, but also the cards in his momentum. He is main decking Prehensile Tail. He's got main deck Muscle Mauler. If he gets 1 or 2 momentum early, that's the same as banking Hardened Frenzies.
Yeah.
In his stage. So once he gets a bunch of momentum, he'll be able to access not just his stage but also the momentum and create 5-6 attack strings that Corey is going to be really ill-equipped to deal with.
Yeah, we're getting the Mediator already popped off, which leaves Corey with a singular face-up in his stage, which is exactly what Andrew wants. To get the draw card, is going to get -3 speed. I think we fished for a high. I don't know if we had one, but there it is, and we're going to go for the block, and we for sure get it.
Yep.
And then boom, hey, I do have another one from my hand. I'm going to check a 6 on it, which feels really good. And the question is, do we have another erase response come in here? Does Corey think, once again, hey, I don't think you have another one? Little does he know, I think if you erase here, you still have Petty Squabble.
Oh,
we're going to pick up the Ultra Regeneration.
Interesting. I wonder... So there's no real way to build this stage, but maybe the block is good enough. Maybe that's just a block zone that we're missing right now.
I think it gives us the perfect 3 committed foundations for a maximum overall.
Oh, that's
if we end up playing
fair.
something from our stage, right?
We have the max and overhaul in hand. Is that what we just saw?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I didn't see one, but I might be wrong. And that card's very purple instead of orange, so it's very hard for me to tell.
Yeah, that's a little bit tricky for sure.
So I think we're questioning an erase response.
We did not do the erase response. We went ahead and discarded an erase and gave it -2 speed.
Oh, okay, perfect. then yeah, we're going to jump straight into it. We know for sure that Corey has a low block. I can see the unexpected hero in hand right now. But, I mean, that's not the thing I should be worried about. What I would be worried about is that,
And we are going to go ahead and actually eat this one because Unexpected Hero, if this is sitting on a 6-speed move and you give it -2 speed, you have a lot of difficulty pressing in, and you are going to have to do a bunch of defending in order to succeed through it. So I think Corey was thinking about this like, hey, if there's a maximum overhaul coming, I would much rather commit out to block that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I just saw, we are opting to build. I think Andrew
Are we
really
gonna max overhaul here?
No, I think so. That was from our stage right here. But you're saying from hand? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there is
I think he said, "Hey, I got a momentum. All my momentum generators, including the muscle mauler that I know is in the stage, is now live for me to have an extra attack on the next time I do this.
Right.
I feel pretty good.
Yeah.
Corey's only got one face-up foundation, and it's not a defensive one.
Right. Yeah. This is looking pretty rough for Corey. Andrew, on the other hand, in a perfectly winning position. The question is, can Corey draw just a crazy pile of repeated smashes and try to do something insane with this turn? Because I don't. I think as Corey, you've got to start to see some inevitability. There's some writing on the wall. We did not really draw the foundations we were looking for to sort of capitalize on refreshing our stage at all. But we do have is a hardened uppercut, which can destroy some of these face downs. And then if we draw cards off the repeated or the rejuvenating smash, then we are able to replace those with maybe some face ups and maybe keep on going. The issue is now that Overhaul has that momentum, he's got the muscle mauler, he's got the maximum overhaul. Suddenly we reach that critical mass. Andrew Duvall's super turn becomes nigh unstoppable.
I think the problem here, and what I'm afraid of if I'm Corey, is if I check a 3 on this uppercut and then I check a 3 on the rejuvenating smash, and I'm so vulnerable. Even though I drew 2 and gained 2, and I blew up 2 of my face downs for me to build 2 better ones without going into deadlock.
Yep.
I'm so afraid committing those extra cards because my entire stage is flipped face down.
Oh,
right?
absolutely, 100%.
But we're going for it. We checked a 5. That's got to feel great for Corey.
That's a good start for sure.
But here's the other thing too. It's like we pass that check. If we want to get the extra damage on this, which I don't think we do, we have to blow up our readied foundations.
Right.
And I don't think we want to do that.
And then we are destroying gray cards or discarding gray cards for a speed. So I think that actually may herald Corey's attempt to go in. It might not be that it's being smelled. It may just be that it has to be done. We may be in a sort of desperation mode where we have to find a way out here because what we see from Andrew is the critical mass. We see that momentum is devastating for us. The stage is massive. He's in super deadlock. We did not find a great build turn there, and I think it's time for Corey to figure out how we can clear this and how we can win the game right now. Otherwise, he's just going to be sidelined next turn.
Yeah, here we go. This is actually the Ultra Regeneration that we picked up from our hand from the new training method. So very good heads-up play here, picking that up. And then we also have the Manly Passionate Guy to build this one down, which is a great one to build down because it doubles up as gaining more life.
Right, and more cards in hand. I mean, we only passed back, I think, with like 2 in hand, but we've got double Ultra Regeneration now.
Yeah, that's one of which is committed, I think. So
isn't it playable committed? It's tenacious, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
My bad.
No,
I was thinking of the other ability on the card.
No, yeah, for sure.
All right, here we go. We're going on to 6.
Wow. Okay.
Checks a 5. So we're looking good here when it comes to Corey's turn. I think this draw 2 here is massive then because it is really going to push how much more we go in.
Did we find a repeated? I don't think we found a repeated.
Can't escape me in something else.
Yeah, can't escape me in keeping Aries safe. So for Corey, that was definitely maybe not an ideal draw, but it does allow us to pivot. We can now build 2 or 3 out of our hand, and with a pretty straight face. Really, we would build 2 because we probably don't want to go into deadlock against this deck. But yeah, I think for Corey's part, he's now has the flexibility to pivot back to a build turn and say, hey, if I can get a couple pokes in and you can't defend against at least one of these, then we're pretty happy. Also getting free momentum off the Rejuve because Rejuve's synergy with Eraserhead is unparalleled on that card.
This is an Eraserhead card.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
I know it has Deku 4 on it, but this is an Eraserhead card.
Definitely an Eraserhead card for sure. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so here we are again, pitching a non-attack or pitching that foundation actually to just bank more erases in our hand, which to me is pretty good because that shows that we want to potentially go for the I need to seal all of your best cards on your stage so that I can go for it this turn.
Or just we could also have multiple erases in our hand for next turn when we need to start taking Overhaul off the table as much as possible just to prevent like you said, if he's got a did you say that you saw the muscle mauler in his stage?
It's in his stage for
Okay,
sure.
so yeah, if we want to prevent that from being a problem.
Because when he used the overhaul once per turn, I was like, oh, is he going to keep attacking because he feels like Corey is actually very vulnerable? And it was when he hit him with the Hellflame Stomp. And so I'm like, oh, he's gonna play the Muscle Mauler that I saw.
Gotcha,
And he
yeah.
instead said, no, I'm going to pump the brakes. Now I got a momentum. This is going to make my Muscle Mauler even better next turn.
Right, for sure.
And you saw, and you were correct, that last card in Andrew's hand is that maximum overhaul.
Yep.
Unless we built it. I don't know where it is. I think his hands are under the table, so I think we actually used our first enhance and built it down.
We're also always happy to just, take an ultra regen twice or block with overhaul and not have to discard anything. So
yeah, that's the bad part I would say about Rejuve Smash is that yes, it gives you momentum. Yes, it has EX3 on its own, but it is for 6. If you don't have the other tools in the deck to help bump up its damage, things like the Unexpected Heroes or like a Heroic Lineage, it is for 6. And when your opponent is playing Ultra Regeneration, it sure looks like it's for 2.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And what you were saying earlier with the decks getting a little bit thin, we can see Andrew is like 2 cards away from cycling. That cycle not as bad for him as it might be for Corey, depending on the number of where Erase ends up in the pile. So that's always an interesting part where Eraser can feel completely unsurmountable, and then they cycle and they just didn't have the erase where they needed it to be, and that closes the game out.
That's probably another reason too why for Corey it's more advantageous for him to keep discarding these foundations to keep them in his hand.
Oh, we are sealing right
Going
now.
for an enhance here. It's on a 4. We do have to commit a foundation unless we opt to fail it, but it removes his cost no matter what.
Yep. I think we're going for it. I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
We do. I think we still have another uppercut in our hand, right? So that's going to represent quite a significant chunk of damage to momentum as well for a repeated. Like there are a lot of different options that Corey has to try to leverage damage, but Andrew's got so many foundations and double ultra regen up. So Corey has to get through 26 life and at least like 5 potential blocks depending on what Andrew can pass.
It's just hard for me, Keenan, because if this is the term we're going for it, you pass that all the time.
Do you?
You have to get rid of these defensive pieces because Andrew has plenty of readied cards in his stage that he can block things, and with 22 life still on the table for overhaul, you're going to maybe need to use some of this momentum for powerful abilities on things like a repeated. You're going to have less speed, which means we can block things.
Right. I also think that, maybe you just need to keep your difficulty curve in check because you are playing so many 5 difficulty attacks. So we have the 100% smash doesn't count, but we're also dealing with a hardened uppercut. I think there's like 3 attacks in Corey's hand right now.
Yeah, it's for sure another uppercut, repeated
5 difficulty. I think 4 or 5 at least.
Uppercut, repeated. And is it a second Rejuve? Is that
maybe
what it is?
Second
Which is
Rejuve.
great for getting another momentum, but we're not going to get the other response on it. But it is expensive. It's on a 7. It's on an 8 maybe, depending on the order we go.
Right. And I think we may have an extra erase in our hand as Corey, so we could potentially still seal one of the super regens, or the ultra regens. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and
love this block from our stage. Not a great check here, though, but because it's a foundation, we can also respond with our incredible display if we
pick
want.
It right back on up. Nope.
But I think we're going to opt to just keep it there.
Totally fair. And so Andrew is still repping 26 life, and Corey, I think Corey is in a position where he feels like he has to go for it. We did have another erase in our hand. Yeah, it was another Rejuve. Jeez.
Yeah, I think it's Rejuve. It's Rejuve, 100%, and another uppercut, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Which, without considering any powerfuls, we're at 6 + 6 for 12, and then uppercut is 9.
Mm-hmm.
So 21, you have to use a powerful somewhere in there.
Right.
And that's if Andrew doesn't block anything else. But we've now
very likely.
Oh, my bad. It's less. It's more than that because we still have the ultras.
Andrew has no cards in hand right now, right?
Correct. But with the ultra, we can draw twice, and it's also gaining more life. So it's actually more than that. So you have to basically double powerful, which is why we're going for the
we were getting the
Rejuve here.
Yeah. The thing is, though, I think Andrew has a pretty reasonable time blocking something else. Corey maybe just be counting on a little bit of bad block zones if Andrew draws. We saw it in the last match where Andrew.
Ooh, the petty squabble here is huge, actually.
Yep.
I'm going to draw 2 cards, and your hand that you think is nuts, you have to lose 2 of them.
Is he about to cycle? Is this going to cycle Corey?
Yeah, it's going to cycle Andrew for sure, but I don't think it cycles Corey.
Okay.
So we pitched. Was that the repeated?
No.
No, an erase and the
Yeah.
unexpected hero.
What do we get? Anything cool?
I don't. There's a jab.
Oh,
that could
helps.
help our
that helps
curve.
a lot, but man, our difficulty curve is high.
Yeah.
This is why we had to fail that erase, because what we saw was this is the turn we have to go for it. And if I start failing more checks, then we're going to have some problems. Now, here's the thing, though. Corey knows exactly how many attacks are left in his deck. So at this stage, you should be very sure of the plausibility of you being able to pass the remainder of the cards in your hand. And, I mean, the repeated is going to ready 4, right? But we're going to have to commit 3 to get there, so it's effectively only readying 1.
Oh, it's double repeated.
Oh, wow.
Where did that come from? Oh, my gosh.
That is a game changer for sure. It really depends on what are we checking off these.
Wow. Yeah, I 100% agree with you.
Crazy.
And I totally forgot as well, but as we get lower and lower in our deck, of course, we have the other ability on the asset that we built later, which is that 3/3 could be the difference on whether or not we get through the super region or not.
Absolutely. I am wondering if we're going to consider going ahead and throwing out our other erase just to get rid of one of the ultra regens. Because I think we have an erase in hand. If we've got an erase in discard pile, maybe we just say one of these attacks I can't pass, and I can change that card out for a race constantly.
That's pretty rough. I'm going to bring up my Keenan Meadows point right here.
Yeah.
So the reason why I said that was rough is that we moved almost 0 attacks from our cycle there, which means the majority of our deck
Is attacked.
Yep,
absolutely.
I'm over here still thinking that this can be thwarted very poorly for Corey if we get another very good block in.
Thwarted poorly for Corey.
Yeah, that's what I said.
It's a good sentence.
But that means Andrew has to pass the block.
Yep, and we decided not to erase. We decided just to let him do the ultra regen, take our damage here, but it's not very much. It's definitely like we're taking 2, and now we actually have blocks to block with. Blocks for the block god.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is.
Sorry, I'm deep. I'm in the tank. I'm looking at
you're
Andrew's
good.
hand. I'm thinking if any of these blocks are like.
Oh, he's got +1.
I mean, there's
He's
a 1
happy there.
high, right?
There's a 1 high. There's a 1 mid.
Yeah, so that's really good for the repeated, as long as it's not like crazy fast as well. But again, I think because of the life gain that we just saw happen, we completely blocked the thing earlier. Like we're gonna have to figure something out shortly. So we committed the cards to pass this after checking a 5, which was the last erase in the deck, which is funny.
Yep.
And then we've readied 4 as our first enhance.
My goodness. And so this attack can be massive, but at the same time, if it's too much damage and not enough speed and Andrew can block it, then this is a massive problem. Granted, you could just throw this one because you have the second one. So you could just say, oh, there's no way, right? We're not passing a 6 on this. Or maybe we're trying to get an attack out of our deck. If we know that there's another attack on our deck and we're just trying to dodge around it. Yeah.
But if you cycle your deck, you've lost the 3/3 on the asset unless you do that first.
Oh, that's
Do you
true.
cash in on it before you just play the enhanced?
If we're gonna cash in on the asset, we probably want to EX this as well, just to go ahead and add a little bit more speed. Putting this up to a 12 speed move is pseudo unblockable. Let's see, what do we have? We've got 6 down,
5,
plus 1, so we need a 13.
8, 9, 10, 11. It would be 11, right? It's a 4 high,
Oh, yes, we need a
6
12,
high,
so he would have to check a 6 off the top.
7, 8.
So,
So blocks
yeah.
on an 8, and if we choose the EX, which is very blockable,
Oh,
right?
we have to
6.
choose to EX here. I think you top pro heroes 3/3.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Yeah,
you
okay.
EX, and then you powerful the crap out of it. And at that point, this thing is coming across for what? So we've got plus 9 damage. So that's 15.
6,
Can we
7,
make it?
8,
We
9,
can't make it lethal, right? Yeah, he's
10,
at 20.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Yeah, 15 damage. So it becomes
But then you're susceptible to Andrew being able to block the next one.
right, and
There's no extra speed on the next one.
But the next one is another super. So if we can force him to block if he blocks the next one and he commits out enough, we have to be able to pass 2 more attacks. Luckily, we drew the only card that allows us to do that.
Yeah, the repeated.
Right.
But repeated says we're only going to be able to ready 5, but these 4 have already been readied.
Right.
So even if we commit the think fast and the face down
We're
that
gonna
hasn't been, we only get to ready 4.
We get 4 back. If our character stays up, that means that we're going to be able to have 5 cards.
5, 6,
Is
7,
it just
8,
5 cards to
9.
commit?
5.
So we need a
5,
9.
6, 7, 8, 9.
So-
5, 6, 7. You have to check running 5s, which again, if Corey knows what's in his deck,
Then he knows if he can do it or not. And if he doesn't think he has it, he can always erase and try to get one of those off
fish
the
it
top.
off.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think
Okay.
Andrew is now having to read Top Pro Heroes. I don't know that he realized what kind of jeopardy he was in
Yeah,
here
the damage
with
pressure.
that card. But that extra speed and damage off that card is a massive get, and that actually may be the thing that seals the deal here for Corey if he checks well enough to end this game.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. You have top pro players right here really coming in clutch, not just defensively as we saw with the EX clear on the high acceleration kick to not let Corey or Andrew clear the kicks out of his card pool, but right now it might be the reason that we hit lethal.
Andrew giving us the shoulder shot there.
He is up in there, man. This is an intense game, and this is still losing bracket, right? I mean, both of these players go home after this, if depending on who loses.
And here's the thing: we saw Andrew playing his overhaul match against Nomu, and you know he had to really work for it.
We didn't use any momentum. This is not fast.
Oh, that's fine because we have one more that we're going to play after this.
That's true, and we checked a 3 here.
Oh, that is so good for Corey. So here comes the second. So this is the same as if he had done it the other way around, right? So now we have to play this on a 9.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You need a 5 here. Again, you know what's in your deck. 4. Is that going to mess up our math?
It's definitely not going to help.
You have to tap those two.
Yeah, you commit those two for sure. Yep, you commit all of that. You have to go for it right now, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So once again, we're going to be able to ready 5 cards, but it can only be those 4.
The other thing about this is, though, you can pump all of those momentum into your powerful.
You can. You absolutely can because we're completely tapped out.
Yeah, and so I think actually, let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if he checks a 3, there's a chance that Andrew can block a jab right now. But what you would do instead is you would save a momentum to EX the uppercut, and I think you can win.
Right, the EX on the uppercut.
Well, you have to check
5, 6,
correctly,
7, 8,
but
9,
you know what
10,
your checks are.
3, 4, 5, 6,
Yeah, you have to be able to
8,
EX
9.
the uppercut.
Yeah, as long as you know what your checks are, you're 100% right. It's whether or not he checks a 3 on the next move.
Right, yeah, and he knows what his next move is. He could also, if he knows that it's a 3, he can always erase to clear it. But I think he knows that it's better than that.
Dumping it looks like
we're
you're on a
dumping
powerful.
everything? Okay.
I think even with a 1 low block, though, it's impossible to block, right? Is a 3, 4, 5, 2 cards in our pool. It's impossible for overhaul to block.
It depends on if eraser stays up or not, right? Because if we hit another 4, then we're in trouble.
Yeah, and it's also just whether or not we check a 3 or not.
Yeah. Oh, we're about to. Are we? Okay, I was about to say, are we about to find out? Because we should probably already know at this stage what the card is. Yeah. I mean, pumping all the damage into this makes a little bit of sense, but keeping like the EX on the uppercut is so key here.
Yeah.
Wow, this is crazy. Are we trying to find out if we've got?
We're finding out real fast if this is a 4.
We're trying if it's a 4, because if it's a 4, we can go ahead and erase and try to knock that off. But then we are truly at the nature of variability. And again,
I think you just take the 4 and send a 3 low, because a 3 low with 2 cards in pool. If you have a 1 low block, I mean it's the same math, right? I check a 5, or I check a 4, or you check a 5, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be a 3 low for lethal and half.
Yeah.
So that's not bad.
And here's the other thing. I don't think Andrew has a 1 low block. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I think in the deck
we're doing this what if math, but Corey over here just needs to find out.
But if he's worried and he plays the jab instead, then Andrew actually has an ability, if he has to commit eraser head down, to make the right decision and not worry about it. Oh, we're going to go ahead and do it.
We're going to do the enhance on erase. It's just like you said.
Goodness.
We want to get that card out because it's the 3, and he knew. He got it off. It's still a dice roll, though. This game is not.
He had a chance to fail the repeated, too.
Yeah, so there was
Oh, my God.
This is the riskiest turn I think I've ever seen Corey take.
And this is. He has to make this play, and he can still fail.
Yeah, he can still fail it. It is a dice roll. If we have the same kind of cycle that Andrew did with a bunch of foundations off the top.
Yeah.
Oh
my God.
I mean, it's not over, but Corey making the most optimal plays ever.
So here's the question, right? You jab. You have to jab now.
You think?
I think you have to jab because you don't know what the card is.
How much is this for?
4, 5, 6. This is for
7,
like
8,
18
9, 10, 11, 12,
damage.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
so
Okay.
it
doesn't matter. Right?
So if you jab, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, checks a 3, can completely commit out for it. But if he checks any better than that, so if he checks a 3, he completely commits out for it. Andrew can pass the block, but he can also fail it. If he plays the low and he checks the 3, he cannot pass it, and therefore he doesn't have an opportunity for Andrew to lose the game on a block. So I think what you have to do, this is
taking
correct.
the jab.
And he needs to check. Ideally, he checks high, he checks low, he completely commits out, and he says, please do not
Please
hit
don't have a 1 mid block.
And we do have the 1 mid. The question
We
is...
do?
Yes, we do. We
we have the high engine.
Yeah. So now this has all come down to...
It's the same math, right? You know, Corey took the risk of, do I have a 3 on top?
Yeah.
I did. Okay, but now you still have to have not a 5.
Not a 5. Not a 4.
Yes.
Not a 4. Has to be a 5. Yeah.
So 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep,
Blocks
needs-
on a 6 with 1 ready foundation.
Five
We
up
checked
top.
a 5.
Oh my
We're
goodness.
alive.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Incredible. Corey selling out for a kill. He had to make that play.
Absolutely.
He was in such a bad position going into that. He had so many things going his way that time, but we're going to go ahead.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. There's no way that we have the defense to deal with this. Our character completely committed. Our staging area completely face down. 1 foundation. To
High
our
acceleration kip,
Yeah,
muscle
muscle
mauler.
mauler, that's game.
There's a
That's it.
high engine kick.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, just show them off at this point.
Actual insanity. That is insane.
Now
My
we're at
goodness.
2. The muscle mauler's on a 6, so
Yeah.
back up on a 4.
Oh,
Checks
no.
a 4
We
with a
have to-
muscle mauler still on the stage. Keenan, at this point, it is
We have to
one
commit our 300 cards to pass. Oh no! How horrible!
absolutely insane plays from both players all the way back and forth.
Wow.
Checks on the top of Corey's deck mattering. Checks on tops of Andrew Duvall's deck
Yes,
mattering.
I cannot believe Corey played that entire turn with the attack on the bottom of his deck.
And that's we remember the defensive petty squabble that handed him the jab
Yes.
to do that. That was
They handed him
another.
the 100% as well, I believe.
Oh yeah, we didn't see it because that's more 3 checks that were in the deck
Yep.
before going into that line.
Yep, absolutely. Oh my goodness, what a game 1!
This is game 1, baby.
We got more of this action to come, but yeah, for now we definitely have them. You know, Andrew's going to go through the motions. He's going to make sure that he doesn't miss anything. Right?
We have a snack time. All of these are going to get there. There's
Yeah.
no way for the minus speed coming across from Corey. We literally have a single readied face down foundation from the jab that we did pass.
Yep. Oh my God, incredible! I don't think
Hellflame.
Corey had no other options. Corey
Correct.
played that
Absolutely.
perfectly. He absolutely played that perfectly. He was just in a position where his stage was 2 face down. Andrew was getting too far built into deadlock. And now I guess what we really need to think about is Corey is, hey, what kind of answers do I have to bring in to overhaul? I'm sure he already knows that. In terms of sideboard, I think we've got a couple interesting options here. So 2 grasping tape.
What a
tosses.
great defensive hand, by the way.
Oh.
Corey had a barrier shield and a uppercut still that he didn't play.
Yeah.
So imagine if we just played a bunch of we had 1 high attack and Andrew and we would have gone back to another turn.
Right.
It would have been crazy insane, but impeccable play from both players there. But Andrew Duvall taking game 1.
Wow. And Corey has been playing against overhauls all day. I know we had 8 overhauls, a lot of them lasting pretty far. He had a pretty back and forth match against Grant Padley on an evil overhaul earlier today. So he is no stranger to the overhaul matchup. And so he is I think he's kind of shaking it is sort of shaking him a little bit because what he said going into that match with Grant was evil overhaul is my worst matchup.
Wow.
But then Andrew coming and showing, hey, here's the efficacy and power of an Earth kick package, and this is speed that you might not be able to deal with, and I'm also going to get some card advantage that's going to give you so many problems that you're not going to be able to come back.
I can 100% imagine Corey saying that about the evil overhauls, right? It's the throws,
Yeah,
right?
it's the throws.
Eraser can't handle the throws, and actually most of Corey's sideboard is the throw or the throw hate cards
Right.
that do exist on Void. And I'm actually wondering if things like the Villains Defeated and the Confused come in here,
Right.
Because Confused will again, for the same reason why Top Pro Heroes was a massive card in that matchup.
Oh yeah.
Coming down to the 3/3, the flip for the minus, or getting rid of the EX. I think for that same reason, Confused could be a very strong card because you have to press the I can kick my kicks out first.
Right.
So you have a
true.
chance to use the enhance again to remove EX by getting rid of any of the other cards or the kicks in our discard pile that have EX, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that is massive for this matchup because that is where Andrew can rep more speed than Corey's necessarily able to deal with. Most of Andrew's moves coming across for, 6 speed, well, Corey says -2, and all of a sudden it goes from a, hey, this is kind of fast, to, hey, this is super blockable. But when it comes down to compounding speed on reciprocal acceleration, being able to just say, you know what, I don't want to have to deal with this problem right now, like to your point, is massive.
Absolutely. Man, I gotta come back down. I'm coming back to earth after that game one.
That
man.
was a wild.
I'm a
roller
big Eraserhead player,
Uh-huh.
and I'm big fans on high intense overhaul gameplay. And I think Andrew Duvall was incredibly good that game
Oh, yeah.
of constantly putting in tempo.
Yeah.
And on the other end, Corey making the plays that he had to make, literally using every resource to their fullest by flipping them, using them when they needed to. To get down to the last little few cards of his deck,
Yep.
take a few risks,
Yes.
not check these 3s, draws them
Right.
from help from Andrew and also his own deck
Yep.
to the flip at the end. Both players playing out of their mind.
Yeah, absolutely, and they could not have played that better. It's just Corey was put into a rough spot, and
Yeah.
but I think Andrew won that dice roll. Is that correct?
I don't remember. It was so long ago,
yeah.
and I remember
It was
the
such an
high
intense game.
intensity gameplay.
Right.
I think he did.
I think he did as
So,
well.
like, Andrew winning that game going first is the story that we think would have happened, but I think for sure we're going to see a different tale on, like,
for
even
sure.
what I would say Corey to actually establish an incredibly good board.
Yeah,
right?
that was an insanely even game.
Yes.
Just back and forth. And even though Andrew felt like there were certain parts of the game where it felt like it was going Andrew's way, the end of that game was literally hinging on one check.
Yes.
The
For both
best-
players.
The best game, yeah, for both players. The best games hinge on one control check.
If Corey checks a 4 there, it has 2 more speed, the game's over.
Yes, and if Andrew
Corey
checks-
checks a 3, and if Andrew checks a 3 on the block, it's over.
Yeah, absolutely. That was actually insane.
Crazy.
What an amazing game. I know when we first started this match, we were like, okay, well, this is just going to be a long, slow control matchup back and forth, but no, absolutely not. Every single play, every single like poke turn was tactical. Andrew trying to just do everything he could to get one of those high engine kicks into his momentum, so his muscle mauler efficacy went up. Those stocks just increasing over time. This was such a master class in what great control gameplay looks like from both sides. I am so excited for game 2.
I'm shaking in my boots, Keenan. This is not even. We're not in the finals yet. Like
Yeah.
this is. Both of these players have to go on to then fight Young,
Right.
to then go and fight Nick, and this is the kind of gameplays that they're putting up to climb their way out of the losers bracket.
Yes, it's just
This is why you play double elimination.
Right,
This
right.
Here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we know every single match going forward.
Correct.
So that is it's getting exciting. I know I'm sure Nick has been hanging out all day since his very first match, just eagerly awaiting. Hey,
I've been seeing-
who was my finalist?
He's in Discord being like, "What's everybody up to?" And it's like, "I'm in the teams event. It's about to start. It's starting at 3:00."
Did he play the retro event?
No, he didn't.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely, he was no. He played through before they start.
Yeah.
Started, but I mean, he's hanging out. He's talking to people. I told him to go take the longest nap of his life. Get mentally prepared for a finals, well deserved for him.
Oh,
right?
absolutely, absolutely. He did everything he needed to do.
But could
to
you
earn
imagine
that.
too, like watching the stream right now, Nick Reagan, and getting the most amount of homework you ever could against
Off
your
of these
potential
decks?
opponent, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. That is insane. And I mean, we've already got all of Nick's games recorded from day one. So
Yeah.
if these guys wanted to go back and watch any of those and get some insight on that matchup, that's
I'm
definitely a
sure.
powerful
I
option.
guarantee you, Young might be pulling up the VOD right now
Why
and
would you
checking.
not?
Yeah, you'd be like, man, if I'm preparing to play against this again after winning this match, I need to figure out what play could I have done, what control
Right.
check could I have maybe prepared for a little bit better, what block zone did I not hold that was going to help me, right? There's so many intricacies in this game, as we just saw, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I can't wait for them to jump in. Or it looks like we got Andrew headed to the restroom, and he's coming right back. So, or I guess it was water.
Just take a stretch, walk around a little bit,
Hey.
stretch your legs. I mean, it's a lot of you do a lot of sitting, right?
I'm just saying, if that was again coming down from the high, that was that game on.
That's high intensity sitting. You have to
Yes.
stand up so you can sit again. That's-
He was giving us the shoulder. Remember,
He
he
was
is pressed
literally
against that
blocking
table.
the whole camera, but it's because he's just like so much in the math, trying to figure out what's the optimal play, right? God, that was an insane game one. So with this, I don't know if we saw. I saw Andrew leafing through his deck to try to find some sideboards. I know we were kind of focused on Corey since he was on the back
I've got
foot
his up
going
right
into
here
this.
for it.
Are there anything specific that you feel like would go into this matchup really well?
I guess my question to you is, so Andrew Duvall is playing 2 copies of Redguard and 2 extra copies of Muscle Mauler in his sideboard. Do you think there's any ineffective attacks that that Andrew is playing that we would want to sub in instead?
I feel like, Jab is so slow.
Yeah.
Jab is just so slow, and genuinely, I feel like against Eraser, the attack that just like gets immediately you get immediately breakered. It's nice to have that, flip. You get a little bit of a card advantage off of it. That's the only one that I could really see. I think you really need to get those kicks in play. You need to be able to reciprocal acceleration kick, get the extra speed. So taking out your kicks feels really, really bad. Jab doesn't work in the kick package, and it definitely sort of gets stymied by Eraserhead. So maybe there's a world where you want some more muscle maulers, but genuinely, I think you could probably just play as is. Getting that higher difficulty against the breaker deck is not ideal, and the red guards I just don't think have a place.
I think it's also just hard, right? Muscle Mauler being a mid move.
Yeah.
The Deadlock, obviously great, but we saw Corey is never willing to go to Deadlock against your deck,
But here's
right?
the thing: what if you nail in the coffin and you add even more? And Corey gets a little bit comfortable and says, you know what, maybe I can do it.
It's also that rough spot because it took so much work to get that one momentum to make the
Yeah.
muscle mauler alive. Like
Yep.
if you're playing 4 copies, even 3
And there's
copies in
6 diffs.
yeah. I mean they're 5 diffs as long as we're healthy, right? Like so like but regardless, it was so much work. And by the time we were going to play that muscle mauler, it was on a 6 because we
Yes.
went to 2.
Yes. Jeez. Yeah. I mean, so many different decision points. I mean, that's one of the things that makes the game so great is that you know, like we could talk to Andrew after that, and he would say that every single thing that we said is wrong so far, and he's going all the muscle maulers, all the red cards. He doesn't even care because
Why is an apathetic in a 4
he's
of?
gotten the right idea. Yeah.
Obviously, I won you that game. It's only a 3 of. Where's
Right.
the 4th apathetic? No, I would love to see the defending pageant queens come in. I think resetting a speed to 1 is
for sure.
huge against Eraserhead, and it's at least but it's just another target they have to erase. Good, remove them.
Right. Get those out of here so that I can go win the game later, so I can use my overhaul some more. All right. So solid 4 build from Corey. Moving on into it, and we found the defending pageant
Wow.
queen first card, so we know we're doing something right. I love apathetic at a 3x. I think that there is, going into this tournament, I think there was the promise of all of these different control decks coming to the fore. Are we really thinking about failing the squabble? There's no
I don't
way,
think
right?
you do.
Yeah.
There's not a world where Corey is ever going to actually attempt to kill you on 2.
Oh, wow.
And it paid off, right? You got the 4th foundation. We're going to review the erase. So there's 2 in the discard pile for Corey here. Again, Corey's never going to actually attempt to actually turn 2 you.
Right.
But I will say the build 4 for Corey, that was the most you can ask for as an Eraserhead deck, in my opinion. And I would love to just see a solid another build out turn here. But I mean, sometimes the deck says no, and so we're going to find out real fast.
Right. And can I point out a really heads up play from last turn really quick? Andrew had a 2 that he could have played as his last foundation on a 5. Instead, he decided to play as 1 and he checked to 4.
Oh, there we go.
And
What was it? What was the 2?
it was the 2 diff is You're So Obvious. It's still in his
Oh,
hand.
it's another sideboard piece.
Yeah,
actually.
another sideboard piece that came in. But you got to think like that is showcasing high level play. When you are thinking about how do I optimize my turn build, I still struggle with this sometimes every once in a while, where I'm just like maybe I go for it, maybe I don't risk it as much. But Andrew taking the quote unquote safest route and being utterly rewarded for it, because he could have been sitting here on 3 foundations feeling like he's just getting outbuilt to the moon.
Yeah. I'm going to give you another fun fact about Andrew's deck right now. Now, again, I'm going to put more caveat on it this game because he had the partial Paris, right?
Yeah.
Petty Squabble's a 1 of in his deck.
Yeah.
And it was
he's-
massive last game.
He's finding them.
And I bet you it's going to be massive this game.
Yep.
So, I mean, very, very good. I mean, it wasn't like built turn 1 last game,
Right.
so we found it. But I'm saying like, it's pretty big for this play, for this play here. Seeing not only a apathetic in the beginning to flip a good piece. We found a sideboard piece. We found another sideboard piece in our hand, and then also we have the Petty Squabble that's a 1 of.
Right. I think Corey has like 3 repeateds in his hand right now.
Wow. Well, that's still
It's 2
scary
or
because
3.
I don't think 1, it doesn't kill, and 2, we can't ready all our cards we've already ready.
That's true. That's true.
But you could do a solid poke here and get Overhaul in the most defensive position that he's ever going to be in.
Yeah, this is definitely a time to press the attack, considering his character is committed. All of your attacks are coming for mega speed unless he wants to go down to only 3 foundations left in his stage. Like, this is a really good opportunity for Corey to try to get some major damage in here.
Yeah, and he's even pushing he's putting it even further, right? We used Think Fast to change the zone to low, and we committed a gotcha, which
Oh my
and
goodness,
there's
the
the defense.
squabble.
There it is,
God,
the
it's
defensive
so
squabble
good.
play,
Yep.
and that's going to be the biggest punish here in the sense that now it feels like you almost have to play a repeated on a 6.
Yeah, for sure.
And just pray you don't check a 3. And we're even going for the block here because we made it a low. It's gonna pass because we're gonna tap everything but the pageant.
The pageant queen stays up, and so if you're going to throw a repeated out here, this
Oh,
could just be
no.
another move biting on
Oh,
granite.
but it's okay. We checked a 5 on
Yeah.
it. We're okay. So this is only going to ready 2 of our cards, but you, of course, want to ready the face-up ones.
For sure. And so the question is, I think instead of enhancing with Eraserhead for speed, you just you say, hey, this 4-speed attack is probably good enough, and if you want to bust the pageant queen, I'll go ahead and pump 2 speed into it. But no, we're going to go ahead and see if we can get him to use the pageant queen.
It is still a remove cost, right?
yeah.
Make Overhaul go to 3 foundations here while I still put on some good pressure.
Not bad.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So yeah, I think this repeated is solid. It's only a little bit of damage. That's kind of Eraser's
6 for
game
6.
plan until it's time for the end game. We're going to go for another one.
Wow, on a
Amazing.
7. If you
Let's
check
go.
a 3 here, it's crazy bad.
Nah, it's okay. You still get 3 up.
No, you get 2. because
'cause
we
you've-
readied 2 already.
No, we've got 3.
Oh,
If
where'd
we
that
ready
face down
2.
come from?
Yeah,
Oh, we
hard
built one from the jab. You're right.
for sure.
Yeah. It was just so far off. But
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we still get our ready 3 off, so it's as if the turn has almost never happened.
Yeah.
But building afterwards is still going to be a little bit harder. And now the same question we had about using the Paget Queen, and
Right.
this is the straight pass one. This is the one where you said, well, you didn't use it on the last one, so this one's just a 4 high for 6.
Right, for sure.
4, 5, 6.
Oh, my
5, 6,
goodness.
still going to pass the block,
Andrew's
though.
blocks being immaculate.
Yeah,
this
man.
match, really. That was fantastic. So now, I mean, Corey's got to be a little bit, we're 3. Is he going for another one?
Well, 2 are gone now.
I wonder if we just say, you know what, you're so far committed out. I want to get you to 15 on this first turn so that I can set up a kill later. I just feel like with the repeateds, you want to save it for super
No
turn.
way.
Let's
On an
go.
8?
Let's go.
Another
no.
3, and it
Oh my goodness.
fails that one.
Wow.
Okay, so if I'm Andrew, that was the best thing that could have happened to
For
me.
sure. Andrew just got massively paid. I mean, Corey's choice there. Does he even have foundations in his hands to play?
I don't know.
I see an erase.
Thanks, Brian.
Oh yeah, there's a mediator in there. So yeah,
Okay,
you could have gotten +1 on that. I don't know. That was a crazy.
And you're
risky
gonna start
option.
playing cards now. Again, not checking a great card here, and the 2 that you choose to commit here is pretty massive.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder, because of the aggression and the risk that we took as Corey, I'm wondering if there's actually an erase response
He had
here.
all 4 repeateds that turn.
There's the other one in his hand.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. 3 of them are gone now. And
Yeah.
if I'm Andrew, still sitting at 21 life,
Mm-hmm.
I feel very good because I only have to worry about one of those for the entirety of the game now.
Well, the entirety of the until the cycle, which we may go to cycle depending on how this game peters out. But yeah, so getting the auto build though. So Andrew said, "Hey Corey, nice hardened jab. I'm gonna be hardened jab on my face." Getting an additional build down. Sure, he checked kind of bad, but if Corey has to start, he's got to commit a block to this, and if he decides to block with his repeated, like you said, I mean, a lot of your great super turns that you can manifest are saved for the first cycle, and then it's a matter of sculpting back into it. So it's a little bit more complicated once we get to that stage.
I want to see more high intense tempo from Andrew here. And I use that word very weird, but there's a jab in our hand. I want to see that come after this no matter what.
Really?
And then use an overhaul once per turn, which either forces the erase response from Eraserhead.
Yep.
But the whole point is that you need to refund some of your own face downs right now and kind
Right.
of create that stage advantage, because once again, look at Corey's board, and aside from Think Fast, the rest of these cards are pretty blank.
Yep, for sure. Oh, and we're gonna get another apathetic down. We're gonna go. We saw last time's game plan, which was, hey, your foundations are face down. You actually have to just go crazy into me, and now you can't because your entire super turn engine is sitting in your discard pile.
Is that a brute strength? Are we about to build a brute strength? No.
no,
What?
no.
We have one in our hand though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure never a world where I feel like you really need that card against Eraserhead just because he's so squishy. And then boom, getting the display down from the new training method response.
Yep.
So we only have one card left in our hand, right? Or is that 2? I can't tell.
Andrew?
It's 2. It's
yeah,
2.
no, 2.
Oh, it's the jab we didn't play,
Yeah.
and then it's the brute strength. So double high block. So
I think we had 3. Did we have a display?
it came down
Oh, it came down
from
okay.
the new training method. Yep.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, so looking very healthy on the stage, having the apathetic to point and click on something you don't want to deal with, and it is basically back up to Corey on whether he's going to continue to try and put in some aggression.
Yeah, I think continuing to aggress here is a little bit weird, just because you're sort of in a position where you're on the cusp of being outbuilt, and last time, or you are outbuilt, and last time getting outbuilt so badly became just a terrible thing for him. So going ahead and matching build, getting some more face-ups, not letting that apathetic be as powerful as it was last game. I think this is very valuable here. So I think this is the right play from Corey. I know he's really disappointed that he couldn't get overhauled to 15. Only putting him to 21 feels kind of bad, but we're just gonna chug forward and get ourselves a real stage, and hopefully find some crazy turns later.
Citywide Crisis is not one of the best cards against Overhaul.
No?
By the way. Yeah, not very good.
What's it missing?
It just resetting something to speed. Almost all the moves are already printed speed. I know maximum overhaul gets 3/3, but
acceleration kick.
Oh, okay. I guess specifically against this package, so that's fine. So
Yeah.
so Andrew might be choosing to pick that one down aside from the mediators. He's like, no, I want you to destroy those. Just like we did last game. We'll eventually get through them. I also wonder here. I'm going to be really tempted to see if we draw any seizings this turn.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
No,
Not
but there's
yet,
the
at
frenzy.
least.
The frenzy being another one of those pesky ones that you told is really bad for Eraserhead.
We did not see a frenzy at all last game, and this is actually a massive upgrade to Andrew's offense here for this game, being able to say, hey, you don't want to block this, and you probably don't want to take it either.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't want to take it. Don't want to fully block it, because if you do, it's coming back down.
Yeah, the thing is, like, Andrew gets his cards from his momentum and from his stage.
Yes.
So whether or not you block this or don't block it, it's whether or not you want to expend a high block and not take damage.
Do we have a high block in Corey's hand?
That's a great question.
Uppercut or jab?
I don't know if I saw any specifically, but yeah. So we got a jab over on Andrew's
On Andrew's
for
side,
sure.
but I'm wondering over here.
What is
We pitched our keeping Aries safe in our hand and pick up an erase.
Okay.
Heroic lineage.
not
Is that
a
an
one.
uppercut? No, that wasn't an uppercut.
He's got 2 low blocks, 2 mid blocks, I believe.
Yikes.
Yeah. So
You for sure don't want to half this either.
Yeah. No. Actually, halving this is not that bad.
Just for the breaker.
It doesn't go down, right? Yeah, you get the breaker off. It doesn't go down. Like, do you really need to? I guess Andrew is actually sitting on a pretty
I think the game
good
one
pile.
is really important.
Right. Yeah, he's got a pretty good pile of cards in his stage right now. So as Corey, you could just be thinking, you know what, this is probably not worth it because I just want to be able to survive as much as possible.
I think the cards in Andrew's hand are also not that great. So this
Yeah.
is a both-ended kind of. Neither of these are really the best hands for both players.
Yeah.
But we're still making the best of what we got.
Right.
So the question here is, do we want Corey to take?
He's blocked with it, right?
He blocked, yeah, but it's a half, right? So so the question is, do we want to increase how much Corey takes and gain a life? And I think you do. No, I guess we're not opting for it.
Well, I think if we had more face-ups, we could consider it. But being that our stage is basically half and half right now, keeping those face-ups for attacks that are just going to deal damage and go right to the jugular, or keeping them for their useful, unique effects, probably more important at this stage.
I don't know. I'm going to challenge you on that. I don't think the It Can't Be Fixed is very important for this matchup, and I think having that face down one high block to do shenanigans
that's
with
true.
is really important.
That's true.
And quote me on this: if there's a situation where Corey is off by lethal or has exact lethal by 1,
Right.
it won't matter.
No, that's fair. But if there's an opportunity to, I think getting the It Can't Be Fixed left. Is there anything in Corey's deck that's committing any of their foundations? No.
No, I mean, no, most of the things that are selective committal, because he's opting to not play the things like rewind throttle. I don't think we're playing the 1/5 low block from the Eraserhead starter deck.
Okay.
So it's one of those. I mean, I'll go look in the list right now of something I'm just forgetting. But as far as I'm aware, a lot of those kind of like very niche selective committal pieces we're not really playing in this list.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's very possible that It Can't Be Fixed is useful. I mean, if he dies by 1, he dies by 1, and that would be really funny and serendipitous for.
There's one.
Okay, there's one.
It is the deadlock ability on Plummeting Punch, which we did see last game.
Okay, yeah, but I don't know if it's that important to your point.
Yeah.
So yeah, flipping that for that, I think you see the number of face downs and you're just like, you know what? I would rather keep the cards face up, but if the card doesn't really have an ability on it, yeah.
Chop coming through here, though. We did see this be very good for Corey last game, and Andrew has a lot more cards in hand.
Yeah.
So we can't go down to 1 kind of scenario that we did in the first game. So we are actually, if we want to block this, going to be losing a card.
Absolutely. And so the thing is, we do have new training down. We do still have squabble option. We do still have overhaul option. So there's a lot of ways Andrew can be flexible. Also, if we got a low block on a foundation, getting the incredible display to pick back up. I mean, there are plenty of low attacks in Corey's deck. Blocking an uppercut later that you block the chop with, using that same foundation block is massive.
It's also like that great challenge of like, you pick up the low block again with the incredible display, and then now the person, Corey over here with the think fast, like, oh, I'm just not allowed to make things low, right? Because I know you have that one, or I really have to overload that zone.
Right.
But then it's weird because I don't want to make like my jabs high or something, because then because you'll eat them because I can't hit you with my my 100%,
Right.
which we know there's only one left, and we know it's in the hand. We know that.
Well, to your point earlier about the the chop being a crazy poke and not being able to deal damage with it, now we see the chop
comes through,
goes right through, and Overhaul is a defensive character, does really good blocking, but Andrew just not seeing a reason to block this, seeing, hey, I can just take some damage because I don't know what kind of crazy Eraserhead turn is coming after this. Rejuve being a card that is, I think when Nationals happened, it was like my number one, this is the menace card of the game.
Really?
More so than Back Alley Haymaker, more so than anything else. And it's because Nationals rounds were taking a really long time because so many overhauls were utilizing that card to sustain themselves and draw more card. You get to become like a 9-hander, you get to gain a bunch of life. And so this card is actually helping draw the game out. But for Corey, this is maybe his first time getting to resolve the response on the card. I don't know if he did it all
He
last
did in game one,
He did in
remember?
game one?
Because it got that was what got there, right? We drew the extra 2 cards,
yeah.
and then it went into the third one,
Right.
which we didn't get the response on, right? But I mean, it is important. But like you said, other reason why this is so good in Eraserhead earlier from last game is that it gives you a momentum guaranteed.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, I mean, I think seeing this that's not on your kill turn, that's during your poke turn, actually does help Corey stabilize and start to, get more foundations he can play or have a bigger hand that he can defend with. So I think that Corey did not see that card as much as he wanted to last game, despite the fact that he got it during his attempted kill turn. But yeah, this is a really good opportunity for him to gain a little bit of that life from last time left and sort of restabilize himself.
My fear, though, is that, as we saw in game one, Corey never went to deadlock. And so drawing all those cards and doing all those things is great, Keenan.
Yeah.
But that means he's only going to build 2 here.
Right.
Nope, just 1.
Or 1 because he can block and then build it down.
One down.
Right,
Okay.
exactly.
And that's, even with the 2 destruction foundations that we have, right?
Yeah.
So, again, Corey's never going to go to deadlock, is what I've learned from watching this. And for good reason. Andrew has very good deadlock abilities.
Yeah.
None on stage, but they do also come from the attacks.
Right, and they could also be in the stage, just like little
Ready to
secret
go.
mines that are sitting down there waiting for you to mess up and go to deadlock. Yeah, but even then, sometimes you just have to. Sometimes you just have to go. This
Loving the build here, actually.
Yeah.
Loving it. And because they're good ones.
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna get the ultra regen down off the new
we have 2 of
training.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah, love it.
and we get to block and build one down. Okay.
Yes, we do. Oh, get the prehensile tail, more deadlock pressure on a 5. Check some muscle mauler here. You don't care.
You
Tap some
always
face
pass
downs.
that for sure.
Absolutely. What a great build here. All these cards that Corey is going to have to answer in some capacity at
Yep.
some point.
Mm-hmm.
Or once again, this outbuilding menace that Andrew has been developing both the last game and now this game.
Right.
Either Corey has to go to deadlock or you're just never allowed to commit enough pieces.
Right, and Corey, I think is he out of 100% repeated?
We have 1.
Oh,
the one in our hand that we've held
it?
since
Okay.
that same turn.
Yep. But we know that we can't draw any more of those. So, are we going to be able to pull off a super turn without those? I think right now, we're seeing Andrew commit a little bit to this turn. This actually feels like a pretty decent time to swing in if we're Corey. We just have to find the hand here. Because the later this goes, the less likely it's
Look
ever
how
gonna
massive
happen.
the stage is.
Yeah. It's this is how I like to play a deadlock. I
Learning
just
the
like to say,
standards is
doesn't matter.
huge.
Yeah.
If Corey tries to do that same kind of kill turn that he did last game, you have to send everything for lethal, or your turn you have to stop.
On a plus
Could you imagine the one? It's about making the right call, right, on when you're
Right.
going to play the repeated, because you have to weave another non-attack card in there
Yeah.
to then play that, to then ready your stage.
Yes.
That's going to be how Andrew kind of takes advantage back. Or it's a seal target. But if that's the seal target, Petty Squabble isn't, Incredible Display isn't, Ultra Region's not, and the Pageant is not.
Right. All right. So we are now building. I think just building one, right?
And it's a build 1 because it's going to be the spooky, right?
Oh no.
Oh, we're going to go to deadlock.
We're gonna go a little
We're
bit in.
going into
We're
deadlock.
tiptoeing in.
It's
Okay.
a good deadlock card. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, we got a good deadlock card. We can take one of the cards out of Andrew's
But we have
hand.
officially gone to deadlock, and Andrew said, "How many you got?"
Yep.
Because if it's a muscle mauler, you instantly flip.
Oh my goodness,
The
you ripped one off the top.
mediators.
You ripped
Oh,
two
and a
off the
seizing,
top?
and there's a seizing in there.
He's gonna flip the whole stage.
Oh my god!
Wow. And I don't know that Corey had a better option there.
I don't think so
Genuinely,
either.
that was just Andrew drew the god.
It's
hand.
not even that I disagree with you that he didn't have a better option, but why didn't we do it turns ago?
Yeah. Well,
And that's me hindsighting here.
I think we didn't do it turns ago because we just didn't have we didn't have the ability to stretch that far because we didn't have the cards in our hand. If we had drawn Rejuve, if we resolved a Rejuve on turn 2, turn 3, being able to do that, but we resolved it turn 4 or so, and at that stage we're already staring down a scary stage. So we're like, okay, I don't have any option. I don't really want to go in there, and I'm not trusting that I'm going to be able to survive. But there he didn't really have much of a choice because I think what he's seeing is he's building Andrew's building a whole pile of different foundations, but Andrew just drawing the right one at the right time. I don't think that Corey was necessarily making that bad of a decision here. I think that he just, like Andrew's deck said, okay, no, that was, you're going to get to win this game here.
This is crazy. Now again, this was on a 7. We did bink the 5 though, because we are at equal vitality. But so it looks like the seizing has gone and flipped a spooky, and I would be very surprised here. I think Andrew's going to go for the game here, so I think we're for sure flipping 2 mediators. So you can't get out of deadlock.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
There's still a destroy and a remove cost on the board still, but
yeah, you'd be able to get rid of 2 of them, but wouldn't you rather just have those other 2 defensive pieces? Like you could get rid of Fruit of Our Labors in the last mediator. I don't know. I just feel like for Corey, I think he just has to just be comfortable staying.
Oh my goodness! You know what the play is? The play is actually flip Fruit of Our Labors in 1 mediator, so that when you attempt to use one of the mediators, you petty squabble the other one down, and you're stuck in deadlock. There's no way out.
That's nasty.
That to me is for sure the choice. But we actually opposite. We're still on responses on play. Is that where we are? Or?
No, we've activated
we
Prehensile Tail.
deadlocked in hands.
Yeah.
Prehensile Tail.
Yep.
Make it a throw.
Yeah, because eventually Corey can't deal with that anymore.
And then you ready? I think that's perfectly fine because I think right here, I think Corey feels like he has to seal something. He's like, I have to stop something else happening. Nope, we discard it for -2 speed. Then we deadlock in hand. Or no, we're just gonna go straight for its ability.
Yep.
There's no rush here on the deadlock in hands.
Draw our card. Get our momentum. The deadlock enhance is definitely coming though. Oh my goodness, Andrew's hand has turned so angry so
got that
quickly.
frenzy back. That's the biggest thing. That's what we said, right? You either take the frenzy or you put it in his stage for later.
Yeah, he's gonna get it or he's gonna get it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And so Corey, I mean, partial blocking frenzy is my favorite way to deal with frenzy, genuinely, because I don't like to take the whole thing, but I also don't want you to clear your card pool for free. But yeah, so here comes. Did we not?
We're enhancing.
Oh, we're enhancing.
There's
No, we're blocking.
Oh, we're blocking.
Did we miss the
Did we
deadlock
miss a
enhance?
deadlock? That's crazy.
Wow, interesting. Okay.
A lease on life for Corey, in my opinion.
That's not bad. That's not bad for Corey at all. But
We
he's
are going to
take
flip
half of
because it's
this.
the throw.
Extra dammies. We did just flip that. It can't be fixed. So
Hey,
we'll
there
see.
you go.
Yeah, we did finally.
We gained
get
our
there.
life, which means our next monster mauler is cheaper.
Actually, I think Corey might be at 18. I'm not 100% sure though, because he gained some life after he.
Oh, you're right. No, I think I think that's from it. He went to 16 from that.
Okay. Now, now he's at 10 because he took half of the throw, so it's fine.
Maybe
but
not.
yeah, here comes the frenzy. I mean, Andrew's just squarely in the driver's seat.
We have built a thing down now, or is that what we're doing right now?
I think we are.
Okay,
Yeah, we're
overhaul
actively
once per
building.
turn, first enhance. And
Is
then
there any reason for that? Why do we first enhance there? You said we should do it, but I don't know why.
I mean,
Just because you can press the button, you press it. You don't like
more
having it
cards
on
in our
your hand?
stage. We're passing every card we want to play this turn,
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah. I don't think that we needed necessarily another one.
I think
but-
it's about spending all of our resources and then doing that offensive petty squabble, right?
okay. No, that's totally fair.
Just to
Yeah.
keep the pressure on. That's how we're going to win this game. Again, there are mediators here, obviously on defense, but like my thing is you still have to catch them with the right zones because these are all cards that Corey's ripping off the top, basically. Yes, we can turn them into mids, which is the easy one, but look, we just pitched a high for this,
Right.
which means we have another high, but how many do you have?
Well, do we really want to block this with a high? I don't think I want to block this with a high, genuinely. I want to keep the card in the card pool, and I want to just keep this away from you this turn.
Sure, but
If you high block this and there's a maximum overhaul coming, then you're just getting hit with it again.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think there's a maximum overhaul on this stage.
I also don't think
I saw one. I for sure did see a high engine kick and a high acceleration.
Yeah, but Corey doesn't know that, right? He would much rather get the breaker off, not let that card move, not decrease the progressive difficulty, not allow that potential. And I don't hate this block here. I think that partial blocking this is as good as you can ask for. We still have plenty of ways to draw cards since our mediators are still in play, and if we've got another erase in our discard pile, we still have a Racerhead commit to draw too. So Corey is still defending, and he's flying by the seat of his pants, which is what he's really hoping is that Andrew starts to overcommit to a kill and just slightly whiffs it.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that. The jab is huge, I think, in the stage.
Oh my
'cause
god,
it's
we've got
basically overhauling
so
twice.
many attacks.
Again, I think high engine kick, jab, high acceleration is what it looks like.
But we don't have a way to pick them up and play them all, right? We can just
It's just the
we can play
overhaul.
the jab. and then
Oh, we have
play.
another muscle mauler in our hand,
Yeah,
buddy.
we drew 2.
I didn't know. I saw the one.
Yeah, I said that.
Oh, my bad. I think you said like we ripped one off the top, as in like that was the one we ripped.
No. We got 2 off the top. 'Cause
Okay,
we're
all right.
because we're better than other people.
So not only did we not use the deadlock flip on the first one,
Yeah.
but we still have the second one.
We still have the second one. We can still find the deadlock play.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, we're out of deadlock.
Wait,
That's
is this a committed
11.
foundation? Yeah.
So, I mean, you can't stop Corey from not staying in deadlock because
Right.
you can't flip all the fruit, both mediators.
Flip it a fruit. Oh, we just building.
Whoa. Again, I think it's the no, I'm gonna grind it out, picking up another deadlock piece right here with the snack time.
Interesting.
Gonna have still such a crazy defense.
Yeah, we've got
he
so
goes,
many
no,
cards in our hand too. Like, how good is Fruit of Our Labors at this stage? I feel like it's like the most underwhelming deadlock in the game in this particular matchup.
especially the character that gets to play a card from his stage.
Yeah.
But I mean, we drew so many cards, right? We muscle maulered. We got the frenzy. Like the frenzy we played
Snack
was already
time too.
yeah. Deadlock enhance on snack time to
Oh,
draw cards
boy.
defensively.
Yeah. This is feeling so much like we thought Andrew had a pretty solid advantage last game. This feels
worse.
near insurmountable.
And that was in the game that Corey could have drawn his 3 or 4 100% off the top.
Right.
And we know that can't
It's
happen
not
right
possible
now.
anymore. Yeah, this is feeling, and this is Andrew Duvall's last game in his previous match that we streamed. Also felt very similar to this, where he was just in a perfectly domineering position, and his opponent couldn't do
really?
anything.
Not taking that momentum either. That one hit. That was a throw.
Yeah, that's true. Did we mark it? Did we turn it sideways?
No, we didn't mark any of them.
Well,
Andrew doesn't like the new rule text. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I don't
clearly,
know.
right? Yeah.
I mean, I think that's massive though. Not taking that momentum there. I think
you muscle mauler pick up another muscle mauler.
To muscle mauler to pick up the
money.
frenzy.
And you also have a prehensile tail down. So yeah, I think that is an odd choice. Not that it's a bad one, but it is an odd one. That said, these players have been playing the game for quite a while.
All day yesterday.
Weekend, and if we talk to Andrew and he tells us, you know what, we just decided it was a bad idea. You know what, I would trust him over my own judgment right now.
True. It's true.
That said,
It's up to Corey still.
Corey,
and I'm not
it's up to
saying
nothing. He's got no options. He's got no plays. He is purely at the mercy of somebody who can just prehensile tail, make a thing a throw. We're at 6. I mean,
one
Corey's on a
max.
clock here, and it is ticking quick.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is, I'm wondering if Andrew can get any move up to 12, right?
Right. And
I mean, it
even
gives
then-
3, so muscle mauler's 6, 7, 8, 9,
and then +2 off of
10, 11.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh,
That's
that's
all I
it.
need
Yeah,
to do.
die and half, right? I
That's
mean,
exactly-
it's literally just a muscle mauler, give a throw, and
right.
And if I'm Andrew, I don't feel threatened at all by this.
No.
Especially as the lead.
I think as Corey, maybe we're trying to see if we can get some of the attacks out of Andrew's hand, try to, mitigate the backswing, try to scare him into thinking, hey, maybe there's something coming here. But I think really a lot of this matchup came down to like that turn 2 where Andrew perfectly checked the block to stop the repeated, and
Instead of going down earlier.
Yep, exactly. And then not going down that foundation, right? Like you said, the defending pageant queen's still in the stage at this stage in the game, and then getting to a point where Corey went for that last repeated because he felt like he needed to do something. He needed to go ahead and get an advantage. And his deck just misfired twice, 2 matches in a row on the most important check potentially of the game. Like getting 2 momentum that early with 2 more repeateds in your hand or another repeated in your hand and being able to just powerful him out of the game the next turn. That was what Corey was envisioning there, and it just not coming to fruition because of a bad check.
And and I don't want to say it's like 100% out of the water. I mean, even still having 3 momentum with the 1 that we have left in the game, right? I mean,
we've got no other attacks.
Yeah,
right? We
that's
just
the
die
problem.
next turn.
Is that we didn't draw the rest of them to go with the ensemble.
Yeah.
So we are going to go ahead and blow up, I think, 2 readied face downs.
Yeah, we want to get ourselves out of deadlock. That was terrifying, and it just felt like a bad idea. Let's have no more throwy stuff going on. And you know what? That could actually buy Corey some time if Andrew doesn't have the rest of the super turn to put together. Like you said, like if he'd picked up that muscle mauler, he would have so many more options, like in the momentum, in terms of like creating a crazy string next turn. Even then, though, we have still at least 2 or 3 attacks in our stage. We still have 1 momentum to pick up. If Andrew completely whiffs his draw, he can still throw 3 attacks next turn. And if Corey just picks the wrong zones, he might just be dead.
We actually overhauled here. We discarded a card from our hand
Neat.
to play a card from our stage, which I actually think is not the best play here. Unless we're selectively building what we think we want from this Manly Passionate here.
Right, and we also got squabble options, so getting that card out of our
True.
hand.
Because my fear is I see the Fruit of the Labors on the other side of the board, and that gives rid of another card out of our hand.
Right.
But you're right. Andrew's
And
got a
Ultra
lot of
Regen
ways out.
too, right?
Ooh, but we're just building. We're gonna go back to 10. We are
Can't
not
escape
in deadlock.
You can't make it a throw either. So please stop. But I mean, Andrew just needs like 1 or 2 attacks off the top to guarantee, I think,
Yeah, we're gonna review here.
another freaking muscle.
Was that a
mauler.
Mauler? That means we sided more in,
We did
buddy.
side more in.
There you go. You were right.
Hey.
I wonder what we took out. Yeah, I think it was Hellflame Stomp. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet either. Which is interesting because I think that
The low mix-up was good.
Yeah, the low mix-up is cool, but clearly the deadlock flip 2 would be better.
Yeah, but this right here is
because we get to pick up the jab and then jab in another attack. Yeah, this is looking pretty wrapped up.
the problem is that all of these are mids. I think that matters. Because
that does matter.
That turns every card into Corey's hand a breaker block and a guaranteed full block, right?
So I guess there's a question of what
He's not in deadlock.
not in deadlock, but
Oh, sorry, buddy. It's okay.
That's
We took
okay.
it back. We took it back.
like you said, like it's all mids. There is a world where Corey blows up a good portion of his staging area and lives, and if he can hold on to the repeated during that time, he could draw a backswing.
Mm-hmm.
As Andrew here, I think if we smell blood in the water, snack time is our best friend. It's
I would
time
agree.
to start stunning. It's time to, hit that keeping area safe, hit that gotcha. You have to get through that stuff and then get into the point where, Corey has to check a little bit bad on his blocks, commit out a bunch. And I don't know if there's a whole lot of ways to go about it. Now, I am wondering for the Muscle Mauler, destroy a foundation, respond can't escape me immediately, right?
I think so too. I was exactly looking at that same exact scenario, but I wonder if that is good enough for Corey to feel safe.
Right. I mean, if you're destroying for that and then you think you have to destroy both of those mediators this turn, are you just going into your next turn with only 7 foundations, feeling like you can't do anything?
So, because the other fear is this. I think this Can't Escape Me is for sure waiting for the maximum overhaul to come out. To stop the pickup 3 and you don't get 3/3.
And all that good stuff.
So the question is that do we use it now? Whereas we know that Andrew doesn't have a maximum.
Ooh, here goes. Oh, we're doing
We're
it.
gonna take it. Oh no.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Oh,
What did you say, Barrett?
No.
What were the words that just came out of your mouth?
Well, okay. Again, that means we still have the Can't Escape Me to stop that ability, but it is still a scary chain.
Yeah.
This chain is getting way scarier.
This chain just became a little nutty comparatively. It's still possible for Corey to survive this turn for sure.
The fact that we still have the Frenzy in our hand too, right? Because that's what we got from our momentum.
Yeah.
Playing that Frenzy over and over and over again is going to be the biggest downfall, I think, of Corey this turn.
Right. Well,
because it's going to be Frenzy. You have to full block it at this point. We're at 6.
You full block it, but then you still have the option to cancel. So you can survive it.
I just meant because you ready? Because to me that means the card that you're playing once per turn is the jab.
Oh yeah, no, that's fair.
To pick up the maximum, to then keep going.
Yep.
That's the card you once per turn, and then you play the maximum, pick up the Frenzy.
So we're saying that Corey is dead and buried.
Because
is that right?
what is end of all stage if we don't stop like a jab enhance or a maximum overhaul enhance it is high engine kick, high acceleration kick, and the Frenzy once it comes down. Those are the 3 cards that are going to be in his stage.
And we're
and there's a jab right now.
Looking at Andrew's hand, he's going over to the gray part of his hand. I wonder if he's deciding, hey, what am I going to discard to snack time here to try to start going out of the stage? Or wait, are we just sequencing our next turn? We've already blocked this?
Yeah, we've already blocked this one.
Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, we're just going on to the next one.
Just that same scenario of Andrew thinking I don't think you can kill me.
Yeah.
And my stage is set, and I have this card in my hand that's going to win me the game.
And yeah, if he goes to deadlock.
And you ready? All I need to do if I'm
get
Andrew is I need to play an apathetic on my board.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So this is the card we're playing from our stage.
Interesting.
It checks, of course. We're going to double up on... Oh, there's the
There's
apathetic.
the apathetic, like you said.
Weaves it in.
One more. I mean, yeah, what can Corey do?
I don't know. Draw a better kill turn.
Right.
But the thing is that we know all these cards in his hand are not that because we
Right.
played the one that we had. We didn't sculpt. We played the one we had.
Right. Right. And maybe we did that because we wanted to go ahead and get ourselves out of deadlock. I think that was our main point. But because we didn't want to die to that throw.
Yeah.
But now that we're trapped at 10 foundations, we're just like the walls have fully closed in on us, and we're just sort of like a worm in a tube waiting to die.
Yeah.
But
Because you have to play a form. So Corey has to either throw an attack that's going to do nothing.
right. And continue to
double prehensile.
unsculpt himself. Yeah, double prehensile is brutal. And Andrew not having any momentum is very useful for Corey because it helps mitigate the super turn. All of those prehensils basically not. I guess they do discard momentum, which can be pretty sick.
Yeah. So we're getting 4 new ones.
But yeah, he's really hoping. Oh, there they are.
Brian, give us a slot. Give us a
There they
look.
are. There they are. They're both grasping tape tosses in a row.
Oh.
They were hiding out at the bottom.
Those
of
are
our
a sideboard
deck.
card, by the way.
Yeah.
We found them.
Yeah, we finally found them. What do? We both prehensils onto top and then just build and then hope to God that we find something crazy.
So they don't go to top. They go to the bottom, which matters because we have 2 cards left in our deck.
Interesting.
I think you're. I don't think you. The fact I think you have to snap pick the apathetic. Your only difference
Okay.
is you can't escape me.
Sure. Yeah. Well, you snack pick apathetic, and then you play both of them, right?
And you play both.
Because
but
you want to get to 5 momentum at this stage with the repeated in hand.
yeah, you play both for sure. But like when's the counterplay come in? Does Andrew Duvall just eat it and then we respond with a
Ultra regen.
ultra
You got
regen
double ultra regen.
and also learning the standards.
Right.
So then if you want to play the second one, I'm going to make it a little bit harder for you. I want to start committing your board.
Yeah, but do we think that he drew both of them on Andrew's side? Probably, right? He's pretty low.
Ooh, we're picking the learning. There you go. That's the counterplay. But you're going to
Very
get double ultra pit trigger, and then we'll have 2 5s.
Yeah.
Or I used 1.
Right.
Leave the 2 5s on the bottom of your deck.
Yep.
And then
Yep.
and then Corey's going to help you stack 2 more.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Andrew's not drawing into a kill turn, right? Like he's just gonna have all these foundations. Or no, I guess he's gonna go ahead and draw them up.
He'll
But yeah.
check them. And then, I mean, he's going to... I think there's a reason you block these because we still have Manleys, right? Like,
Right.
We built 1. I think you half block this with the Manly in hand.
Oh,
build it
and then
down
your manly,
and be like, hey, are you going to do it again? Like,
yep, for sure.
It's a lot of counterplay. It's great. It's very cool.
I'm so glad he drew that though. That actually makes this more of a game.
But I'm still just like, I'm afraid of... Like, those are great for the deadlock counterplay, but they
Right.
sure don't kill Andrew.
Right, and also in deadlock counterplay land, you also still have to worry about the snack time that's down there too.
Yes.
So, but I mean, you can always seal it, but you're really at this point. Corey's super thin on his deck. If he thinks that he can cycle and draw a win, that may be what he has to go for at this stage because Andrew has reached critical mass. He just needs to find it now.
It's just hard because Corey's kill turn on the flip that he then still has to draw cards from
Yep.
is either we play a Rejuve after this, which I don't even know if we have,
No, I don't think we have one.
or then we start blowing up our stage to draw cards or tap our character. Those are your draw on this deck.
Yeah.
So that's the downside.
Oh, you're doing all that next turn, right? Or you're hoping to?
You just disrupt the board and then pray.
Yeah,
And then you
for
pray
sure.
that Andrew doesn't have it.
For
And don't get me wrong, again, we are stacking these foundations on here.
Well, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get us in a race. You know what we're hoping is if we stack all the foundations down and he ends up drawing them off the ultra regen, we can maybe erase the character over and over and over again, and Andrew will run out of resources pretty quickly because we've flooded his hand with gray cards potentially.
It's true.
But yeah,
I think if I'm Andrew, I want to figure out what those last 2 cards of my deck are, and if
Yeah.
they're worth ultra regenning, or if it's worth making a check and ultra regenning.
yeah, for sure. Or if it's worth maybe activating a snack time.
Because you ready? Half block this with the post. I don't know the order that Corey stacked those in, but if it's 2 random cards, apathetic,
Yep.
you make a check with the manly passionate guy, take half, ultra regen, draw the apathetic. Hey, if you play another attack on me, I'm building this down.
Andrew just prehensile tailed to discard a momentum, which now means that there's
Whoa.
one less prehensile tail we have to worry about. We can actually take the snack time out of the equation here. We sealed the other prehensile.
We win a
What
saber
is-
momentum. Corey's going to try and kill him this turn then.
There's no way. He only has two other attacks.
Yeah, and it's the 100% that we've held on the entire game.
Yeah, I think that may have been a little bit triggered.
We made another check for Corey, too. That's a deck. Our deck is even thinner, and that's one less erase for the rest of the game.
True. But, the deck being thin, that just means that we're closer to cycling as well.
Great heads up on Andrew, though, here, like pitching momentum.
Yeah.
I just don't know if it's worth it.
Yeah, I think...
I mean, it's huge, right? I think getting rid of that momentum is huge.
It is, but you're getting it back if you just do the other grasping tape toss.
Yeah.
Like looking at next turn, you get double grasping and momentum. You lost 2 momentum, you gained 2 momentum. Both prehensile tails are flipped, and now you get to take a snack time and what, a pageant queen out of the stage? That's not bad.
I think it's petty.
You think it's petty? Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah,
Petty says I only get to use one mediator.
that's totally fair. So yeah, I think I think you just let him discard that momentum.
All right, what are we blocking with?
here we are.
What are we building? It's just the tight-lipped.
All right.
It checks. We're going to build it down. Oh,
Send
no, we're going to
back
pick it back
hands.
up.
Yep.
I don't know if I would do that. I'd rather, or I guess we didn't do the manly play, so that makes more sense. So you're going to eat half. The question is, do we do an ultra? Can you use, is ultra unblocked, or is it just like in
It's
general?
on damage.
Okay,
Yeah,
just on any damage.
I believe.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate you going to find it for me. We're in those last few turns where I'm like, the phone is down. We're done at looking at the deck list. It is play by play right now.
Yeah, after you take 5 or more damage.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, interesting.
I'm sure chat's blowing me up then.
Yeah, get wrecked. Barrett, you're being eviscerated right now.
Yeah, here's the second one that we checked a 3 on it.
Yep.
So that leaves us vulnerable because, again, if you're doing this play, this is what I was kind of getting to, Keeney, is that you're not building another foundation. You're not going to deadlock.
Yeah. Because you've expended your hand at that stage.
And you also have to be worried about
You
another
also
muscle mauler.
Yeah.
Double ultra here.
That's insane.
2 6 checks on the bottom of my deck? Why, thank you, kind sir.
Oh, he's going to draw him next turn, right?
Oh, I guess, yeah.
Or at least he's going to draw. Actually, he might not. I don't know how many cards are left.
Yeah,
but,
I don't know how many cards
it's
are in hand.
close.
So and here's the thing is, if I'm Andrew, we should know what the top card of our deck is based off of the 4 that have been shoved on the bottom.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very good. We could draw dead, but that's also at the expense of Corey having to respond erase every time against Andrew to not use the overhaul abilities.
Yeah.
And we're almost at the end of our deck.
Yeah.
You can't respond all the time if you flip and you don't have them in your hand.
The Ultras is a really interesting play. In my head, I'm still fighting the foundation game. I'm still thinking about these 2 deadlock pieces and preventing me from going to deadlock. So I want to be able to break back into it and try to turn something up next turn.
Yeah.
But instead, what we're saying is it's more valuable that you are at half health or a little bit over half, or we're going to basically be putting him to half, so that we can try to close something out later. So I think this is a really interesting play from Corey.
We went
I wanna see
overhaul
how it
once
plays
per
out.
turn here, so we're about to build down a really good foundation in our stage.
Apathetic number 5. It's got to be apathetic.
It's got to be, right?
Yeah. So we flipped the Can't Escape Me. Maximum Overhaul comes online. I actually don't know how many attacks we've got remaining in the discard, but that's definitely pretty good.
None of
for
those.
Andrew.
Where is it at? Not that one. What was that? Oh, stun 1? Okay,
Yep.
sure. That was the card I was going to block with.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. I don't know what it was. I think he has it set aside. I think that card right over here that's pulled over to the side is the one that he's going with, but man, this is yeah, the fact that we have that Mauler and the Frenzy in our hand,
Yeah.
Corey has to respond every time.
Mm-hmm. This is incredible.
We're pitching to pick up an erase.
Yeah, time to get our erase.
So the question is, are we using the enhance on it because we did it on the first one?
Well, if we did it on the first one, do we just want a mediator and draw a card, and then replace that with a different foundation that doesn't get squabbled? I mean, we could accidentally get
then
squabbled
it just
if
gets
we do.
squabbled,
Yeah, you're
right? The other one gets squabbled.
You're right.
So I think you just keep it, right? But I still think that's the only erase in Corey's hand, which means how many checks we're going to be making, how many cards are left in Corey's deck. I think it's 1 or 2.
Yeah, it's very close.
So it's respond on the first attack, block it, and then we flip our deck. So you get to pick up 1 more.
Yeah, you can. He can end up with an erase in hand after.
Oh, and I guess Fruit can put it back in our discard pile.
Yeah, true.
But then you're just making a ton of extra plays. Oh, there's the apathetic.
Yeah,
I see
apathetic's coming
it.
down.
I see it.
For sure. And now Ultra Regen is mega online. Oh, we're gonna give it -2 speed. Make it slower. Make it slow.
He's like, I'm going to make it a little slower, just in case there's more coming, right? It's not a weapon, but it's just -2 speed. He's like, okay, I thought you passed. Okay,
Yeah.
whatever. It doesn't matter. I think this is just checking. And
I don't
you
even care at this
have so many ready cards.
Yeah. Just commit whatever. Just turn it sideways.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? It's a 3 mid. Is it 3 high or?
It's a 2 mid. So yeah, it's +3 high on apathetic for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, we
So
get that.
take the 3.
Yeah.
Go to
and
12.
I think Corey knows that is like
That's
the
the
worst
problem.
one.
Yeah.
That is the worst.
He goes,
one we got.
oh, I don't have you need another Can't Escape Me here, which again puts you in deadlock.
Yep. And being in deadlock
Means
kills you for
prehensile tail kills you.
Yep.
So it's like, what do you do?
I think
You have to play another attack.
Do you have to play another attack?
I don't know, something to disrupt.
I think you have to take 2 momentum and pass your turn. And hope to God that you don't die, and hope to God that the maximum overhaul is either not there or not strong enough to win the game. Because there's a world where I've seen a lot of Andrew's attacks come out of this stage. He may still have a jab in there or maybe a reciprocal acceleration, but if he's going to be drawing foundations off the top.
Correct.
And I don't know how many attacks he's got in his hand, but I think it's like 1. I think
It's 2. It's Frenzy
2?
and Mauler.
Okay, it's
because we
Frenzy.
picked up the Frenzy from the first Mauler we played last turn, and the Mauler is the one that we
it's
ripped.
Frenzy and Mauler, and he's built the
maximum down.
Maximum. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, which is what I'm saying is you have to turn off Andrew every turn.
Yep.
But we're
Like you
going
said,
for it
we're
on
gonna-
a 7.
Wild.
For 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
5, 6, 7. Whatever you tap here. These aren't punches though. You're only readying one card here.
You're readying a single card. Oh, was it a 5?
I don't know. Don't pull it up. It's okay. Don't worry, Brian.
Okay.
Oh, are we responding overall?
Responding a race to seal overhaul. We're saying, hey, you need to full block this, please. Or no.
Oh no, it's a seal. Why do that now?
I am. Oh, we're gonna use the enhance on Can't Escape Me deadlock. Now we're gonna read what Can't Escape Me's deadlock.
It's
enhance
I got
does.
you. +1 speed for each one of your opponent's committed foundations.
So this is
Then you're sealing the wrong card
because defending Pageant Queen is
because
still in.
defending Pageant Queen is still on the table.
But we can activate if we can pick up another erase. Are we fine?
Um,
Now this was a play I was not ready for.
I wasn't ready for this play either.
This play's cool shit. Pardon my language.
No, yeah, I mean, okay, but we're at 12, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah.
We can only get speed from that in Eraserhead.
Yeah.
We don't get any more speed.
I mean, it's still blockable, right?
It's right. So
Is
how many
it-
we have committed? We have 2 cards left in our deck.
Yeah, 2 cards.
That means we get another erase and can use 1 too. We can seal a piece.
Yeah, so when we seal the Pageant Queen, but we can Pageant Queen beforehand if we just see that play and put it down
But
to.
I mean, that's the thing. Andrew just has to half block it, and we know that, and Corey knows that he has a 1 mid block, right?
Yeah,
So that was the first enhance. Okay, hold on.
this is interesting. I was not
This
ready.
is I wasn't ready for this either.
This is wild.
So you have to enhance it to get rid of it. Obviously, it's in there
Yeah,
because they're not in hand.
or it's in the discard pile randomly.
At the bottom, right? The bottom one's still, no, it's not. It's just in hand.
Is it in hand? Really? It's crazy.
It's a tragedy if it's in the deck.
If it's in the deck,
if it's in the deck, it's a tragedy.
Maybe that's what he was hoping, is that he would check the erase on the erase, and he missed
I
it.
think he has another one in hand. There's no way, right? Because we picked one up here, we picked one up here,
Very plausible, but
but we first snap enhanced here.
yeah.
So there's still another one.
If I'm Andrew, I'm really considering just going ahead and Pageant Queening here, and just taking.
Does that math matter? That's only -3 speed.
Right. So
And then after he gets plus, we have another -2
how
speed.
many are committed? 1, 2, 3, 4,
5,
5,
6, 7, 8, 9.
7, 8, 9. Yeah. So it could get up to 15 speed.
And we have -2.
We've got -2, so it's 13 speed. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards to block with. We can still check a 5 and
13
pass.
plus 2,
Plus 2. 'Cause of-
15.
Oh,
It's on
okay.
a 16. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah.
Can't block it.
So if you Pageant Queen here, can you block it on a 13?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
There's 10?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry, so 1 plus 9, 10.
What's the one you're coming from? Oh, the one
The
at
one
speed.
that Pageant
Okay.
Queen sets it
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
Plus 2, so 12.
Mm-hmm.
We have a 1 mid block, 13, 5. Or is it a 6 check? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, -2. Hold on. Minus the 2.
Right.
So 10, 11, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We can check a 4 and pass it.
Okay, but we can't check a 3.
Okay, like so that's entirely up to the snap use of Pageant Queen.
Right.
But then that saves it.
And it's in there.
What is?
The erase.
The erase? He doesn't have it in hand?
He has it in
Oh, then this is just a bad play.
What do you mean it's a bad play?
Well, no, not a bad play, but like,
What do you mean it's a bad play?
where is it? He has
It's
it?
in his hand.
Oh, it's in his hand. That's what I said.
that.
I think about it's in his deck.
Twice.
And I was like, why is it in his deck?
What are you doing, Barrett?
So then it's Pageant Queen.
You're a bad play.
I know.
I don't want to hear this anymore from
Okay,
you.
so you ready? I think
Okay.
because this saves 3 speed, so we have to check a 6. Everyone's laughing at me. I'm not
It's really
saying
funny.
like I mean this is all down to the wire. You guys mean.
Sorry, the production
I'm
team. is
focusing,
cracking up.
I'm
This made me very
focusing.
happy. This is awesome. Yeah. So
Have we overall built one down?
that's a great question.
I think we have.
Have we already enhanced?
No,
Okay. Because if we haven't enhanced, we could overhaul build one down, and that changes the math up a little bit.
it does. It actually I think gets exact math
Mm-hmm.
because we know we're checking fives.
Oh, we know we're checking fives?
I think we're at 4 cards left in Andrew's deck, and
Oh, we
all
put them
4 of them
all
are
on the-
foundations. Oh, it's a 4 if it's apathetic though. We lose if it's apathetic.
Was Ultra Regen's first? No, the apathetic
No.
was first. Oh my god.
There's 6 checks on the bottom.
That's funny.
So it's apathetic and
If Corey played this
prehensile
entire, if
tail,
Corey
right?
played this entire turn with that in mind,
With what in mind?
with put the apathetic on top. just
Maybe.
to-
I mean, I would,
That's-
right?
I could never come up with that play in a million years, dude.
But in my head,
Uh-huh.
I'm like, is there a way where we could have just drawn that?
That's just cool. That's awesome. All right, so we're just hardcore in the tank here.
Both every player. I mean,
We haven't
Corey
used-
knows what he's doing.
We haven't used the Can't Escape Me yet either, because there's a little footsie around like -2 speed.
You always
Get
wait.
the extra one. You always
This
wait,
is
right?
blockable.
Right.
And until you use this, it's not, and then we use this, right?
Yeah,
so
that is correct. But is Andrew going to get too far into his own head? At
no
this stage?
way,
No
absolutely
way?
not. We see it. We see it on the table,
Okay.
and I think that's where Andrew's. Oh,
Yes, he is.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he is.
Okay, so I mean, so that's now only -1 speed.
Yeah, that's only -1 speed. So now we've got 10 committed.
Well, he's making him make it now.
He's doing it now. He just did it. It's done.
Pitch for a race.
Pitch for a race.
It's in there. I didn't see it when Andrew was
There's
fanning.
No way.
Yeah, it's in
Oh,
there.
it is.
That's the last one.
You just can't see it with your eyeballs.
Yeah, but we get
Fine.
2 speed there,
So
and then
that is forcing him to use it here, though. So that actually makes perfect
yes,
sense.
that's correct.
Cool.
Then it's over.
Do we seal the petty squabble just for fun? Just to deal with outs and stuff?
No,
No? Okay.
absolutely not.
Why not?
So this is going to go to 14 speed.
14?
4
8, 9,
base
10.
plus 10 because we committed an extra card.
Yep. And we've already used the
14,
+2
and we have a
speed.
1 mid block, so
Yep.
on a 5. So if we check a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh,
So we need to hit the apathetic.
yeah, it has to be a 4. It has to be the apathetic on top.
Wait, we haven't given it the damage yet either.
Yeah, we have to powerful it.
Yeah.
Yeah, ready your 1 card, sure. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I don't think there's another attack after this, right? Is there the last card in Corey's hand?
No, there's no other attack in the hand. Yeah.
We said that last time.
Plus, there's the damage. Amazing.
Powerful, and then yeah, we have a 1 mid block in hand, which we know. Everyone knows,
Yep. Everybody knows that.
and it's right there, and he knows I'm gonna go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows. It's on a 14, right?
So it's 14 speed, so it's on a 15. Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
It's 14 speed.
Oh, okay.
So
then, yeah.
he has to hit the 6.
10 plus 4?
which
Yeah,
we
you're
know
right.
Is not there.
Yeah, we know the 6 is in there. Okay.
Oh my. What on
Okay.
earth is going
We got there.
on? Corey's been playing games like this all day.
I didn't see the Can't
Corey's
Escape
been
Me
playing
play.
games like this all day.
Yeah. You ready? I think the biggest...
How does your brain do that?
The deadlock pieces in Corey's deck. It's just... That's it,
so
right?
Crazy.
Because
Dude.
I can only imagine earlier... Remember... So earlier on in this turn, when we used our first manly... Or we didn't manly passion a guy down an apathetic earlier... I think was actually the downfall.
Oh my god.
And we instead were trying to do the cute,
Yeah.
incredible display, block with my 1 mid block, pick it back up. No, we should have snap built down the apathetic because not only is the Can't Escape Me the problem for my kill turn against you, but
the apathetic.
it was the apathetic, right? So
And even if we'd overhauled enhanced at any point during that turn, we still would have missed it. So we would have had to do the block like you're saying.
yeah, I think that because apathetic was the key piece in
Oh
game
my
1. It was
God.
also a key piece in this game 2 for Andrew.
What just happened, dude? That
And
was
so
nuts.
I just think getting a little more like footsie, as Sam would say, about doing the 1 mid block.
Yeah.
But the apathetic has won you game 1,
Yep.
and it was determining the game for game 2.
Yeah.
Why not use your overhaul now? You had a billion cards, right?
Right.
We were again. The incredible display was still going to be there after you did that play.
Right.
Force the hand, figure out what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
And I agree, and I'm on the other end. I think I got too much in my head. As if I'm Andrew, I got too much in my head, and I forgot about this deadlock enhancement on the other side of the
Oh,
board.
I had no idea this was coming.
We tapped too many cards.
Yep.
We didn't use minus speeds earlier on, so that we had to tap more on the bad checks.
Yep.
Like, we let that thing get to unblockable states.
Wow.
And again, heads up to Corey, right? I mean, pitching the momentum on Andrew's side was big heads up, because then Corey had to stop it immediately because
he already knew that
he already knew
was
the
going for it.
line.
I thought we were going into next turn, but Corey was playing that 100% just so that he could finish there, because he saw the whole line laid out before him. He put the apathetic on the bottom first,
The top
of the bottom,
Yes,
right?
yes, yeah.
So that he could prevent a passing check later. That was peak Eraserhead.
For sure.
Peak Eraserhead.
For those at home, Corey went to the bathroom or get some water real quick.
For
so
sure. After that,
we'll be coming back. I mean, surviving on the skin of his teeth, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
seeing the line, Andrew, I think right now is very like, wow, I can't believe I lost. I'm not going to use the word punted, because I don't think he punted that game.
No, he definitely didn't.
But he didn't see also a we didn't see until it's too late, and Corey saw it 3 attacks before.
Yeah, Corey was playing chess 12 moves ahead.
Yeah.
He had seen that end game before, and he was ready to play through it.
And that, you ready? Full circle. That shows exactly why Corey is here playing this deck, because he's been playing this deck for years at this point.
Yep, absolutely. That was like I said, it was a masterclass. It was, some of the best control play we've ever seen from this game. I think that if people go back, if I have to say one game has impressed me throughout this entire event so far, even if Corey loses this next one, that was actually insane.
Yeah.
That was called playing to your outs in a massive way. So, what does next game bring? Is it going to be another one of these? It's been a 1 hour. What are these, 2 1-hour slogs back to back?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know what time it is. My watch is dead.
Yeah, that's
so. But 100%. But I think the biggest thing here is Andrew's going first again.
Yeah.
And if there's anything that I can say is that Andrew has decidedly been setting the pace of all of these games.
Oh, for sure.
And Corey has been
He's been reacting.
and has been every single line that he's done either to win or almost win is on by a thread.
Right.
So I will say, Andrew, reset. I know you're not listening, but Andrew, reset, because he has been playing amazingly.
Yeah, absolutely.
and is very much dominating this match, I would say.
And I don't every single like by turn 4 or 5, it's like, okay, this is
when is it happening?
Lose.
And I think that's exactly what we kind of saw for a second when Andrew was in his head, like, man, I took that 1 extra turn off when I probably could have just killed him.
Yeah.
I took that 1 extra turn off. I didn't build that apathetic instead.
Right.
I built whatever from my stage, or I should have blocked with the apathetic earlier and built it down and gotten rid of the Can't Escape Me. And it was just. I know he's in his head right now about it, right? Because pretty decidedly he was in the driver's seat for both matches, or both games, I should say.
For sure.
And reset.
Do
it again.
Yeah.
Do it again.
Yeah, it's all.
And you get to go first.
That's right. All you have is next game. Just put the pressure back on.
Hey, you ready?
What?
You remember when he didn't flip that Can't Escape Me in the beginning of the game, and it would have healed him by 1, and he would have been at 13 instead of 12?
Holy cow, you monster. That is insane. That's insane.
Brian, go the camera back to me. Go back to me.
Oh, my God.
I told you so.
I deserve that. That was incredible. All right, you can put the camera back now. Thank you, Brian.
Oh, my gosh.
That was awesome. No, you're right.
So let's talk about it while they shuffle, because you ready? Because Andrew over here is deciding what do I do for my sideboard? He's shuffling up. Let's have a conversation mano a mano.
Yeah.
We've all been in a situation like this where you're in the driver's seat and you lose a game,
right?
Like that. How do you reset yourself like that?
God, it's really hard because I think genuinely it's like you feel the sense of security. I think the second that you feel like you got a security blanket is the most vulnerable you get. And so always being on edge, always being ready. And I think the big thing was Andrew feels like he just got pantsed by Can't Escape Me's deadlock. And I've been there before.
Yeah.
The nice part is, though, he has a round to get back. A lot of times when you feel
Yes.
like you get pants, that's in game 3. And you're like, oh, well, I didn't see that coming. But now he knows the threats. And Andrew is nothing if not a learner. We got to see. So last round, he played a mirror match. Or he played the same match that he played in the very first day of the HLC.
That he lost.
And he figured it out, and he was able to piece it together, and he found the win. This is Andrew's, third game against this opponent. But how many more tricks does Corey have in his bag? How many more surprises does Corey have stored in the tank? That's a great question, and I'm interested to see, if Andrew's sitting there, he's going to be thinking, he's going to be a little bit in shock, right, with what happened. But if you think about like, okay, so since that happened, how do I play around that again? I think Andrew is the perfect person to go and improve on that next time and to show where that, do that game 1 over again.
And that's exactly what I was going to, top it off. And, again, kudos to both of these players. Corey, well-known player of the game. No, obviously, again, what I said earlier in the beginning of all this match, which was, I guess, 2 hours ago. But
Right.
What I said in the sense of, like, shows up to one tournament a year and gets his ticket to Worlds,
Right.
amazing. And we're on the other end of the table, literally, Andrew Duvall. The reason why he's in this tournament is that he was grinding all of last year.
Yes.
Getting top cuts, making it to the HLC this year, showing up the last chance qualifier, going X-1 to a Nomu, mind you. Lost to Nomu yesterday. lost to Nomu on Friday.
And he lost in the first round, which means he had to play
Climb.
every single match through losers. We were talking about it. I think it's like 3 or 4 matches you have to play in order to climb out.
So goes X-1 at the qualifier.
Yep.
Gets his ticket here for yesterday, for
Yes.
Saturday. Starts the day off on Saturday. Loses to a Nomu.
Jeez.
On stream, last round, today, playing against the same person that beat him on day 1 and Saturday.
Yep.
And pulls through.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to talk about an underdog story, it is Andrew Duvall literally right now.
Yes, absolutely.
Because of how he got here, what he has faced to get here, beat the Nomu to get to this round right here. Granted, long ladder to climb, because even if he wins this one, has to go through Young, who has been showing immaculate performance.
Oh my goodness.
To
And
then
overhaul mirror.
the overhaul mirror.
Yes.
To then go further once again to the player playing out of his mind this weekend,
Yes.
Nicholas Reagan, who you'd have to beat twice in a match.
There's an like Andrew Duvall has been solidly climbing the hill.
Yes.
Just the entire time.
And based off of all of these experiences, this is not somewhere that Andrew Duvall is not experienced in how to get out of.
Yes, absolutely.
So I'm glad we're going to a game 3 here as we get into it, going through the mulligans. And Andrew Duvall's on the play, and he has already been setting the pace for this entire match.
Yep, and he's starting with a solid 4 build. Already with the maximum in play ready, or Recipro. We saw him. I think there was one turn last match where he prioritized building the Recipro down because of how it can create that super extended turn. And so I'd be interested to see which of those he prioritizes in his staging area in this next one. But yeah, I think Andrew is pretty well set up. Corey actually still needing to finish his mulligans here, but sometimes you just you see the cards and you're just like, yeah, you know what? Let's just get the stage down. You'll figure it out.
I think we're going to see the opening attack line that we've seen Andrew to do in the past 2 games, which is you lead with that acceleration kick, and I think the first thing he's going to do is overhaul and slam that maximum overhaul for later.
Fair enough.
Because I would say if there's anything that his deck did not reward him with last game, is that we didn't see that maximum overhaul until actually the bottom 5 cards of our deck.
That's true.
There's multiple on the deck. We checked some, of course, but we took so long to get to that. And by the time we got to it, our opponent actually had the can't be fixed, can't be out. Like there were so many pieces in that match. You can go watch that VOD. In that specific game 2,
oh my god,
that made it to where we got, and Corey pulling through immaculately again on the thread. The most experienced tightrope walker I've ever seen in my life here, Corey Aguilar.
Well, we did review the maximum.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
I told you so. No, I'm kidding.
That's Brian, swap the camera. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding.
Not nearly as epic as Barrett. I'll just go cry.
I'll make another call like that.
I'll
I
go
promise.
cry in my water now. It's fine.
No.
All right. So, hey, how about that pace set?
Double build.
Double
and the thing
build?
is Corey's deck going to allow him to do the same?
Because if it does, I think we're in for another one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another powerhouse. But that means that this is actually, I think, only benefiting Corey. I think that Andrew's poke turns really benefit his chances of the matchup, especially early. If Andrew gets some early momentum and is able to continuously swing in and try to get those muscle maulers online, get those prehensile tails online, it gives him a lot more options. But now that he's got 2 turns of build, Corey gets to get a little bit offensive with it, gets another build off this jab. There's just, I think this does benefit Corey in a way, and so we'll see if this if only being able to build twice affects the outcome of this match at all.
I'm actually quite impressed on both sides of the stage. Corey finding that villain's defeated, which I do think can be very important against things like the Frenzy,
Yeah,
right?
you can partial block the Frenzy, and suddenly it's like, all right, cool, I'll take half one.
Yeah, exactly. And that matters a lot more for the muscle maulers, so you can't grab them from your momentum.
Right.
So you've eliminated a way of that card being looped back.
Yes.
So that being, I think, incredibly strong. Or even just like blocking one of the kicks, getting it out there so it's less speed to deal with on the high acceleration kick. I'll also go on the other end. Andrew, holding back, building for 2 turns, and not only just building, we found those key pieces that took us forever to find in games 2.
Right.
We have a pageant already. We have the prehensile tail. We have a learning the standards and a snack time. Deadlock Threat already on board.
Yep.
And also cards to stop Corey from doing a crazy attack turn with the learning the standards. The more pieces you find faster means more pieces Corey has to answer quicker in the game, which means it gives us less time to feed our discard pile with less erases.
Totally understandable. I do also like getting the rejuve for Corey as well. I know we talked about this a little bit before where, Corey kind of fell behind Andrew because he didn't see these earlier in the game where he could, start to get a little bit more aggressive with his build, get a better stage, have a better hand to protect himself with, be able to restore some of that life. I think he's actually sitting on another rejuve in the hand right now. So, he has a lot of opportunities here to extend a pretty significant defense here and also do some pretty aggressive building. I see a Spooky, I see a Heroic Lineage. If he can get a couple more foundations down, match Andrew build for build, he may actually feel comfortable going into Deadlock in the middle game, because while he's got that life, the prehensile tails can't hit him. There's one prehensile tail in this staging area, but it's not as bad if there's a throw coming at you. If you have a couple of those throws you can hit, and you can keep pace inside of this game.
Even again, the villain's defeated. Gaining 2 off of that, gaining 2 if you block with a thing like a defensive rejuvenating smash, right? Or playing another one on the next turn, right? It really does diminish that and allows you to go to Deadlock just like you said. And at any point, right, we find the hard uppercuts, we flip enough of our stage face down, we can get out and play that same kind of game that we've played in game 1 and 2.
Right.
Floating around 10, going in a little bit, getting out, but going deeper in the beginning so that you feel safer on the defensive end.
Right. So Corey is right now kind of struggling. He just got breakered, and he's got the 100%.
Don't do it.
No.
But every time I said that, he does it. So
Yeah.
So maybe I should just not say it.
In last game, Andrew Duvall versus Dakota.
Oh, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
Checks a 4. That's fine.
You can't. You gets to re-ready all of them. Game
the
3,
face-up ones,
game
yeah.
3, he could have gone for something, and he would have checked a 6 on it, and he chose not to go for it. And so I think this was exactly the right time because of serendipity. I think that the patterns really they control everything. And the
Am I getting tinfoil hat came in right now?
They sort of come together, and Jupiter moves just so in the sky, and suddenly you definitely always pass that one.
There's a firm belief in the universal community of
I'm sorry, I can't hold it.
It's the same saying of the one check giveth, the one check taketh away.
Absolutely.
But it's in the same sense. The universe, the universus of the universe, the universe of universes.
What is happening right now?
Has already decided the winner of this match.
Oh, for sure.
You know
for
what I'm
sure.
saying?
Yeah,
We don't know that yet.
We
The
don't know
players don't even know.
Right.
The decks have decided.
Time is just a way for the universe to have everything not happen all at once.
And what I mean by that is every missed ability, every missed response enhance, every check that was made in response to another response. Time, what you think is mistimed is really just the coming and going, the flow of the game.
Absolutely.
That 6 check that could have happened will happen this game.
There are no misplays, just happy accidents.
That 3 check that Andrew was supposed to check in game 1 happens this game.
Oh, for sure. Right?
Both ways. The 3 check that Corey was supposed to check on that jab doesn't happen this game.
Right.
It goes both ways,
Yeah,
you see.
absolutely. It's very philosophical of you, Barrett, and I love it. Did Andrew just take this?
Yeah, he did. Absolutely.
Wow.
He likes the card in his hand.
Apparently, that's just.
I don't know where it
was
went.
That was 9 damage.
I don't know
He pumped the powerful in it and everything.
Oh no, we just did an overhaul. We said we like the cards on our stage. On a 5, chicks a 3.
Oh, yep. That's so yeah. That's a little bit of the rebalance, right? So if we're, I'm sorry, my brain's a little melted after all of that.
Sorry,
That's okay. I played along and I shouldn't.
build 1.
Build 1. Yeah, well now Andrew is back to taking the foundation lead, of course.
Yeah, this is the tempo swing right here. I'm surprised to see these red guards in here, to be honest. They weren't in here games 2.
Red cards?
Red guard?
Red guards.
Red card?
Oh, red. I heard red.
Do you like
card.
soccer?
Oh yeah, I do like soccer.
Oh, nice.
Atlanta
Who's your team?
United.
Do you like Atlanta?
Yeah.
Oh, of course. They're great. They're a ton of fun.
They're massively fun.
The
to watch.
problem is that Miami is now a team to compete with.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
They had all the money. They could pay for Messi.
That's true.
Sorry. Anyway, red guard.
Right.
I'm wondering if we're really valuing. Oh, the throw. It's because we saw the grasping.
Yeah.
What a counter.
Yeah.
That's it. That's for
That's
sure
fair.
it, right?
That's totally fair. But I mean, like the bad part about the grasping isn't necessarily the throw element. It's really just the
deadlock ability.
But I
think
we're always going to deadlock no matter what. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter. Like
Andrew knows that.
Andrew is going to choose that choice.
But you ready? I think here's my big brain play on something we can ask Andrew later, whether he wins or loses this. Was it because you lost by exactly lethal?
That's a good question.
And I would rebuttal and say, yeah, it's because you didn't flip that foundation earlier on in the game
Yeah.
when he half blocked your frenzy the
Yeah.
first time. But then you could all say it's because you didn't put the red guards in.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Yeah, yeah, the red guards are a neat choice. It sounds like all of the attacks ended up coming in from the side.
That's also a fair point of just like I just need to find orange ones. And
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
And like I don't care that it's a 3 diff that doesn't really do a lot. This is a 19 life 7-hander.
Right.
I just got to play them.
Right, absolutely. And it also pumps its own speed, so that's kind of nice into
We're deep in the tank about our hand, and it's a lot of gray. So I'm wondering how deep can we go?
I think our thought is, hey, do I want to go to deadlock now and risk getting tape tossed? And I think, and also we've got the fruit of our labors already down.
Sure,
on Corey's
but
side.
again, that's very like the weakest deadlock we know against this matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely not great. So what we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we can play one pass, or we can just build in.
There's no way you play one pass because Corey will win the play one pass game every day.
Yeah.
Because he knows then your hand is not lethal, and I have the world to figure out.
Then it's time to get wide.
Then he's allowed to build 4.
Right, exactly. So yeah,
It's just very rough if you do the play
yeah,
one
we're definitely
pass.
thinking about it.
Oh my gosh.
This is definitely an idea. I mean, those grasping tape tosses 2 in a row, brutal.
I think you have to force
We're
Corey
gonna
to.
see how many there are. If there's none checked, we're playing.
Obviously,
pass
there's
here.
none checked. I mean, that was the other thing too. That's the other.
There's one checked. I think.
The crazy giveth and taketh.
Yeah.
Corey found those 2 tape tops in the same turn at the bottom of his deck.
Right.
Not like the bottom, but basically the
God,
bottom,
yeah,
right?
that was-
It went tape toss, repeated. I have 2 cards left in my deck.
Everything I need exactly to a T. Like literally, like the engine only worked if all of the pieces, all of the stars aligned. So,
It is build one pass.
Yep. No.
Ooh.
Yep. No.
I think you build that
I
prehensile.
love this. I agree.
Or is that a new training method? I think you build a new
It's
training method.
prehensile.
I think you build a new training method then.
Yep.
I understand that it can't be fixed. Sure.
I
You want a
think-
high block.
I think Andrew has only found success by. I think Andrew's biggest successes has been by going deep, but he also has shock absorption to get out of it.
Chivalrous, that's a good one. Plummeting punch deadlock cancel? Absolutely.
Yeah, it's true.
Petty squabble. The one of. It's in the discard pile.
It didn't show up this game. Oh well.
Ooh, apathetic.
All right.
Another good one.
We're up to
Checking
12.
up. But I do like the build in.
Yeah.
Again, I think this is the way you do it, right?
Oh, you always have to go to there, especially in a control match like this.
We're at 21 for those
gotta
keeping
do
track at home. We took 6, I'm pretty sure.
We
from...
took 9.
Oh, it was for 9. We
powerful
powerful
on
it?
it, yeah.
All right, never mind.
So yeah, we're down to I
18.
believe 18.
Which is means our muscle maulers are 6 diffs.
Yeah, and we've got another rejuve in our hand, so we get to go attack rejuve. Oh, we got plummeting at 11.
The plummeting, we're good. We have an answer.
We got to answer to part of it, right? It just destroys instead.
But because it's all one ability, doesn't it cancel?
I don't think it
Because it just
cancels.
says destroy this instead. It says flip this instead.
Yeah, it flips this instead, but it doesn't say stop the flip, stop the other ability. I think it's just choosing the one effect part of the effect.
I just thought the instead part of it meant that you do that part. You do that instead of the rest of the ability.
No, I'm pretty sure it's before one of your foundations would be destroyed or flipped, so you have to pick part of the effect to effect with that.
I think
yeah.
still. You can
Yeah.
save a flip.
Save a destroy.
It's
right?
save one of your good ones for my bad one,
Right.
regardless of what it is. Right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And this is to me, sure.
So then we're gonna flip and commit one.
So
Flip-
saves the
flip the learning.
description. Sure, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Or flip. Yeah, 2 defending Vantage Queens is a little bit brutal. Oh, commit 1 and flip 1, or destroy 1. Okay. What is going?
And then we have an It Can't Be Fixed response, right?
Yeah.
To build one down.
Yeah. Go ahead and get the stage nice and big. Exactly how Andrew's been playing it so far. Exactly how he probably should continue to play it. You know, deadlock is scary, but there are no.
He's seeing
can't
this
escape
as an
ace on the
opportunity
board.
to get out of deadlock, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, he's still in. So
Yeah.
he thinks he can just like overhaul out or learning the standard out.
So what did we flip the? We destroyed the defending. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I think we should have canceled the destruction and
Yeah, and just like force you to flip
the
this one.
destroy happens first, right?
I don't know.
It's been a while since I
It's
played this
been a while. It's something period, something period,
one.
something
I'm pretty
period.
sure it's destroyed, but
We're now at
no, it's
8.
flip first. Okay, yeah.
Oh,
cool.
okay, sure. Well, I mean, still, I think you're
Maybe he flipped the chivalrous.
because you have to.
Yeah.
Because then if not, you cancel the
Yeah,
destroy.
yeah, absolutely. That makes perfect sense.
Not cancel, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. So flip the chivalrous, destroy the defending, commit the other defending, and that means that he can set up a pretty gnarly turn here. We do have a momentum. We get to have another momentum off the rejuve.
I think you pitch him with Prince Hensile. I think you do the play you did last game, right? I got enough face downs, right?
Yeah, for
Pitch out the momentum. It kept basically almost kept him alive last
But
game.
if that prehensile gets flipped, oh, we got 2 prehensils. That's fair.
Sealing the learning, yeah, I think for
Oh,
sure
wow,
you
we're
start pitching
going
momentum.
in now. Yeah, we got to start pitching momentum.
For those at home, it is 18 all for my tennis players. Because we had to lose 1 for the plummeting ability, and then we 8-9 from the 100% that's in the momentum for Corey.
Correct. All right, so
Going for the full block here. We did not make this a low. Checks
not
a
a
5.
hard block either. Super simple, easy, nice.
There it is on a 6. Checks
And
a
we're
5.
heading to 5.
6. Pink, pink.
And we get to go back to our favorite vitality of 19, get some more cool cards in our
His
hand.
draws are very important.
He ripped a spooky, which he's already got in the stage.
Another rejuve. Is there 100%?
No,
Is that
100%.
Okay. That's
We are going to
fine.
get rid of our useless spooky, get our speed, get our erase. And I do wonder if this is the time. I think this is the time to try to go to deadlock, but I'm staring down. Actually, maybe the prehensile and the snack time keep us out of it. I don't know. 100%.
It's hard, right? So we already pitched the momentum. So as soon as you snap a momentum here, right, you get rid of the other one, force the erase enhance, which is great because we've already gotten 1 out. 2
Yeah.
erases for my offensive turn if I survive. Yeah, I think you snap discard it,
If we
right?
snap discard this, then our deadlock threats are pretty well mitigated. Like, snack time is good, but it's not prehensile tail good, especially when your opponent can just erase and seal it. So this actually may be the onus for Corey to start going deep into deadlock, especially while the efficacy of Muscle Mauler is so much reduced because Andrew hasn't found momentum yet this game.
Correct. The draw could still be important, though. I think it's like you said. Like, I mean, the cards in our hand are good ones, right?
Oh, we are gonna get
Is
another
it the
breaker
red
down.
guard? Is this the
Yeah,
red
the red guard.
guard? Oh, we're looking.
Thinking about maybe
Deep in the
something
tank.
else. Okay, -2 speed makes a lot of
Minus
sense
2
here.
speed. Not a weapon, though.
Not a weapon. All right. I mean, as Corey, we probably stop attacking after this breaker, but we did get rid of so much of the annoying stuff on Andrew's side of the board.
Check some Mauler. This is on a 6.
Yeah.
We need 3 big ones here. I'm not feeling disastrous.
No,
yet.
no. Nothing. I don't think that. I feel like Corey swinging in more would probably be more to his detriment. But
Yeah.
Corey building out. Let's see. Where is he at right now? Is he at 7 foundations?
Yeah, so
he
he's allowed to
doesn't
build
even-
3.
He can't even go to deadlock right now.
Oh, he doesn't even have 3 in his hand?
Well, no.
Hold on, we have chop
he would
and
need
what?
4. Yeah, we got
Chop
and another
rejuve,
That's it.
which doesn't count to lethal, right?
Right. So yeah, and I mean for Corey, if he like the rejuve options are pretty nice because he's at least trying to keep pace with the build, but he's using a lot of resources to do these poke turns. That said, you know, he did really mitigate Andrew's stage. Andrew's stage is very face down all of a sudden.
Hey, side question: does Faratsky's have Earth?
It has chaos. I think it's just Waswi symbols actually,
Air,
but I could be wrong.
also
chaos and water.
3.
Yeah,
Okay,
I could be wrong though.
sorry. I know it doesn't matter.
I mean, it'd be cool.
What
to
a
have
cool
it
tech,
overall,
right? What a cool
Right?
tech.
Yeah. For Frotsky's. How do you spell that?
All right. No, we just it was just build 1.
Really?
It was built keeping Ares safe.
Maybe. I mean, to be fair, Andrew's got a big stage, and if he just accidentally draws the nuts, then we got to
It
be
is
prepared for that.
4 orange ones.
4 orange.
5 orange ones.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So
There's no It Can't Escape Me on board. We got a chance.
we also have
No low
We do
block.
have gain life, draw 2 in hand on defense, which is kind of nice. We probably partial block and remove with villains defeated the Hardened Frenzy here.
Do you lead with the Frenzy
I always probably do
to
the Frenzy.
negate the gain 2 if
Yeah.
you want to do that play?
I think that's we got double Frenzy. Yeah, we
Yeah,
definitely
it's double
went
frenzy. Yeah. So you open Frenzy and see what happens, right?
Frenzy to Frenzy to Frenzy to Frenzy.
Tap it face down. That's fine. I think
Do we
there's
have
one
any
attack.
cool
There's
ones?
one attack. I think it's a high acceleration kick. There it is.
There it is.
He's like, yep, that's the one we tap.
So we've got double acceleration kick. This is like, so Andrew likes to sculpt a super turn, but we really haven't seen one from him yet. We've just
No.
kind of seen a back and forth poke. This is a super turn though.
So to me, it's frenzy, high engine kick,
Yep.
acceleration from stage.
Yep.
So that we can kick out things if we need to, or yeah.
And then after overhaul, do we have anything left?
Well, we still have the maximum, so it's I guess no
Yeah, we kind of run out of juice unless we get something cool
from
off the
high engine kick. But
Yeah.
even then, what would it be to turbo something out?
I don't know.
Going for the block
okay.
there. No, it's an enhance.
Yeah, we're enhancing.
We're gonna breaker 2 you
gonna
here.
breaker. We don't want to deal with it.
Are you-
We want to breaker 3 really.
Yeah, breaker 3 and then half block remove it, so you don't get to build it. Right. That's the real play.
Yep. Absolutely. And say, hey, okay, keep coming. Oh, nice. the
Oh,
spooky,
okay, but
baby.
that's not a great. Or so it's at 0 -2,
Minus
so
2.
overhaul doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
So
overhaul-
unless you give it a speed. No,
it's-
you have to give
need
it
to
a
do
damage.
and there's no damage.
And we don't
on
do that.
board. That was awesome.
Ooh, what a great
slick
play.
Corey out here.
Corey in the driver's seat this game. Very different
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, getting those consistent rejuice has been super helpful. We are going to get the second Frenzy to come out, but we know that this is getting
This
villains
is the
defeated
one.
for sure.
And we've already played one card because of the barrier shield.
Oh.
So now we're just free to block this on no progressive in our card pool block.
Yep.
To then just do the massive play.
Yeah,
Gain
and do your
4,
draw.
remove it. Yeah, everything. Now we don't get
Absolutely.
breaker 2 on it, right?
Right.
Because
right.
that only works for that one.
Yeah, that's correct. But even then, like this is Corey is feeling pretty decently defensive, and
So,
these hard
okay.
frenzies they offer a lot of potential for Andrew to.
So
get
you
his
ready?
pokes.
Yeah. Okay. I think you actually block with your ace.
Yeah.
And I think you sling the Rejuve offensively.
Yeah.
I think that was my other my counterpoint right now.
I like
Was
that
that?
So block breaker and does
Raise your head.
no.
You can draw 2 here.
I don't think he might draw 2, but I'm villains defeated. Do you gain the life after you take the damage? It's after it resolves, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he's just
Yeah.
gonna take what 1 damage or 2 damage or something like that. And
It's
then,
1, right?
Yeah,
If he doesn't, he's not even going to do it.
he's not even gonna do it.
Wow, we're just going to cash in.
Interesting.
Not a good check here, though. It
Yeah.
is everything is coming up Corey for sure.
Currently, yeah.
Whether it's the tempo of the game, the checks on Andrew's side of the board,
Mm-hmm.
Andrew's board state,
Yeah, but
because of what Corey was doing to it, right? Like,
and there aren't any low blocks in Corey's hand, right? Is that-
no,
Yeah, so,
there's not.
I mean, there are 2 pretty meaty low attacks coming.
And we have a
as result
tape here
of
for this, but
Oh, we have the tape. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
yeah, we have a high and 2 mids.
Mm-hmm.
One's a breaker block.
We prefer
So you
to
probably-
block
Probably pitch
Block with
this.
the breaker block,
yeah,
right?
we're gonna pitch the high block for sure.
or just block with the erase.
Yeah,
Make it easy. Do we
Yeah.
have one?
yeah. I guess we removed 2 already. We're looking. Oh no,
Oh,
we have to block with an attack.
do we discard anyway to give the minus speed when it's this
I don't think.
fast?
I don't think so. I think you.
It's
okay,
fast.
it's pretty fast.
It's 8.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 if we want.
9 plus stun 1 snack time with the snack. The stun one
I guess
doesn't
you could
matter.
fruit here if you really want to value, but that is a deadlock pressure card for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're EX removing. Those are now removed from the game, which I think it does matter.
Right. Right.
Those are gone for the rest of the game.
I do wonder if we're going to simply take this to the face.
I would believe it.
Yeah, we've got 2. We got
think-
2 orange ones in our hand, and
I
if
think
we
Corey
feel-
wants to hold them.
If we smell blood, I mean, overhaul at 18 is pretty weak. We don't have any momentum right now, but we do have a way to get one, and there's no more potential tails to deal with that. We can always seal the pageant queen. We've got 1 erase left, so like, there is a world where if we feel like this is it, no, we're going to go ahead and get our breaker block off. So we say, hey, please mitigate, please stop. I want to actually live and fight another day here, which I think is correct. So
What happened?
we made it mid.
Okay.
So we're gonna try to block on an 11. Now we're gonna try.
And
to
we're
block
just
on
pitching for -2.
Yeah.
I mean,
that-
more
yes,
cards a
that's
draw,
correct.
right?
That is
Yeah,
correct.
yeah. More cards a draw.
So we're gonna be blocking on a 9. So that's super
4,
blockable.
5, 6, 7, 8. So 1 mid, right?
+2.
2 mid? 2
Yep.
mid. 9. You're right. Listen to Keenan, guys. Keenan's the winner.
I just love all of these punch cards. Hardened Frenzy and Hardened Chop. When I first started playing in the MHA format, it was All Might off of Good, All Might 2. We played.
Yeah, I swamped
you
her ass.
absolutely destroyed me with
Sorry,
Eraserhead.
excuse my language.
No. That was correct. You did. What was it? Swamp my ass? No, 100%. But yeah.
But then you went into 3, and I said, I think, because 3 is the better one for that matchup. I thought you sideboarded.
Oh yeah, I sideboarded into
All my
3, and I still lost, so that was
Yeah,
fine.
but that's harder for Eraserhead.
But yeah, but I know, like I said, I know what the steps.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
Also,
It's a great deck, though.
that makes me very happy.
I love that. For everybody at home, if you don't have the Ochako and the Toga starter decks, people are having a blast right now in the main room.
Yes.
Playing those characters.
I
and
actually got
decks.
to lend out my Toga deck yesterday.
Is it like a built one?
Oh yeah. It's rushing stab all day.
I love that. How many copies are you playing?
4.
Oh, I'm playing
It's
1.
60 cards.
I just play 1.
Oh, you're a baby.
Because you get
Stun
it.
3, 7 mid 7
Okay,
on turn
you get
2.
it to your discard pile, and then you hit them with anything, and you get it always.
Kevin Broberg asked me for that deck by name and then won a triple threat with it.
All right.
And I could. That is like the highest honor. Our current reigning world champion.
He wasn't here this year.
Hey, he was here this year. I talked to him.
I mean,
Not.
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, so we blocked it. We breakered it.
And we're feeling pretty decent. I mean, what do we have left? We've got. the
Oh, we are
overhaul.
going. It's on a 6. On a 5? 4?
Do we? We don't have another attack though.
We
right?
breakered? We check at
We
3?
got one more attack, but is this game damage?
No way, right?
Are we banking on ripping an attack?
We
There's
have
no
one.
orange.
It's the acceleration, right?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. We've got.
Or is it just to reset our
it's high
stage?
engine, right?
High engine
I think
kick.
is that a-
Yeah, that is the one in their hand.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yeah.
Or if Eraser's at 16, which I'm pretty sure he still is.
He is. This
then
is at
this
maximum.
8. No, this is 10 because
10.
+2 damage.
Yeah.
And then the next one does 6, which is Exacxes.
It is Exacxes, which is exactly how Corey won last game by going to Exacxes. It isn't over, though. Okay. Our Eraserhead can use Fruit to pitch these 2 cards out of our card pool to then pitch our Rejuve Smash to pick up our 1 mid block with Breaker.
Right, but
This
we
gets
also
3-3.
have snack time and
Oh.
3-3.
Do we
So
start
we
going?
Stun one of them down because we should have kept the keeping Ares safe up instead of the manly.
Ooh, we're about to pop it, which
Yeah.
makes the snack time even more good.
Right, because
Because
now,
this is a hold on.
this is unblockable, right?
Yeah, right.
Completely unblockable.
But the high engine kick's unblockable?
No.
It's too fast.
Is this unblockable?
It's gonna
The
get
high
-2 speed with a 1 mid, nothing in our card
The
pool.
high engine kick is blockable. The high engine kick is 7 speed with snack time, goes to 5. Check a 5 off the top with the race.
4,
blocks it.
5, 6, -2, 4 on a 5 with
Yeah.
a card in our. No, not a card in our
no
pool.
cards in pool. So
5
yeah,
on a 6.
it is-
You have to check a 5 situation.
Yeah, it's a check a 5 situation. So we are back in the game on does check a 5. Now, wait, is it's high engine kick though, right?
It is high engine kick.
So that's +2. Yeah, that's exact. Yeah, so it's 7 speed, -2, need a 6 on an erase block.
This is
Do we
the
have
same-
the erase? Yeah, we just discarded it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, but you can't use the enhanced by now. Oh, we get to build a free card. We're gonna chivalrous. We're gonna give a freebie.
Yeah, for sure. You always give a freebie.
We
see if
didn't
get
draw.
one.
We didn't draw anything
We
good.
can also draw another attack afterwards with the high engine. Like Andrew still has an out.
I don't
rip
think
the
we can
attack
play
versus
him.
The game. Need a 6, need a 7. Easy. Possible. Need a 6, need a 7.
You're
on 6
nuts.
cards.
You're nuts. We checked garbage this whole turn.
Well, yeah. So you got to start checking well sometime. huh?
Well, we did draw high acceleration, right?
No, we've had that, right?
No, this
yeah,
is a different one.
Do we have 2?
We played this one.
No, No.
No, wait. That we
high
just
engine.
gave a barrier shield.
Oh my
That's why you don't chivalrous.
God.
We gave a barrier shield away.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Andrew is that was the card off the top with the chivalrous. Yeah, that you can see body language right
For
there.
this breaker
He was
2
not
half
ready
block.
for that to be the case. Wow.
That's why you don't use chivalrous.
Yeah,
Why did you draw there?
that's incredible. What a rip though, right? We're gonna go ahead.
We're gonna
and
pick it up by
get-
pitching our
we get
Rejuve
breaker
3.
Yeah. Suddenly that string doesn't exist anymore.
It
we
does
cannot
not.
pass it. Holy
And it's
cow.
too slow. It's -2. This
Yeah.
blocks on a
This
-1.
blocks on a -1. I wonder if we'll pass it.
Yeah, he will. He's going to eat half
He's
for
gonna
it.
pass it.
But, I mean,
So half of
okay.
this.
No,
flip
it still doesn't get there. Sorry, I'm trying to think, like, do we weave a foundation? But because we're eating half here, it's not halvesies anymore, right?
Right.
We're going to draw 2 cards here, which is great
So
for
are
an
we gonna
extra
flip one?
review.
We're gonna get 1 extra damage or no?
So it would put it's for 5 then, which sends it
What's
puts our
that,
opponent to
down to
11.
We still
4,
have to
5,
find
6. We have to,
2 attacks. We need to find one more attack off the high engine,
And that's
we
if you
also have
weave-
to be able to pass under a breaker 3.
you have to weave a foundation, weave the 0 diff. So then it's on a 7 on an 8,
Okay.
which you can still do, right?
Yeah.
5 on an 8.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like that's if you still go for the push.
Yeah. Wow. What
All
a
because
rip.
you drew your opponent a card.
Yeah. And to be fair, that was the ultimate bad card for Andrew to draw. But Andrew has drawn some had some pretty great beats in game 1. I wonder, like you said,
Yeah.
like about the planets aligning and
The universe has decided who's winning this match.
Is that? But we still don't know if that's Corey or not.
Sure.
Yeah. It's just we get to watch all the twists and turns as they unfold.
I think if you're Andrew right now, you figure out can I build the foundations in my hand and then live?
Mm-hmm.
Which again, you got rid of the rejuvenating smash out of Corey's hand.
Yeah.
They have no momentum.
He's
Like-
got no attacks and he's got nothing in his hand. Oh no,
he had the
drew
2
two.
randos, which
Okay.
is a bonus review in Eraserhead, right?
Exactly.
So we're,
Are we going for it here, Barrett, or are we passing?
you tell me, Kenan. What's the universe decide?
Oh, what's the universe decide?
Yeah, but you tell me what the universe has decided.
I think the universe has decided.
I think
that
you
we're-
play the 0.
Yeah, no, we're passing
Wow,
it.
we're not even going to build.
Now here's where the universe is really going to decide it. These next 7 cards. This is the only shot.
We have a
right?
jab. We
do
have a
have
jab.
Do
We're
we
drawing
have-
6.
I wonder if we've got an attack in the stage.
I don't think we do. 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh my goodness.
Brian,
What?
Cam, please.
Oh, baby.
Sorry. Oh, wrong one.
I see
Uppercut,
a big
jab.
one.
Uppercut and jab. That's it.
Is that it? Do we have?
That's not enough.
If we got an orange in the stage though? No, I don't think we do.
There's no way. We looked though.
Jab, double jab, double jab.
Double jab.
Yeah, double jab, but not the Jiro double jab, just double jab.
It's Ochakos.
It's a Chaco's double jab.
Jiro's
right.
the only one playing it.
No, yeah, that's fair.
So
Wow.
I don't think this is good enough.
I think it's definitely a start though. You
Oh,
could
we had one.
accidentally
Oh
get
my
one.
gosh. Did
Wait,
you
did
see
we have
that? Yeah, we had one in our stage.
Oh, nice.
Do you know what it was?
What was it?
Repeated.
No way.
Yeah, it's a lease on Corey's life.
Is it time to?
I think it's over.
You think it's over?
I think it's over.
We've said that a lot.
We're only at 18, dude.
18's not very much.
So you have to block everything else.
I don't see the repeated.
You have to block the jab.
I straight up don't see the repeated.
What are you talking about? Yeah, it's the last card in his hand. I just
That's
saw
an
it. I
erase.
saw it again. No, it's not.
Is it not? Am I crazy?
That's the first card in his hand. It's the last card in his hand.
Okay.
It's over. I'm doomer.
over.
I'm doomering right
You're
now.
doomering right now.
I know.
You're actively
So okay,
doomering.
to me, it's like you have to block everything. Oh look, we checked a 3. We were failing it anyway.
Yeah, for sure. But we
The-
still have pageant down, and we still have. That's not a repeated dog.
Yeah, it is. Oh, it's a double uppercut. No, I'm so confused.
Double jab, one uppercut.
Just stay right here for
A
us,
bunch
Brian.
of erases, I think. I think he's sitting on 2 erases. Yeah, there's no.
Oh,
no, it's
okay.
a more power.
Oh,
Did he build an attack off the first jab though?
oh, that's a good question. Go back, Brian.
No.
Just stay there. Just stay there.
You're fine.
We don't need Andrews. We don't need Andrew's stage.
He did not. Yeah, he's got villains in tape. Yeah. I wonder if Corey is going to go for the play where he draws 2 cards off an action play.
I mean, I've done it. It's worth it sometimes,
Sometimes
on
it's worth
Eraserhead.
it. Sometimes it loses you the game straight out.
It does sometimes lose you the game.
Yeah. Good lord.
More power?
What a
Is that what
choice.
that was?
That's more power. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. He's playing more power so he can.
Oh, yeah, the 1-0.
re-ready
It's
it.
the
It's
1-0.
a 1x where he can re-ready it
To
with
play the next
and then play
repeated.
it- Well, play next any of his attacks, which are all 5 difficulty if they're
True.
really good. So yeah, that's,
You're right.
That's so interesting. Yeah.
That was the weird one, and then I was like, "What is
Yeah,
that?"
we
I
had
said,
talked
"That's
about
it."
that before the game.
That's it. Yeah.
100%. So yeah, I think as Andrew, I would be interested in trying to block this one. Yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
shock absorption
So
here.
shock's coming
Do we have a
down.
full block for it?
Probably right. We're overhaul. We gotta have a.
I mean, we have.
block.
Oh, it's learning has a mid, doesn't it? Yeah, and we have one in our hand. So
yeah. But that means it's still 3 speed. It's still failable.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
We can also block with the high engine.
Oh, that's
which
true
is- which
too.
is
Well, I
guaranteed.
think is bad if we do, but yeah.
We're thinking.
And then I
about
think
it.
you just overhaul on the next thing and then pray, right? But we know that. But you have to think Andrew is over here like, how do I survive this turn? How do I survive this turn?
Right.
My opponent's on 0 momentum. He didn't play Rejuve Smash. I got it out of his hand.
All right, so
So
need
he's
a
like, I
5.
need the safest thing.
Nail
Got
it.
it. Binks the
landing.
check.
All right, I don't think we can Doomer anymore. I think we
No,
probably
no Doomerang. Okay.
pivot.
Reset.
Reset. The universe is swirling again. The great cosmic question mark in the sky.
The universe has still decided
spitting
who's
out
winning.
answers.
The universe has still decided, and don't you think for a second it hasn't?
The second you think you know exactly what's going to happen, the exact opposite will, Barrett.
So every time I say don't sling the next attack, Corey does. So
Okay.
do you think it's coming down?
I think it's coming down. I do, and the reason is I think that he feels like it's going to deal damage, and it's going to give him a momentum. It's going to give. Well, actually, no. It's a +0 high block. Absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We have a deadlock threat, though, and we get a tape.
Sweet. All right. Oh yeah, we've got a new deadlock threat. Have we seen a practical study? Oh no, he did
Game
flip
one.
those back
Game
to
one, they
studies.
got messed up in game
Yeah.
one. There was a double flip. Remember,
All right.
seizing.
Andrew just got a giant breath of oxygen back to his lungs. Oh my
Reviewing,
goodness.
took no damage that term.
Is it
into a
foundation
draw. Mauler, and we do have a momentum,
We have a
right?
momentum. We got it
And we
right.
got an apathetic. So
And we
it's
have
a
attacks on our
maximum
stage.
overhaul in our momentum.
Oh, that's quite good.
So that is very good.
That's very good for us. I mean, the thing, like, we still have. This is the opposite of game one, right? Corey had like 8 face downs and like 2 face ups.
Yeah.
Corey is dealing with a fully ready stage. Like, this is the kind of defending he had built this deck to do right here.
Yeah, at 9, 10 foundations, all of it readied.
Absolutely.
We didn't commit really anything because they were jabs that we played.
100%.
But we're going in. This is still on a 5, though, because we have more life right now.
That's pretty nice.
No
Pretty
deadlock
nice.
ability, but we're going to be able to. No, it can't be fixed anywhere to be seen.
So
We are out erases still for Corey. There are 2 in the remove from game pile because of the early aggression. Remember,
and maybe he feels like he needs to sustain that aggression in order to win the game. I think that's probably correct. Now we put ourselves in deadlock here, right? By building that.
we've been here, right?
No, I think I think we hopped out and are hopping back in. I could be wrong though.
Oh no, I definitely thought we were. I thought we had so many face downs.
We've got
1, 2, 3, 4,
6 face downs.
7, 8,
We're
9,
at exactly.
10.
Are we at 10 exactly?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, so we're not even
all right,
at
okay,
deadlock.
we're good.
Yeah, we did pop out. We're popping back in though. Well, we might be this turn. Who's to say?
Yeah, it's I'm excited to see what we're gonna pop here. We have no fancy tricks in the stage, so the maximum overhaul doesn't really do anything for us.
We're snack timing, huh?
Oh no, that was for the muscle mauler.
Oh.
And we drew an attack.
Ooh, we got the acceleration kick.
Yeah, so we have the maximum overhaul and the acceleration kick,
Which the acceleration
don't
kick doesn't have a
synergize
whole lot of
together.
equity right now.
Yeah.
No, that's one of the interesting things we were talking with Andrew a little bit and seeing the deck in action last game. His deck is doing half of 2 things, and depending on how he draws, he basically he lost his game against the Nomu because his deck gave him the unsynergy, and then he won his other games because the deck gave him the synergy.
Right, and I think that's the biggest thing. And I guess the cost of playing maximum overhaul.
Yeah.
Wait, Bear, there's not a cost for playing maximum overhaul. I mean,
It's
the cost
free.
is that it doesn't have any keywords.
True.
It has no keywords.
Right.
Not a 1. So you can't do the kicks, you can't do the punches, you can't do any of those.
Wow, I like this play a lot. I really want you to have to fail an attack turn, or I want you to have to.
It's actually here's a trip never mind. We weaved. You ready? We weaved a card from our stage to flip up, and then now we've triggered maximum overhaul's ability, which is we have to play a card somewhere not from our hand.
Right. And now we get to unflip a good portion of our staging area. Even if this just turns into a build turn for the rest of this, Andrew is resetting his stage. Andrew is ready to have a bunch of face-ups back to his hand and try to go for a round 2 where he's no longer fighting Corey with a face-down stage.
I would love to know how many cards are left in Corey's deck because I think we're back at that point of
Getting
both
close.
of them are very low, and I think Corey's got there quicker. You know,
That's fair. Time to readjust.
and more
It's-
cards removed.
We've been doing some power sitting. It's time to readjust the stance. I totally understand. All right, so yeah, we're gonna go ahead and pick ours up. Are we gonna pick up one of the readies as well?
I don't think so, right?
I think he's considering it.
He might want the prehensile.
Prehensile, I would take the prehensile all day. That momentum, discard.
Discarding has been saving us. Nope, we're going to opt for the 2 committed ones.
Mm-hmm.
I think Corey's checking it. Oh, is it up 2? And I said, yeah, it's up 2. You
Sweet.
can pick up nothing. We'll get 2-2. I think we're going to see a discard here for -2 speed.
Yep, just get that more power out of the hand, right? Do we even have another erase in the discard power right now, though?
No, but we do have a heroic to block this with.
Mm-hmm.
Or we're just going to hard block it, which I think is a little scary. if you think anything's coming after this.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely a little bit terrifying. But maybe we want something coming after this because we know it doesn't kill us.
I think another maximum overhaul might kill us.
So we're going to discard a card for -2 speed. Yep.
Yep.
There
There's
goes
the
the
more
more
power. Is that an ultra rare?
No, it's a rare.
Okay. I thought I saw the border around it, and I was like, whoa.
I think it's an XR.
I was like, I didn't think he had an ultra rare foundation. Doesn't it look like it though?
It
That's
does.
the XR one though.
I'm pretty sure that's the XR one.
He does like his shiny cards. All right, there's the last
Hey,
race.
there's another race.
That's
Okay,
the fourth one. From -2 speed.
It is slower.
And then-
Are we thinking about snack timing this? I feel like this is not a kill turn.
No, absolutely not. I don't
Yeah.
think we're snack timing at all.
Especially seeing the learning the standards go in, like Andrew learning the standards himself. So
yeah, it's true. To get his learning standards back face up.
yeah,
Oh, apathetic coming in here for the practical. He says I can't deal with that.
I'm gonna go into deadlock again, and I don't want to have to worry about you.
Correct. Yeah.
Yep.
Practical being the very, very good one. We know that fruit is gone because we did apply enough pressure. So there are 0 deadlock pieces on board.
Right.
And we saw the first grasping take toss way earlier on in the discard pile, and we did check the second one during the blocking of Andrew's turn.
Okay.
So,
the graspings are off the
The
table.
graspings are also off the table.
Nice.
So it's going to feel better to go back wide with your stage face up.
But I don't know that. I mean, let's see. Andrew's at 7 foundations right now in the stage. 8 if you count the learning the standards. I mean, how many more can you realistically pass to like make it worth it to go into deadlock right now?
So you ready?
Yeah.
There's another learning the standards in his hand, and I don't think you ever get to pull off 3 of those.
Pull off 3 of those. Like you don't get to win if you've got 3.
No, like you have to take an unblocked attack, and we're at 18. And I think 3 unblocked attacks kills us.
That's probably fair.
I guess unless it's precisely 3 jabs or like a chop that's not buffed up at
Right.
all. And there is no damage on Corey's side of the board
Yeah.
right now. No momentum. So like you could do it. I do like the You're So Obvious a little bit more.
And now we're going to commit a little bit. I'm interested to see, Corey, he's got, what, 1 attack in hand right now?
We know the uppercut's there.
Yeah, it's just the uppercut.
Uppercut, erase, heroic lineage.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game continues to just stand on a knife's edge. Like, does Corey draw the nuts? Does Andrew then turn around? And if no, does Andrew then just turn around and draw the nuts? I just feel like there is so much kill potential still inside of these stages. It's just the hand now. We're just down to, is the hand good enough?
The stages are big enough.
Yeah, the stages are big enough.
I would
Is the
say on
hand good
Andrew's
enough?
downside is this is the least amount of orange we've ever seen in his face downs.
Right.
Like forever, the whole game.
Yes.
The whole match. And so, yeah, we're going to go ahead and build the good ones.
Flying right back into deadlock, I believe.
No, I think we're 1 out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It is 11.
Wild
You're
to
right.
go right to 11. Especially, I mean, we've seen both grasping tape tosses go.
Yeah,
And
and the
we've seen the
plummeting's in
plummeting,
the
it's
so
already
like
used.
there's no snap deadlock ability on an attack unless we flip.
Yeah, and I like this play. So Corey is actually just saying, you know what? I want to find some more aggression here. I want to get rid of. I'm going to keep the erase because I can start sealing stuff, and if I can just find the hand. Oh boy, that looks like the hand.
Really?
That's like 5. That's like 4 attacks. Yeah.
Is it?
I think I saw.
Can't escape me. Erase. Hardened uppercut. We already had.
That does look like an attack, but it's a foundation.
Is it a rejuve?
Yeah, there's a rejuve in there, which is pretty huge.
Looking at a discard pile. A lot of this we knew. Andrew was already looking ahead of time to see like, hey, what are the chances he draws specific X, Y, and Z attacks?
Right.
It's at least 3, right?
Yeah, it's at least 3 attacks.
But again, is that enough unless we draw more and we're about to flip?
We are gonna draw more though, right?
Uppercut, rejuve, uppercut.
Nice. Okay. It's an uppercut.
And we're not damage pumping this. There's
Yeah,
no
no,
way,
there's no
right?
way.
So
Yeah.
like again, this is a terrible learning. Or this is a great learning the targets.
Learning the standards. Target.
Learning the standards.
Learning the targets.
Learning the target standard.
Which targets are they?
They're learning.
They're learning. I'm learning about these targets all the time. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and grab a couple speed on that. I think learning the standards makes a lot of sense here, but then I still think Corey can defend himself. He's still got a pretty face-up stage. Oh, we got a Can't Escape Me. A little bit of PTSD.
That matters for when Andrew wants to try and kill again.
Yeah. It also matters
But that's entirely dependent on how much Corey goes in.
right.
Is this a low block?
Yeah. We blocked low with it before, but now
I
we're
didn't
going
know.
to commit quite a little bit. We got to commit 5. Is that
We
right?
get to mainly it down. Going a little further, we committed one of our learnings.
Okay. Bloop.
Did we keep prehensile? Or we haven't built prehensile. Where is the prehensile? Did we not build it? Is
And
it just gone?
Now we're in deadlock for sure. Oh yeah, we've been in deadlock.
Yeah.
The prehensile, I don't think we
We never
didn't pick
built
it up.
We never picked it up. We never
Yeah.
built it. We never nothing.
All
Which
right.
means this momentum is sticking.
Yeah. That's good for Corey for sure.
All right,
Now,
these draw 2 right here.
If this draw
very
2,
big.
double repeated?
You think those are the last 2 cards?
I don't know.
Corey's
I
deck
don't-
has graced him at the end of every game so far.
Yeah.
What do we got? Double gray.
Double can't escape me.
Double A Can't Escape Me is good.
It's definitely not bad. Can we get rid of one of our foundations right now to not have to worry about deadlock stuff?
We're at 9. You have to get rid of 1, you said?
Yeah, I don't think we can.
No, not all the void cards do not get rid of themselves.
Yeah, but we also.
If we play the 3rd uppercut, we can.
Yeah, for sure. But then we have to check a 7. I don't know.
Maybe check a 3, blow up some more things, then
but
build out.
And we also just gained 2 life, so that kind of keeps us in it as well.
Yeah, 14 to 18.
This is the thing, like I was saying, like Rejuve being a regular part of your consistent game plan and being able to execute it turn after turn after turn after turn really does change the nature of these games.
We beauty pageant this. We're blocking it.
Cool. That means one less beauty pageant, right? For
Yeah,
later.
it's removed.
Yeah.
But,
Interesting.
fair enough. I know they've been a threat on the stage, but I don't actually think Andrew has used one of them.
I think if we go in to block this and we've used our beauty pageant, we might see the uppercut come down to get rid of the You're So Obvious, and that kind of takes all of Andrew's defense off the table.
Yes. And then I think
does
you
require
see
a
the
7.
I think then you see the learning of the standard response.
Yeah, for sure.
Because
But-
I don't
but
think
we don't have another
Corey.
attack anyways.
I don't think Corey erases anything here. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
No, absolutely not.
Unless you're fishing for attacks.
We've only got
We need one more, right?
several races left. Yeah, just like 2, and maybe I don't know if both of those are in our hand or not. All right, let's see what our 10 removed from game gets to be. Okay.
Chop and plummeting. Plummeting's pretty big.
Yeah.
Those don't matter.
Okay.
And a jab.
Yeah.
Nothing
Pretty-
bad.
pretty
All
average.
repeateds, still in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, that's probably above average for sure for Corey. But yeah, so maybe he's using the pageant because he's hoping that Corey decides to pump a momentum into this, sort of getting a free prehensile tail activation. But we know that Corey probably is just going to stockpile that for a later turn.
Yeah, going for the full block here. It's on a 3, right?
Mhm.
We're good. So the question is, once again, I would say don't play it. It's a 0 high block.
Yeah, it's a 0
Do
high
we
block.
play
It's
it?
on a 7, and Overhaul gets to basically block it for free.
Yeah, we get to pick any card in our stage to block with.
Yeah, Can't Escape Me pretty huge here though. Wondering if you go for both or if you just play one. Probably just play one.
It's bad because we don't have any erases in our discard pile.
Yeah. Well, we
Are
got
they
2
both in our
They're
hand?
both in our hand. Yeah.
Sure, but like
Oh, that was
Grasping
not
Dawn.
the check that Corey wanted to make there.
those are gone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Floating at 10. 2 committed. Andrew, let's see him.
Yeah. Now does Andrew draw the clap back? Right.
If he draws 6 oranges, I think it's over.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, that's basically where this match is right now.
1.
And that is the opposite of 6 oranges.
We got 1.
What if he draws like 5 apples? 3 grapes?
Oh,
20 watermelon?
fruit. I'm like, you were making a fruit reference.
No, a reference to fruit. Yeah.
I was still on the color, and you were 3 steps ahead. Just like Corey.
Yeah.
You
No,
were-
I was. I have never played a game as well as Corey Aguilar played that last game.
Yeah, me either.
I am sorry.
That's
Not
why
in
we're
my
here,
life.
buddy. That's why we're here.
I thought I was good at this game. I am wrong. Oh my god.
We're going for it. We played it. I mean, this does redraw, and then we know we have another one in our stage.
Yeah.
Which redraws.
I feel like if we don't feel like we can go for it, maybe it's time to do a little bit of sculpting. But I mean, maybe he's also trying to get some stuff out of Corey's hand. Like, there's a world.
I
where
think
we
that
draw
just
into
helps
the nuts.
Corey sculpt. We built it. We did draw an apathetic
That's
though.
a huge one, but if Corey gets the good sculpt on, we're gonna see that good old seal your apathetic as the first enhance.
True.
Yeah, this is wild. We're kind of like the whole thing is sort of stabilizing. It feels like it was really rocky for a little while, and now it just feels like the boat is sort of like sailing forward peacefully between these two players.
It's Sam would call this footsies.
Yeah,
We keep throwing attacks, but they're not really progressing the game state.
Right.
We're just trying to keep the other player in check.
right. Yeah, no, that's totally fair.
I'm using a little bit of resources. You're using some to stay alive or not take any damage.
Yeah, you just got rid of one of your really cool
There's another.
ones.
We just blocked with an attack. Like that's huge.
That's a 9 damage move.
Was that the only high we had? That's scary.
What is going on?
Uh,
oh, that's this. Okay.
Oh,
that's the
okay.
stage,
We
I was like,
overhauled here. So this is
fair.
good. We're going to set up double apathetic.
"Eee, that's
We
really,
overhauled
really
once
good
per
for Andrew."
turn on a 2. Checks. And
Yep.
then we're going to play the 1 from our hand, of course. Of course.
Yeah,
Sorry.
for sure.
On a 4,
And are we gonna
1,
play
2,
the?
3, 4,
Are
5,
we gonna
6,
play the
7,
manly? Or are we gonna keep the low
11,
block?
12, 13. We're going to
Ooh.
13 and flipping our deck.
Cycle time.
You know what? I actually hate flipping my deck on my build turn after my attack. Do you know why?
Because you're gonna check another attack.
No, because if I remove 10 attacks off of this, my opponent goes, "Oh, I'm going to mill you out." And I get to it, and they decide that at the beginning of their turn. You know
well,
what I'm saying?
I think at this stage, Andrew is definitely ahead on the mill game. Now he does have a wider stage, but I think Corey has already cycled, and he's pretty well into his deck now again. So
And it's the pace of play that they play cards, right?
Right.
Corey has to block everything because
Yeah.
that's what Eraserhead does,
yeah,
right?
for sure.
And Andrew is allowed to eat some stuff. Double Mauler
Double Mauler
in a
is pretty
frenzy.
huge. Yeah.
And so I just wonder how many Maulers we put in.
Yeah.
Are we
did
at
we
4?
take out Maulers again to put in red
The
cards?
red guards?
Yeah.
Whoa. No, I think it was still the Hell Flames. Well, then something else came out.
Yeah,
What
we haven't
came
seen,
out?
We haven't seen Hellflames at all. I don't know. Something else.
Red guard check on a
Speaking of
4.
which, there it goes.
Tap 1. He wants, yeah. So we commit. So it's the help me again. Name of that card? You know
Resourceful.
it. Resourceful. We committed one in our face downs in our stage,
Oh, neat.
so we can
We got a low
apathetic
block
it
on.
maybe.
Yeah.
Chivalrous. Chivalrous has giveth and takeneth this entire match.
That I still can't believe that barrier shield block. That was wild.
It was wild. That was potentially the end of the game
Yeah. No, sure was.
because the maximum overhaul was unblockable,
Yep.
and then it was the high engine kick that was unblockable,
Mm-hmm.
or it was on a 5 check, right? And then you
Yes.
could have maybe have drawn another attack.
Oh my God. I think Corey drew exactly 0 orange that turn.
No way.
So it's time to deadlock, and I think if you're gonna go, you got to go all the way.
You have to play.
Oh
a
no,
4.
we gotta. Okay.
A singular.
We have to
repeated.
save that though.
That's a singular repeated.
I think we're pretty low on high blocks, and that as
That's
in
just
there are
catching with your
0.
pants down.
There are
We have a
absolutely
tape.
0.
You should build the tape then.
We got 2 tapes because we got one in the stage.
Nope. It looks like
We gotta play like 3. I think we play 3 free foundations here and say, hey, I get to be in deadlock too. Do we? He's got the snack time still.
yeah.
Oh, that's brutal. But like, if you don't start getting rid of these cards, you're never gonna draw into a hand. So. Yeah, maybe you just seal the snack
Okay,
time and
if-
say I have to win
If
next
Andrew
turn.
draws a maximum overhaul, it's over because we get to triple apathetic my opponent,
Uh-huh.
which gets rid of all of the erases in Corey's board. Corey's.
All right, we're in 5. 1 attack a turn forever. Is it enough?
No.
No. Does he have a maximum overall on stage?
No.
Okay.
There is a high engine kick in a stage.
Does he have option on Chivalrous, and this time he's going to draw the maximum overhaul, and Corey's going to draw like a +4 block?
There are 3 barrier shields in Corey's deck, and we've seen 2
Mm-hmm.
removed from the game.
Yeah. So I'm just saying from the serendipity, stars and garbage perspective, is it just going to not happen?
You
this
say the
time?
stars in garbage?
Yeah,
How
stars
dare
in
you just
garbage.
throw my entire
You're-
spiel I gave earlier actually in the trash?
I was literally buying into it.
I
as
worked
you were
very
saying
hard on
it.
that improv.
I could
and
tell.
You just didn't even.
I saw the veins popping out of your head as you were coming up with it. I saw the gears turning.
I was digging for some
were digging.
thesaurus words.
Yeah. You were in your mind palace for sure.
That's the Sherlock Holmes thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going for it. We played it.
Yeah.
We checked another attack on it.
I mean, I'm a big fan.
I think
of
the
sculpting
pressure.
These.
I like the pressure of just actually using an apathetic and seeing if we get an erase out,
Oh.
like in
you
response to
think?
flip the other thing. Because I'm overhaul. I can
Yeah.
once per turn. Yeah, I love this. This is it. I'm gonna
Okay.
flip a thing, man,
It's got to be that one for sure.
and it's gone. Now the question is, do you save the other one?
That's a really great question.
Because that card can also just cancel the high engine kick enhance, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you're never gonna high engine that.
I need you to stall for me, Keenan.
Oh, absolutely.
Somebody wants my autograph.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're very famous. I understand. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and see what kind of. I don't think there's, like we said, there's no high blocks. So are we gonna go ahead and burn a tape line? This is a great question.
I hope not, but I think you just kind of bait it, and we saw 2 muscle maulers get removed, so giving that momentum right now is less of a threat because I just don't think he's has a way to recur it because we're also not prioritizing the prehensile tails, right? So if you take a half block here or a momentum, you give a momentum over to Andrew even with like a non-block at all, then like I think it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, for sure. Wow. Yeah. I mean,
That remove 10 is, or that's the discard pile.
Yeah, that's the
Rejuve,
discard.
100%.
Yeah, we've checked a lot of the good ones since we've come back over, and it's time to see some more orange. Like our stage is massive now. I love that Corey finally has found his way into deadlock.
He's stuck. He's stuck. He has no way out.
Oh, we also have snack time. I forgot about this.
Oh, the deadlock drop. Prehensile tail's pretty good here.
Yeah, I think if Corey blocks this and sort of helps himself find some more options on draw, find some additional reviews, I think that actually ends up being good for him in the long run.
Wow, I think these foundations in Andrew's hands are nuts. Double super regen, the other pageant, and then the prehensile tail that we drew is just like the recipe of surviving and crawling back into this game, right?
Yeah, for sure.
We're already, like you said, we activated the deadlock on stack time, which gives us more cards to play with, more things to build. We still have we have double learning the standards still in our stage.
Yep.
If double super regen comes down with learning the standards, you can actually just trigger them all.
Yeah, for sure. Just flip it all over.
And there are not enough erases in Corey's deck to seal every defensive piece that Andrew has access to.
Right.
There's only 2 left.
Absolutely.
And it comes down to grasping tape tosses coming in, which was the first check of the flip.
Oh my god.
So there's only one left.
Okay, but there's one left. That is good for Corey. It's just a matter of if he can find it, and I think he's taking this damage.
I think so too.
I think he's posturing just to take it.
Yeah.
It's really hard to get rid of erases when you don't know what that massive pile of face downs looks like for overhaul. Oh no, we are. Okay.
There's the mid. He said, I guess I'm not allowed to eat this.
This is like so much the right play. But even not knowing that Andrew has like basically
that we're just gonna build
no
after
attacks.
this.
Yeah.
I mean, he for sure declared once per turn, right? So now it's like, what foundation do I want?
Right. He also committed one. He doesn't want the one that he committed?
Yeah, probably not. I think that one is the other. Oh, another prehensile tail.
That's the terrifying one.
That's the scary stuff.
Yep.
I think he's like, oh, Corey has no way of getting out of deadlock.
Corey now, in order to win this game, I think on this turn,
that's the drip,
requires the nuts. And if he doesn't, then I think Andrew probably wins on the next turn. And I'm gonna say that is what the
is that your I told you so? Is that what you're banking on?
I'm not. That's not an I told you so. No. That I told you so. You set that up so far before it didn't matter.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Actually, first turn. Or the first time it did.
Yeah,
it happened.
The first opportunity you set it up, and it was really funny, and also just the most demoralizing thing that's ever happened to me.
Good.
So
pants to you right here on stream.
No, it was.
All right, we reviewed in a race. We have a non-attack card, an attack card, and
nothing.
An uppercut.
I think.
Do you think Andrew's got it?
Do we just die to prehensile tail throw? Do we have how many of those do we have?
We have 2. We built 2 prehensiles, right?
We built 2.
I'm struggling to look at the stage.
Yeah,
I'm struggling with
so
studies.
Shiny. We've got a.
No, we did not. We built 1.
Oh, we also still have a spooky down. So actually, that's not that big of a deal yet.
Oh, that's fair.
Okay, they're still in it. They're still playing. Are we going to mill?
I hope not. Okay, so it's 100% uppercut and then cool foundations.
Yep. Corey taking another stance change, maybe a bathroom break. Oh, both players.
Both
decided,
players
you know
need a
what?
bathroom
hey,
break.
Guys, this is intermission. Take a
When's
15.
ours?
When's ours?
Ryan, come here. Can you sub in? No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. No, I'm here for the long con.
Yeah.
You bet we're not doing a player interview after this, though.
Emphasis on the con.
I'm just letting you know at home.
We're probably running right into the next match after this.
I'm relaxed. I'm surprised I haven't taken my jacket off, but
Yeah.
I'm here, man.
Yeah, man.
I
I should have just untied by this point. Yeah, you know what?
I did relax. I should probably sit back up.
It's time. We're here. We're at this stage.
Oh,
in the match.
no. I'm not there. You get time off after this one. I don't.
That's true. Yeah. I get to relax a little bit, but oh my god. So we've seen so much going on from these players.
Yeah.
What are the odds that in the interim between them going to the bathroom, something horrible happens and one of them cannot continue the match, and that's just how the game ends.
I wouldn't wish that upon anybody.
I don't wish that upon them,
Okay.
but
I'm
at
not
this
saying you are.
stage, that is how I feel like this would have to end if none of the other things that we've already said are possible.
Could you imagine somebody has a flight to catch in an hour?
Yeah. Right. Oh, that has happened before.
I know it's
though,
happened,
right?
but
Didn't George missed his flight at Nationals when he won?
But he won. It was
Yeah,
worth it.
hey,
that was
that's
worth
absolutely worth it. Yeah. That has happened more times to count.
I think he had said something about it too. I think he's like, it was worth it. I won.
Yeah. Oh,
I think I won.
absolutely.
He's like,
100%.
absolutely. What?
goodness.
No, I was gonna say something. What was it gonna be?
Uh-huh.
Man, I can't remember.
That's okay.
It had to do with the same thing you were talking about, though.
Yeah.
Oh well, it's gone.
Well,
the cosmos has taken it away.
The cosmos is you're thinking too big brain, and
Yeah.
you're no longer allowed to.
No,
do
it
so.
was some funny thing. Didn't really matter if I said it or not. So
Oh man. So what has been your favorite match to cast so far this weekend, Barrett?
I want to say it's this one.
This one's been amazing.
But I'm a little
genuinely.
jealous because I get a bathroom break.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. Man, I mean, this one's great.
Yeah.
Game 1, amazing.
Yeah.
Game 2, my heart has been sunk, and then it sunk, and then it rose again, and then we're in this game 3,
Right.
which like.
The ultimate quote unquote footsie.
Regardless of who wins it, it is the most well-deserved match.
It's the
win,
most
right?
hard-fought match I've seen all day for sure.
Because at this point, you just take the luck part of it out of the equation.
Yeah.
We're just playing immaculately. We're making the right decisions. We're making wrong decisions. We're making decisions that our opponent didn't see coming from a mile away,
Right.
which is like the key point of skill expression.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, and Andrew fully learning from that game too and immediately targeting the can't escape me's is like, oh, okay, those are going to absolutely mess me up
Yeah.
if something bad happens. So yeah, I don't know who is going to win this one, but it's been powerful skill expression from both players. It's just been amazing.
I'd be happy to check in with Uyung and Nick.
Yeah. see
They've
how
been
they're
chilling
doing.
out. It's almost dinner time.
Yeah, that's true. I had some friends who were like, hey, we got plans at 5, and I was like, that's not going to happen.
That's not happening.
Absolutely not. I know after this match, it's either going to be another Overhaul versus Eraserhead or Overhaul versus Overhaul. So the expectation is, if Corey wins this match, I think we're going to see another very high skill that the eraser, quote unquote, we call it a slog, right? And it sounds a little bit derogatory. I think it's not a slog. I think it's just
It's high skill gameplay. These are
is
the top
forced-
players in the world.
He's forced to do that because of the deck that he's playing against the deck that his opponents are playing.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I think, and then if we see Overhaul versus Overhaul, I think it may, it really depends on the deck style. I didn't get to watch too much of Young's first match, but
It was great.
yeah.
It was immaculate.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he's playing out of his mind.
Yeah,
And, like,
absolutely.
Nick Reagan is, in that same match, playing out of his mind.
Right, right.
And Andrew, I'll quote Andrew Holder here while we draw up. We did see Maximum Overhaul here, plus a
down.
high engine kick, and there are stuff in our stage. I don't know how many, but there are stuff in our stage.
yeah.
What I wanted to say was Andrew Holder, quoting him on this, is that how telling that Nick Reagan is. I'm going to use the word winning because he's the winner of the winner's bracket, but he's winning the HLC in the format that is the Nick Reagan format.
How is this the Nick Reagan format?
Nick Reagan is the penultimate player of playing 6 hand size aggro,
Yes.
draw a bunch of cards,
Yes.
and do my thing. Whether it's Sato 1 all the way back when these kicks came out. I talked about it on the desk when we were watching his deck. Like his attack package is set 3 and earlier.
Yeah, it has not changed whatsoever. Actually, I was over in the main hall watching on the big screen, and somebody mentioned Nick while he was playing Uyong, and I was like, oh yeah, his Sato deck, and then I had to check myself
Yes.
because I realized no.
It basically is, though.
Yeah.
We're not
it's
giving stun
absolutely-
1 to everything, but we're giving 2-3 after we cycle our deck.
Yeah.
It's I used the and I shouldn't say this now because I was going to save it for the end because he's in it. But it's we are watching live in living color new dog old tricks.
Yeah, for
so,
sure.
Like,
for sure.
I mean, but it's still Nick Reagan who's the old dog with the new dog with the old tricks.
Okay, yeah.
Because he's been doing this since the beginning of My Hero.
Endeavor is the new dog.
The new dog.
Nick
Nick Reagan's the old dog, and the
new
kicks are the old
The
tricks.
old tricks, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, for sure. Yeah. So, and it's always interesting to see how successful players are with the pet deck that they've had for a really, really long time. What are you looking at?
So we first enhanced on Overhaul here.
Yeah, we went ahead and got the maximum
The
overhaul. to
maximum
stage.
is down.
That's fine. That's where that belongs, right? Or would it be better to hold it in our hand and just play something from the stage and then play more stuff from this, like more stuff from the stage.
I think we put it down because Andrew is going to draw at least one card on every attack.
It's the only
we play.
attack on our stage.
No, we tapped one.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure the committed one is.
Something.
I think it's the other high engine kick.
Okay.
It's okay. We'll find out.
Yeah.
We're gonna look at it right here. Show us the one. Well, no, we'll figure it out. But the reason I say this is like this is gonna draw us a card from the high engine kick enhance. We're deadlock on
Citywide coming down. Citywide's super useful in this match. That is it. Citywide only on your turn.
the make them put a card in their card pool face down. Yes.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yes,
gotcha.
it's bad for Mother Russia.
Right.
Because Mother Russia was both. You could do both. It's still a commit cost too. But the reset is still fine, right, for the maximum overhaul. So we did the pitch to draw for 2 speed.
We didn't find anything cool off of it.
No, but again, I think we're going to see Deadlock Snack Time Enhance on every move.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
And we're just going to flip a lot of our defense. Or no, he just said, nah, man, I'm good.
Interesting. All right, so maybe we're still in the enhance. I could imagine seeing a deadlock snack time enhance here, but then again, the more deadlock snack time, like Andrew's sitting on the larger stage, the more draw that happens, the closer we're actually getting to the real mill game.
Make it a throw.
Yeah, that's correct. And so, is it time to execute Spooky here, or we only have the one prehensile? Oh yeah,
There it is. It's going to be the double commit for it, but absolutely right.
Yeah, -3 speed.
Do we have a way to give it more speed? We could reset it, but that's a lot of work.
Yeah, I would rather just take a couple damage and not have to worry about all this nonsense. So yeah, that's
still a couple.
It's just like
Oh
one.
yeah, the +2, -2, and it's for 1.
Yeah. So at that stage,
and then overhaul will make it 3.
Overhaul could make it 3.
11 gain a life, I think, is matters.
Yeah.
So the question is, are we drawing another card?
Yep.
Deadlock enhanced draw.
Okay.
Muscle Mauler.
Oh, huge. More draw.
And deadlock.
And that deadlock is massive, though we missed it last game.
We did miss it last game.
Is that going to be something that we miss again?
I don't think so, right? And I think the obvious answers are just tape and Citywide Crisis, right?
Yeah, those are the main two that I'm seeing. I think I'd be pretty happy getting
a debate could be made for
here.
Villains Defeated.
I think I'd be pretty happy to get Villains Defeated if it's going to clear my card pool, because one of the things, if he doesn't have the card pool clear, he has to make these checks, and some of them are fairly high difficulty.
Chivalrous, killed. That was the bane of our existence. Nope, that was what we flipped for +2 on Eraserhead. I love the adaptation, but we're going to go straight into
our next one.
The whatever thing from our stage, and he was
almost playing an apathetic.
I think we're almost posturing for apathetic.
Are we gonna turtle out here?
I think you. Oh, because we drew the muscle. Oh, this is the same trap we fell into game 2. We found a muscle mauler. Oh, we put all 4 in, by the way, because we just took.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We found a muscle mauler. I'm getting a momentum. I'm just gonna kill you with the deadlock throws on prehensile tail. This gives Corey another shot to draw attacks.
Right, but this also sets Andrew up to be able to have access to so many different pieces of orange in his deck, and I think Corey is only sitting on a few attacks himself. He's at 3
It's still
right
the
now?
uppercut and the 100%. He didn't draw another
That's
one.
it?
That's when and then we went to the
100%?
bathroom, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it's only 2 attacks, he only gets to draw like 2 cards here, maybe at maximum.
He didn't block that, right?
Yeah.
So.
Maybe we should have tried. I don't know. Yeah, we have got like 6.
Our production staff has left us, so we don't get hand cams anymore.
Oh, that's okay.
So,
I see another uppercut.
So there's 2 in our hand.
Uppercut. Double.
Is that the tape thing? No, that's an erase. We just hard drew an erase.
Yeah, we drew an erase. But like, I think Andrew is
still
getting some equity here for sure.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the throw, whittling, did you down, story, mauler into picking up what I hit you last time. And we have got. Did we double prehensile yet or no?
We still have
just the one. Okay.
But yeah, so like as Corey, I think build to pass is acceptable at this stage. I would not fling any attacks. I think the attacks are required.
Give overhaul an enhanced step. I think is a problem.
Don't give overhaul enhanced step. Also, just don't allow for just stockpile. Be sculpting. If Andrew's not attacking you and you're like, even if you have to block with every card in your hand, at least you get to draw a fresh one instead of being stuck with like 6 non-attacks in hand, which it's felt like it's been. But nope.
I told you every time I say
just fail it. Just fail it.
Ooh, that's true. We played it for him.
We said no enhanced step necessary. So
that's pretty good. That's a very big old way to play.
double.
It's not Mahler. We're out of Mahlers for
No,
sure.
we've got
Maximum
double
overhaul.
maximums in this.
Oh no, this is it.
Oh
Buckle
my
up, Ryan.
God,
This may be the end.
that's.
He gave me a look like I don't believe you, but this may be the end.
To be fair, I think that if anybody can defend from an absolutely insane Andrew Duvall overhaul attack turn, it is Corey Aguilard with a actual real stage.
What's our high block situation again? I'm only asking.
We have at least one uppercut, and I think there's one more.
Well, we failed. Oh, because we had another
We had two
uppercut.
uppercuts.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got a spooky. We got a low block. All of our blocks are pretty high difficulty right now, and we're
But
actually
we do
doing
have the
some
stage
fast
to
ones.
do it. But I think again because of what double maximum overhaul, adding potentially 6 cards to our hand,
Yeah.
is going to lead to a I'm snack timing on every card.
Yep, for sure. Yeah. So I think at this stage,
Oh, look, is that? Oh, I thought it was a snap enhance almost right there.
interesting. We're just gonna pick up the. We're just gonna pick up the stage and see what our options are. So,
So it's the maximum, and I knew that we put a kick down there earlier, so that
that's
looks
the 5
like
diff. Yep,
yeah,
that's the
So
acceleration.
accelerator,
Interesting.
acceleration.
Accelerate something. And we're gonna go ahead and are we erasing? Yeah, we're
We
gonna
have
take
to,
overhaul
right?
off the table.
He's like, I got to make sure you don't have another one.
Mhm.
And then I want to see the snap deadlock enhance on Mauler here, actually. Don't let the
Yeah.
spooky heroic thing happen again.
Yeah, that's a pretty important
It
piece.
nullified a whole attack, basically. So
Yeah.
it's just one of those things that you want to take it off, use the ability on the card.
Mhm.
There's no way for Corey to get out of deadlock at all.
Yeah.
And then, boom, there it is.
Did we deadlock?
No, that was apathetic.
Oh, interesting. Okay, cool.
No, wait, hold on. No, yeah?
Yeah,
that was just apathetic.
That was just apathetic.
Wait, that means we get a bonus. Or are we going to miss it again?
I don't know. Great question. We're gonna go ahead and
Ooh, we're
seal
sealing the
tail.
prehensile. That's a third erase gone for the game.
That's interesting. I feel like, would you rather seal? I guess we apathetic the spooky, so we're really just scared of the extra damage coming through. I don't know. I feel like having the. Oh, we're gonna go ahead. Did we get
that
it?
was the Mauler enhance.
Okay.
So we picked up our high engine kick. That was a throw last turn.
Right. And we still have more draw on board. Are we? Okay, we're not parceling. We're just gonna get
This is the last erase.
and we cannot block with this.
We
or
can't
we can't
block with it
erase.
because it's stuck in our card pool.
Yeah. Do we have a mid?
We might.
If we don't have a
This is
mid,
going to get real dicey. This whole
Yeah,
turn
this
is going to get
is-
real dicey.
this is shaky.
So, because here's what Corey could do is
Mhm.
depending on how many attacks Corey thinks Andrew has, is that you respond, erase again on the second thing, pitch another card, pick it back up.
I think you assume he just has so many orange. Did we? Was that a snack
Stun
time
one
enhance?
from snack
Yeah,
time.
for
So,
sure.
like I said, I think again
That means Andrew
we're
knows.
drawing a bunch of cards.
That means Corey knows that Andrew's going for it, and Andrew knows it's time to hit
There's
gas
the
pedal.
deadlock
Ooh,
enhance
here it
thing.
is.
Oh, good job. Oh, see,
Oh,
we
no,
he's
it's
like, wait, that has that? And he goes, yeah, I
Yeah.
just have I missed it every time.
Yep. Oh
And
well.
so double flip there on the spooky, the
Okay.
heroic citywide crisis there,
Yeah.
so that the only
Oh my god, we got a really heads up play if he plays a high attack. We can build it back in.
because of the
of the
manly
manly.
passionate
Yeah,
guy.
that's
Yeah,
cute.
absolutely.
But yeah, we
Is there
are
a world where you half block just to get it in?
we are mid block low. I think we have to, right? Because we're not going to block with the erase.
We can't.
Yeah.
It gets stuck. We did it.
We are blocking with the erase. Are we going to draw 2 cards?
No, I guess not.
We just want to keep the -2. Do we have another action? No, we don't, right?
No, that's
Oh
it.
my goodness.
All 3 are removed. Action cards are off the
Wow.
table. It is a strict discard a card for -2 speed on every move for the rest
Yep.
of this turn.
Yep.
This is
Huh.
the break that Andrew may have finally been waiting for.
Oh yeah.
And one of the longest matches I think I've ever
Not as long
Watched?
as not as
No?
long as you versus Dave Wagner.
Listen, that wasn't on stream.
It wasn't on stream, but it was
That doesn't
an
count.
absolute. It was an absolute paint dryer.
It wasn't a paint. Okay? I feel like he was just playing with his food. Like waited for me to do something. Like if you want me to get real about it, okay?
Yeah,
Dave doesn't
yeah,
even
yeah.
play anymore, okay?
No,
so,
he doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. So he can do whatever he wants.
That was like a 3.5 hour, just like I said, paint dryer.
It was a 3.5 hour long game.
Yeah.
That was one game.
One game.
Because game 1 I lost. Game 2 I was mollywopped him back, and then he went first game 3, and I just couldn't get there.
That's yeah. That's
And we
a
did it.
whole
We
pile.
took forever to do it because I tried to break it, and
Are we?
I lost
Wait,
to every.
did we have another race?
Oh. I thought we had sealed.
I think we had only sealed
Multiple
one thing.
thing.
I don't think we. I think we don't.
I thought we double sealed earlier.
I know we sealed the learning standards. I don't know if we sealed again. I actually don't know for sure, but yeah. I know we used at one point to stop Overhaul's character, but yeah. Okay,
No,
cool.
I mean just on the sealing stage thing, I thought we've seen it multiple times.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're just flipping the thing. That was the deadlock enhance on snack time. We flip our sealed thing.
Did we get anything for it?
We did not,
Oh,
but
wow.
it gives us another
Andrew
charge
is
to
like
pitch.
severely just finding ways to whiff these draws, huh?
So I guess now we're not allowed to block with the erase anymore.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
there's the other keeping areas safe. I still think this is gonna not go Corey's way.
This is it, right? This is the end game.
the turn. There's the spooky.
Now
This is the
that's-
heads up play.
That's a huge get.
This is a very fast thing though, so we're gonna be committing quite a few cards.
Yeah, which is totally fine because we're going to be able to not have to block something later.
Okay, there we go. Bloop.
And it's coming
Hit the
back
spooky.
down.
Now the spooky is not as effective without the heroic on there.
Right. But
Unless you have
we do still have the -2 speed off of Eraser.
yes.
All right. This one is fast.
It's very fast. We are continuously checking threes though.
We are checking horribly. Oh, wait. Do we have there's no way we can do this right now.
There's no way.
Yeah. You didn't give me a chance to enhance? Wow, really? Okay.
Sure, whatever.
Interesting.
I mean, what a good guy.
That's that's very good of Andrew Duvall. I think, and he may have played faster in yeah.
Sure, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
That's fine. Hey, very good.
You ready? My one sentence about it is like I prefer if I'm gonna win or if I'm gonna lose, I want the most optimal game possible.
That's fair.
So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Use it now. Get it out of there. Make this not as fast. That's great. Corey still has to play perfectly for the rest of this turn.
100%.
And I think whether or not that was used there or later doesn't actually really matter. Just for the extra 2.
Are we blocking this or are we saving our low block for the
maximum?
The maximum.
I think you have to eat this one.
Yeah.
Genuinely. But also do the first maximum and then maybe the second maximum end up too fast?
Yeah, maybe.
How is this so fast? It
How
still
is
has
it so
positive
fast?
speed, right?
That's a really good question.
Flip deadlock draw. No dice.
Huh. Interesting. I don't know.
Because it
2?
Okay, there we go. Awesome.
Speed off.
because
Yeah.
we're up. We were up 1 because of the snack time, right? I assume.
Right. Yeah. So we're down
but
1.
Now we're down 1. So
Okay.
again, I don't think you spooky this because then it's a 6 for 3,
Mhm.
right? And I don't think that's worth it.
Yeah, absolutely.
6 for 5 because of overhaul.
Yeah.
So take the easy block here.
Andrew about to cycle again, and man, that deck is looking thin.
He's for sure able to finish this turn no matter what.
Yeah, for
but
sure.
yeah, I agree. Once the second flip comes in,
The other thing is he removed 2 frenzies like really early in this game, I think. Was that this game or was that an older game? Because the more of those attacks he removes from the game.
that was this game.
Yeah.
Because they didn't connect.
Yeah, that would be one of the reasons that he's dead drawing is he's just missing attacks. And then he removed like a bunch of muscle maulers from the game.
So there it is. We're going with a 100% check on the block and it also checked a 3, right? So
Okay. So everybody's checking 3s all over the place here.
all across the board.
It's only getting messier.
It's getting worse, I think, for Corey, though.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
this from our
it's
stage?
another 3.
Wow, another 3 check. Eventually, we'll just start committing
It's
the
from the
face-up
hand,
guys.
yeah?
I think it is, but we
Yeah.
haven't.
Have we not played anything from our stage yet this game?
No.
This turn?
Or is this the one from the stage?
I think
No.
it's- I don't think we didn't play anything from our stage, did we? Or did we?
I mean, if this is, then it's on a 5. It's not on a 7, right? So
Right. But is it possible we played the kick from our stage?
maybe.
Maybe.
I think you're right. There was for sure an acceleration kick
Yeah.
in our stage.
Yeah, at some point. So that might be what it is then.
And maybe you ready? Maybe we had to because Andrew was like, "Oh, if he might keep erasing me."
He might keep erasing me. Yeah. So
I have to just trigger it
I'm
now.
gonna do it now.
So
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think we did play one from our stage. There's just so many face downs that genuinely I just don't know, but
Yeah.
the players for sure do.
Yeah.
That's by the way the 4th repeated. I just saw the discard scan, so we'd have to flip again to find that as like an actual winning piece on
Right.
Corey's side. Because again, regardless if Andrew whiffs this, like Corey still has to find a way to kill him back, right?
I think repeated is. I think our Corey's stage is kind of at the point where he could kill without repeateds. It just really depends on how he checks and how the learning the standards come down.
But what an actual tragedy that Andrew has drawn a foundation on every deadlock draw
every
enhance
one
and then
of
checked a
those.
3 on every card.
Yeah, he's
just like we're on
he's like
the Cosmos.
He's sequencing. He's sequenced incorrectly because of random chance.
You know, like how sorry, I'm a science and math guy.
Yeah.
So you know, like in sound waves,
Uh-huh.
how your peaks and valleys,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And they
yeah.
go, and then when you directly counteract a sound is when you when you like opposite the wavelength basically,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
like when
yeah,
it
for sure.
bounces off and
It goes a wobble.
it does like the wobble, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
That's him on the right drawing time / checking time.
Right. He's on the wobble right now.
Yeah, he's on the
he
wobble.
Needs to, he needs to get back on the sound wave.
We're using that for the rest of the day.
100%. I think that is.
He's on the wobble.
He's on the wobble. But I've felt that before. Like,
Yeah, I know
There
what
are
you mean.
times where you're just like,
When
man,
you're ready, you're out of sync.
I'm out of sync, and now we're running out of attack.
No, good. We want those removed now if we're trying to win the game here.
That's true.
Because remember, so we did commit a lot of these, but this is going to pick up 3, and then which is more fuel for our snack time to then discard more cards, and we still get to build one.
Yeah. So are we gonna just eat this one? And
Hey, do we build a prehensile tail from our hand?
oh, that'd be messed up. We have another maximum overall. Oh, nice.
Yeah, we have 2 now this turn because he drew one, and we
Yeah.
built one down. Because remember, it was we drew the muscle mauler,
Uh-huh.
but we got a momentum this turn, so we delayed another turn. We gave Corey a chance. Like remember, this has all happened in the last 30 minutes.
God, dude, I barely remember the last.
So we
5
banked the
seconds.
maximum overhaul.
So here's the thing: we can fully block this, and the next maximum overhaul does not kill us. We have tape.
We still have a frenzy.
We
Like
have-
there's moves.
Oh, we have a frenzy.
Yeah, there's moves.
Oh,
Like,
where's the frenzy at?
it's in his hand. I saw the
Oh,
orange.
it's in his hand. Okay, I
Yeah.
missed it. Okay. Yeah.
I mean,
So-
if in the stage, we can also pick it up too, right? But
yeah. Okay.
we're playing on raw difficulty, right? And we're on 1 card left in hand, and
Raw-
it's just the tape.
One card left.
Or
in
sorry,
hand.
it's just the erase.
It's just the erase. We can tape. We can draw 2. But then I don't know if we can pass anything else because we're actually dealing with cards that are just straight up too fast.
We also have a speed reset. I guess we're looking at that now.
that's
I had
massive.
forgotten about it, but Corey's helping us out and reminding us
Pointing
that
out
these
the good
exist.
ones, and we still have snack time. So this even if we reduce this by 2, it's probably just going to be a 6 low, which is still pretty brutal with 2 cards in our card pool.
And we've already reduced it by 2.
Right.
So it's currently just a 5. So the question is, do we swap it so that it's faster for less damage, which I think is bad because we're overhaul.
Right. Because the
fast-
less damage, he's just going to pump it.
And
for
then all
2.
that speed reset we get to use on the actual next 2 things.
Right.
'Cause
And
we know.
There are so many slower things that Andrew plays as well. Like if Andrew had a jab or something like that, it's so much better to spooky the jab than it is to do anything else.
But we have drawn specifically the good ones.
Yep. Here comes the snack
There's
time.
snack time.
So
which
we're
is gonna
back up
give
to
us
6 speed.
another stun.
Goodness.
We
So
love
6,
those.
7, 8, 9 with the erase on block for full. We get another snack time down.
Wow.
So we can actually fail this check now. This is no longer a guaranteed pass.
Especially because the spooky will. Oh, it's a min. Sure. Okay. Love that.
Yeah,
Love that. Like,
sure.
thanks for the dice swap.
Iconography is useful for sure.
So the snack time will actually put it to even stats, right? At 8 for 8.
Yeah.
Which means spooky is actually just blank.
Yeah, spooky doesn't really do anything anymore. And if we check a 3, we just
We
just
had the
fail
prehensile.
out.
I bet you we build that prehensile tail on the next maximum overhaul to then make our frenzy a throw.
Interesting. Yeah, no, that makes
Maybe.
sense.
Maybe.
That
Who
makes
knows?
sense.
Maybe we
Yeah.
check another 3 and maybe we don't get to do that because we don't get to commit another card. Ooh, a petty squabble, the one of.
Oh.
That could be very good.
Yeah, I mean,
You showed a face down. There's a stun one. Okay, so we have 4 up, 2 in our pool, and a readied eraser head.
and this move is now 7 speed.
What happened? 7 speed? Oh,
Yeah.
we've deadlock, flip, draw. Got a proud scion in our hand.
We double snack time. This is 7.
Yes.
So
4, 5, 6, 7,
is that
8,
right?
9, -2, 7.
Yeah.
You're
okay.
correct.
Cool. So yeah, so we need a 10 on block. We check a 5. We completely commit out for it, and even then, we probably just die to maximum. We die to maximum overhaul. Yeah.
Ooh, and we checked a 3. Oh my goodness. Now we still got to play things out. That's the last card. We didn't play an action card. We don't get to draw 2 cards. It's essentially a spooky manipulation on whether or not we can get there. We flip for the extra 2. 8, 9, 10 puts Corey down to 3.
We need to play
there's
a
not
3-speed
there's not a
move.
spooky play in the world that saves you here.
And
we
that
put the hand out
is the
and Andrew
game.
Duvall climbing
Oh my
through the losers bracket on a gut wrencher.
Wow, what a match back and forth. Corey doing his best to stem the tide of Overhaul, doing his best to deal with the deadlock with only a 10 foundation board. Game 2, an absolute control masterclass, but at the end of the day, it is Andrew Duvall taking the game down, moving on to the losers finals.
No, yeah, the losers bracket finals. Yes, correct.
Losers bracket finals against Uyong to see who is going to play Nick for the grand finals. This is absolutely incredible. We're going to have an Overhaul mirror coming up. I'd imagine it's going to be coming up pretty quickly.
Yeah. I'm going to the bathroom, Keenan.
Yeah, absolutely. I will be joining you there as well. So we are going to go ahead and move along and get everything set up for your losers finals coming very soon. Uyong versus Andrew. You don't want to miss it.
Absolutely not.
Welcome back, Universes. What an amazing round. What an insane round. What a crazy daisy series of games. But ultimately, it remains true, Sam, that Overhaul is the coolest. Holy cow, man. That was a nail-biter, man. That was a nail-biter. How did you enjoy your 5-hour break, Sam?
You know, I was walking around the main hall. I was checking out the teams event that's going on right now. Saw some of the oversized cards, right? We got I saw a Todoroki 4, a Mount Lady, some really cool stuff. There was gunslinging going on, watching the developers cheat and use all these Dark Tournament cards. Yeah,
I was doing that. I was gunslinging. No Dark Tournament stuff.
I saw some Dark Tournament cards being slung around. So that was like your first chance.
I just played Mina 2.
Yeah, there you go. You got your first chance to experience the power of the Dark Tournament. We've got the vendors outside. I got to talk to Sean O'Brien and Miles Tyler, and they've been doing killer business. And, seeing like all of the old school, Universes past lined up next to all of the new product. Very cool. So there's so much to do, so much to enjoy, but we got some spice for those of you at home.
Bringing everything together is what Worlds is all about, and I absolutely love talking about all the awesome things going on this weekend, Sam. But I promise you guys the spiciest reveals this weekend. We've seen alt arts, we've seen secret rares, but as every good Universes player knows, there is one that stands above the rest, and that is our one and only completely unique 3D textured serialized chrome rares that are hiding inside of every Universes set. And it's time to finally take a look at the coveted end-all be-all prize from the Dark Tournament, and that is the Yu Yu Hakusho chrome rares. Sam, you spoke a lot about that team tournament going outside.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome, but when it comes to teams, there's really only one that stands above the rest, and that is the one and only Team Urameshi. In all of their chrome rare
Let me get out of the shop
goodness. Yusuke team leader, Kuwabara Spirited Warrior, Kurama Yoko Unleashed, and of course, Hiei Dragon Within.
Ooh, check that out.
And there they are, guys.
That's
There
very
they are.
good.
The titular four, the big
squad,
Team Urameshi,
the boys.
the boys. Honestly, the boys. We've seen Yusuke already. His nice little side profile. But man, Hiei, the one and only, the king of edgelords.
Yeah, Mr. Darkness himself.
Mr. Darkness himself, looking totally awesome.
Little
with
shadow
this,
boy.
Yeah, this gray and black textured chrome looking like crazy. Kurama with his lovely red hair, lovely red background.
Rose-colored.
The rose. The Prince of the
Shiny.
Roses right here. Absolutely stunning. Kuwabara. Blue aura?
No, don't do- no.
Yep.
not
It's not
doing
working.
that.
Yeah, it's not working. It's not working. We'll fix it in post.
But you know what is working? The absolute shine on these things. I don't know if you guys can tell at home through the camera here, but they, just like earlier with the title belt, I can see my reflection in them. That's how shiny they are. That's how high the quality is on these chromes. And Levi, how many of these are in circulation?
100, baby. You'll notice these are numbered 0 out of 100, as they are our very own UVS Games production copies. But within the Dark Tournament itself, you're only going to find 100 of each of these scattered throughout the set. And good luck hunting, because these are absolutely gorgeous. Sam, which one's your favorite?
Ooh, it's got to be Hiei.
Really?
Yeah, I think-
You like the Edgelord?
I think so. I dig the profile shot. I think the profile shot is good for this, right?
okay.
The colors match up really, really well. And most importantly, I'm a huge fan of Dragon of the Darkness Flame. That's one of my favorite scenes in the entire anime. There's very few scenes in any anime, I think, that top that scene when he just absolutely annihilates the dude in one shot, right?
Pretty hard to argue. I think so. You're a big fan of the side profile. I like the forward-facing ones a little better personally.
Okay.
Kuwabara is really doing it for me here. That look, that glare, the determination, just looking good, man. I mean, I love all the team pretty equally, honestly.
Oh, what you were looking for, by the way, is Blue Akara.
Blue Akara.
Blue Akara. Yeah, not Kua Blua, it's Blue Akara.
Yep. You figured it out.
bro.
You figured it out. Thank you, Tagoro. Thank you.
Hey, yeah, where's my bro?
My
Did you guys
right
see
hand
that?
man.
I walked in and saw that Brian had put sunglasses on me for the
It's so
loading
good.
screen.
I literally was talking with him about it. I was like, man, I wish he had the shades. And Brian goes, bro, that's the easiest
That's
Photoshop
the
ever.
easiest, yeah.
Sent it. Absolutely sent it. Guys, these are your Chrome Rares. 4 of these buckaroos. The big team, the team Hirameshi themselves. I mean, it had to be them.
You can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with the squad, right? It almost seemed too obvious. That's what I said the last stream I had before Worlds, right? I was like, it might be too obvious. I was holding out for a younger Taguro, I'm not going to lie. Genkai would have looked sick, but going with the squad, going with the protagonist, we might never get another chance to make a Chrome of these characters. And so going with the 4 main characters makes so much sense, right?
Total sense. These are absolute beauties. If you are out there right now at the HLC, these will be in our display case very shortly, so you can get a better look at them with your own eyes.
Just make sure there's no gentle criminals around, because these are quite the prize. Like you said, they're the 0 copies of the production copy. That's got to be a little more fancy, don't
They're
you
going to need
think?
to be one real smooth gentle criminal, because our very own 7-foot-tall Jacqueline
Kyle is
here to protect
Kyle
them.
is threatening
No, Sam. Don't make eye contact. Don't make eye contact. All right, guys, thank you very much. This is super fun. Sam, thank you for doing this with me.
Yeah,
but
no, thank you for having me.
Of course, my friend. We have a lot more universes to get to. We have 2, potentially 3 more rounds if someone has to topple down on Nick Reagan twice.
We have to find out which overhaul is the coolest next.
Oh, the lore gets deeper and deeper.
Yep.
So, with that being said, guys, let's get back to the gameplay. Thank you very much. It's time to jump right back into the action.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm so ready.
Let's do it. Don't go anywhere, Universes. Will return super duper shortly.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Sam Tate, and I have revived Barrett Bryant. We have finally made it to our losers finals. We've got the overhaul mirror. We're about to find out which overhaul is the coolest, whether it is Young Choi or Andrew Duvall. Our players had to take, well, at least Andrew had to get a break in, had to get some food. He's been here, playing the game since noon, right, with the one match. So we had to let him go get some food, go get refreshed, get fueled up to continue into this losers bracket tirade, another one of our LCQ qualifiers, which means if Andrew Duvall takes this down, our finals, our grand finals, is 2 players who traveled all the way here. Well, I guess it's not super far for Duvall, but
it's much further for Young.
Well, and Nicholas Reagan, right?
Yeah.
So if Andrew Duvall manages to take this down, then we will have 2 players who qualified through LCQs in our grand finals,
Yes.
which I think is very amazing.
I agree with you 100%. They are shuffling up. We've already done the deck checking / looking at each other's deck lists, but we're both playing overhaul, so I can't imagine it took too long. But I think paying attention to the
I know
minute,
that one, maximum overhaul.
yeah,
Hardly know her.
keeping track of the minute differences of these decks will matter, and I think they will be important as we come into this game.
Do you know what the first thing I looked at was, Barrett?
Prehensile tail.
Yes, I looked at specifically throws and then deadlock threats. And
Yes.
Prehensile Tail is a deadlock ability that we saw in our last matchup with the Racerhead, which I'm sure you've not forgotten.
Yeah.
Where the deadlock to become a throw was really what progressed the game state and forced certain issues out, right? It's something that Corey had to answer to even have a chance to survive. So I think it's going to be very interesting. Both players having access to Prehensile Tail, but Young has the Falling Skies in the main board, so having a little bit more throw action might be able to get the ball rolling earlier.
Not only more throw action, but also more throw hate. There's a world if this game does go into double deadlock. Young is mainboarding 2 copies of Face Shield. Meanwhile, Andrew Duvall is not. But on the other end, Andrew Duvall's attack package, I believe, is very unique in the mix match of kicks and punches, as well as maximum overhauls, of course, which could give him an edge in this matchup, strictly because they're very fast.
Right, yeah. So I would give the edge pre-deadlock to Andrew Duvall because of the speed control, right? Having harder to block attacks and making it riskier to block pokes is a big deal.
Yeah.
But I think the late game, grindier edge, I would give to Ouya.
Absolutely.
I was going to say, I value the throw in this format, having watched this HLC, so much.
Yeah.
Because I've not seen much throw hate. And the only throws we've really seen getting thrown around are grasping tape tosses and these falling skies. You know, things that become a throw, right? That have more interaction. You can cancel the enhance on the falling skies. You can cancel or interact with the prehensile tail. So nothing is set in stone. And these players are still shuffling up. But we're going to get into this action real soon. We see Andrew Duvall with the character committed going first. It looks like he won the dice roll.
Yeah, absolutely, which is a very...
Oh, no, he also committed his character. I don't know who's going first
Oh,
now.
yeah, I'm also confused. Who knows? Who knows? But regardless, 2 very... I mean, these are our world best players. I mean, I was already debating with Keenan on the last match how we were leading up to, the winner of that match is going to have to come play Young. And, I mean, the stat that I heard, and I'm agreeing with, is that Young is actually win percentage-wise the most winningest players right now, right? And so
the most winningest player in universes, I'm fairly certain.
And then on the other end of the table now, and we talked about it a lot in that match against Corey Aguilar specifically, I would say that Andrew Duvall right now is the most underdog climbing from the losers bracket the most, I would say, genuinely. He last chance qualifier player, lost round 1 in the last chance qualifier to then lose round 1 in the actual HLC to then climb the entire losers bracket here.
I was going to say there was a point where someone told me Corey had lost round 1 here today, and I was like, oh, if he actually ran it back through losers, he would have played the most amount of matches you could. And then someone told me that he's gone to game 3 every match, which means he would have played the maximum amount of games you could play to make it there. But Andrew Duvall conquered the Eraserhead, proving once again that Overhaul is the coolest. But he's now faced with a pretty cool opponent in Young, and so we're going to have to figure this out post-mulligan here. It does look like Andrew is going first. We do have the character readied on Young's side, and it looks like he did do the partial mulligan, insinuating that he is going second. So it's going to be really interesting to see how things get started. I'm very, very curious what we're going to see in this opening build, because traditionally in these slower wall defensive deck mirrors like we used to see with the Momo matchup, really what would happen is, because both of you are so good defensively, it's all about who can get that early aggression.
Yeah, and it looks obviously here that Andrew has a very aggressive hand on his side with only a build 3. I'll be honest, these are not the good ones. These are not the ones you want in this matchup, not interactive defensive pieces, but instead, if Young can build more foundations on the defense, I think it can give him a better edge, because I think the key pieces that Andrew had in the last match against Eraserhead, and just the way I think his deck is structured to play, is he goes wide very quickly. And and Overhaul in general does that, but specifically on the key to his success for his deck, clearing cards out of the card pool and still going with very quick moves, he gets there because his stage goes so wide, and this is not the example of that.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting here, though. It's very rare that you see a player review a zero-cost foundation. Does that mean we have some new training methods in our hand that we're getting a pretty good guaranteed build? But
I saw a lot of gray, so he must want to build the good ones, like things like the it can't be fixed maybe and stuff like that. But it's one of those things to where, like, I mean, you're right. Maybe we just don't need it, and we instead are just building every other good card in our hand. I mean, we're gonna find out really quick here.
I mean, it's tough for me because it's the +1 high block, right? Like,
yeah.
I want to block some engine kicks. I want to block some of those nasty high kicks. So It's gonna be okay. We did
Okay.
definitely have a lot of spam.
I called it. Yep, this is the same struggle that we saw Young have against Nick Reagan earlier today. Remember, there was a foundation on a 4, and we checked a 3, and it was the debate because we were going second. Do we commit overhaul here? But it's, I guess, a much easier decision to do here. But that means Andrew Duvall has free reign to expand his stage on his own turn, and if we leave overhaul up, to do it if Young reciprocates an aggressive turn.
Yeah, and the 3 build earlier, you talked about it, right? Not the foundations you really want to see, but for the most part, when it comes to overhaul aggression, as long as you have stuff to flip, it's all good, right?
Yeah.
And we're going to see potentially a free build here from the jab, and then we could see a build on a second attack, right? One of the things I don't really like about Hardened Jab in this deck is if it is like your first attack of the game, you don't really get to do your first ES overhaul, which doesn't feel great. I really, really value that ability to build one from my hand to, hold for later, right? Turn a attack into a foundation right now. And we're just going to get like the static build off of the jab here. So
This tells me for sure that we're playing another one, and I bet you it's that high engine kick that's in his hand. Just 2 4 diffs go 1 2. This one's going to build me a foundation, and then technically the high engine kick is also going to build me a foundation just from my overhaul ability. Build 2 straight from hand, redraw a card I don't need right now, and then that's exactly the kind of pace that Andrew has set across every game that I've seen him play on stream.
right. Yeah, and so this is that early turn 2 aggression. Like Young doesn't have access to the character. Maximum 2 blocks, right? Maximum. We can block 2 attacks. And so if Andrew can play 3 attacks, which is pretty easy when you build one off the jab and you build one off the overhaul during the high engine kick, right? So we get to that fake 5 build, right? We get that fraudulent 5 build on our first attacking turn. It's one of those things where you can really set the pace by getting momentum early. And it looks like we are going to flip and send for 7. There's no learning the standards response, though, which means this high engine kick is going to come in on a 5. We're going to check well here, and this one is going to be, tough to block, but we're not going to get to block too often, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to stack that. We're going to put the
I think this is actually pretty crazy of what kind of turn Andrew could push here. I agree, maybe only 2 blocks max, but if the learning the standards response doesn't come in here, or it didn't come in the first move, I think you once per turn overhaul here, and either it means you buy back a foundation you have, or maybe even just like slam that maximum overhaul.
It looks like we have another attack in our hand, and it might be a muscle mauler.
It is for sure.
Right, so if we play the muscle mauler,
5 6 7, because we are now officially more vitality than our opponent.
right, and then we commit. If we check a 3, we commit 3 face downs and a shock absorption. Is that right? Is that what? That
Yeah.
is? So that's playable while committed. We can then play the maximum overhaul on a 5. We can guarantee pass it even if we commit out, which would suck. But between muscle mauler, high engine kick, and maximum overhaul, that's lethal.
This right here is going to
That
be
presents lethal.
but we pitched our muscle mauler, so your plan's out the window, Sam. I'm so sorry.
It would be incredible.
It would be incredible turn 2. And I think you alluded to a question, I think, off of stream, was how many turn 2s have we seen on stream? And genuinely, we haven't seen any.
I haven't seen a turn 2 kill all tournament.
Yeah.
Which I've been talking to a lot of people. I was just in the main hall talking to people, and someone said that the game was maybe like half a turn too fast for them, and I was like, well, this is the slowest we've seen.
We did watch a lot of Giros, I will say, though.
Right. So
but sure.
I know that Giros were killing on turn 3, right, which is
Average.
a turn too fast for me. But I've mostly seen between 3 and 5.
Yes.
Right. I think we saw Nick Reagan do a turn 3 on
Quite a bit. I think actually
versus
more than
Hero,
once.
who checked really poorly, right? So it was extraneous circumstances. But I personally have not seen a turn 2 kill this entire tournament, and I gotta say that's a good thing for the game.
Absolutely. I think I'm loving this. I love the posturing specifically on this turn. I think if this is a foundation block from Young, I think I love it because we have a manly passionate guy. Hopefully, bink of 5, maybe have to tap 4 things, right? I would love a high block foundation here for sure to kind of reciprocate the aggression being pulled back from Andrew's side.
Right. Yeah, it's very interesting what Young's going to do here, because I feel like he can't take 6 from this, and it looks like we're going to take 6 from this. So if we did the overhaul once per turn, ripping the learning the standards is one of the best counters to that if you want to be aggressive. But if we were going to build a foundation anyway, it's kind of a waste. So
Yeah.
very good heads up play by Young not to rip off that learning the standards, but I do think it's going to come into play later. Learning the standards when your rival does the overhaul once per turn is such a clutch defensive response.
Absolutely. And I think that's exactly why, because I was going to bring up, I said, oh, Andrew didn't use the other half of his ability at all that turn, but it's exactly what you said. Like, do I want to buy back one of my face down foundations at the cost of my opponent's learning the standard? And genuinely, I think you do. I think you do on Andrew's side, but just not willing to pull that trigger. So Andrew's choices giving Young's stage a little bit more life going into his first aggressive turn, if that's what we decide to do.
The main reason not to build something anyways, oh no, we have our first judge damage. It looks like Young drew one too many cards. Good on Andrew to spread it out for us so we can see. He's got a pretty good hand, but he's got one too many cards, which means his rival is going to get to look at his hand, pick one of those cards, remove it from the game, and it won't even be considered in a remove from game pile. It will have no impact on the rest of this game.
What do you pick here?
Oh, I think I pick, because it gets super removed forever, it's the maximum overhaul for sure.
I agree.
If it was something where he just had to discard it or something, maybe I would make a different decision, because maximum overhaul doesn't seem super impressive right now. And I mean, the Falling Skies is a great pick. My initial thought was seizing the advantage. So these are all solid choices to get rid of.
There's another one gone, though, for the game. I think this is actually going to be really meaningful across the entirety of this game now.
What's really meaningful is Andrew now has full knowledge of everything Young can throw at him this turn.
Or what he can put face down in his stage.
Exactly.
Which is huge for having an overhaul matchup like this.
Yeah, it's very funny because the look at your rival's hand and pick one to snipe from the game does bring them back to the normal amount of cards they're supposed to have. But I mean, we've made entire characters a once per game based on their ability to look at your hand.
I love Nezu.
I wasn't even thinking Nezu, but you're not wrong.
Yeah, he's cool.
I was thinking Sarah 1, but you're not wrong.
Oh, Sarah 1 does do that.
Yeah,
you're right.
But
You're right.
Is true. Is more true, right? Because he only looks. But yeah, so getting that full perfect information could be insane, because we've got the double low block from Falling Skies, right? And then we had the double mid block with Seizing and Hardened Chop. And I can't remember what the last two cards were that got left.
Chop, double falling, seizing. There's two foundations. There's two foundations for sure.
So if he builds the two foundations, Andrew will know exactly what Young has available to block, including, like you said, those face downs.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest keys there too. Is like, okay,
you kind of have to do the chop enhance here specifically
to have a new information, right?
To just have anything that Andrew doesn't have access to.
Man, this is crazy. I mean, the whole dynamic of the game has now shifted because of that misstep, right? In my opinion. And I also think too, I was trying to get to the point is I do want to pay attention to Andrew's stage. We got an aggressive turn. We cashed in on some damage with double overhaul response, knocking Young down to 14. But like, this is the problem that Andrew had at some point during game 3, right before things started to kind of slow down a little bit, where Andrew's stage is blank.
Right.
And so, like, yeah, you have all these face downs. Maximum overhaul is going to feel really good because you can pick up these cards and buy them back. But when it comes to interacting to Young's turn, there is nothing on the board. It is a shock treatment, and that's it. And so now, especially when we're blocking with the last card in our hand, yes, of course, we have an overhaul once per turn to block with anything in our stage. But, like, I mean, the world is now Young's oyster to now build and solidify a face-up stage compared to Andrew's face-down stage. And that also means no overhaul responses. You get one right now.
Right. That's got to be a big deal when you're trying to push in lethal against one of these powerhouse defensive decks, not having access to any damage pump. I mean, I've harped on this for so long, right? How many characters that are meta contenders that win events pump speed and or damage?
We have Endeavor. These two characters.
Basically all of them. It's basically
Eraserhead.
I don't think a character.
Nomu does.
I don't think a character has won an event without pumping speed or damage on their face.
That's for all you 13 players back at home. I'm sorry to tell you that it's probably not going to work out.
The closest you get is Shigaraki, who has a once per game to hack your checks, which
is pseudo speed.
Yeah, it basically counts, and then has the once per turn to hack one, right?
Yeah.
So that's the closest we get is at Shigaraki 3. Shout outs to Will Howard, but it is, which I'm very surprised we didn't see more of. I'm very surprised we did not see Shigaraki 3 blow up this event just because it won the most recent thing.
I'd be surprised too to see how many were in the LCQ.
Right, exactly. Like that's honestly crazy to me. But getting back to this game, we've got the Falling Skies coming out. So if I'm Young here, I think that for the most part, because my rival knows what's in my hand, I think playing out most of my attacks, and especially the ones that become throws, just to see what I can get, see what I can force him to use, debuild one of his foundations, is the play, because you're not really going to get too much value out of holding a +1 low block into a deck that knows it's coming, right?
But I mean, the thing is like, yes, Andrew knows I have this one low block in the Falling Skies, but that means Andrew has to think twice before slinging a Maximum Overhaul at me. That's one of the better blocks to have for it, and I know you're going to play the Maximum Overhauls. That's not, if anything, that's knowledge that Young has, which is basically like, oh, I know you're going to play Maximum Overhauls, and you know that I have the right block for it.
Right, so now we see the face down block coming from Overhaul. So we held one card, we blocked 2 attacks. That seems pretty fair. Here comes the Falling Skies trying to get on the board, trying to get that momentum. And this is the last attack that we saw come out of Young's hand, right, when we had that reveal.
Yep.
So you have to imagine this one's going to be the throw, which, I mean, this just plays into Duvall's game plan, right? Like, we block the one that's not a throw, we take the damage on the one that is. Makes sense to me. So I think you're right, though. Now that I'm thinking about it, even if he knows that we have the block, not having access to that +1 might be disastrous, because
I think it's a disaster now.
I forgot we're already at 14 health.
Yeah, we're at 14, and
We're
so
already halfway
I think
down.
what's even scarier, and this is what exactly the point, and you kind of set me up for it, to be honest, is that the 2 cards left in our hand, Andrew knows what they are. And are you going to build nothing after this? And even so, our card advantage is non-existent right now.
Right.
And so anything that we could even attempt to throw as a curveball to Andrew doesn't exist. We
Right.
don't have a way to draw more cards right now, and so the only surprise factor we have, okay, instead let's go for it on a 5.
Got a max Overhaul
And we
off
check
the
this.
chop.
That's crazy.
We built that off the chop.
Yeah, we
right?
built it off of the chop. That's absolutely right. And Andrew Duvall is at 18 life, 0 cards in hand, no more Overhaul once per turn. It is up to Young
We
to
didn't make it a throw, huh?
yeah, absolutely not. We didn't make it a
didn't
throw.
have to.
There was no
He's not gonna
cards in
block it.
hand.
Yeah, he's not gonna block it.
This is going to swing for 10. Now, granted, we're not going to get another card, right?
I don't think it's going to swing.
Oh,
quite
I
for
guess we
that.
could. Oh, you're right. We're only
have
going to
one
pick up
face down.
one face down. I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself.
Yeah, this is still part of that whole, I'm going to have to even up the life totals. I know I can't defend properly against you, and so I have a better chance of getting
Knocking
you
you
down to a
down.
low health total and hoping that you just don't draw.
And also gaining some more vitality, right? Every time we get to use our overhaul response, we're going to get that. I think getting that overhaul response here ready and flipping our committed it can't be fixed, have that one high block when we
yes.
go across, like that's good to have. But again, there is now only one mystery card that we've now shown our hand. This was the new one.
This was the mystery card.
So
right?
we get to build a card down for free, which I think this prehensile was already in our hand when we
Yeah.
did the judge damage. But again, it's
And
this.
we picked, and we almost are. We're pretty much confirmed that the card we picked up was it can't be fixed as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We flipped that one. So again, I think there is literally this was our mystery card. If Andrew is taking notes after looking at that entire hand, we know everything that we could potentially have on Young's side. Yeah, Andrew's going to go down to probably 10 here,
Right.
but like it's not lethal, and Young is in a corner.
Right. And Young doesn't have speed hate.
No.
So these speed kicks, if those are the attacks that Andrew draws, he has a very a myriad of attack packages, right? He's got the muscle maulers, he's got the jabs, he's got maximum overall, but he's also got a bunch of kicks to do that acceleration kick. And without any speed hate, how good is your block anyways?
Yeah, not very good at all. Now, getting 2 momentum here is very good, but you're entirely at the mercy of what Andrew draws. And we know that in Andrew's stage is strong cards, like his own maximum overhaul.
Right. He's cooking up a time bomb ready to explode, but with only one overhaul activation currently available, it's going to take cards like maximum overhaul to give him more face up. So we opt not to build any foundations afterwards. It looks like we're holding 2. And we have the once per turn with overhaul. So there's acceleration kick, but nothing else.
I think it might be enough to get the ball rolling, especially with the seizing advantage. Is going to get this learning the standard off the board, which, like I said, is really the only
Absolutely.
true defensive option that Young has right now. And this is a low attack that it can't be fixed on your stage and in your hand. Isn't going to help you here.
Right. This is pretty big. So, yeah, maybe holding that +1 could have been the ticket at the end of the day, but this is going to come in with that 2 bonus speed, and we could theoretically.
This is just lethal by itself. The 2 of them back to back. Your high blocks in your stage don't work. This is a low. Maximum overhaul is a low. I'm going to get a bunch of speed. You can dump EX on this guy. It's not looking good, Sam.
I don't have the best memory. I don't remember exactly what every card is.
Oh, that's fair. I mean, I know that there's a maximum overhaul down because that's what we built down when the high engine kick.
Blocks.
Oh, yeah, there it is. He just flashed it for us at least. Yeah, I do. So it can't be fixed. There's one in the stage.
One in his hand.
We flip. What do we flip? Oh, sorry. Learn Center's
by seizing, so that's a mid block that's not really going to help us.
And I just don't remember the last card in Uyung's hand. That's correct.
So Uyung, yeah. So I mean, Andrew hopefully does, and theoretically he could have taken notes on it, right?
Yeah.
If he'd wanted to. So we're gonna get a little
cooperation offer.
Ooh, that's
not a low.
Okay, if we could have played the cooperation offer and built it with Manly Passion Guy, that would have been sick.
We can still block with it, but it's gonna be too fast.
I don't think, yeah, and I certainly don't think we're gonna get to keep Manly Passionate Guy up to build it down. So, what did I say, man? When you got the mirror match of two defensive decks, it's the guy who busts out the aggression first.
And Andrew did do it.
And Uyung Choi had a hand where he's looking at it, and it's like, well, what does this really save me from? I can't block with my +1 low. I don't have speed hate. You know, these are my best attacks. Like, again, if we especially after Andrew looks at our hand and we hold those two +1 low blocks, this gets EX'd and it's unblockable.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, like you said, assuming Andrew remembers every card that Uyung had access to or was already in his hand, you can just count the numbers.
Right. You can just count the numbers, and so even with the +1, he could have EX'd to be insane, and then he could have also played the maximum overhaul and given it the 3 speed and 3 damage, and that would have been blocking on an 8, right? And so we have the potential to still commit out. You know, we don't get to build it with Manly Passionate Guy. So Uyung Choi making the decision to play those Falling Skies, I think, doesn't really change much, right? I don't think maybe holding 1 to block the maximum overhaul, but you got to assume the maximum overhaul is going to be drawing us more gas.
I could only imagine, and a huge hindsight now as we're kind of carrying the turn. So I think Andrew here probably pops 1 EX. I think 1 EX makes it unblockable with a 3 mid that we know is in Uyung's hand, and hopefully Andrew does as well. And then on top of that, I think unless we see like a once per turn come out from overhaul immediately, but then you lose a card in your hand. Right. But I'll jump back specifically to what you were talking about on the Falling Skies. I think there is a world where we didn't block with the both, or we didn't attack with both Falling Skies, and one of those we bank defensively, build 1 down as our first enhance for Uyung, and then block from 1 from hand to at least survive the menacing low attacks that are in Andrew DeBall's deck.
One thing I've seen from a lot of these overall players is that they don't necessarily do the first enhance defensively to just build something down. They hold cards in their hand a lot.
Yeah.
And when you're holding these +3 mid blocks, I got to imagine that they're better off helping you block with the other cards in your hand, right?
Yeah.
And then, you know, again, it's a question of how many times you expect to block. Because if you don't expect to block 2 or 3 times, then what's the point of keeping this card in your hand, right? You can just build it down to help you block that second time, make it more reliable. And if you're never going to get the third block off, then it doesn't really make a difference.
Looks like Andrew right here going through the motions. We did use a singular EX on this, which again, at least in my math, checks out that even if Uyung checks a 5, it doesn't pass. But there are 6 checks in the deck. That could be a risk that you were willing to take, especially if you're going to end up blocking with a card from your stage on the next thing anyway. But we know that the next card that's coming next is a maximum overhaul, which is another low, which means these 1 highs are not going to help you. So it's either save the block for the next thing, or you have to block with the 2 mid block that's in your stage readied.
So if it's +3 speed with the maximum overhaul, you could partial block on a 10, which means if you check a 5 with overhaul, you'd have to commit everything unless we build 1 down. So you'd have to first build 1 down. He can't do. Okay, so you can flip both Prehensile Tails to get rid of the last momentum. Because the first time you flip Prehensile Tail, it'll do nothing. And then the second time, you'll have the 4 face downs. He's reading Prehensile Tail.
It would do something, wouldn't it? It includes itself.
He has to build 1 down to get. You have to have 4 face downs.
Oh, I thought it was 3. My bad. Okay. You're just
so
okay.
Now he's going to build 1 down.
You're better than me.
He's going to pass. Now he's going to kill that last momentum. So that's what I was talking about, right? Like, we got to have this. We got to use our first E defensively. So now if we block on a 10, we don't have to commit overhaul.
Correct.
Which
I
means
mean,
we can potentially block a second attack.
Ooh, we're just going to take it. He says it's too fast. They're going to flip the last one for the extra 2 damage as well. That's for 8. We are now at 8 on Young's side of the board. And you know what that means? Here it comes on a 5.
Everyone's oh, he checked a 6.
He's second to 6. He's nuts.
He's too good.
Now, I mean, the thing is like, if this alone can't get there, right? This is slower.
Right.
Technically, this is slower, just like what you said. So you can't make this lethal on half. Because it doesn't get up to 16 even with an overhaul response unless you build some nuts face down or face up foundation I can't think of.
I think the real play here is, do we have any single foundation that pumps speed?
Snack time.
If we build a snack time
It's-
maximum
oh, it
overhaul,
works.
I'm going to lose my mind.
Petty squabble.
Petty squabble, okay. Petty squabble, not what you're trying to look for here, I think.
It would have to have been a
you
random.
got gas in this stage.
Oh, it's
This
just
is
gas?
over.
Oh. I mean,
Look
you
at
only
that.
need.
It's
Oh, there's
all just
another
gas.
maximum. Oh, my
He's
goodness.
contemplating picking up good blocks in case something goes terribly wrong, but we just got gas.
If something goes terribly wrong, I think you lose. You're at 11,
Right. That's true.
right?
Well, I mean, a +1 mid block can go a long way.
Okay, you're right, yeah.
You know, but yeah, I think we're just going to pick up these 3 attacks and then sling 1 more. And
I think you just play 2. I just pick up 2. Or no, we need to make this lethal.
Yeah, whatever you need. We're not going to be able to block after this because again, Young Choi has no speed hate, so everything that they're blocking on is a raw number.
Yeah.
It's probably so if it's a +1 high in their hand, I mean, there's like nothing he can do except use the overall once per turn, which would cause him to discard his other block. So.
No, so he still has a cooperation offer in hand. There's no way he didn't first enhance build down the 1 high block on the low move, right?
I would hope so, Barrett, but I don't know if I make that decision.
Really?
Well, the +1 high block is just a better block mod.
But we have another one for when we can use our once per turn, and it's sideways, right on our stage.
Right.
So I think you have to take the mid.
Oh, we can prehensile tail to get a block back. Let's go, baby. We got the falling skies to pick up we got prehensile tail to pick up falling skies from momentum.
Whoa.
Game changer.
We have changed the game.
Game changer.
So the thing is that we are still
How
gonna
many
have
are
to.
we picking up, Barrett? 2? That's not enough.
How many did we pick up? We only picked up 1. Did we?
Game changer.
But was it a maximum overhaul?
I still think Andrew Duvall
Yeah.
wins, but that's a sick
Yes,
play.
yeah. But I agree.
I saw it earlier, but I
4,
wanted
5,
to-
6, 5, 6. Yeah, we only picked up 1, and I think it's just another maximum overhaul
It is.
for maximum value,
Yeah.
where we check a. Oh, we checked a 3. Anyway, tap these face downs and pick them up.
value.
Yeah. So we
Yeah,
pick.
I saw the prehensile tail play earlier to pick up the falling skies, but I wanted to have that sick moment where he gets.
I forgot. You got me.
Yeah.
I got God.
I hope the chat is pogging off on Twitch because that is very sick. But it's not gonna matter because there's no. Well, no, I guess he didn't commit out that much to block
It was because
because
we
he only picked up the 1.
we only picked up the 1 face down, so it was only a 5 low with a 1 block on a 6. We checked a 5. We only tapped 1 foundation
that
there.
tournament fatigue might have been getting to Andrew Duvall there, not pumping the full stats. I mean, they were all ready foundations, though. So debuilding yourself a bunch of ready cards doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
But acceleration kick is still going to be 8 damage with an overhaul response.
Yeah.
So as long as we don't check a 3 to play our next attack, and we still can build one with maximum overhaul. So actually we can check a 3.
And we know this is going to be a half block anyway. Yep.
Right.
Oh, you were right. He built down the mid.
yeah, there you go.
Wow, you were correct.
That's what I would do because I'm greedy and I want to play to win, not to lose.
Okay.
And I feel like trying to hope that he only has 1 move and I can commit out to block half is like a safer option for being able to do a block. But I think the way that I win is being able to pass multiple blocks.
So 2 mid block here. It ignores progressive, right? So 4,
On an
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Ooh, on a
5,
9,
6,
yeah.
7, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And he shows him the next.
Shows him the
attack.
next one anyway.
Doesn't even make him check it. There
Yeah.
he goes. Okay.
I mean, but they scooped it up. I mean, but it wasn't lethal. We knew
It
that.
wasn't lethal.
So
yeah.
I mean, at that point though, I mean, the
That's a-
onslaught, the aggression.
Wow. So both players probably just fatigued because Andrew did not build a card down with maximum overhaul
Either.
So if he actually played that next attack, he would have to commit overhaul, and then Young lives it too.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
So it's
I don't know, guys. Don't scoop early. I don't know. It feels corny sometimes, right? To be that guy who's like, never give up, play to the last
No.
minute.
I mean,
But I played sports as a kid, and they teach you play to the whistle because of things like this. And, again, though, if Andrew Duvall does just build the face up, right, then he has the extra resource. Unless
Yeah.
he built that. There's no way he built that tight lip. There's so much going on.
Yeah, they were moving pretty quick, and I think
Yeah.
it's because Andrew saw it in the waters. I think we kind of did see it too.
Yeah.
I think Yu Young was starting to feel like, oh, I think he's just got it. At that point, just go for it. Even if I
it's
have,
'cause- I'm tripping. It's because it was a partial block. It was lethal. Even if he passes that block, he commits out. It was partial.
yes, that's correct.
It wasn't. We didn't update the.
We didn't need overhaul.
Yeah, we didn't update the overlay.
Correct.
That's on us. Yeah.
Yeah, we were definitely treating it like it was a full block.
It's been a long day.
Hey, you have no space. You had a long break.
That's still not good. I'm cold. I'm rusty. You're warmed up, man.
I'm still missing it.
Yeah. No, chat's probably ripping us apart. At
That's
this
okay.
point.
I'm
Chat's
sure they were
probably
ripping me
like, "You
apart in that
bozos,
one.
He's actually at 4.
Actually,
Actually, you don't need overall response.
looks like we got another. Looks like we got a bathroom break.
Yeah.
Coolio.
Okay. Well, get it out of the way now, right?
Let's do fun talk.
Fun talk.
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about?
Uh,
Well, universes, what do you want to talk about?
what is that from?
Cody Rhodes.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Sorry.
Kyle got it. Linoco got it.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
knows
Here's my question. 'Cause
Who's ready for story time with Barrett Bryant?
I don't know about
baby?
story time. Hey, did you see my new? Profile picture?
Oh, is it us?
It's us. Yeah, of course it's us.
I'm gonna have to put that on a thumbnail. I'm gonna have to do a YouTube thumbnail.
No, that's fine. Go for it. No, aside from that, Chrome Rares. I know you were doing it with Levi.
Oh,
Aren't you
yeah.
going to ask my opinion on them? No, I'm
No,
kidding.
I'm not. No, I never would have.
I already asked you who you're excited for. We both like Genkai,
Both.
but you're going to play Younger Toguro.
I think Genkai's kid is cool. I have to play younger Toguro because he's younger Toguro.
True.
That's pretty much. Also, come on, they put the Kuwabara ability on him. That's busted. His response is crazy.
Yeah.
Also, so the thing I'm most hyped for is not like a super technical play, and I think Shane Duckworth has been doing it to people in the other room, gunslinging.
He's been playing Bowie, right? No.
Well, I talked to him in the hallway. He was saying that he was playing younger Toguro, but he's Shane. He's probably got like 7 decks.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got 5 decks. I mean,
They
he's
opened a
confirmation,
bunch.
he's got
They opened a
5
bunch.
decks, right? So, but the play I'm most excited for, you remember this card, Rando's Spirit Gun?
Yeah,
You know what it does, right?
of course.
So Rando's Spirit Gun, for those who don't know, says if this attack is preceded by a face down card or another attack, so like a fake combo, right?
Yeah,
You have
yeah,
to have something in front of it. You can play once per turn abilities on your character for a second time. Now it's capped at second because it says second, right? You don't get to do it 3-4 times, just like aggressive clash back in the day, or joint effort offensive. Sorry, joint effort offensive had that ability for Midoriya and Bakugo, right? But if you have younger Toguro and you have Rando's Spirit Gun, you get to do that insane response twice per turn. And if you find cards like what's the Wrecker card from Overhaul? I can't remember the first
Oh,
card.
I know the high one, the really slow high one.
Yeah, you discard a card, you can play your next card as a face down, just
Yes.
like Overhaul, right?
Yeah.
So you can like loop that attack with younger Toguro, and then you can do Rando's Spirit Gun to loop it a second time. Because you can discard a card to play your next one as a face down. You respond with younger Toguro to build it. Then as your next form, you play it again, and then you play Rando's Spirit Gun, and you say you can do the response a second time, right? Then you play another Wrecker. Then you respond, build it down, because you can do it a second time. And after you discard the card, you can then play the Wrecker. So you can turn like 3 attacks into 5 attacks.
You lost me a while ago, but that's okay.
Well, if it makes you feel
I
any better,
thought
if it makes you feel any better, you can do the same thing on the all symbol with the Monoma attack, Copy Harden.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can do Copy Harden in the same way. You can Copy Harden, you can build it down, you can Rando Spirit Gun with another attack in front of it, and then you can do the second build down, then you can Copy Harden, pick up Rando Spirit Gun for next turn.
Are they
So that's why
I don't
I'm
know.
excited for Younger Toguro and Rando Spirit Gun.
have we seen all of the like cards they're reprinting that will be legal in standard? Have we? I don't think we've seen
Time
them all.
shifted? No, there's
Okay,
a bunch. There's
we
a
haven't
whole
seen them
lot.
all. Okay, because like, are we getting I Have a Sword back?
I don't know.
Because like everything you just said to me about that was
hope
like
not, now
also
you
that
said it.
stuff, right?
Well, I Have a Sword doesn't share a symbol.
Earth,
Younger
good,
Toguro-
water. Oh, but you're
Younger
saying the
Toguro-
Kuwabara thing. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Younger Toguro has none of the Kuwabara symbols.
Okay.
So he is the most Earth character I've ever seen without the symbol.
We love good, because then we can't play all the other stuff.
Right, exactly. I thought you were talking about the good symbol. I was
No.
like, that's not that either.
No. Good that we don't share with the other pickup from stage
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh, please, can we never print?
But Copy Harden's in a weird one. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. If we never printed another card that picks up or plays a card from my stage, I'd actually be super happy. It's the stage. It's not your hand.
Fair enough.
Stop playing cards from your stage. Which, I mean, we're watching Overhaul Mirrors. So,
That's why I'm asking. So like,
Maxima Laser was nuts. Spirit Sword Thrust was nuts. Maxima Overhaul is nuts. Just stop doing it. Just stop it. It's time to stop.
I remember. Here's my other question.
Yes.
All set 1 characters have been eliminated from the tournament.
Nice.
That's your only response. Way to have a conversation with me.
No, I'm just, I was trying to think who was the last one. It was Razorhead.
It was Razorhead. And he's already out of my head, and I've forgotten about him, and we'll never see him again in the standard format, right?
I don't know. Call it the set 1 sunset.
Oh wait, no, we're getting the new Razorhead. I forgot.
Don't do this. Well, Erase is rotating, so how good is Eraserhead without Erase?
Well, he still gets to respond, commit, cancel.
Wait, who's the new Eraserhead? Who are you talking about?
The speed guy. June? Is that his name? June? Yoon? I don't know his name. Guys, Jin. Thank you, chat. It's Jin.
We need to
After an attack is played, you mill 1, and if this attack is +2 or -2 speed, but if you milled an attack, it gets +3 or -3 speed. That's just Eraserhead.
We need professional materials. We need like actual professional materials with all the content in the previewed cards.
What do you mean?
We're sitting here trying to remember the name of every single card. Like, was it Monstrous Wrecker, Ruinous Wrecker? I can't remember anything right now because
Home Wrecker.
I've been staring at 2 very similar but also very different overhaul lists, and I can't think of anything that doesn't have the Earth symbol at this point.
That card does have the Earth symbol. It's an overhaul card. So you should get it. I'm so sorry.
And it's not even something Overhaul feels like playing. That's how powerful Overhaul is.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
You
how
don't
good
need it.
Maximum Overhaul is he doesn't even feel the need.
So then, because you can play Ohm Wrecker or whatever it is. So you can also play
Say Ohm Wrecker?
Yeah. That's
very funny.
That's a
I know
reference
what
for
that
people that play a certain game.
Yeah.
But
I think they took it out finally.
they did take it out. It doesn't exist, but it's a callback for people that play that game.
Answer card. Or cancer item.
I'm looking up this attack for you, by the way.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Hey, well, these guys are actually done shuffling. We should probably pay attention.
Oh, okay.
to the game.
Reconstructed Wrecker, buddy.
Reconstructed, that's it.
Punch, Fury, Slam. It's a 4 high for 5. 5
You know what I'm really excited for?
Did you know they have to flip while it's in the card pool, your rival must flip a foundation as an additional cost to play a keyword ability?
Yeah, they've printed that on 1 million cards, and they never see play.
It's still Breaker.
No, but I'm saying, like, I've seen that on so many cards. Like, literally that exact continuous ability has been printed on, like, so many cards, and, like, none of the cards that it's printed on ever see play.
Do you want to...
Including Reconstructed
Hey, what
Record.
was the Snake Man one we had? You had to flip a foundation to below block guy.
That was an attack. That was, like, Crawling Strike.
Yeah. Crawling Strike? Okay.
I'm going to say Crawling Strike.
Is that more relevant than the one we just read?
Technically, yes, because Crawling Strike beat me in a game at Nationals 2016 when I played Napalm Man and my opponent refused to build a single foundation.
Oh, yeah,
so
you can't blow them up if I don't build them.
Then they lost game 3 because they used Hunt for Spires and Dragons to try and kill me, and I revoked their lethal enhance, and then I destroyed their foundation and burned them to death for exact lethal on the next turn.
Anyway, we're disregarding old cards. We have a wonderful build 4 on the side of Wu Young, and then we had Andrew start off his build turn with an Ultra Regeneration on a 4, and you guessed it, we checked a 3. We had to commit Overhaul there. So in the same thing that we saw Wu Young do when he went second, Andrew said, I'm going to do it too.
And now I'm ready to watch Ouyang post up 17 damage, put Andrew Duvall down to 10, and Andrew Duvall is going to have to make a very difficult decision of how good can I actually play defense versus how much can I get back into this game. And that is generally the main advantage of going first.
I was saying if Ouyang Drew is seizing the advantage, because he has an apathetic build, it's going to be the same situation. Ouyang is going to flip both the the Ultra Regeneration and also the Learning the Standards so that all of the defense that Andrew did build, aside from the Speed Hate, is gone.
The only thing that could be crazy, double overhaul check. We checked maximum overhaul back to back. It's not meant to be. It's not meant to be.
At least it's not super removed.
He's never going to get to play them.
Yeah, so we're going to flip the Learning the Standards here. This builds down. This gets 2 speed.
You got to give Andrew Duvall the Gentleman stun one so you can activate your Campy fix now. You're like, hey, man, you just want to stun one. pre-stun one enhance.
Where's that at? Oh, just in general?
Yeah, this is
oh.
gentleman's agreement.
Oh,
to
I
let
see,
him
I
stun
see, I
you, so
see.
yeah. I'm just trying to figure out, like, Young has had such a rough go of this, right? I mean, we checked the 3 on the season. You're like, cool, that's a good sign. Statistically, we will
Yeah.
not check another one. And then we play the 5 div. We commit halfway out, which means we're probably not going to get to post up that big, massive damage number. And Hard and Chop not looking super impressive against Overhaul when there's only one card in the hand.
Yeah, absolutely not. And you got to think, like, that means if this is a low block, Young is going to feel devastated, right?
True.
You know, and then...
Oh, we have 2 cards.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Oh, we have 3
cards.
cards. Oh.
Oh, we went second. That's right. We
Yeah,
went
yeah,
second
yeah.
and we failed one. Yeah, so it's gonna be still though. I mean, how many times are you gonna block, right? It's not the biggest deal in the world. Occasionally, the Hard Chop lets me get an additional review, and I feel good about blocking it. Super rare. Only on turn 2 is that ever really relevant. So it's gonna be interesting to see. But at the same time, we are going to get the destroy toggle one out. We did get the build one down from Overall. So despite checking a 3 on our 6 difficulty, we did recover pretty well, I would say, in my opinion. And if we have a couple 4 divs, I mean, the lanes are open.
Yeah, it can for sure still be very aggressive. Not necessarily the same like heads down position that I think Young was in game 1. But yeah, we're just gonna take this straight to the chin and then deal it for 7. And then the question is, how much does Young want to either solidify his board state or the health totals?
I think getting ahead on the health total is absolutely the call, and Hardened Frenzy is a great way to do that, because even if Andrew does want to block this with that prehensile tail in his hand, it's going to build down, and Young can play it again. This is one of the funniest plays you can do in this game is during Hardened Frenzy, you can say, I can play my next one as a face down ignoring progressive.
Yeah, and you completely
And
block
then
it.
If you block it, I get to just play it again.
Refund. We love freebies. Do we have double high block, though? That's my real question. Ooh, Mauler with a 1 mid and a Frenzy with a low.
Muscle Mauler is a +2 mid.
Oh, 2 mid.
But it has Breaker
1.
Yeah. And, Breaker 1 on a mid block against the Frenzy is pretty good because you won't get to build it down, and you will get to risk forcing him to check a 2 on maybe like a 2 difficulty foundation, which would be backbreaking, right? If Young doesn't have any spam foundations, a Breaker 1 could be pretty big here.
Do you once per turn here as Young then because of the frenzy loop, but also like if they half block breaker me, do I just respond, flip one of my other committed things and build one of those back in?
I think I think for sure I'm going to be doing the once per turn here because you don't have to play the card as a face down. You could just call the enhance and then build from your hand anyways, right? You want to make your opponent think about it. So
I'd probably still buy back one of these face downs, right?
Now, granted, I've only really played. Oh, we had another one.
But it was ready on a 4.
On a 4, it's good. Field goal.
Wow. Are we just calling blocks? No, there's no way. I mean, Andrew Duvall's just stretching his life total as long as he can, right?
I think at this point, because there is no more once per turn, I think you're like fine to block this to save the health. Because even though he's going to get it again later, I mean, with cards like Muscle Mauler and Prehensile Tail, he might get it back later anyways.
-2 coming through here, though, on the side of Andrew. He says, okay, I should probably block this one,
It
right?
does also clear the card pool, though, and build him an additional resource, which means for the rest of the turn, Young's not going to commit anything else, realistically. So that could play into it. I mean, what is the difference between 13 health and 7 health, right? It's a lot, actually.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. Also, the Hardened Frenzy actually would do 7 because we get the +1/+1.
There it is, though. The breaker block on the half.
Not
so it's
letting him build it down, which is good.
Yeah, so option is, do we take 4 here, or are we taking 3? It is up to Young to decide.
I think you got to keep a face up. Got to keep one face up, right?
It looks like to be that's going to be what it is.
Yeah.
Half block comes through. Breaker is live. 3 cards in pool. What?
Do we have a 0 diff is a pretty big question.
There we go. On a 3, checks it. We're good to go.
Perfect. So it looked a little shaky at first, but this is what I'm talking about. I mean, Young managed to put together a pretty big turn with a bunch of nasty attacks that you really don't want to block, and he's got Andrew on the ropes down at 10. If Andrew doesn't build great defense or pull off an absolutely stunning turn 2 to get himself back in this, I think we're just going to see a repeat of game 1.
Yeah, I think that could definitely be the case, and it's going to be based off of checks as well. So
not good.
got our own bad checks here, but we have some good face downs to commit, whereas Young did not, and we had to create those face downs. So it's a little different dynamic where
Right.
you get to just now, oh, I have a face down here. I get to first enhance, build down this face down. I can only imagine it was probably the maximum overhaul from his hand, which allows us to kind of make our stage a little healthier. And I think it'll be the same thing, right? 4-diff into 4-diff, just like what we saw on Andrew's first aggressive. No, we actually pitched the attack there for 4-speed.
Gotta get that poke in. Gotta see something better. We gotta see something better than damage.
Yeah.
Damage is not what we want here. We want good, high quality cards that are going to generate us more resources. And one of the things I was going to talk about, it's been a little rare for me. It's been a little weird for me because I've only really played Life Overhaul, and I've helped Andrew Holder test a whole bunch leading up to like the Gen Con. There's quite a few of the unfun stuff guys rocking the Overhaul, but it was always on Life. And it's very strange to me how little these Earth players are building foundations with the once per turn. Even if it's ready, I want to unflip it.
Right.
Right. Even if it's a ready foundation, and I'm not technically like re-readying one or plussing on my total foundation count, I want to unflip this foundation effectively, right?
That's actually what we're doing right here for you. We went for the Ultra Regen getting rebuilt. We did check a 3 on it, so we're going to lose. Or sorry, it was on a 4. So we commit 1 here.
Right.
But funny enough, you say that, and I think in a certain small kind of like lens, right now we're not seeing that because maybe it doesn't go as far. But Andrew did a magnificent job in his matchup against Corey, doing that with his apathetics to turn Corey's stage face down in almost every game. But I also remember Young doing it at least a little bit also with his apathetics against Nick earlier today.
Yeah, so far the only time I've seen it happen was with apathetic and with prehensile tail.
Yeah.
And those are two really, really good ones to do it with. But, the Life version has access to stuff like new training method and like passing the torch to do it. So it's all about that card advantage, that generation with it. Overhaul, notoriously one of the most like card hungry 6-handers because that build from your hand face down does kind of tax you a bit, doesn't really plus you. The plus is that you get to ignore progressive or build cards that couldn't normally be built. But as far as actual like bonus resources, it's not really a bonus, right? It's just a substitution, and that can be kind of tricky to differentiate, right? Especially for like newer players trying to understand the power of Overhaul.
Got a quick little peek over on what Young's sporting on his side of the board, specifically in his face down. We love the 6 check there. I was talking to Keenan a lot during our match. It was quite long.
You guys had a lot of time to talk.
And yeah, we did. And I was talking about the universe's cosmos and how the universe has already decided who's winning this match. And checking.
I didn't know you believed in destiny.
It's not that. I believe in universes. And those 3 checks that came earlier that were looking really bad back to back over for Young. Well, we checked a 6 here, so
Right.
what comes around goes around.
Again, this is just a mirror of the first game, right? I mean, maybe the only real difference is Andrew Duvall didn't like extend out, didn't like commit any real resources. But again, after Young drew that additional card with the information that Andrew Duvall had, knowing that there's nothing really spicy, nothing really clutch defensively, there was only so much you could do. It really felt deterministic after that moment.
I think what might come in clutch here is that Young, from what I got to see in the stage, is that so are we going, okay, the Ultra coming in here. So this was for 5, 6, 7. The Ultra is going to come in, putting us to 6.
Do we pop the learning the standard here?
Yeah, we are going to pop 2. I think based off the draw, we said, okay, I need you to kind of make a harder turn. But I'm telling you this right now, there's a calorie counter in Young's stage face down. In his hand, he has a Frenzy. So I think you weave a foundation here, go Frenzy. Your opponent has to block it.
Now, did we do the hardest part, because we don't have the full information on what the players are saying, is did we do the Overhaul once per turn? Because that's what I like to save the learning the standard for, but Andrew doesn't really have the life for that, right? He has to kind of pop this off now, which I believe that puts us down to 6.
Yeah, because of the gain 2. Yeah.
I think we went down to 4, and then we gained 2 up to 6.
So that's what I'm saying is that you think you weave the Frenzy here.
Yes,
They have to block this.
Then you get to play it in.
And then you get to play the calorie counter from your stage.
Oh, or you could play that one. That's true.
And it's gonna pass no matter what.
Yeah.
and it's very fast.
The only thing that would be more impressive here, of course, would be that maximum overhaul.
Oh, for
'Cause
sure.
Then you could play all of
Yeah.
them. Then you
Well,
can play.
and the other thing too is that you could also just do the frenzy play again,
Right.
which is like, oh, did you completely block this?
Yeah, I'm trying to see what's in Young's hand because if he has like a jab, if he has any way to recycle a face down like besides overhaul, I think this is over.
Yeah, I don't think he does though. Actually,
Yeah.
I think the attacks that we started with were the chop and the frenzy, and I saw that there was a calorie counter in his stage.
Okay. Yeah, because it looks like Duvall has 3 high blocks, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's the defending pageant queen is like a +3 high, and then he has 2 +1 highs. So the block zone's looking real sketch. We're trying to get a good look there.
We're on our own. Production not helping us, so we got to figure it out. I don't know about the pageant one. I don't know the block on it. I'll be honest with you, but I think having this one high block here, I think
with
for
the
sure.
Manly passionate guy to clear our card pool.
So it was on a 4, 5, 6, right? We checked a 3,
Ooh, not
4,
what we
5.
wanna see.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6 with only 2 ready guys, but we have a manly passionate guy response, right? Of course. So we build that back down, and did we declare the enhance on frenzy?
Yeah, I don't see it popping down. There it goes.
Okay.
Had to wait for a moment.
Just
there.
assessing the game state.
Yeah. Now, what is the next move?
So I think we might. So here, I think we're in the tank because I think maybe we did use overhaul once per turn, and the question now is like, what is better for me? Do I
Calorie
play
counter
or the
frenzy?
frenzy again?
I gotta say the calorie counter only because the more you can turbo flip the other overhaul, because you're
Yeah.
down to like one face up yourself. So we're gonna build one, of course, at least one. But we are currently at only one face up foundation, and if we can get rid of all the face up foundations in Andrew's side, that's gonna put a massive damper on his offensive pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the committed face down in our stage. So there it is on the
calorie counter.
3. It checks.
Yep, and hey, the way that Young has been checking, I mean, going for the lower difficulty and the higher speed, really, well, I guess it's the same speed because Hard Frenzy also gives itself 1/1.
Yeah.
But yeah, going for the lower difficulty here seems to be the play, and I really think that the gain 2 and flip 1 is the better result if you don't actually win the game here.
Yep, and here we go because you have to block. This is a 6 base damage move, and then
Looks like we have only partials as well, which is way, way better than playing another high attack.
do we declare? Yep, there it is. We're going to declare the overhaul once per turn. Have to discard a card as cost. We're going to block this with a card in our stage instead.
Doesn't feel good at all, does it?
No, we want to keep our stage a little healthier if we're going to try and attempt a backswing as well. So
Do we even have a mid block?
there's a learning the standards face
Is there?
down, but I think the rest of them are not ideal.
Right, we got that learning flipped all the way back on turn 2 by the Season the Advantage plus Apathetic combo. So
I don't know the block on Ultra, but or Ultra Regeneration, but
plus 2 low.
oh, perfect.
I know because it's one of my favorite cards to build with Manly Passionate guy.
I love that. You were correct, by the way. Pageant is a 3 high.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at knowing the stats of cards. I have become terrible at knowing the names.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
They're in the middle now.
Ever since my hero came out, everything has the same word in like every name, and so I can't.
Oh,
keep
smash,
track of it.
something percent.
Reconstructed is on like 3 overhaul cards. There's literally a foundation called Reconstruct, I think.
Reconstruction.
Reconstruction, yeah,
Yeah,
and
the
then
one
there's
for.
reconstructed. Yeah, it's everything. Binding tape this, binding tape that.
You don't like binding tape? What about binding cloths?
Binding cloth what?
Capture.
There's more than one.
Kick.
Yeah, so there's too much of the same cards in each name, but so we're gonna end up flipping the speed hate card. Makes sense, right? And then I think also I don't think Young's playing any weapons, but that card also has like a -1 damage feature for that. So
Oh, I thought it was it's -3 if it's a weapon.
oh, is it okay?
Like it's -2 or,
Oh,
which is
okay.
for the toga matchup,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, I'm
Obviously.
thinking of the old Cowboy Bebop card. Okay, I'm a boomer.
I don't even know what card that is.
There's one that's like a 0 difficulty where it's like -2 speed, and then if it's a life attack, it's -1 damage too. It's a very weird card. So
That's a
very weird.
Cowboy Bebop card?
Yeah, it's from the starter decks.
What?
It's from the old starter decks, not the Challenger series.
I know.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
very
know what
weird.
card you're thinking of.
Yeah, it's
'Cause I thought the only 0 diff was Syndicate Target and the
Fallen Angels.
the
No.
Vision is Violent Angles.
No, they both have 2.
No way. I'm fact checking you. So
Okay,
you
go
you,
for it.
you 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 pop off.
Go for it. We're trying to figure out if Ouyang has another move, but it looks like we don't. However, you got to feel pretty good about where you're at unless Andrew Duvall pulls like exactly maximum overhaul. And
Yeah.
then you have no clue what's coming at you. You have no idea how much he's got in the tank. Muscle Mauler would also be really good here. So
Sure, we do have a momentum to feed in. Do we remember what it was?
the one attack that he dealt damage with, if it was a high engine kick. High engine kick.
Yes,
6.
yes, that's correct. It did
It's
hit
a
for
high engine
6,
kick.
which is a good one for the redraw.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm digging. Don't worry, I'm still looking. I'm almost there.
It looks like we're going to end here with 3 in hand, right? We played 3 cards. We played 1 from our stage, so we might have 4 in hand, actually. No, because we played 4 cards because we built 1 down. Yeah, so 3 in hand. We've got our face downs.
Oh, it's a vicious one.
Yeah, because
I've never-
why would Spike have a card that hates on life cards? He's the life deck. Yeah, this is that. Oh, it gets -1 damage, and then if it's life, it gets -2 speed.
And it's a commit cost?
I had it reversed. Yeah.
I've never seen that card played.
I have no clue what it's called, but I know what it does.
I got schooled today.
Yeah, I think was it called Caught in the Past?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. I used to be very good at knowing literally every card.
Caught
like
by the
magnetic
past,
memory,
yeah.
basically. And then I had a mental breakdown during COVID, and I just don't care to remember it. So I'm gonna do the old boomer. There's a Universe's boomer tradition where you sit down having not played all year, and you go, I'm just gonna read all your cards, bro. And Ouyang's been doing it all tournament, right? Some of the best players in the game don't know what nothing does until they read it in front of them, and that keeps their mind clear. That keeps the confusion gone because they're only focused on what's directly in front of them. And I think that is a legitimate benefit, right? To kind of not obsessing over every single card and worry about everything. Just focus on what's in front of you.
We're not seeing an aggressive reciprocation here for Andrew at 6. Instead, we're going to build the good ones. They are good ones. With the pageant and the apathetic and the chivalrous coming in here.
Yeah, it's a pretty good build. It's, maybe not the turn that you want to have when you're at 6 life, but I mean, playing any attack that just gets blocked isn't really going to help you out. The main thing, though, is Ouyang doesn't have the EX capabilities that Andrew's deck has, and it doesn't really have too many great ways to spend momentum in general, right? That momentum is mostly for muscle maulers and prehensile tails to get things back. I'm trying to think, actually, is there any attack that spends momentum?
I'm in the tank again.
Yeah, I can't think. None of the Kirishima attacks do that he's playing, right? Jab doesn't, chop doesn't, muscle mauler gets you 1 back, but it doesn't spend it, right? That's the one that we're talking. Speaking of
Yes.
muscle mauler, it's Commentator's Curse, Commentator's Gift.
You saw it coming.
Depending on which side of the table you're on, but Overhaul doesn't spend it, Frenzy doesn't spend it.
We're loading.
Yeah,
I will get you there.
I don't think he has any actual expenditures for momentum. That's not a word. Expenditure.
Expenditure.
Yeah, expenditure. Yeah, that is.
Incredible display.
Okay. So we're if we ever find an incredible display, your responses are done for.
In the side deck, we have 2 copies of Sand Tiger, which has powerful 3.
Yeah, but that's in case people played Shigaraki, which still surprised no one played Shigaraki 3 for this.
But they did tech for it. It's all like, like when we got to the top cuts of Nationals.
Yeah.
And it's like, why is everybody playing Explosive Pride? And it's because
Yes.
everybody wanted to knock out the Amajikis.
Yes, absolutely. The Explosive Pride tech was very, very funny. And Amajiki did really well at that tournament. Kind of surprised it didn't show up here as well. There's a few cards. There's quite a few characters that I thought we were going to see a more even spread. I'm legitimately surprised to see Overhaul dominating the mix, right? And it's not surprising to see it go this deep in the tournament, but I was surprised to see it have 8 people signed up with it rather than like 4 or 5. So
Were you, my question for you on that same, because I agree with you. I 100% agree with you in the sense of, but did you have Endeavor 3 winners bracket finals on your bingo card?
Winners bracket? No. I did have Endeavor 3 only because, I guess, okay, so if we're talking about before I got to Orlando, maybe not. I will say that.
Oh, and then you were asking around.
Once I heard that Nick Reagan qualified, I knew exactly what he was playing. It's order 6-hander that draws cards and plays kicks. Like, that pumps speed and plays kicks. So that at that point, and also we saw the Endeavor 3 do amazing into that winter warm up, right? And I was surprised then, but I'm not surprised anymore after seeing how good it does at breaking down walls and just playing like quality attacks.
Funny enough, that might have even scared enough of the Shigarakis away because it's so many stats, so fast against a very.
Shigaraki won that event over the Endeavor, right?
I agree, but I'm saying, but then you know.
William Howard gave you the blueprint.
I'm saying more people put their hands on both decks, and
True.
people got really confident with one or the other, right? Because
One is definitely less scary. 31 health is less scary to play. That's true.
absolutely, and you got to think. I mean, there were 2 Endeavor 3s in our HLC, but no
Right.
Shigarakis, right?
Right. And speaking of the blueprint, we've got this Hardened Frenzy coming out. I mean, there really needs to be an alt art with Overhaul's face on this card. Like, genuinely, is this not actually just like the most Overhaul card of all time?
No, I think so too. I mean, it already fit the package, you know, after we lost like coordinated effort and like, oh well, this is the good one still, right? Because it moves itself. And so I think on top of that, you for sure could. I mean, we're gonna lose this card at least in standard.
Right.
But I mean, you know, that on top of things like Younger Toguro doing a similar thing and a card like this, but this one specifically needs the interaction from your opponent. And
Right.
so, like, now we have a card like this one where you're right, it's just good for Overhaul because he's either going to hit you really hard with it or he's going to refund it back.
Yeah, the playing it again is just such a big deal. And then now that we've seen, you know, because Young's not playing Acceleration Kick, right? But Andrew is. So, like, the better your kicks can get are insane. You know, it's very interesting to see the 2 different Overhaul styles, right? To see like the 2 different like attack packages, but to also see the similarity in tech pieces.
Yep.
Seeing that Muscle Mauler is just that good at retrieving these cards, and neither deck is really great at spending momentum. So getting attacks back is one of the best things you can do. And speaking of getting attacks back,
Okay, I mean, the fact that we completely blocked the frenzy, and then here's what you were talking about last turn. Like, if we had one of these jabs and we could have
Right.
really popped off last turn, it's happening right now.
yeah, it's it's so frustrating when you are forced to block Hardened Frenzy, right? And you're like, well, he's got to have it because he didn't do the Overhaul once per turn. So you know pretty much that there's either a maximum Overhaul or a Hardened Jab coming, or else he would at least have kept that option open, you'd have to believe.
No, 100%. And here's the other thing, too, is you have to block this. You have to block everything. We're at
Right.
6. Like, we're eventually going to run out of resources. We're going for the Chivalrous here. Chivalrous really biting Andrew in the butt last. I don't know what we're doing. We're just looking. Maybe it's not its enhanced yet.
We're looking at our face downs. We're trying to decide if we have to dig or if we can block from our
Oh,
stage
I understand.
first.
Because we have 0 cards in our hand, right? So we can
Yeah.
overhaul block from something from stage first,
Right.
and
You can
then
at very least, you can call the enhance, so you don't have to discard a card, and
Yeah.
then go dig and
make a
cage,
decision.
which is just very cool sequencing, right? But it's not exactly something that you want to have to do back to back, right?
Yeah.
Especially since what if you do draw the right block?
He got a low block,
It's not nothing.
but we do
Will it keep you
die on
alive?
half. No, we don't die on half. We're okay.
Yeah, it's tough to tell. We've got
But you
the
know there's a
overlay.
frenzy coming.
Yeah, we've got the overlay over the health total, and judges have been like moving the health totals up and down, so it's hard to keep track for us when the health totals actually do change. But I do believe Andrew is still at 6.
Single
So-
digits for sure.
Yeah, definitely still single digits. So if he partials this and it gets pumped up to 7, he's still going to be able to survive. But checking a 3 there means we're just going to scoop it up.
And you're
Committing
calling
out.
it.
Yeah, well, he knows that a frenzy is coming, right? He knows that if he has to commit out his card draw, then he can't block it anyways. If he has to commit overhaul, you can't block it anyways. So just deciding to call it here says, I'm going to save the mental fortitude for next game. Very, very, very similar games 1 and 2, right?
Yeah. I agree. I mean, it maybe took a little bit, like 1 or 2 extra turns longer, right? But the stages ended up the same way. Young ended up on the aggression first. He flipped all of his cards because we were doing a ton of damage, and then Andrew Duvall, instead of kind of like necessarily reciprocate all the aggression, Andrew Duvall took that turn off. Remember, he built all those face-up cards to try and have a better defense, and took an offensive turn off. So Young got to just kind of mess around and do whatever he wanted to while still being at full life.
Right. Yeah. It's one of those things where you look at your hand and you got to determine what can I get out of this. And if I get 1 momentum, I get 1 poke. That's 1 less block I have. And how much closer am I really to winning the game? Also, one of the biggest things is that block review, right? Where
Yeah.
your opponent's like, well, I'm going to throw away a card even if I fail the block, and I'm going to get an extra review out of it. And that's not something you want to do. That's not really it's not really something you can control, and it's one of the most nebulous little parts of the game that even the best of the best probably can't reliably evaluate most of the time, I would say, right?
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. And you know what I want to see this game, Sam? Game 3?
You want to see a turn 2 kill.
No, I don't want to see that. No.
I'd have to strangle you.
No, I don't want to see that.
I haven't seen a turn 2 kill this entire tournament. I refuse to believe they exist anymore. I believe we have hit the promised land. We exist in Nirvana, and everyone gets to play the game now.
No, I want to see, obviously, Andrew Duvall on the play here going first. And I want to see Young. Sorry, it's been a long day. I want to see Young build and not have to commit his character.
Oh,
Because we have seen that twice now.
That would
And it
be
leaves
cool.
either player, depending on who it is, very susceptible.
Flip side, player 1 built 3 foundations. Why don't you just settle for 3, you greedy? Just settle for less foundations. Don't commit your character. Better yet, leave him ready.
True.
Better yet, leave him ready. Build it from your hand face down. It can't be fixed. Nobody is doing stun. They are effectively blank high blocks. Just don't play it on a 4. Make the executive decision. Reward yourself. Be better in the future.
Okay, all right. That was a very firm stance, Sam.
Well, because I've listened to a lot of people this weekend talk about their luck, and it's true. It's a part of the game, but we can evaluate. See, I do the coaching on Patreon thing, and like we do a lot of like gameplay focus. You watch some tape back, watch a lot of tape back on Twitch. To especially if I ever edit the videos, right, I got to watch the same game over and over and over. So you see mistakes and you see little things that I would never catch while I'm playing, right? And you have to hammer that home. You have to remember, I don't need to risk this necessarily. I don't have to attempt to play this on a 4 and make that decision. I can have the exact same build that I would have with my character ready by just electing to build this card that is effectively blank in this matchup with my character's enhance instead.
It's not blank. It flips for 2 damage and gain 1.
Okay, all right. Okay, oh, you got me.
That was the only thing I paid attention to at the end.
You got me.
I think there's a very good hand on Andrew Duvall's side, and Young in the tank figuring out what he's going to partial Paris here. So I see a Falling Skies, a Muscle Mauler. I think that's a Web of Blades.
It's tough to so Falling Skies, Muscle Mauler, we definitely see.
Sorry, my head's in the way.
Ooh,
Is that a Quirk Expertise? No, Quick Response? I don't know what that. No, that's a
It's
Carbo Loading.
ooh.
It's a Carbo Loading.
We haven't seen
It's
that one in a while.
It's a 2 in his main board, and I haven't seen it at all in any
Yeah.
games that I've casted of Young.
It's been a hot minute. It's been a hot minute.
Get a quick text in. I hope it's not about the game.
Oh my. Well, we got a judge there, so they can
Yeah, that's fair.
they can tell if it's coaching or not.
Oh man, somebody's gonna screen cap that.
Bro,
He's
wouldn't that
gonna-
be wild? That'd actually be wild. You go all the way through this losers after the LCQ, go 1-1 in losers finals. You're about to go first in game 3, and then a text message goes off, and they're like, "Well, you can't take the risk. That might be coaching. Gotta give you the game loss."
It's okay. We got the second text in.
Yeah,
I bet you, and you know what? And
he's probably telling his wife he's gonna be home. Later.
no, this is what I think it is. You ready? Everyone that's making dinner plans for them is like,
Yeah.
"Hey man, it's gonna take me a minute,"
I'll see you tomorrow.
because I can tell you, I've done that with all my friends.
Yeah, he's telling them I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh man. But we're gonna be jumping in. Looks like we got that partial in. Don't know exactly what's in Young's hand right now, but I was too busy reading the text messages. And we're gonna be jumping in to our game 3 though.
This dude's basically been AWOL all weekend because he's been stuck playing these games. He's got to let his family know he's okay.
I can't tell you how many texts I've gotten from work.
It's not like a webcam game where we don't have someone over his shoulder looking at what he's texting, right? Like it's not the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, but yeah, it was a good hand though. It was a good hand. This was exactly what I saw. We get all the builds in. We don't have to bring one in committed.
I just want to point out, there's quite literally a judge watching what he's typing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So unless he is like the greatest secret code of all time, it's not the same thing.
Pizza means this is what's in Young's hand.
Yeah, like it's just
we're getting pizza later.
It's not the same thing. We have like rules for our webcam events and for like getting like notifications and stuff, and it's not quite the same. I get it though.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But we do. It is very funny to see, but this guy hasn't been able to do. He hasn't been able to talk to his family all day. Come on. We do see the 4 build going first. Not the highest quality foundations, but some pretty good ones, I would say. Manly Passionate Guy being an absolute all-star.
I would agree with you. I think even the new training method over on the side for Andrew, wondering to see if we kept. Okay, we didn't. I don't think we kept the carbo loading then. If this is what we start off with.
No, I don't think so either. Throwing back the 3 diff kind of makes sense. Carbo loading not super good like early on. It's not that great going second.
Yeah.
It's one of those things you kind of want to get with the ball rolling, and it's very, very possible that we prioritize both of these 2 diffs over the 3 difficulty.
Yeah, absolutely.
The risk to committing our character would have been coming in right now if we had played a 3 and then a 2 and then a 2. So the committing the character has been like the biggest deal.
That was it. That was the opportunity. That was the Cosmos talking to us.
Right.
If he had checked a 3 on that 4, do we tap Overhaul to get the 3rd foundation?
I think you have to. You have to make that. I think you have to take that risk most of the time. It is conventional wisdom to get it right because it's you still aren't dying on turn 2 most of the time, but you are going to get that resource for later. So even though having the overhaul is like super powerful. I do think you have to like run that risk. And so what's going to be really interesting to me here is if Young does not use the overhaul enhance to build a card from their hand face down, one of that blank foundation that we played could have been used with the first Eve for no risk.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does make sense.
So it's minor little risks that we're taking constantly. And when people talk about, oh, well, of course I checked the 4 or 3 on my build on a 5, like these are things you can change, right? Like it's not necessarily wrong to make that risk, but you can't complain about it when it doesn't go your way. And speaking about complaining about things when they don't go your way, we got a vanilla maximum overhaul is how I would put it.
It's not vanilla. It builds a foundation.
That's vanilla.
That's not
That's
vanilla.
in this deck.
No, I still think it's fine, right? It's theoretically a 4 difficulty move because you can build a thing down and it can be face up or face down. I have seen the play where you choose to build a card face down just to sometimes have the turbo extra amount. But I don't blame Andrew going for this play because Andrew reviewed a maximum overhaul going into his turn and still had this one and another one in hand.
Yeah, so committing the Manly Passionate Guy here is a little sketchy for me. I'm a big fan of that one, especially since with Overhaul, you can block from your stage and then build it back down into your stage, and I think that's one of the cutest plays you can make, right? And I'm just a big fan of like I clear my card pool and I bonus a resource. That's what made Momo meta defining for like 2 full seasons, right? In year 1. So it's little things like that might come back to haunt us, but we valued being able to pick up another foundation with new training method potentially. And if we don't have foundations to block with, then it won't matter.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. I'm more interested to see. So we even did get a first enhance over on Young's side as well. So the legendary build 6 with our character ready. And based off of what might be in our hand are we just going to take this to the face? Because this being in momentum can be very scary with things like Prehensile Tail and things like Muscle Mauler. So if this one lands and then we also put one face down in our stage, and it looks like we're going to go for the half block here with the carbo loading, which we did keep but chose not to build instead.
Right, having that +2 mid block for any hardened jabs coming our way, right? You don't want to be taking free damage from a jab, but we are going to be taking partial damage from this maximum overall, and that doesn't feel very good. We are going to get to build it with the Manly Passionate Guy, though, which is a choice that I'm a big fan of. And we did get the flip on the Manly Passionate Guy from Duvall's side, and we're going to get to rebuild it. So we still end up with that Manly Passionate Guy. I love this card so much. It is such a cool card.
You said you were going to miss it the most.
It is one of the very few set 1 cards I will miss after rotation. I'm a big fan of getting new blood into the game. I'm a big fan of like exploring new options and changing things up and shaking things up. I'm not a huge fan of games with 0 rotation, right? Like I like my games to be shaken up pretty regularly.
Right.
But Manly Passionate Guy is an effect that I'm going to miss.
We'll get it back. Maybe.
I hope so. Put it on
Maybe.
a character.
You want Siegfried again?
Be cool on a character.
Siegfried?
Maybe a better one.
Oh,
Maybe a better.
you don't
character.
like Siegfried?
I tried it.
This guy's a
tried
deep scar hater.
I tried so hard. I played.
What was his asset again?
You know, okay.
What was his asset? It was good.
I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, the asset was all right.
Requiem. Yes.
I'm gonna tell you very quick my story of the last time I played Siegfried. I played Siegfried with the throw that mills 4, that self mills 4. I played Siegfried checks himself. I played all the Astaroth cards that mill for cost because that was like a sub theme for him. And then I went up against Mark Tyner's mill deck.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm never playing Siegfried again. I played my self-mill Siegfried deck against Mark Tyner playing a mill deck.
Yep.
So
That'll do it.
it's not happening.
So anyway, I do love it. So because of the first enhance with Young on Andrew's turn, and then that Manly Passionate block, we actually did the legendary build 7 with our character ready.
Right.
And now we drew a pretty decent hand. There's a Falling Skies, I think a Frenzy in our hand. So I'm very interested to see what the lead goes into and what resources we want to allow Andrew to get. So the Frenzy lead, I think, is the safest one. Of course, it's that one, like, hey, how are you going to respond to this? Are you going to full block it, half block it? What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, it's one of the biggest thorns in your side, right? This Hardened Frenzy asks one of the most annoying questions. Do you want to take damage or do you want to see this again later? And traditionally, seeing it again later is better than taking the damage because if it deals damage a second time, like, okay, you still had to play it a second time, right? But it without face shield, without like a red guard here to kind of get us out of this card effectively works as a throw. And we talked at the very beginning about who's going to be able to grind it out with throws, and yet that has not been a factor. Nobody has gone to deadlock. We haven't used the throw enhance on Falling Skies a single time. It has just purely been who can build better early.
And I love this adaptation as well, right? Using the carbo loading to give it an extra 3 damage, really making Andrew make a hard choice if we want to half block this.
Right. Again, it's like effectively a throw, and if we ever do get to heal one from dealing damage, we will get to ready that. So not only do we get to put massive damage on this, but it's almost free.
Yeah, I agree. But to me, if I'm over here and I see a play like that, where it's like we're committing a bunch of damage now and resources, I full block this all day, especially this early on in the game.
Right. It's, man,
Oh, no, you don't agree? You don't think so?
You know what I think?
Yeah.
I think taking massive damage from this frenzy is a mistake.
We just did.
Yeah, we did. And now I'm really curious why we didn't get we did flip one to burn or to get the extra damage, but we did not respond with the carbo loading.
Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, when we gained one, we did not
flipped
ready.
the Ryukyu 0 diff, right?
We'll do it on this one. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is also a throw, but we could have gotten big damage here. So this is the factor, right? The fatigue of being here all day, waiting 6 hours to play your losers finals match, then playing 2 fairly quick, but also like grueling and intense games. And now in game 3, the pressure is on.
Yeah.
And we're missing a trigger. Not what you want to see at the highest level of play.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day, Sam.
You're taking one down.
Be
But you
nice.
still got to win game 3.
Yeah, you do. You still got to win game 3, and Young wins second. So, I would be the one not wanting to miss my triggers going second for sure,
Yeah.
because you're already feeling like you have to go uphill.
Speaking of uphill, there's not too many high attacks in this deck, right?
Not in Young's.
Yeah, Young is really kind of living off the fact that like Frenzy exists, but it leaves a card pool a lot if your opponent blocks it, right? Everything else is a low or a mid, I'm pretty sure. We don't even have the high engine kicks. So really just valuing the fact that this card can sometimes be a 4 difficulty throw. 4 difficulty, 6 damage throw with its own enhances. Put the overhaul on it, becomes 8 damage. And the +1 low block, all those things come together as just a very well statted attack, right? It's just a very, very solid, reliable card in your deck, whereas Andrew Duvall's deck has a lot more synergies going on, a lot more things that fire together to make like this big kaboom at the end of the game. But I think that this deck could benefit from some more high attacks. Seeing a more threatening speed on Falling Skies would be a big deal.
You said big kaboom at the end, and then it made me think of something. You ready?
Okay.
If Andrew Duvall wins this match
Okay.
and goes into the finals versus Nick Reagan,
Okay.
is high acceleration kick and high engine kick
Don't do this.
the best 2 attacks in the game right now?
Right now,
I mean-
unequivocally, yes. Unequivocally, if it's an acceleration kick mirror in the finals, I mean, you
It's not a
can't
mirror, right? We get maximum overhaul in one
No,
of
no,
them.
I'm
but...
saying the mirror is the 2 acceleration.
Oh, yeah.
It's the fact that we're playing engine kick, acceleration kick, like it's the mirrored game plan of take an extra turn via acceleration kick, which really makes you wonder, why aren't we just playing order kicks Denki 1? Take all the extra turns. Shout out to my Denki 1 players that don't exist.
Well, our falling size dealt damage, so we're going to go ahead and build a prehensile tail, and I think that is the one from stage, but I don't know because I was listening to Sam say some wild words.
They disappeared after Sports Festival Stadium couldn't be built for free. They all disappeared. I tried to play order that one time. I had
I
to
know.
sideboard 4th guy in like half my
Yeah, we got to play a 6-hander like Nick Reagan does.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, 6-handers are kryptonite for me, man. I don't think I've ever topped playing a 6-hander except Hawks, who's really an 8-hander. I've never topped with a 6-hander, actually.
I have. It's just been a long time.
Yeah, well, you won with a 6-hander. You played Cassie Cage.
Oh, yeah, she's a 6-hander.
Technically.
She don't feel like a 6-hander.
You know what doesn't make you feel like a 6-hander?
Oh, we weaved. Oh, it was the learning the standards response.
Yeah, the
My
Learning
bad.
Standards comes down. We had to build the prehensile tail, which makes you feel like a 7-hander. But you know what really makes you feel like a 7-hander is
Jab.
Harden Jab. The freest of card draw.
Yeah, on a 4, 5, 6, 7, and we checked a 5. Got to tap 2 of our face downs here on what we want to pick up from it, basically, or if we want just the other 2 cards that we have.
It's tough, right? There's so many little moves you can make, and they have huge rippling effects for the rest of the game.
Andrew's at 8. The falling skies plus the frenzy damage, the damage from earlier on. No, we
got the carbo loading ready. We don't have to commit carbo loading, right? The one thing I
No.
see, I almost never see carbo loading commit a different foundation, but you can commit any foundation in your stage to get that damage from.
Yeah,
So you
it's actually one of my favorite things to do, that if you keep it up so you can keep getting more and more damage, these things like these learning the standards, if you're going to flip them with overhaul responses on your throws, right, you get to commit those for +2 and then flip them for +2.
Yeah, I don't think Deval is quite in the hot seat yet, right? I don't think that this is necessarily the game-breaking moment.
No.
But depending on how we check here, depending on what our zones are, it's very possible that one more attack is going to let Young Choi punch his ticket into grand finals. Whoever wins this will be coming from losers bracket, so they will have to beat Nicholas Reagan twice in a row, that's such a hard task, man.
2 matches in a row.
In anything you do, whether it's a sport, whether it's a game, competition, video game,
The
whatever.
reverse sweep.
Yeah, having to beat someone not once but twice in a row is so difficult. Being someone twice in a tournament spread out, a little bit of a different task, but having to go back to back, especially when he sent you to losers, that is a challenge.
He's been waiting as long as when we started this morning.
Yes,
He's been waiting for
I
this.
casted that game, and then I
was-
took a break until this game. So
No, you didn't.
no, I did. I casted a Nomu game. That was a nice slice.
Yeah.
That was a nice. I casted both of these guys actually, and
Yeah.
then took a break, and now I'm back to cast both of them.
And I've
again.
also casted both of these guys, so it's come full circle.
You know what it is? I went out there and I was having so much fun in the main hall, watching the gunslinging, watching the colossal cards get passed around. They have teams events going, getting to hang out with all the people. It's been such an absolute blessing to be here this weekend, right? And we are waiting to see if this Harn Jab ever resolves. We did commit the carbo loading, though. Very interesting choice. We've already done the response to ready it, but if we do pass the turn into Andrew Duvall, having some ability to gain life, which I don't know if we have defensively, it's just Ultra Regen, which we're definitely not playing at this point.
Yeah.
Speaking of Ultra Regen,
Oh yeah, we checked a 6 on this block, and it's a breaker block,
wow, that's going to end this turn. He had to look at it.
and it's a low block. Do we need the low block? Are we afraid of the maximum overhaul?
Ooh, are we adding it to our hand with neutral?
Ooh, no, it's so we can block with it and build it
Build it
down
down
with
with manly.
yeah, which we saw Andrew Duvall actually do quite a bit in
Against Racerhead?
I actually don't think it was the Eraserhead match. I think it was the other one that he played
Oh, against Nomu.
against Liam. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that happened a lot.
Liam was not Nomu. That
It
was
wasn't?
not a game I watched.
I'm sorry. Wait.
I did not cast that game.
Maybe it was Eraserhead.
The Nomu matchup that we watched was Dakota Simmons.
Yes, it was Dakota.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry. It's been a day.
It has been a day.
But yeah, you're correct because that was the rematch.
Right.
They played each other in the beginning of the HLZ.
So now Young knows that there is a low block, and this deck does not have too many high threats despite having Falling Skies in it. It's pretty even spread overall. I don't imagine anything you could play here that gets through the overhaul once per turn block, especially if you're going to risk it with a breaker.
And a -2 speed on Andrew's side as well, right?
Right, he's got -2 speed. He has the ability to draw another card. He has the ability to play a card from his stage if he has to. We've got plenty of foundations. I mean, it would have to be something like a maximum overhaul to get the stats necessary to overcome the speed reduction and probably require a poor check on Andrew's side. Meanwhile, we're at 25.
Yeah. I mean, we are sitting pretty.
And we're going to get a prehensile tail so we can recur attacks next turn like that Falling Skies.
We did see that too, right? I mean, with the one low block and and the block on Frenzy, right? So
Also, we have double learning the standards.
Yeah.
Meaning we can do a safe learning the standards early next turn against the first attack, and then we can save a second learning the standards for the overhaul once per turn. I think playing an attack here would be the only mistake you could make. Now, playing a 2 difficulty on 6 and having -1 to your check is also pretty rough. But gosh, Apathetic's a good one.
yeah, I don't see a world where you don't commit the 2 face downs here for it.
Well, you wouldn't attempt it. You would just end your turn, right? You just wouldn't play the Apathetic.
Well, we already
We're
checked a
gonna
5,
commit.
so
Yeah.
it's just tap 2 face downs for it. Wait, or was that from our stage?
Oh,
Oh,
that
sweet.
was from our
Okay, it was from our stage. Never mind. I thought we had done that a while ago.
They're not pointing at their character. They're just talking, right? We don't
Yeah.
have access to the player, so we're a little behind. He did play that ignoring progressive.
Okay.
So very cool stuff. Very strong interaction.
And it's a good one. The Apathetic. Now, we do have the Chivalrous on the other side of the board to stop it, but also none of the foundations on Andrew's side of the board are offensive threats.
Right.
But unless something gets built down with a maximum overhaul, that could make our turn very scary.
It means you can't use the Chivalrous to dig, or you can't use the Chivalrous to commit to pass a check, or
Yeah.
else all your other foundations are going to be privy to that Apathetic.
Yeah, absolutely. And it might be a situation, too, where he needs all of those cards. I mean, Apathetic might just is essentially -2 damage against
Right.
Andrew, right?
Right.
So you can't flip it on an attack so that Young's 25 health goes a lot longer.
Absolutely, a massive, massive interaction there. I wonder if we're going to see Prehensile Tail maybe kill a momentum. I don't think it's that important. I'd rather have a +1 low block back personally.
Yeah.
But I'm over on this side where I can look at everything. I'm not in the hot seat. So also that +1 low block is potentially our game-winning throw for next turn, depending on how things go, how much we can whittle our opponent down. This is going to be tough. This is going to be incredibly tough for Andrew to get back in this. But if there is anyone who can do it, it's going to be him, because he has had some absolutely massive, massive plays. He has had insane kill strings where I didn't think there was any possible way he was going to get there. But double maximum overhaul in a dream can do anything.
Yeah, it's I'll be honest, I'm just staring at the double learning the standards on the side of Young at 25 life, and when I see the cards that are in Andrew's hand, and we started this off with a 3 check on our 5 diff, I can't imagine that Young feels very threatened right now.
Right. Absolutely. Like I said, 25 health, double learning. You can do one right now, right? You can do one, and having that extra +1 progressive to everything is really going to slow you down. You see the acceleration kit come out early, right? So we're not having like an optimal sequencing with this, so you don't feel super threatened. But I think that's not a bait, but you can like lull yourself into a false sense of security and not do the learning of the standards when it's probably still the correct play if you don't block this.
Almost every line that Andrew did against Corey Aguilar's Eraserhead deck, he opened with an acceleration kick, because of the differences of where he could play the better cards in his face down from his first enhance.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and like it was just to the point where like, hey, you figure out really quickly what block zones your opponents are carrying.
Right.
It's a low to see, hey, are you gonna block this one, or are you gonna save it for the maximum overhaul? It felt very free.
Right. Well, it's also one of those things where, depending on where you can sequence the maximum overhaul, right? You have to play something from your stage first. But also against Eraserhead, that Breaker 1 makes it much more difficult to play the late string acceleration kick, especially since erase means you're not going to get to do your super cool combo where you play it ignoring progressive. You're just going to get erased. So very, very different matchup here, right?
Yeah.
Very different gear. So Andrew Duvall going through that massive slog of a gridlock sort of game, right? And now we're getting to a mirror match where he's got to fight against all the same things he's been doing to people all weekend.
Yeah, but like we said and how we stated in the beginning of the match, very different decks, but it looks like we're opting to not block this one. It looks like we're going to take 8 here, going to 9 for Andrew's side. I mean, 8 is a lot of damage. I mean,
True.
It is almost a fourth. We did the learning the standards response, so we had to build the new training method from our stage.
Yep.
And
So
we're
we got the once per turn from Andrew, and we did the learning, which means we're totally safe on that next attack, which I love. But we're down to 1 now. So if Andrew Duvall does survive after this turn, it is a much, much closer game.
Yeah, I think also saving that prehensile tail. We need 1 attack, and Young can go fish for one of those, either the Frenzy or the Falling Skies that we have banked later. And just like you said, like
Drawing no attacks would be heartbreaking here for Young.
yeah, it's true because we have to start an enhanced step to get there. We did hold on to a card.
Making sure we don't draw that extra card, because that spelled do. Oh, I think this is it.
It's so angry.
We're so back. We're so back, Barrett.
We're gonna get our run back.
We got the Muscle Mauler. We got the
We have the prehensile tail. That's our momentum usage. You said, what are we using all this momentum
No, that's
for?
what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah.
saying Muscle Mauler and prehensile, like we don't use it. We don't spend it. We recur it, which is better than spending it usually.
Yeah, absolutely. This is on a 6, and we checked a 3, but it's okay.
It's on a 5. We have a higher health.
Oh, yeah, you're right. We do have more health. 5.
We have a higher health total, and we were going to destroy one anyway. So
Yeah, you're
good
right.
riddance.
And one of those is something we're going to play later.
We're going to build one with our character, and we're going to destroy one of these anyways. So, I mean, you actually end up even.
We're going to double Falling Skies this turn, and our opponent's at 9. That's just dirty.
Ooh, it should be illegal.
And it's going to then boil down to exactly what you said at the beginning of the match. Hey, I pulled and I told you so on Keenan during our massive long match. I give you permission to do that here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I won't because I'm the better person. But
Oh,
that's
okay.
cool. I'm a bigger man.
Okay, but like if he doesn't kill him with the Falling Skies, then you don't get to say it.
Right. Hey, anything can happen. I've seen crazier stuff this weekend, okay? I have absolutely seen. We saw Edshot commit 17 foundations to play 3 attacks. And we were like, well, he can play everything in his hand, and that was not true.
That was true.
That was
Yeah.
not true. Granted, 2 of the things he tried to play were Blood Curdles as a form. which
Oh,
required
yeah.
you to
I was
commit
there
a
for that one. I
foundation.
do remember. I do remember.
But you remember he was in like the most deadlock I've ever seen someone, and managed to actually commit out and fail cards. Like, it was crazy. So there is nothing set in stone in this game. Universes is one of the wildest card games of all time.
No, absolutely. And we opted to pick up the Frenzy first, so I wonder if that's the next one that we're going to weave, just whittling down as many resources as Andrew Duvall can keep up with as we basically force him to block all of these moves. And then as soon as we do something like that, I mean, I can only imagine the carbo loading, right? The carbo loading goes in on it for the Frenzy. Make it that pseudo throw you were talking about, or if not, I get to bring it down and
The frenzy has to become lethal more than anything else. That's the attack that you want to present lethal with more than any other because of that build down enhance, right?
Yeah.
It's the one that you want to block the least pretty much, but you have to imagine Falling Skies is going to close this out eventually.
Yeah, even here with the 1 mid block, and then so we opted to pick up a snack time that we checked with our new training method that we had built, and then we committed the shock treatment to pass the check. We know the frenzy's coming. You're right. I mean, so here we go on a 5, and it checks for sure. Big shout out to that card right there that Young just checked. The new number 1. That card put in a lot of work against Nick Reagan, and if this is going to be the turn where Young closes it out, we might see a lot more spotlight on that card from both of those players.
You know what? You know what work it did more though for Nick Reagan, because he's also playing that card.
Absolutely. So after this, I mean, Frenzy gonna get full blocked by the snack time. Gonna have to bring it back down. I wonder if the overhaul once per turn enhance comes through, and then yep, there it is. There's the carbo loading enhance to buff this up a little bit further. It's gonna push it over to 8 damage, right?
Right, and then the overhaul response,
Which makes it lethal.
Imagine you get this far and you're like, all right, I'll take 8, and they're like,
Choose not to
I'm gonna
block.
respond. Yeah.
So here we go. Here's the full block. There's one of the. Oh, the red guard. That's a great answer.
And the 6 check, that is insane. There has never been a better time to not only have an omni block, but also to check the 6 here. That is massive.
Wow.
This might be the exact play that keeps Andrew Duvall alive. I don't think so, but it might.
I mean, it just depends on a double falling sky play, and that means that we'd have to play another move here. Because remember, we picked up the frenzy first. Oh, I didn't realize there was a second frenzy in our hand. It is so angry. So, yeah, I mean, the red guard was great for that first answer, but this is going to be on a 6 with a breaker. We checked a 2 on this one.
Uh-oh.
This could be disastrous for Young, depending on what comes after the check for this. We know that Andrew has another high block, but it's one of those things to where it's like, if you then full block this one, you get one more card with overhaul. Can we block 2 more attacks?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is the if we don't have to block this frenzy, but we decide to take it, then the Falling Skies throw, the second Falling Skies, becomes lethal, right? Or actually, if we play a Falling Skies on a 7 because we're running out of cards, then it'll get +3, +3, +2 from overhaul.
Yeah.
It'll be lethal on a partial if we take this frenzy.
Wow.
However,
Oh?
if we play that, so if we take 5, no, because we would flip with overhaul. This is like for at least 7. Right, this is at least for 7.
I mean, on a partial block, 5, 6, 7 block, we go to 4, go to 5.
Right, and then Falling Skies gets 3/3 from itself,
Putting it to 8.
And then he could partial again and live at 1 if we commit overhaul because we check poorly.
Yeah, I think that's the play. I think that's exactly it.
The breaker and the checks are gonna matter here. What looked like a sure thing.
We get a carbo loading ready.
Oh, if he deals damage, that's true.
And it's gonna, right? So
yeah.
I think
that breaker and that 6 check could be a massive deal here because Andrew Duvall is gonna interact with this. We are gonna reduce the speed. We do plan to block this, but a huge question is, do we have another partial breaker block? Or if this leaves the card pool and builds down, Young's gonna have no problem playing both of those Falling Skies, I'd have to imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we still haven't even popped the pre-inside tail enhance, right? Like, we're still sitting on that one other the Falling Skies that's in the momentum, right? We know that there's one in hand, but there's another one in the momentum. It's just whether do we need to pick it up?
Right. Being patient with it, playing around, anything that might go crazy wrong, no need to forcibly flip it now, but you have to flip it before you commit it, right? If we play a Falling Skies and we're having to commit it,
then you don't have the backup.
Right, then you don't have the backup.
I don't think we could pass it if it's the 5th card in our pool, right? But
well, and again, it's one of those things where it really comes down to, it's so hard to future, to theory craft about the future because it really depends on how Andrew decides to defend against this. This could be a big face shield, right? This could be another red guard. This could be a massive both of them, scenario. So
yeah, I think you're right. The Faith Shield could be massive, right? Because it's also one less high attack. I don't think the math has it because it's an even 8 on the Falling Skies at least, so that won't necessarily matter. Right. But what I would say is, I mean, if he brought in the red guards from the sideboard, I can only imagine that he brought in the Faith Shields from the sideboard too, right?
I'd hope so, right? Because again, I thought that Young had the small advantage when it comes to having those throws, but a 4 check. That's so rough here. It looks like we're going to have to commit 4 cards or 3 cards. Because we had the -2 speed, so we can
-2, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, exactly. And then the next card that we basically block with is essentially going to have our overhaul once per turn used on it, and that's our last block. I don't think there's any more tricks that Andrew might have up his sleeve. I don't think there's anything else he can do to block.
1 card in his hand, but I think he has to do the once per turn to ignore the progressive.
Exactly. And with our 2 readied cards in our character.
Oh, he has a max.
Oh, no.
Where did this come from?
I don't even know where this came from.
This came from the stage? No, this came from the hand, right?
No,
I'm too busy looking at Andrew's cards and trying to figure out what he can do on his side of the board with everything flipped. But maximum overhaul, which has basically been the linchpin for every kill turn I've seen of an overhaul in this tournament, I think is going to lock this one up and give us the rematch between Young Choi and Nicholas Reagan in our grand finals. But I don't want to jinx it.
Absolutely. I mean, this was the one played from stage. It was hiding over there on the bottom side of the stage the entire time. We're one less face down foundation here. This one being played here on a 5. I can only imagine we pick up 3 face downs here as well. Having the carbo.
Even if this isn't lethal, we get the carbo load.
Exactly.
Right?
A random high block coming in. Oh, we had the first enhanced build one down, so this is going to be the block for Andrew Duvall here.
Uh-oh. Well, yeah, Andrew's playing to his outs. He's not scooping early, but he has to know. He has to know, as an overhaul player who's been doing this to people all weekend long, he has to know that there is more. I mean, we still have the prehensile tail. We have a plethora of riches if we're Young Choi.
Yeah, we're going to pick up 3 here to give this 3-3. Can only imagine, even with a 1 low block, this is going to be, from our stage, I guess, we'll be on an 8, essentially. We only have 4 readied resources. We can still even fail this.
Gonna flip the last face up just for good measure, right? You don't want to leave anything on the table.
Oh, the apathetic. We built that. I mean, hey, that's a low block.
Yeah.
He gave us a gift, you might say.
Wait, which one are you talking? Apathetic? Oh no, you're talking about the one he flipped. I got you.
Yeah. He built one down right for the maximum overhaul, and then he flipped the last
Imagine if he had
remaining.
no low block, and that was the thing that kept him alive.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine. We checked a 5 there. We're gonna get the full block here.
He's gotta have it.
No life gain, no overhaul response.
There's the falling skies. Is it enough?
0 cards left in Andrew's hand. 3 cards in pool, completely tapped out.
Falling skies becomes exact lethal if we don't check. No, because we built an extra card with maximum overhaul,
Yeah.
so we can even check a 3 on this on a 7, commit 4, still have prehensile tail up,
5,
still
6,
have
7. It's
overhaul.
exactly lethal.
Yep.
And even then, there is still another one.
He's going over his options. He doesn't want to make any mistakes. He want to make sure that he plays around every single thing. But that falling skies, that's it. I mean, Hardened Frenzy would do. No, Hardened Frenzy would not, because it's only 5
Yeah.
plus the 2.
Unless we have life totals wrong, but I can't imagine.
Yeah, unless Andrew Duvall gained more life and that overlay is incorrect. You know, if he's at 10, this changes stuff.
It changes everything.
Yeah.
Can we afford to pass 2 of them? Is that a hardened jab in Young's hand as well?
I mean, Duvall has nothing in hand. He has nothing ready. I cannot imagine what is going through Young's mind at this point, trying to figure out what to do next.
I'm kind of speechless. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
It's high stakes.
It's very high stakes. Absolutely.
You don't want to make a mistake. You don't want to fumble at the goal line. We've already been here this long. What's another 30 seconds to check
absolutely.
the discard pile?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Look at that hand. So
I think he's the. Yeah, there's no debate, right? Like, why would you play anything other than the Falling Skies at this point? What could Andrew Duvall possibly have access to? We don't even have an Ultra Regen, right? Which has the playable, well committed.
yeah, the gain 2 if you take 5, right?
Well, I was thinking of the remove it to go pick something up. If it's committed, if everything's committed, you can remove it from the game. That's the ability no one uses.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's really good.
The
with
hood,
Barrier
the hood
Shield.
part, right? Because
Yeah.
it's a 5-hander. I
Right.
understand.
It's very good with Barrier Shield, but that's about it on
Yeah.
the defensive end, right?
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, it's very rare that when you're committed out, that picking up a card from your discard
gonna
pile
actually
actually
save you.
helps you, right? So you have to have like a plus ultra or something, you know. That's why the Barrier Shield. But I don't know how much slower we can play this. This is the slowest game-winning move I've ever seen.
I mean, we're just thinking. I mean, there's a world where he might not see it.
Yeah, well, it has to be life totals wrong at this point. Right? This has to be life totals are wrong if he's not just slamming the Falling Skies.
I think
Maybe he
Young
doesn't-
just found it. I think
Maybe
he just
he
saw
forgot that Hardened Frenzy is in the card pool.
Why does that matter?
Well, because if he's not counting correctly.
Oh, Frenzy. Oh, yeah,
Frenzy
yeah.
gives us the lethal damage.
There it
there's
is.
a handshake.
And the
okay.
handshake
Duvall
is going.
knew.
Duvall knew.
You know, if I'm Duvall, I'm making you call the enhance, though.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'm absolutely waiting for you to say pass accidentally, and I'm marking that health total. But Andrew Duvall, good guy, giving him the handshake. Young Choi.
No, it's okay. No, it's a Young. It has been a long day, man.
He
It is.
knows. I'm
It's
telling you, I think he forgot that Hardened Frenzy was in the pool.
That's fair.
Gives it +1. Because, again, so much of this deck is not relying on making a giant Falling Skies,
yeah.
right? It's playing a very, like, I would say like a modest Falling Skies most of the time, suing it for like 6 to 8.
I think we literally talked about it, I want to say, on some turn earlier in that third game, right? Is the sense that, like, we're so used to these frenzies in both decks being out of the card pool. So not remembering that it was there because of the red guard play that happened earlier, being a situation where, like, oh, all of a sudden this gives me a little bit of extra push.
Right. So yeah, so he's talking to him now. He's showing the 2 cards. He's like, I thought I had to play the jab and then the Falling Skies both, when in reality the Hardened Frenzy was there hiding with the zone covered up in the card pool so you could get exact lethal. So Woo-Young Choi going to the absolute peak, but denying us the double LCQ final.
It is true, absolutely. But, I mean, absolutely congratulations to Andrew Duvall, though, making one of the craziest runbacks I've seen in Universe's history, right?
Absolutely.
Because of the way that the LCQs are happening, the way that we have a double elimination HLC this year, like the way that he climbed all the way back basically to a third-place finish, right? I mean, that is what it is. A third-place finish for Andrew Duvall, starting off yesterday with a loss and climbing all the way through. You cannot be anything but more than happy for a man like that.
Absolutely. An absolutely wonderful showing up, playing an extra day. That's the other part, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about how long we've been here today. Talk about Nicholas Reagan and Andrew Duvall having to play all day Friday in the LCQ as well to get their chance here at the Hero League Championship. But Nicholas Reagan has been playing this game for 13 years.
Yeah.
This will be his 13th year. He has been looking for a major championship, a national or world championship, right? A major championship for over a decade. It has eluded him. And now he finally has the chance. You got to imagine he's the hungrier player in this.
I'm not here to pick favorites, and I think Woo-Young is playing an immaculate. We have a great story going on here because they get this rematch, and I want to reset so bad. I don't want to be here forever, but I do want to reset because I think the story is fantastic. But
I was just thinking, like, I'm normally the most hyped for the reset, but I think Twitch will lose their mind. I think the Twitch chat will actually go crazy if there is a bracket reset.
But if I can't think of anyone more deserving of designing their card, right? This prize that you can win than a person like Nicholas Reagan. I mean, he's going to be fighting for his life in this finals match that we have coming up for y'all very shortly. So don't go anywhere. We are going to get the action packed real quick. I mean, we might have 2 more matches to go. We've got to get into it.
We have to go find Nick. He's been waiting all day. He hasn't played since like before noon. He went to Disney for a while. I think he's back now though, but he was at like Epcot with the fam. Like we got to go get Nick, but once we do, we will jump right into this grand final. Give Woo-Young just a moment to get a drink, refresh. It's a little it's one of the only downsides, right? We've talked about this double elimination bracket being super cool because of the way that it's structured and how you're not eliminated immediately after one loss, but sometimes you get rusty, you get cold waiting this long.
It's carrying through for Woo-Young. He gets another chance at victory, and also at Nick Reagan, the person who knocked him in the losers bracket to begin with.
The revenge story, guys. Don't go anywhere. Let's go get these guys. Let's start the game. We could wax poetic for way too long, but yeah, let's take a small break. You don't want to miss this grand final. It's going to be amazing.
Welcome to the grand finals of the 2023 HLC here in beautiful Orlando, Florida. My name is Keenan Meadows, and I'm here with the illustrious Sam Tate and the illustrious container of Red Vines. And we are here to bring you the pinnacle of this entire journey, 2023. So many tournaments, so many experiences, so many wins, heartfelt, and it all comes down to this. Nicholas Reagan, Woo-Young Choi. It's gonna be amazing.
And it's going to be a rematch because Nicholas Reagan sent Woo-Young Choi into the losers bracket, and he now has a chance for not only revenge, but to become the Hero League champion. But to do that, he's going to have to beat Nick twice because he is in the losers bracket,
Yes.
which means if he wins this first match, there's going to be a bracket reset, and then he's going to have to win once again, which is an absolutely monumental task.
Well, I think that at this point, we have been waiting and waiting and waiting. I am just ready to see these players get into it. Wooyoung with this insane overhaul off of Earth. We've seen so many Earth overhauls throughout the course of
and they're
the
also
day.
different.
They're also different. We've got. I was watching the last match. We see some falling skies.
Yeah.
Versus, we had Andrew Duvall's patented kick package, and then Nick showing up. One of the, I would want to say there were 3 Endeavors in this tournament who absolutely went all the way and crashed through in a shocking fashion. Endeavor, one of the characters from the latest set, Jetburn, where people were excited about him, but he just seemed like another one of those aggro characters, another one of those, All Might 4 style. But no, this is the deck. This is what Nick Reagan has been working towards, and so I'm so excited to see these two players square off. We see Nick. I'm not sure. So did we ever confirm, did Nick win the die roll, or did he get to go first because of his quote-unquote higher seed here? Do we know?
The last thing I heard was that he needs to double confirm with the TO.
Okay,
I
cool.
assumed, and I believe he assumed, that because he's in winner's bracket, that would count as a higher seed. But the last time I was there with him and they were talking, they said double check with the TO. I don't know for sure, but I think he did not have to dice roll.
Oh, interesting.
I'm not 100% sure. That's going to be something to ask him after this event, right? Ask whoever won if there was a dice roll. We'll get that confirmed. But I do believe once they're both in losers, there will be a dice roll.
Yes,
right?
absolutely, for sure, because at that point, they will be on even ground.
Yeah, I do want to talk really quick about the history of both of these players, because Nicholas Reagan, we talked about being an outstanding member of our community who has been around for over a decade, hunting for his first world championship, for his first major victory. But Wooyoung Choi is absolutely rookie of the year because he's been playing since just a couple weeks before the Auckland, New Zealand regional last year.
Incredible.
Picked up an overhaul starter, loved it, has never changed characters, has been committed to what is potentially, what has been the best character, right? Has been the best performing character for a long time now, and has gotten all the way to the grand finals in his first year of competition. An absolute wonderful story. We saw something like that in HLC 1, though, in the very first year with Philip C. So hopefully it's not going to end up the same for Wooyoung Choi.
Yeah, and Wooyoung, as well as several of the other members of our HLC. I spoke with Ryan Levine, who had been playing since April. And he picked up Jiro as his first character and kept playing it. So
the Orlando regional was his first event. He made a top cut there.
So when it comes to, this game, it can be a little bit daunting to learn. It can be a little bit complicated. But if you are an amazing card player in another game, you can come in and find comfort in that you are going to, in these cases, dominate inside of incredibly competitive matchups. Nicholas Reagan has been playing this game for years.
Yes.
I actually don't know even how many years at this point.
13.
13 years.
Since 2011.
My goodness. And so, we've got an old head versus a young gun. We've got two incredibly proven characters up to this point. So, yeah, I mean, I got to imagine, Wooyoung's looking to get that salty run back, but Nick's hand is already looking pretty promising for some turn 2 aggression.
Yeah, one of the things we saw in our last overhaul mirror was the first 2 games were really decided by the overhaul having to commit themselves to build their 4th foundation, right?
Yes.
Trying to get more on the board and not have access to that defensive ability. Now we're going to get to do the first seed to build if we want. We're going to have overhaul ready to commit to pass some blocks, and you're going to need it because these attacks are very fast.
Yeah, this one is at least going to be, 8 speed, and there's no speed reduction on overhaul side of the board, so I don't even know if this one is, I think this attack actually has secret unblockable text on it at this stage.
It's going to cost you a lot.
Yeah.
And one of the things that is the secret text is Endeavor Milled 4 got to put a high engine kick on top.
And then draw a free card.
Yeah, then we get to draw with You're Finished, one of the absolute best interactions. One of the main reasons I think to play this deck on the order symbol is that really cool interaction with You're Finished. The other being the knee smash that we've seen a lot where
for sure.
The mill 4, the order matters. We're going to discard an attack. This is actually unblockably fast.
We want to go ahead and get some momentum, get some early ability to pay EX costs later. here. We see later maybe a Recipro burst, maybe we see a flying thruster kick in the discard pile. So all kinds of opportunities to try to make something unblockable and send it right at Young's face in turn 3.
This is a double-digit speed attack as our first poke of the game. That's got to feel pretty secure. So if we have a +1 high block on Young's side, we block on an 11.
Right.
We could theoretically check a 5 and commit everything out. But you have to wonder, what else does Nick have in store? Because it's very rare that Nicholas Reagan attacks one time in a turn, especially when we're gripping, 6 cards still? 7 cards
Yeah,
still?
I think I saw 3 or 4 pieces of orange in the hand. And he did discard one of them, so he was probably trying to replace that with some building. But even then, going ahead, we got 1 in. We're going to go ahead and grab some momentum. We also have free guaranteed damage coming after this. Oh my goodness.
There's going for the card pool clear, and
There's
then
a
we have
4
Jolt
attack
after
turn
this.
coming this turn.
Yeah, I have to imagine he's going to play the Jolt after this,
For sure.
right?
Double Jolt.
Yeah, you want to get the Jolts into that momentum to kill the interaction later, especially before a Campy Fix gets on the board.
Absolutely.
So, and we get the combo, manages to rip an attack
There
out.
goes the
Love
cool
that.
high block that would have been so useful if Nick hadn't discarded that flying thruster kick for the 4 speed.
True, that +1 high that we could have actually blocked with if we didn't have a 10-speed move.
My goodness. So at this stage, we're going to go ahead and get the free speed. We get the clear our card pool. We got +1 to our control checks for the rest of the turn.
Here comes the mill. Do we see a Lustfer battle for the extra -1 to the check? We don't.
Not today, but hey, an
could
8 low for
self-sacrifice
6. Yeah, that's true. That is true.
It was a very heads-up play to commit the Lustfer battle instead of that face down.
Just in case we feel like we need it later. But even then, this attack is super fast, and even if it doesn't hit, we've got potentially 2 free momentum coming after. So, I mean, I think Nick doesn't have a whole lot to worry about. Is Uyung taking this one as well?
Yeah, that's
my
too fast
goodness.
to risk it.
All right, well, it's time to continue stockpiling momentum. Okay, now we're going to have to slow down a little bit, but even then, getting the electric jolt into the momentum, is Nick one of those players who's going to go for another attack here, even though it's not guaranteed?
So the amount of times that I have seen Nicholas Reagan play an attack on a 6 is too high. The Nicholas Reagan special is to play an attack, have a learning the standards or a breaker happen.
Yeah.
He plays a foundation, and then he plays another attack on a 6. Every time I have casted his games, he has done that.
But on a 6, when you can't pass it, is he going to make that move if he hits a 3?
No, he's attempted it. Even if he couldn't pass it, if he checks a 3.
Okay.
The main thing here, though, is he's got such a lead, and he's in grand finals, so you have to imagine that there might be some consideration at this point, because normally it's the second attack that's on a 6.
Right.
This would be the 4th attack we've played.
Right.
You got to feel pretty good about having 2 momentum and dealing over 10 damage.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think for Nick, it's really, do we want to keep pressing on the gas pedal and see if we can up the pressure, or do we just want to go ahead and play these foundations? And I think, all right, so we could have gone for it, but I like this play a lot. We go ahead and guarantee the requesting assistance, allowing us to pick up a little bit more defense, or more likely, pick up a lot of offense next turn. Because if you're sitting in Uyung's spot at 16 life, I don't think that you're thinking about, hey, I need to crack back right now. I think you're thinking, turtle up, and let's try to salvage this position now that we've been falling behind a little bit.
Yeah, this is pretty much what you want to see for Nick, right?
Yeah, Nick has had everything go right so far this game.
If he had checked the 5 on that electric jolt, I have to assume we would have seen the second one. That's about as good as that's the only other thing you really could have asked for. But we talk about being in the driver's seat. That's exactly where Nick is now.
Right.
He doesn't have to worry too much about anything that happens on this turn. The only thing he really has to worry about is what his next hand looks like. So seizing the advantage is really nice here. Falling Skies is a great poke. Are we going to see this Falling Skies become a throw, you think?
It has to, right? He's got no other attacks in hand. I don't think he's built an attack, but I could be mistaken. And even then, I think right now as Uyung, if you're just trying to get some momentum off of this, get a little bit of damage on the board, be able to crawl back a little bit of that life lead. We still get the foundation build. We get to take away a really strong piece. Which one did he flip? Did you see?
He flipped Hacker Extraordinary.
Oh, very good. Yeah. So take away some of the card draw off of Nick's side of the board, and free momentum, especially if if I'm Nick there, I'm not blocking this if I've got the Hacker up.
True.
For sure. But yeah, so if he's making it a throw, that means Nick says maybe I want to expend a block. I don't think he's playing the Electric Jolt. I think he'd be saving it because it's such a powerful piece when Uyung has to attack him more. Being able to trip him up a little bit, commit some of the things that are causing him some problems, or on defense, just blowing past that 16 vitality by taking away the best defensive pieces on the board, that prehensile
Right.
tail, taking away mainly passionate guys if one of them gets committed or something. So there's a lot of different options that he's got here, but I think the Electric Jolt, I'm pretty hesitant to let that go at this stage.
Yeah, I don't want to use it now.
Yeah.
But you might have to. It might be hindsight, right?
Yeah.
But we would have to, like you said, we'd have to get like the fourth, we'd have to get another face down going.
Right.
And the first E from Overhaul does conflict with that Falling Skies. So sometimes that is a choice that you have to make.
Right,
And it's
right.
not necessarily an easy one. But if this is our only attack this turn, it seems like making it a throw is the thing to do.
It's definitely the play, right? And so I'm not sure, and maybe there's a bluff line that Uyang is going for, but I think a lot of times these bluff lines don't pay off, and and you can kind of get yourself in your own head overthinking these sorts of plays.
I agree 100%. As
Yeah.
someone who loves to bluff and desperately tries to,
Same.
it has. I can count the number of times it has paid off for me since the My Hero Academia spotlight format became a thing.
Yeah.
As exactly one time, and it's only because Clinton Thomas checked a 2.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know, he put himself in a bad position, and then
Right.
I got to really stress him out.
Yeah.
So that's basically it.
You really just dealt him mental damage.
he checked a 2 to play a pillar swing on a 6.
Oh, that's classic Clinton, though.
Pass-
That turn 2, yeah?
turn 2
for
at
sure,
0.
for sure.
Passed his turn with 5 cards in hand versus All Might 3. So I got to do whatever I
Oh,
want.
so you got to win the game.
I get
yeah,
to do
yeah.
whatever I want.
For
yeah.
sure, for sure.
Yeah, now, Yu Young is not in that position.
Yeah, yeah,
Yu
yeah.
Young is definitely on the opposite end of that spectrum where Nicholas Reagan has had pretty much everything going.
Oh, we are going to go ahead. Oh, my goodness. What do we, it's got to be the Pretzel, right? Or no, we're going to do the snack time?
Snack time. Interesting choice.
So I wonder if we didn't choose to Falling Skies throw enhance. I wonder if we are doing the mind game here.
yeah, well, because we've got the second face down. Oh, no, we already had the.
We are burning a lot of our stuff. Interesting. I'm not sure that I necessarily like this play from Nick, but if Uyang didn't make this a throw, then maybe he's thinking, hey, I've got a leverage for a better, more scary turn coming. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and looks like we're gonna activate the full block here. Are we taking damage?
Yeah, that's going to be the deciding factor. If we don't see, well, we won't see it because the judge is the one ticking the life totals down.
Oh no, they've
so.
been pressing it a little bit. It looks like they have not touched the phone yet. But yeah.
I think the phone is only tracking the stats, not the health. I'm going to be honest.
Ooh,
'Cause
okay.
It's a third-party phone that is. It's not one of the players' phones.
Got
that
it.
has the health, but that is, I believe, a player phone for the stats.
Got it.
Either way, the main thing is, I'm pretty sure we did not do the first D.
Yeah, so maybe we've got an attack to play that we built off the
We did
off
not
the
do
first turn.
the throw first D since there's 2 first Ds to
Right,
account for.
right. Yeah, absolutely.
We got that second face down. So both players kind of checking discard piles, seeing what's been sent away, what's been checked, and
Yeah.
also you're trying to try and get a gauge of how many attacks are left in your deck, how good are you going to check. But
Yeah.
Uyang might be a little too desperate to get on the board here. I think you do want to do some damage, get some momentum.
Yeah, but if you hit a 3 on a foundation, I mean, here's the thing: we know that there's a seizing, but we don't know what the other card is, right?
right.
So he can't play the seizing. He doesn't have another attack in hand. But what he can do is he can rebuild a foundation or just play an attack. And what he did by doing that is he didn't deal any damage, but he did get Nick to commit Requesting and Electric Jolt, 2 cards that would pay off a lot in a later turn.
Right.
So so we did have another attack here.
You do check a 3.
Yeah, and this is actually so this is better for Nick even than, getting the Electric Jolt, because he's basically stunned Uyong for 3 on this turn because of that 3 check. We
Well-
still need to commit 1, so it's still stunned
Well,
2,
no,
right?
This one came from the stage.
Oh, it came from the
We
stage.
did
You're
our
right. You're right.
first E to build this down rather than do the throw.
Right.
And then we played this on a 4, commit 1, then we get to refresh.
So what is the last card in Nick's hand is the question. Does he have the mid?
yeah, we
Because that would be brutal.
Ooh, one-man Inferno dumping a 6 off the top, meaning that if we did have another 4 diff, now it's a lot riskier. That's pretty interesting to see.
How cool also that we have Ryukyu's blank number 10 pro hero. Is that it? Is that her number?
I'm never gonna remember the.
I think it's number 10 pro hero, but the
It's
fact
the
that
Ryukyu 0 diff.
a 0 diff 6 check blank foundation in Overhaul coming through. What? Oh, we do have the mid block, but we can fail it, and we do.
We're gonna choose to fail it for that pseudo breaker.
Yeah, pseudo breaker is fine, and we know that we're not getting attacked anymore. We are going to take our 5 damage. I think I would much rather have passed it, right? But sometimes you just can't do the thing.
We're gonna get that bonus 2 damage and heal 1 with overhaul, which is the right play.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't know how many times you're gonna block with 2 foundations. So.
Right, for sure.
And we need to have that prehensile tail. I think to hate on momentum at this point.
Yes, I mean 3 momentum on Nick's side is just the scariest reciprocate. Oh my
Another
god.
3.
The lust for battle coming in so clutch. I mean, all Nick has to do is draw a good hand here, and I don't know that Uyun can deal with the onslaught.
Yeah, I really gotta feel like playing the hardened jab just wasn't it. It was
Yeah.
not the move. Rebuilding a foundation face up would have been good. Now
He didn't even have a foundation to build face up though, right? Because he can only build face downs.
Seizings, yeah, because
Seizing's the other card.
Yeah, so
Okay,
that's true.
quick to act is actually huge here, right? Because I mean, overhaul's at 17. If Nick can't get the job done, and Endeavor's already at 24 life, that is something that overhaul can accidentally sneeze and get done.
But we only have 1 piece of speed hate, and how good is -3 speed really gonna be against these attacks that have EX on them, can dump everything from the card pool to power it up? But
Right.
I don't see a lot of orange in Nick's hand.
1 orange, yeah. I think it's 1 more electric jolt, which is definitely not what he was hoping to see here. He also doesn't have anything. I don't think he's got any attacks removed from the game, or does he? No, he's got 1 attack removed from the game, but I don't know that it's going to be like doing enough to really be worth it here.
You removed that kick on turn 2, right?
Right.
You played the high engine kick and removed it with the acceleration kick.
Mm-hmm.
Now it looks like we're looking at potentially a poke, but
I think we're just going to go ahead and build. We're going to keep our pokes for later. We did get
You
the Can't
can't-
Escape Me.
huge,
Massive.
huge in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. You prevent the
Maximum
horror
overhaul.
of maximum overhaul. Now, what we do know is, and Nick knows this too, there is a seizing the advantage in Uyung's staging area. So if he's able to, play that up either with overhaul or he picks up a jab, then that Can't Escape Me still represents vulnerability for Nick being only at 24. I mean, maximum overhauls come for 10. It's possible to block, but there's not a whole lot of speed redux on Nick's side of the board. So at the end of the day, like Uyung has a really good opportunity to draw some pretty crazy cards here and see what he can make happen in this match.
Yeah, Nick not having like the best defensive setup, really having like a resource management kind of thing
Yeah.
with requesting, and you got the self sack for a little bit of a damage reduction, which I've seen come in clutch more than once this weekend.
For sure.
But both of these decks seem to be based on drawing more cards and like playing more cards and having a naturally better board state,
Yes.
rather than having specific interactions like speed reduction and things like that.
Yeah, for sure. And we do have a little bit of speed reduction in the form of, sorry, what is this Eda card again?
Fusion.
Fusion, that's right.
-2 speed or +2 to an EX or kick attack.
Yeah, and isn't Fusion in quotation marks because it's really just him hopping on Otro's back?
They're not really fused.
No, they are
correct.
fused, right?
No, they're not
That's
really
that's their
fused.
special technique.
No, but that's why it's in quotations, because they're not truly.
No. It's a perfect fusion.
Okay,
It's a
it's-
beautiful fusion.
yes.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, cool. I just wanted
Immaculate. One might say immaculate fusion.
the true combination, the ultimate combination, if you will.
Yeah, well, that's
All for one would be jealous of this fusion.
That's what Ojiro was missing. He was missing speed. That's what Ida was missing. He was missing power.
No, he's missing tails.
He's missing fuzzy tails.
That's, I guess. Oh yeah, there's a little bit of fuzz in there. But yeah, so at this stage, I like Nick not throwing. So one of the things you think, you see Electric Jolt, you play Electric Jolt in almost every match. But Nick, I think, is thinking, hey, if I accidentally knock Uyung down to 13 and Quick to Act comes online, I have such a harder time dealing with what could be a crazy pile of threat. So I really like him. Hey, hang back. Quick to Act is a bit of a threat when my speed reduction, low staging area, and I'm just going to let this go.
No.
What?
Is that the new number 1?
The new number 1, yeah.
Why would we review that in this matchup?
Oh, that's true. Fast attacks are
Why?
fast. And
That's our best defensive piece. Like, genuinely, I
Yeah.
feel like that is with the health total we're at. You at full health, you can maybe make a case for learning the standards and like some other stuff.
Right.
But new number 1 getting reviewed here, I gotta question the motive.
there's a world where we were just thinking, you know what, get rid of
Try to win now.
try to win now, right? Because I think
His plan is not to block anymore. His plan is to win the game. So
Right.
if that's the case, 100%, right, that's not going to help you this next turn. But
Yeah.
gosh, that is one of your only ways to deal with Recipro Burst, to deal with those really fast acceleration kicks.
And we get the Can Escape Me on flip, but we know Young doesn't have access right now to a
Right.
maximum overhaul, right? What's the card that he got in his momentum? It was a jab. So he can prehensile up if he can find one more flip, which he's got options if he wants to do that. But I mean, at the end of the day, there's not a whole lot of offense going on. And to your point, the new number one, being able to reset speed on anything, there are no more jolts in the momentum for Nick. There's no way to deal with like point and click selective committal or selective foundation control. So at the end of the day, that card actually would have been pretty pivotal for an overhaul defense here.
And there's absolutely a world where Uyang passes a whole bunch of checks here, basically, right? There is a world where, especially if our rival's going to help us not check a 3 with that one-man Inferno, both dumping a 3 off both decks, though. But
Also preventing overhaul from being able to build that maximum overhaul into the stage with Harden Chop.
right,
Which was-
the ripples,
Yeah.
the ripple effect in this game, because cards move so much.
Yep,
Cards
absolutely.
move so much in universes that you can look back 3-4 turns and see one little tiny thing that doesn't have any immediate effect,
Right.
that comes in huge later.
Yeah, and I mean, Nick didn't know activating that he was ripping a maximum overhaul off the top, but seeing it in the discard pile probably gives him a sigh of relief.
Massive, huge.
Yeah, especially now that the Can Escape Me's been flipped.
Yes, exactly. So you talked about it, that seizing the advantage, taking away the Can't Escape Me, meaning that maximum overhaul is back on the menu, boys.
Absolutely, but it's now in the discard pile. I wonder what the card was that we did build off a chop. It'd be kind of serendipitous if it ended up being the another overhaul. But yeah, we actually have an option here. We can discard both of Nick's momentum or pick up our own.
Ooh, yeah. So we've seen it almost exclusively used to recur momentum throughout this tournament, but
Right.
it is, I believe, targeted momentum hate too. So.
It's not targeted.
It's not? Okay.
No, but it is just free.
Okay. Yeah. See, I've almost never used it for either of those effects. I use it for the deadlock personally.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm a deadlock gamer.
Absolutely, yeah. I really do like the momentum control aspect
Is
of
that
it.
another copy of new number one? So we're playing more than one?
That's pretty cool.
I thought we only had one. I'm going to be honest. I thought it was a one of. So it's not as big of a deal that we got rid of one. But now that we checked a second copy, again, we're building out now after one attack.
Right.
So I have to feel like having that new number one was a very aggressive review to try and, win the game, progress the game state here and now. But all we did was get Nick down to 17, it looks like.
So the question is, can Nick draw a backswing? And it looks like he's finding some options. He definitely has some filter going on. He also still has Endeavor's once per game form. And so, Uyang getting an opportunity to gain a little bit of life. He's got options to pick up some blocks both from his stage, also from his momentum, or he can just flip those tails and get rid of all of the momentum on Nick's side. I definitely don't think that we are. This could be the end of the game right here, right? It'd be interesting to see if we flying thruster kicked and just EX'd it immediately to say, hey, you cannot tail this anymore, and I'm going to try to go win the game. But instead, we're going to give Uyang the option to flip those prehensile tails and deal with it later.
If we're not 100% sure that we can win the game right on this turn and get the merits here, because we're up against deadlock and because overhaul now has 2 momentum, maybe that's a trade that you're okay with.
Right, for sure.
Maybe if as Nick that you're not actually going to present a reliable lethal string,
Yep.
then getting your opponent to be afraid of your momentum rather than getting the consistency of getting those attacks back could be a big deal.
Right, absolutely. And so we're going to go ahead and see the Mill 4 coming out here from Nick, getting 2 speed. We only have 3 cards left, so we're not able to get Endeavor's damage on this one, but every other attack this turn is going to have plus 3 damage tacked on it. All of a sudden, the
Huge.
threat level increases so massively after this move.
Yeah, almost doubling the damage, like the average damage of
Yes.
moves in his deck, right? So many of them are 4 high 4, 4 mid 4. They start out
Oh
pretty
my goodness, we hit the
simple.
Lust for Battle, and we have Lust for Battle self-sack option too if we want it.
Ooh, okay, so we are going to be able to tax a bit, and we have a lesser route we can discard.
We can -3 to a check. Now, at that stage, I think we may want to save those a little
I think
bit.
it's better to stagger them because you can fail one block to clear them all,
Exactly.
right?
No, but we're going to go ahead and utilize it. We're going to go ahead and discard to draw, give another -1 to the check. We didn't find another piece of orange that we were looking for here, but that's okay. We're just going to say, hey, this attack is real fast. I think as Uyong, we definitely consider failing out a block just to clear the 2 -1s to the check. But we're going to go ahead and see how he's going to navigate this, just given, it's not that much damage. There's
Right.
definitely lots of options here.
And now we technically do have a health lead, right? We gained that one when we put Endeavor down to 17. So, not much of a lead, and also health leads don't mean too much in a turn-based game, right? It's really on who's attacking to
Right.
conquer that number. It doesn't really matter if you have more than the rival unless you're specifically playing Muscle Mauler.
Yep. Yeah, and here's the thing. I think Nick has to fully sell out to this
Yeah.
turn because seeing double prehensile, 2 momentum and overhauls momentum, how many attacks are in the stage, how many attacks do you draw off the top? Overhaul has so much potential here to create a super turn next turn.
Right.
And so I think if you're Nick, you are really hoping, hey, I need to find another attack off the top with this high engine kick. I need to cycle and find something that's going to draw me more cards to try to create a bunch of threat so that I'm going to be able to crash through here. Otherwise, I need Uyong to start blocking with some attacks so I can try to win the game or at least try to stymie that offense for next turn.
And that's exactly how quick things can change because we talked about Nick's in the driver's seat through all of turn 2. Then his turn 3, he essentially bricked.
Yeah.
Didn't get to attack at all. Didn't get to keep up that pressure. And giving Uyong Choi one turn to poke back or, even up these life totals, get a second momentum. And now all of a sudden, Nick doesn't have like the craziest hand so far.
Yep.
Doesn't have access to the damage pump from Endeavor on this attack. So we get to take this one, go down to 14, and it's going to be up to him. Knew it was an attack.
Oh
not what you
man,
wanna
and it's
see.
unfortunate because he knew at that stage and he used the discard to draw and he just whiffed that
Right,
one
it was
last piece.
50-50.
50-50 and Nick misses the 50-50 and
But
so
really quick, we still have the floating -2 to the checks.
we didn't fail.
attempt to
Okay,
fail a card.
so this is, all like the next block that Uyong is probably going to need to pass is going to be even harder. Now let's see, what does Nick get off the remove here, because any of these could be the most effective way to win the game on the spot.
Right, you have to imagine the two things you're looking for are the acceleration kick and that reciprocal burst.
Yes,
But there's a burst.
there's a burst.
There's extend. Extend
Extend
is
is
pretty good too.
huge.
Double burst.
Double burst, triple
both
extend.
extends and
Wow.
bursts.
Okay.
All right, yeah, I think extend or not acceleration bursts are really like the win conditions.
Yeah.
Right, they really are like your primary. Like this is my good turn. This is my best turn I can have.
Yep. And so we're going to go ahead and draw first, which is interesting. I think I would mill here considering the number of attacks we saw, but it's really, do we find one? And we missed it. I think milling there because of how many attacks we removed was probably the right call first.
Yeah, I'm not much of a math guy, but I know that when you have like a smaller deck, you can kind of do the math and reassess there.
Yes.
Because we also have the one-man Inferno,
Right.
right?
Right.
So you can, again, I don't think it really changes to, the next
You would, yeah. Okay. Well, wait. It would have been that one. So actually, he would totally missed it.
Right.
Yeah, for
You
sure.
would, yeah, you would. Well, yeah, you would have had to do one-man Inferno and then see the one after this.
Right.
So if you one-man Infernos, which there's no reason to do that anymore, right?
I
Unless
think,
you're trying to hit a Lust for Battle,
I think-
last Lust for Battle.
I think if you were counting cards, quote
Yeah.
unquote, blackjack
True.
style, then yes, you absolutely one-man
If
Inferno.
this is for sure the last turn, then
Right.
yes.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, we are. I mean, we're currently staring down. What is that? Like an effective 10 speed because of the -2 to the check. High for half of Uyong's remaining life total for 7 whole damage. We can actually make it for 8 if we want to
Right.
self-sack this. I mean, this is a really intimidating attack to block. And if we have to commit out for this, that makes that makes the rest of the turn pretty easy for Nick to wrap things up. Now,
Right.
as Uyong here, I think you want to double tail before you start blocking. Committing face downs feels a lot better than committing face ups.
True.
And if you have to, oh wait, we're writing some stuff. Do we
Requesting?
requesting? Oh, okay, gotcha. But yeah, I think
Which that's another reason to be doing the prehensile tails on the first attack, right?
right, absolutely.
So, It's tough because I have respected the patience that a lot of these players have that I haven't.
Yeah.
I want to press buttons immediately.
Who doesn't? We love buttons.
Yeah.
Buttons are the best.
And when we're sitting here, we're trying to think, what can you do, right? So
Right.
we're focused on all the things you can do. Uyang needs to be focused on what he should do.
Right, absolutely. And we've got a cooperation offer down, but that is the last real piece of defense. Now we can block with a relevant, foundation. Get the manly passionate active. We get to do a little bit of tricks. Is Uyang sitting? Does Nick have any deadlock at all in his deck?
Say that one more time.
Does Nick have any deadlock in his deck?
He has You're Finished,
Okay.
and he has Flying Thruster.
Oh, flying thruster kick is huge. So let's see. 1,
momentum.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if Uyang blocks and builds with manly passionate and accidentally goes to 11, flying thruster kick immediately turns online, you get 2 more momentum to pay your EX costs with.
Which makes those prehensile tails look
Even more valuable.
I think it makes them look a little worse. If I can't deny you any momentum,
Sure.
right? Like, because here's the thing is, if we can pump speed on Recipro Burst outside of EX, then we can still spend 1 momentum to pump the damage on it.
Right.
And so between all of the things Recipro Burst can do, it can get pretty close to 14 with just a single momentum.
Right. Actually, wait a minute. Is it happening? We left it up. We committed our tail. We left up the manly. Are we going to manly?
I don't see it coming down yet. I think he knows he can't go to deadlock.
Okay.
I think even if he doesn't.
No, he left it. He's doing it.
No, he's doing it. Okay.
Flying thruster kick is online.
It's too late now. It's happened.
Yeah, so that is...
But what do we have to go with the thruster kick? 'Cause thruster kick by
Recipro Burst
itself-
removed from the game?
Oh, that's right. We still have the once per game.
We still have our once per game, and there's only 1 momentum that can
He
get
can't
discarded now.
fail these checks either.
No.
Nicholas Reagan.
Let's see if Nick makes this play. He needs to see the deadlock. He found it. Oh my
He's
God.
got 4 momentum and access
He's got
to
the
a
line.
Recipro Burst. Okay, so let's do a quick count.
Yep.
If he checks a 3 on an 8, he has to commit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He'll lose the endeavor, but I don't think it matters when you have 4 momentum.
Right, absolutely. And so let's see.
Will
So-
he see the line?
Oh, I trust Nick to see the line here. We are going to go ahead and get our 4 mil out. It's insane. I feel like the top of his deck has been betraying him left and right this game.
And yet, I think he's about to win right here, right now. We still have self-sack and lust for battle.
Right.
And we have a fusion up, right? If we check good, we've got so many wonderful things that can come out here, but don't count out Overhaul.
No.
Overhaul is a sneaky character.
Yeah, absolutely. And so Overhaul can still block from his stage. Overhaul still has cooperation offer online for -3. We are going to go ahead and see the self-sack Lust for Battle play, which we, like you said, stagger the Lust for
Right.
Battles a little bit so that they can become more effective over time.
And it also makes our reliance on cards that we have ready in our stage way less for
Yeah.
the Recipro Burst, right?
Absolutely. And we can see Nick head in hands like, all right, what is the best play here? Should I pump the speed some more? Should I try to fight for this? How much damage can we get the Recipro Burst up, right? We can basically, if the prehensile tail doesn't get committed, we know we've got 2 momentum to pump speed with, 1 momentum to pump damage with. It's only 11 damage, so we have to get the Endeavor activation off. So we have to not check a 3 on this next on a Recipro Burst to make it do 14. So at this stage, when you
Which
are
also kill the momentum. Please, you have a prehensile tail. Kill a momentum right now.
don't talk too loud. Don't talk too loud.
No, true.
yeah.
True.
But
We
yeah.
are like in the next room over, but come,
Right.
come on.
I don't think that we've been heard so far.
We've got so many Oceania people who are cheering for Uyang in the
oh
chat.
my God,
He's
we hit
the
the
O's goat.
3.
He hit a 3 on this.
So he actually had a 2 and he fails the check. He's going to take half. Now the question is it burst?
Oh, he's not going to take half. He's going to take full.
Oh yeah, he's going to
We're
take
gonna
full.
Once per game, get the burst. I don't think you need to keep Endeavor
No,
ready
he
anymore.
really needed to. Okay, so
Okay, so Nick can mess this up based around the prehensile tail.
yeah, so we get to
If Nick goes down to 1 momentum, and the prehensile tail kills it before we
he's
get
actively reading it.
Yeah.
I think
But
he's going to be fine. But
so cooperation offer also acts as -3 damage here. So
yeah, for
we
sure.
took how much from the thruster kick?
We took 7.
8?
I think we took 7, or no, we did take 8 off the
Because it
thruster
gets
kick.
2 from itself
So
and 3 from
he needs to be
Endeavor.
able to pump 1 damage here and still put enough speed on still put enough juice on this to do it. And again, Nick's top of deck has betrayed him every step of the way this turn.
Right.
So we're
This
going to
is
see.
crazy
Yeah.
if we actually miss its lethal by 1.
Right. So
Because we've got We've got the 4 momentum, but we can't EX for 9 and then discard it because of the prehensile tail.
I think what we do is we stun 1, we pump the damage. Wait, are we? How much?
Young's at 4, not.
Oh, he's at 4. Oh,
Yeah, he took 9 from that thruster kick because it gives it 2 to itself. He's not at 6; he's at 4.
Oh, because Endeavor damage pump.
Because
Completely
Endeavor,
forgot.
we got the +3 from Endeavor.
Hey guys, don't listen to me. I'm really not smart. Amazing. Is that it?
Tough. It's tough because they've got the health totals covered, but that's going to be game 1.
Wow.
Nicholas Reagan in your winner's seat, 1 game away, but Young Choi gets to go first post sideboard.
Absolutely. And you see the new number 1, he takes it out of the deck. I'm wondering if he's thinking about the fact that he reviewed it at a certain point.
He's
you know,
telling him,
that last attack
was
massive. And we can kind of see Nick is already looking at runaways. He's going second, right? So when he's having to go second, being on the defense and being able to say, you know what, you're not going to get your momentum. We're going to be able to stop your hardened frenzies. We're going to stuff your card pool up. We're going to make you trip over your own shoelaces, and then you get to once you commit out, I get to win the game, just like we just did. There's a lot of different plays here, but I love, like, Runaway is one of my favorite cards in the game, hands down.
I was so stoked for it when it got previewed. I don't think I've actually played it symbols, but it was one of the cards from Class Reunion I was most excited for.
Right, and did you notice how fast Nick sideboarded there?
Yeah, he knows the plan.
He's played this match already, but at the same time, it's very important when you're building your deck and you're testing your sideboard and you're going into a tournament, know what cards you can take out. Know what cards are your flex slots.
That's the hardest part of sideboarding for me, because there's tons of times where I'm like, okay, well, this cancel works for this matchup. I need this counter for this card. I need this thing for this thing. What I don't know is all these cards I put in my deck are here for a reason.
Right.
I don't put too many dead cards in my main board.
I don't think you have a reason to put a dead card in your main board. Right.
Like, and there's so few cards that are truly dead in matchups. Like, this game has so many different ways to use cards. We've talked about how many different nebulous paths and ripple effects there are. So it's very rare that you're going to have a card in a matchup that just is
completely
not useful,
dead. Right. But sometimes you're teching for specific matchups. Like, maybe Faith Shield comes out. How good is Faith Shield in this match? I think it's actually terrible. It is a +3 block modifier against a deck not playing pros. Oh, I guess it's against Jolt. You're right. You're right, Sam.
But
I hear you.
I'm not talking Jolt.
Okay, talk to me.
There's 2 things. One is the Jolt. That is the bigger issue.
Yeah, for sure.
But the other thing is it gets rid of a kick that Nick can remove from his card pool.
Oh, true.
So not only will he not clear his card pool, not only will he not get 2 speed, that's also a way that he can no longer remove an attack from the game early to do the once per game. So there's very specific interactions, but I don't think you can get rid of the face shield.
I think you could consider it. It's just like in that game,
tough.
that was the hardest block to have to pass there.
Right. We needed it a turn earlier.
Right.
We needed it a turn earlier. We needed the new number 1 a turn earlier.
Absolutely.
And we needed cooperation offer a turn earlier.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, I mean, that was an incredible match. I think that was
turn 4.
Nick was forced into that line. Otherwise, Young had that game completely wrapped up. But now the priority order switches. We have Young on the play, and he has a lot of options to try to create a lot of problems for Nick. If Young had one more turn, that was it. Game was over.
Yeah.
There was 2 momentum, 2 prehensile tails. All you need to do is draw 1 attack. You have anything in your stage, anything in your momentum, and if you draw 2 attacks, my goodness, 17 life is nothing to an overhaul, especially with all those face ups to give plus damage. So really, that was Nick's one shot. He found it. He took it. He checked every 3 he could. He drew every foundation he could, and at the same time, all he needed
just enough lust for battles.
Yes, just enough. The lust for battles were clutch. You're absolutely right. It wasn't all bad for Nick. Let's not boohoo it too much.
I want to point out, I believe that was turn 4.
Yeah.
And Nick was able to cycle his deck.
Yeah.
He was able to cycle from 2 turns of attacking.
Right.
Can we talk about how insane that is? He didn't even attack on turn 3 at all.
Yeah. If you think that's crazy, you should play Endeavor and draft.
Well, I mean,
because
you want to talk a real turbo mill? Nicholas Reagan is maybe the world's biggest Eva 2 fan, which I know you're a fan.
I played a 120 card Eva 2 list because her enhances remove 8 cards from the top of your deck, +2/+2 to your attacks. So she gives mega stats, but she exhausts mega quick. What a cool gimmick! What a cool idea! It seems like Nick has found a new version of that. I wonder if
the
Sato.
closest thing, right?
is the closest thing. And
you get parallel stats and you take cards out of your deck, they're just not as steep of a cost.
Right. Yeah. And I do wonder if, like, Nick playing Sato just didn't mill enough. Like, he does clear a couple cards off the top of your deck because you keep getting the draw.
There's also a lot of stun hate, and the way that Sato gets speed is through stun.
Right.
So having, like, actual real speed that your opponent has to deal with is, I think, better in this format, at least until set 1 rotates.
100%.
But there is also still really crazy good stun hate zeros that came out in the last 2 sets. So
Absolutely.
you know, it's one of those things where the once per game, I think, is the real appeal with Endeavor, because playing a 6-hander who never truly bricks
Yes.
is actually such a benefit.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I it's the most fun I have playing it, because even if I'm down to my last health and I have to do something this turn and I completely brick, I can usually still once per game, like an extend. I can once per game to play an attack and use calling for backup, and I can give myself a chance where once there was none.
Wow. Look
And-
at Nick's hand is so much. It's a perfect, like, 6
It's
build
a
if he
great
gets
build,
it.
yeah.
Oh
And
my
knowing
God.
Nick being up a game, 31 health, he's probably gonna take it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, goodness. I do think you need, like, Nick needs at least 2 turns, right?
Right.
To get there. He doesn't need the damage from Endeavor. It's a big nice to have, and it creates a lot of inevitability towards the late game. But having, you know, a bunch of opportunities to be able to commit a lot of foundations to pass an aggressive turn early is, I think very useful for him. And so his hand is looking very promising. I guess for me in that position, I'm looking at, hey, what are my best blocks? Is there one of these that I can review to try to get something more like a +1 or +2 block off of an attack or something like that?
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy.
Oh,
seeing-
double can't escape me.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's crazy because the only 2 diffs in the deck are basically what is a symbol and can't escape me.
No way, really?
Those are yeah.
Okay.
When I asked Nick if about his deck earlier in the other room, I think I mentioned Heroic Lineage or something. I was like, "Hey man, you didn't really draw like any of your like crazy stuff. You only had spams." And he's like, "Yeah, I only play spam." He said I asked him about Heroic Lineage. He's like, "It's a 2 diff. I don't play those."
He also rips the runaway off Uyung's 3 build. I run away the first thing you play all day. You get no
Yes.
momentum, and if you want to hit me, you are going to have to pay for it.
Right.
That is an insane get. We get double can't escape me down now. We're gonna go ahead and probably get. I would imagine he's gonna try to build all of this.
He's
Yeah.
gonna build everything but the runway if he can. That's
Yeah.
on a 4. This is
It's on a 5. Are we gonna get a 6 build? Nope. No 6 build.
Rest in pepperoni.
That's okay. That's okay. 5 build is good, but now it's
Can't have
up-
everything, right?
You can't have everything for sure. And now it's up to Uyung here to try to find a way to stabilize, to not give away the game. He's down a game.
Right. One of the worst things you can do is play a 5 diff and check a 3 here.
Oh yeah, and we've got the seizing, so we can seizing, and so it'll basically be effectively on a 4 because we're going to build one, but we're going to be taking cards that have text on them away for
This
cards
is a
that don't.
great one.
Oh, and we did
checked
get
a
paid
6.
for it. Yeah.
Imagine if we played a 5 diff there and checked a 6. You'd have to feel like a god.
Yep. And here's the thing. Hardened Frenzy, the main counter, is going to be the card that's already in Nick's hand.
Exactly.
He's
I
going to
was just
feel
gonna say,
amazing with
the-
this one.
The big thing about Hardened Frenzy is you usually take half damage from it.
Yep.
Why don't you just not take damage?
That's so much better. But here's the thing. Now, Uyung has 5 foundations down. Suddenly, that 3 build wasn't that bad. So he's
Yeah.
going to find it. He's now going to find a way. And I think he's got another attack in his hand.
It looks like the apathetic took away the one. No, we didn't build the 1-man Inferno. We just apathetic, and I missed what got flipped.
Gotcha.
It's got to be a Can't Escape Me, right? 'Cause we
Yeah,
built
it was
2.
Can't Escape Me. Yeah, for sure.
So we got Seizing for Can't Escape Me, and we got Apathetic for Can't Escape Me. We are going to maximum overhaul at our leisure.
I think we've got him. I think Maximum Overhaul's in our stage right now. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Is that the one we built down? That would be wild.
I want to say that's true, but again, I think I missed it. It was like there in a flash and it was gone.
Right.
But yeah, so we've got, you know, I eat 4 off of this all day, stuff number 10 Pro Hero and card pool and say, hey, please stop. What do we got going on here? We're gonna go ahead and respond. Oh, we flipped. We flipped for damage.
Oh, and we got the
And we hit for
Luster
Luster
battle.
Wow.
Ding, 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 ding.
Actually goated. Like
Hey,
that is
Nick Reagan should hit up Vegas, man.
seriously. That is. I mean, these Luster. I will say, while Nick's deck didn't do any favors for him, Luster Battle has come in clutch at the exact right time every time this match so
My
far.
goodness, this card is so. I mean, it's for if it enters during the combat phase for any reason.
Yep.
Check, discard, destroy, self mill, anything, and that makes it so excuse me, so versatile.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. We've now basically breaker dude for the next card.
Yeah, for sure.
We got
And then
the
and
breaker
breaker
one
one
for
for the
everything.
rest of the turn. Like, yeah, that's
And we didn't have to block, so it's not going to build down and clear. And
we
we're-
are going to go ahead and max overhaul here, which I mean, our stage is face down. This actually makes a lot of sense to just pick up a lot of these, and you probably I think you leave the seizing, right? Anything that's not an attack or that's not a foundation, you probably leave in.
I'm probably picking up my best block mod,
Uh-huh.
and then I'm hopefully building in my speed hate.
Right.
You know, I don't think I'm picking up I don't think I'm picking up any ready foundations here.
No. Yeah.
That would
That's
just-
totally fair.
Yeah.
Well,
And
if
we had already done the once per turn on overhaul to ignore progressive, so this is nowhere near as risky as it could have been.
Oh, yeah.
But it does mean that this is almost certainly going to be the last attack.
Oh, yeah, it has to be. I mean, we don't have any more attacks in our hand anyways, but we are gonna try to get some of our stuff flipped back up. If we've got the apathetic still on the stage, I'm pretty sure we do. We just put that one back, and we probably flip another one of Nick's pieces, or maybe we just save it for another Can't Escape Me down the line.
That's my best guess, right? That's my game plan is I would pick up the apathetic for 1/1, and then unless I have a guaranteed like crazy good speed hate card, which would basically be a 3 diff. Like I don't think cooperation offer counts as crazy good in this matchup.
Yep.
You know, one time use -3 speed is quality,
Yeah.
but it's not gonna make or break this whole matchup like a new #1 would. So I'm definitely trying to get my apathetic back because I also know that Nick can side into another copy of Can't Escape Me and have 4 total.
Yeah.
So even though we dealt with 2 of them, there's still 2 more that could be coming.
Yep, absolutely. And you definitely max in this kind of format. It looks like we just picked up a quick to act, which we can build face down, or we can just build right back down, and we're going to go ahead and probably throw learning the standards in.
Yeah, you got to imagine we're going to be building at least a 2 diff, and then we're going to
Yeah.
recycle that 0 to build later.
But I think that's going to leave us with pretty few cards in hand, which lets Nick kind of try to go back and recapitalize a little bit if he finds some kind of aggressive line and checks okay. So it'll be interesting to see if that actually pays out.
And luckily, the 2 face-up foundations that Overhaul has are pretty important. So
Yeah.
we're probably not going to take any bonus damage from this.
They are quality defense for sure.
They are the ones you want.
Yeah, they are. They are pretty.
The only thing better is that new #1, which again we saw Young review in game 1. Can't imagine he's going to make that mistake again.
Absolutely not. Yeah, it's sitting on top of his discard pile. He plays 2 in main board. I don't know if he's got any inside, but definitely that is a great option to have. So hopefully for him, he's going to be finding one of those pretty soon to try to help mitigate some of the offense that's probably coming from Nick Reagan, at least next turn, and if not the turns after.
Yeah, it's this is a pretty solid turn 2, considering the opening that Nick was able to have. Plays around the 3 check, love it. Had another 0, love it.
Double quick to act. Quick to act. Nick cannot go in too hard on Young, or there is going to be a lot of blood to pay with that plus extra
Right.
speed. Now we did get the other Can't Escape Me, massive, but we
Crazy.
also have, what is that, 4 attacks?
I think 2 are jolts, at least 1 jolt, right?
Yeah,
I can't really tell.
We definitely throw double.
I'm speculating.
We definitely throw double jolt in here, right, and just build if we've got to.
There's a 1 jolt. Okay, yeah. So we have at least 1 jolt. You got to have that one down.
Yeah, that one needs to go to the momentum
and it-
post haste.
Yeah, you got to get this one into momentum before Young draws that Faith Shield.
Definitely, and I don't think Young's got the face shield right now, so we're gonna go ahead. Also, the thing about electric jolt is blocking a 5-speed electric jolt feels super bad a lot of the time. So I think this one might just be going directly to the face.
Yeah, this is a tough one to block. 5 mid for 4, and you're
Stun one.
You're still gonna give up a momentum. Yeah, effectively like 6, right?
Yeah.
So just one of the all-time greatest pokes that I've ever seen in this game. So we have a knee smash. We have double. I'm a huge fan of knee smash, but I think that's 1 turn too early.
Yeah.
For me personally. For
I mean,
Nick Reagan, I don't think so.
We're gonna find out from Nick Reagan if
For
if he
Nick
thinks
Reagan,
that.
not so much.
Oof, and that is not the check that he wants to see. But the nice part about knee smash is he's gonna get to rebuild.
Right. Because one of the big things with knee smash is, do we ready? Oh no, I thought
We
ready
drew
one.
we flipped one to draw
Yeah.
off the knee smash, and now we're gonna mill 4. And if we hit a foundation, which we do, 1 foundation.
Ooh, that was close. You were talking about the top of his deck betraying him, but yeah, so we're gonna commit 2, but it's okay because knee smash can remove a committed to build in a ready, effectively reducing that difficulty.
Yep, effective 3-diff move. I think
Something the Earth Symbol is very familiar with.
Yeah, I think Uyong's playing some of those cards in his deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have another knee smash, and it looks like we have an acceleration kick, but I gotta feel like it's too early to keep pushing the limit here, to keep taking these risks. But Nick Reagan's never seen a 4-diff he didn't want to throw.
That's absolutely fair. And, we do have the requesting. We've got a momentum, so we've got some options on
don't have
defense
a
here.
momentum.
We're going to have a momentum for the
Oh,
electric
for
Jolt,
next
right?
turn, yeah.
Yeah.
I
So,
thought you were talking about we're going.
we're
even
not.
Deeper
No,
with an
absolutely.
acceleration kick this turn.
It's possible. I'm not going to put it past Nick, right? Especially if we hit the right card off the top here. Imagine building one of those foundations and.
It's another self-sec as the only. That's creepy, isn't it?
Yeah. But here's
That's kinda weird.
The crazy part is now you get to build in the self sec, and then there's an attack on top. Like that is the efficacy of knee smash, right? If you get it in that specific order, you automatically get both abilities on the card.
That is the whole appeal to playing it in Endeavor.
Yeah,
is
absolutely.
You get to set it up for exactly that style of play.
Which is super cool. I mean, Nick is finding some of his neatest lines. He's showing why this All Might starter deck, All Might, is
We have both the other Canic. We drew all 4 Canic Scapemies in the first 2 turns.
my goodness. I mean, can we pass them is another good question.
Yeah, we're not exactly being reserved with our plays here. So if we do want to play them on a 5 and then a 6, we'd have to be committing a bit much. I don't think Nick is really worrying about this maximum overhaul counter in his hand. I think he's worried about trying to find something new, right? He's trying to find new cards.
Now, it looks like we are going for the defensive play here. We're going to go ahead and see how many of these we can get away with here. I think we go for both,
Does he
right?
play both?
Yeah,
He's going for it. We're going to try and check up 5, and
we did it. Oh my goodness.
We are going to have that momentum with the requesting.
We're going for another 6. This is very greedy, and oh my god, hitting that Lesser Battle. Do we remove it? No, right?
No. We're done. We're done attacking.
That card has paid us off way too well not to.
Yeah.
We had a 1-man Inferno too. We could have played on a 5, but we decided to go on a 6 instead.
He almost put the Jolt face down. That would have been tragic.
Absolutely backbreaking, but not today. And now it's time for Uyong to see, can we rip the backswing? I mean, Endeavor took some damage last turn, right?
So Uyong has, we've got the momentum. I can't really see the health total, but Uyong has access to an apathetic face down, if I remember correctly.
He just blocked with it.
Oh, he did? Okay. So that's rough, because I was going to say, if we drew another seizing, we have the ability to potentially get rid of both Can't Escape Me's.
Right.
But while
there's Can't Escape Me fight, is that just what this game is devolving into right now?
Well, I mean, Maximum Overhaul is by far the best enabler for Uyong's kill turns.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't think I've seen Uyong win a game without playing Maximum Overhaul during the turn.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Like his deck is, unlike the speed kicks versions.
Yeah.
His deck is much more plotting and like hand taxing.
Okay.
And it's trying to like generate all these extra resources around it.
Right.
And it kind of leans on the big stats from Maximum Overhaul.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the other decks, we've seen it kind of lean into the go wide, like Andrew Duvall's deck, and then pick up more attacks.
Right.
Right. So I think it is a big linchpin to his offense, and also canceling a prehensile tail or a muscle mauler recursion is a big deal.
Yep, absolutely. So right now, I mean, as Nick, I think I like blocking hardened jabs all day with mids, just because you can, stymie some of that offense. You can say, hey, hardened jab actually not that good of a card sometimes, especially when it's only 3 speed. Now, do we have cards in our hand that we're trying to save for later? Not 100% sure, but it would be really good for us to just not take this damage and, force Uyong to have to play some more attacks to get more on the board. And that, the more that Uyong plays, the better it's going to be for Nick, I think.
Yeah, we got the +1 block, okay. So pretty much a free block there, no additional stats, nothing that we had to commit, but Hardened Frenzy, this is a true nuisance.
And there's the 3 check, which is exactly what Nick was hoping to see here. So it looks like we are going to commit for it. We still have learning the standards on Uyong's side, and Nick doesn't have that much in play in terms of foundations, but if he finds the right amount of check pass through acceleration kick, the learning the standards might not matter.
I think right here you do the jolt for the economy play.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
Because if you jolt him, okay, we've got the first C, so it's not as big of a deal. I was going to say, if we jolt down one of these foundations, the likelihood that Young Choi is going to be forced to decide between keeping the character ready or building another foundation would be massive, right? So I think that would be a really solid play, but I don't know if he wants to wait to see what Young Choi might build, because there are better targets for that electric jolt than learning the standards.
I think, yeah, it really did. Like, this is a part where Electric Jolt is a really good piece, but there are all these different decision points inside of a game. And while it could be really good this turn to go ahead and tax the foundations down, Nick can just save it, because even if you fail, if Young has to start committing his foundations and gets to the point where he has to commit down to learning the standards, Nick is winning regardless, and he can focus on using that for something else later. So I think if I'm Nick, I'm probably saving it. It looks like we are going to go ahead and save this for now. Young playing some more of his spam. I think he may have actually picked that up from his stage, but going ahead and getting an opportunity to try to.
Oh, there's the defending pageant queen. That's the one I've been waiting for. I wasn't exactly sure if it was on the list, how many copies there were, what was cited. Right, I don't have access to that right in front of me. Got a different screen up, but this is the other reset, right? The new number one is like repeatable though.
Yep.
This one has a remove cost. So while it is technically more potent, it is something that Nick only has to deal with once.
Right. And so yeah.
And a big, huge to keep the electric jolt for a card like defending pageant queen.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you use it for learning the standards, then you get defending pageant queen, and you're like, well, I actually would have preferred. Welp. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, and getting the canis, it can't be fixed down. Also, does Nick play stun? I mean, he plays electric jolt. Yeah, that's an immediate activation, sort of helping to mitigate.
And Recipro Burst cares about committing things, right? It has
it sure does.
You usually want to stack your jolts during the burst if you can, but most of the time you have to use the jolts before to set up for it.
Right.
But when you get that golden turn, it's so good.
For sure. And so here's one of the things that I'm a little bit concerned about if I'm looking at Nick's side of the board. Young is sitting on not one, but two quick to acts. So if Nick starts pushing in, he has to stop before it is possible for Young to go to 13.
Aggression, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because the second that goes to 13, everything getting +2 speed, that's going to be devastating. You're at 14 as Nick. Now is definitely the time to make sure you don't have to worry about a crazy aggressive turn. And Young is ready with it. He's got 2 momentum. He's got 8 foundations, and if he gets to the opportunity, he's going to take it to give +2 speed to everything he possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely. He's counting how many cards we have left.
We're at 10.
Trying to figure out, can we get there this turn with the bonus damage? And I mean, really, I think we can, right? We're going to mill 4. That puts us down to 6 left. We've got, I don't know, did we draw the card first?
We drew the card off of off calling for backup.
But not from extend.
Well, I don't think we've drawn the card from extend, but I don't think we also found anything. So we're sitting on a grand total of 0 other pieces of orange, which is not ideal for sure.
Another whelp moment.
Yeah, we can still draw one more card, but I think as Nick, there's
gosh, you'd have to draw the craziest attack.
Yeah.
Or I guess you'd have to keep.
You'd have to draw a card that draws a card that draws a card that draws a card, and then Nick's deck would have to do the exact opposite of what it did last game.
Once per game.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Nick wins here.
Yeah, you're right.
Talked myself into it.
Absolutely, dude. You're 100%. I mean, yeah.
Can you imagine though if that actually was the line? Like, mill myself out, chain draw exactly one attack over and over, and then once per game.
I'm gonna say there's no way.
I wouldn't put money on it.
But how cool would that be, right?
If he did do that, I'm having Nick come back to Vegas with me for sure, and we're sitting down at some table.
Yeah, and I think Nick has already done his draw. He's got 7 cards in his hand now, it looks like. So yeah, it looks like
he's drawn both cards. So we're stuck with what we got. Unfortunately, I mean, I guess depending with who you're a fan of. If you're from Oceania, you're like, whew,
yeah.
Forehead,
I mean,
right?
it's unfortunately, quote unquote, it's kind of unfortunate for Nick, but I think it's Young would actually much prefer Nick gets almost enough attacks to be able to do something here, because if you can get to that 13 life total, we're going to have some problems, and we're going to go ahead and pump some damage. The nice part about extend also being a card that sets up another card, this might be the card that Young says, you know what, I'm scared of the next one, I'm just going to take this one and deal with the next one, and knowing that there's not another one coming is actually to Nick's advantage, because we could see a learning the standards activation here.
Oh,
we could
true.
see, there are all these different options. Or, even if you decided to blow a pageant queen or cooperation offer, for example, to try to stop this, yeah, we're going to go ahead and take it. So
And now that we're going to peel back, right, we're going to avoid activating those quick to X.
Yeah.
So this is pretty much, where Nick was going to have to leave this turn, right?
Yeah.
Because we hadn't quite cycled yet. We weren't going to get like all of our damage pump. And we don't want to put Uyung down low enough
Yep.
that quick to X do come online. I don't think there's any way that he has to pay life on his own side of the board.
right.
And so you're kind of safe to, because a lot of the decks, like the evil decks, right? Like,
Yep,
you
brute
can't
strengths and things like
You
that.
can't even put them close.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't even get them within like 3 or whatever, because they'll just play like one card that pays 2. And
So really quick, what's going on right now? Uyung is still contemplating the learn the standards response. He took the damage. He just counted the attacks in the discard pile. He said, "Hey, you've got 7 cards in your hand. How many of those are orange?" And Uyung gets to know how many attacks Nick has got in his main board, right? So understanding, that there might not be more coming in, the question becomes, is this learning the standards valuable at this stage? And, going down to only, what would that put him down to, 7 foundations? That makes his offense all that much worse. So it really, this is like 7 foundations is kind of the critical point where you might not be able to pass a super kill turn, even with overhaul. So I think this is a pretty large decision that Uyung has to make here. And he has chosen not to respond. So
and he's going to get paid for
very heads up play. Uyung playing that perfectly. I think he counted enough attacks and he said, you know what, the rest of your attacks probably not going to kill me, so I'm not going to worry about wasting my learning the standards right now. I'm going to save it for later, hopefully, so that I can commit it on a kill turn.
Yep, absolutely. I think the other thing too, right? I don't know if it's ever going to come up. I don't know how important it would really be, because Nick plays almost exclusively spams, right? There's not like a ton of high difficulty, like very opposite ends, right? Like overall super greedy with all these 3 diffs and can like fast build things, I don't think we've seen ultra regen from him.
What is going on right now? Did he think he should have learning the standards, or did he just like?
He's talking about how much he really wanted to, but he didn't.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah.
Or how much he was really, really contemplating it, and he's happy they didn't. But the other ability on learning the standards, right? If you knee smash and build the foundation,
you can flip it right over. That's true.
So not like the biggest impactful foundations on Nick's in Nick's deck. They're there to pass checks.
Right, but
He'll tell you
sometimes they're
himself.
+1 damage that kills you.
Right, but Nick will tell you himself, they are there to pass checks, to play attacks. The text is a bonus.
Right. Right.
And we've seen this style of play work all weekend, from Friday to Saturday, all the way up to was it 10 o'clock here in Orlando tonight? He's had to do light work, though. After the LCQ, because he's been winning, he's had to play the least amount of matches out of anyone.
Absolutely.
So that's got to count for something.
100%. And
he also told me really quick, he won 0 dice rolls in the LCQ.
Insane.
Actually insane. Ridiculous.
So one of the things I just wanted to kind of bring up real quick is Nick having only 2 cards in his deck. That puts a lot of pressure on Uyung to find it next turn.
Right.
So I'm interested to see. I think Uyung is going to look at the
For
deck
half
and go.
a second, I thought he was handshaking, and I was like, "What happened?"
No.
For literally just half of a brief second, I thought he was handshaking.
And now we're finding out what block zones we need to have. So we're going back in the tank a little bit. I like Uyung's build is really cool. He's playing a pretty even distribution of highs, lows, and mids that you have to pay attention to.
Right.
Now, it looks like we've got 3 jabs out of the picture, so that's kind of useful to... I'm pretty sure it's 3.
You know what I've picked up from Uyung's attack lineup?
What?
It not only is it like all the replacement foundations, but he's got +1s in every zone.
Yeah.
He's got like really good block spreads too.
Falling Skies and Hardened Jab, and what's the +1 mid?
Oh no, you know what? I was thinking Muscle Mauler was +1 mid. It
it's
is not.
+2. Yeah.
But it's a breaker 1. So.
Yeah.
And so is Hardened Chop. It's a breaker, but they're both +2s.
Right.
But still, he's got like these very solid like options to block with his attacks too.
Yep.
And they're just like quality stuff.
And those kinds of decks that are able to play like that have seen a lot of success. It turns out that some of the best stats on a card is just up in the top left-hand corner.
Right.
We've seen that all over Air Giro this weekend. Definitely, if you've ever taken a look at any of the Air Giro lists, they are playing I think Mitchell Cimino at the last WWW event, his average block mod was something like a 1.7.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too is if he definitely has a +1 in every zone with the foundations, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
he's got multiple +1 highs. He's got tight lip for the +1 mids, right? You've got like all these wonderful, wonderful block zones and these block mods helping you. So you don't need as much speed hate most of the time.
Right.
But against Endeavor 3, you really got to have these powerful one-time use or like these powerful reset style things like Beauty Pageant and New Number 1. So let's see if
Absolutely.
Woo Young Choi can either really put the vice down, really clamp down on Nick and squeeze out these last bit of health points, or if we find something like a New Number 1 to solidify our position as the defensive powerhouse.
We've got a Mauler, which is a really great start. I don't actually know if we drew any other orange, but
Mahler helps though.
Maulers sure do help. The other thing is, I don't actually know if we've got any attacks in our stage right now. I haven't been really paying attention to that as much as I should have. And Nick has enough to definitely deal with the Mauler. So the question becomes, is it time to continue swinging in? Young, and I feel like Andrew as well. Everybody seems to be happy to just throw out one attack and see how the opponent deals with it. And giving overall enhanced steps, he gets a lot more options. He can unflip stuff, so it does make
Right.
sense to maybe throw one out and see what you can draw off the Mauler.
If I'm getting any amount of card advantage, I'm probably sending it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm almost certainly going to attempt it if I get any amount of card advantage when it comes to playing Overhaul.
Especially while Mauler's on a 5 because you have more health.
Right.
Yeah, so it looks
And
like...
Nick's on deadlock, right? We stayed
Right.
at 10.
Oh, okay.
Because Mahler does have a very powerful deadlock.
Well, we also did just get, double learning down. So we're going to say, it's going to be harder for you to aggress. I think if Nick finds the attacks next turn, it's time to commit one of those learnings and just deal with the defending pageant queen. I'll be really interested to see how he would navigate that. Having double requesting assistance on Nick's side is humongous too, because you basically have net 2 foundations, and some of those could be reusable speed pumps a la ice gliding.
Right.
We have 3 learning the standards. How many of those can we how many of those attacks can we
Bro,
actually
just
eat?
Right.
Right.
Well, if you're gonna learn that many standards, just graduate.
No. We're dual majoring, right? No.
Okay. All right. Let's go for his doctorate in standards. Hey, this is the Hero League championship. We gotta wait for next year for the standard championship.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, we've got all kinds of people learning the standards here this weekend. Now that we've got you and and Trigun in the mix, there have been plenty of standard tournaments. There's been retro tournaments. The side events this weekend have
Off
been
the charts.
incredible. But Nick, let's go back to the game real quick.
The illustrious cycle.
The illustrious cycle with no attacks in hand right now. I think he just ripped 2 fusions off the top.
Feels bad.
It's that's not great for him.
So this
for sure. Uyung is definitely going to be happy about that though.
Ouyang, knowingly or unknowingly, did one of my favorite plays in the game, which is when your opponent draws no attacks and they're at like a lower life total, right? They're in like a danger zone.
Yep.
You play like 1 or 2 cards, you hold 4 non-attacks.
Right.
What do you do as the opponent? You go, wow, I got to turn off. That's really cool. But if you just don't attack, they get stuck. They get stuck with half their hand being non-attacks. Greatly reduces. It's probably the biggest mistake I see new players make.
Yep.
Is they go into that same enhanced step I talked about, where it's like, I need to get my card advantage. I got to poke. I got to do something.
Right.
And then they allow their opponent to block 1 or 2 times, and then review, and then draw a whole new hand.
God, we just removed 7 attacks.
Okay. Well, I mean, if they're ones we want to form, that's not bad.
Oh, that's true.
Also, if we remove them, we can't check them. So there are upsides.
Yeah, but it is hard to draw them when you're like completely devoid of them. Oops,
Oh, we drew 1.
we drew 1.
Do you spin the wheel?
If you spin the wheel and you accidentally knock Overhaul down to
Casino
13,
Endeavor?
you have a real big problem on your hands. Additionally, how many foundations we sit at? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh, that's
5,
true,
6,
the
7,
quick to
8,
act.
9, 10. Yeah, the quick to acts are at, I think Nick is at exactly 10 foundations. He can poke in as long as he's not doing. I don't think Overhaul's way to burn himself right now. So if he's only doing 5 damage, he's okay. But the second that he tries to push beyond that, he cannot endeavor the attack.
Right, which
Because
would be weird.
As Ouyang, like, hey, it's already, this is going to be one of the fastest attacks you're going to play. You eat that all day, you get your learning the standards off, you get your double quick to act online. Ouyang gets set up for that.
So if my opponent plays a high engine kick, right, and sends it for 4, I don't think I learning the standards, right? Because why would they not pump the damage?
Right,
So,
exactly. I
But
think
that is like layers upon layers.
there's layers and layers here, right? What deadlock are we working with on Uyung's side of the board? I know we've got the Muscle Mauler in hand, but you're flipping two cards that might not matter all that much. I think the bigger issue is just that Uyung is getting to this point of full, basically. Critical mass where we've got everything we need in our momentum. We just need to find the cards in our hand.
So Nick does get two -2 speed cards that are really good when you ready them. So that's a big deal. But I want to point out that there is a crazy interaction, right? If Uyang Toy does end up going to deadlock at some point, the Can't Escape Me's turn offensive.
Yes, we got to see that in the match, the 3-hour slugfest between Andrew Duvall and Corey Aguilard.
You are off by 2 hours. That was 5.5, my friend.
That was a 5.5 hour?
That was a 5.5 hour match.
I heard that was only 3. I
was watching the clock.
I think okay. Well,
They took some breaks in between, right? There's
That's
like
true.
bathroom breaks.
They did.
But no, I know when I stopped casting that last game and went into the other room to like check out the
You
main
just
event
chilled
hall,
for 5 hours.
and I was looking at my phone like, wow, it's 5:30.
I need to go back and watch that because
It's
I was told
crazy.
3 hours, but genuinely I was in a time hole.
I was in a time hold too,
But-
so I could be tripping.
But the Can't Escape Me deadlock literally broke Barrett and I's brain.
Yeah, and speaking of really good deadlock that's going to break your brain, we got Muscle Mauler coming up to bust up your board with this sick deadlock.
Yep, it's time to get rid of the defensive
Nice.
pieces.
Can't Escape Me, bro.
Yep, that card is
He has
so
flipped
face down.
He has flipped every Can't Escape Me that has been played.
Yeah, why would you
Nick
deal...
has not gotten to respond with a single one.
Well, Uyang did build his deck to win games, right?
Oh, true. We are the Earth symbol. You right.
We are the Earth. It is our planet.
You right.
And your foundations
And
are
we
flat.
haven't. The crazy part is we haven't seen the Incredible display, which can like also repeatedly cancel stuff like that.
Yes.
So that's something I've been waiting to come out because that is a huge interaction piece right now. That
Yeah, for
you know,
sure.
very fairly costed, but the fact
yeah.
that you can do it every turn is crazy.
Yep.
And the fact that it has another ability on it that is one of the best abilities I've seen reusable is also crazy.
All right, I like that we're going to go ahead and see Fusion speed reduction here. Nick's blocking in this deck is actually pretty impressive because of the low block modifiers he's able to work with. And I mean, there's an art to keeping the right block zones and the right matchups.
It's one of the things I'm the worst at. That's why I play Walkling. I'm a Walkling gamer because I don't want to guess anymore.
Your little baby boy Walkling.
I'm not joking. One of the last decks I built before playing Nomu at the winter warm-up was a water deck that has 4 Walkling, like Self-Assured, the Fearless Frog that changes the zone, Tape, and there's the Zero 2 Foundation Travel by Tape.
Yeah.
And I was like,
oh, travel by tape, really?
it's like a 76 card deck. Literally every foundation changes the zone or says I take no damage.
And you're playing so many 4-checks.
And I was, and I'm like, I'm just tired of guessing.
I'm just
I
tired
hate
of failing my
Mirio.
controls.
Yeah, this is before Mirio got hit with Capture Evildoers and stuff. So I'm like, I'm tired of Mirio. I'm tired of guessing. I'm going to hold every mid block in the world, and I'm still going to take no damage.
Yeah.
And that deck was trash. As you can imagine, all the 4-checks and no offense.
That deck sounds absolutely awful, but hey, you know,
No speed
you
hate.
try it once and you go, okay, maybe I need to recalibrate.
But you know what was cool about it? I didn't have to guess anymore.
That's true. That's true. You know you can block it. You just can't pass the checks.
I never lost a game because I held the wrong zone.
That's true. That's true. You always had the zone, and you
I
just
lost the
couldn't win
game
again.
because I checked the 4.
Yep, every time. We got double Mauler.
Okay.
The whole stage gets flipped, but now we're checking a little poorly. Luckily, we have the life lead, so that big 6 is actually a big 5, which is kind of nice. Overhaul still, I think, has his first enhance as well to build one down. So Uyang still with plenty of options. I think we picked up the maximum overhaul with the
Muscle Mauler?
With the Mauler?
Yeah. One thing really quick. I think
Yeah.
this is the first time I've seen Nick pass a Lust for Battle block.
Yeah.
It's almost always a fail for the pseudo breaker.
He had the option to fail it. He hit the 3 and had to commit a pretty significant portion of stage here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's going to backfire on him.
Well, it could backfire. We also now have 2 self-sacks down, and we can get ourselves out of deadlock. I think as Uyang, you're thinking about, these are the 2 cards you're thinking about. It's probably got to be both requestings, right?
It's either both requestings or 2 self-sacks, but we have... we also have Fusion, which is, weirdly really good for this deck, right?
Yeah.
It punches above its weight when all when you can ready it. So,
Right.
You know, it's one of those things where, like, do you get rid of the card that readies something to be used again, or do you just get rid of the thing to use?
Right, and are we worried about the damage? Is the self-sacrifice damage going to be impactful to our turn? I don't think that Uyung got as many orange cards on this turn as he was hoping for, though I don't know if he's got one built in his stage for the max overhaul to get max value.
Right.
So that'll be interesting to see. Okay, it looks like we're going to go ahead and put the overhaul. I think that's the max overhaul down.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot, where he builds the max overhaul down and then does the once per turn and just plays it.
Yeah.
It's the most basic way to go around it.
And Nick goes ahead and fusions here, so he's going to go ahead and say, I can mitigate this entire attack. I'm going to do that. This represents 8 damage to the face, and if a max overhaul can't kill me and I can conceivably not have to worry about the 7-speed move, I can try to deal with the one after. I've got the ability to calling for backup and filter a block if I need to change zones up a little bit.
Right.
So Nick is still playing to outs, I think, one of the most effective ways possible.
Boom, boom, double shot.
That's
We're going
actually
to take
kind of
out.
surprising that we didn't flip for readying one of the fusions prior to that, right?
Maybe. I think in the overhaul firsty was too important here.
Yeah.
And that kind of dictated how we were going to play this enhanced step. I think
I'm talking about, Nick being able to. Oh, you get the extra momentum too. So we're sitting on 2 extra attacks here. Yeah, I think.
he has the other fusion committed. I see what you're talking about.
Yeah,
He could have.
He
He could have raided the other fusion, but then one of the fusions gets flipped, and you're at the same number of fusion, right?
That's true. Ooh, we checked the lust for battle.
Ooh, clutch.
So we are
Also a +1 mid, so we did have to throw away our only attack, but it saves us a bunch of damage.
right. And we're
Speaking
gonna
of a bunch of damage,
pass this guy on a 6. So here's the thing. This guy comes for 7, right? With its effect, +1/+1, and overhaul. We can give it
Correct.
-2, make it come for 5. And then our not ultimate undead, good, maximum overhaul.
Maximum.
It comes for 10, -2 is
that's
8.
not even close. That's not even the right reprint.
8, my point is 8 + 5 is 13. That's not enough.
That's not enough.
So if Nick double self-sacks this and the next one, then Uyung has to have one more move to clutch it out.
But if Uyung plays a move from his stage, he gets +2 damage from cooperation
You're right.
offer.
You're absolutely right. Never mind.
He did not
Absolutely.
play this from his stage, though.
He did not play this from his
He
stage.
played this from his hand.
He built the max overhaul early. So no, you're absolutely. Oh, he's got the falling skies in hand.
Yeah, I think he's got this game.
I think this game. Well, actually, he could fail it. He can check 2 3s.
Oh gosh, don't put that evil on him.
No,
you're gonna be you're gonna be the most hated person in Oceania if he checks 2 3s now.
He's not going to check 2 3s. He's going to win the game.
Okay, well, also
We're gonna go
you
to
get
game
to
3
ignore
here.
progressive on the overhaul, the maximum overhaul, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Then you get the rebuild one. So if he checks 2 3s, oh no, because he'd have to commit
Correct.
overhaul. Well, no, because he commits 2.
Well, no, he
builds 1.
Yeah, if he plays the max overhaul first, he checks a 3, he commits 2, he builds
builds
one
one
in,
back,
then
and
he
he
plays
has
the falling skies on an
4.
8, which means he can still check a 3.
can
But it has to be 2 3s in a row. There's no way.
Heartbreaking.
There's no way. Unless Nick somehow.
No, you can't take it back. You can't say no way now. You brought it up.
No way. No
you
way.
introduced the curse. You put this man out in the Shadowlands with no lantern
Look,
and said, "Deal with this curse." It's the commentator's curse. It's going to be your fault, and I'm going to blame you.
It's not going to be. It's Uyung is not going to hit that at this time, right?
I'm not saying anything because I'm not going to be the commentator who curses this.
I feel confident. I feel absolutely confident.
The main thing, though, is Nick still has to choose to make those plays. How many times have we sat here and we did the chess matchup?
Oh,
we went tick for tat and tit for tat, and you do this and then that.
Not a
and
damn ability happened.
And they do literally none of it. They did not a single one of the things.
Not a single one of the things we said, and then they still ended the game and everything.
That jolt is still ready, by the way.
Oh, actually,
That
no.
jolt. Oh, but there's a can't be fixed.
Yeah.
So you could blow this, right? If
Well,
he
no,
does
you
check
could-
double 3s.
You could still commit the cooperation offer here.
Well, does he have one it can't be fixed, or he has one? Okay, I thought he had 2.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can still commit the co-op offer here just to take away a little bit of the extra damage.
But you have to be from the future,
Right.
You have to know that that's a big deal because right now your electric jolt is only a 1-for-1 because of it can't be fixed.
We're doing
right?
it. We're actively doing it.
We are doing this,
and we're getting
outside.
ourselves right at a deadlock. And nobody wants to block this. And if you're not going to block it, you're going to reduce it.
Yes.
We're going to take 5 damage. But the
Yes.
question is, does the jolt come down and hit the co-op offer, or are we going to have some more problems? Another thing that I was just thinking about: we don't currently have enough face-down foundations. Ooh, we're making that. Did this deal? Oh, we did. We only self-sec. Did we only self-sec once? Interesting.
I thought we did it twice, but it's hard.
might have done
We
it
got
well.
the overlay right
1,
over
2,
where all
3,
the
4,
stats
5,
are.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, yeah, I think we did it twice.
Yeah, we're almost guaranteed we did it
So
twice.
he's down to 9 here, and so if we get the maximum overhaul, I think Uyong may be one face down away from being able to get it to the damage that's relevant enough to kill. Maybe. Depends on how he sequences it. But at the same time, we still have the Falling Skies option available to us.
So we're at 9 as Endeavor.
Yeah, we're at 9 as Endeavor.
Okay, because the overlay has been a little bit behind the whole time. It's been hard to tell. So.
Yeah. No, it just got updated. We're at 9. Uyong is still trying to figure out what is his best play here. I like the Falling Skies here, but if he checks again, it's just don't check 2 3s, right? That is the epitome of this game right now.
I mean, if I had a nickel for every time, I needed to just not check
We also
2
have
3s.
a jab too.
Jab is a big deal.
Jab is huge
because Nick is handless,
we can
right?
easily pass. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Nick is handless. So
No, I think does Nick have 1 card?
oh no, that might be 2 cards on the side there. Is this his hand?
Yeah, that's his hand. He's got
That's
2.
his hand. Okay, so he's got 2 in
And
hand.
he didn't check 2 3s.
Okay, so we checked the 4 though.
Yeah.
Well, Nick can still block.
Yeah.
We're acting like Nick can't do anything except self-sack.
Well, Nick. So here's the thing.
We're acting like Nick is dead in the water if he checks well, but Nick can play some defense. He's blocked an attack before.
How fast is the maximum overhaul, right? Because if we can
7
block
low.
7 low. Oh, but here's the thing. If we take this, then we die to Falling Skies,
Correct.
and we don't know that there's a Falling Skies in hand.
We also don't know if Nick has a mid block.
That's true. He has had mid blocks.
Yeah, if Nick doesn't have a mid block, then this can be 4 damage on a partial, and then the Falling Skies also.
Falling Skies does exact Cs at that stage on half.
We're
committing quite a bit here.
I was gonna say, are we?
And we can't Falling Skies. We can only max.
Oh, this
overhaul.
still has the Lust for Battle check hack, doesn't it?
Yeah. Did he?
No, it doesn't.
No,
it was
no,
on the
no.
last one.
Yeah,
It was on
I
the
was
last
about to
one.
say.
I thought we checked the 5. We checked the 4, so he's got to commit 3. This is a tough one.
Uyong
man.
realizing like right now it's time to figure it out, and the math is hard. The question is, I think he can only aggress with a low attack from his discard pile. So if Nick held a low block at all, I mean it's what
From his stage.
7 speed, 7, 8, 9 plus the modifier. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards available. Meaning if we check a 5, we can make up to a 13 check. We check a 3, we can make up to an 11, which is actually pretty reasonable. Nick has a lot of options on +1 lows now. A lot of those are in his stage right now. This is super interesting.
This is tough. It's something where you really want to see the 5 check here, I think.
Yeah,
This
well,
is-
yeah, for sure. Right?
You know, like it matters a surprising amount that this is a 4 instead of a 5, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Especially since we talked about like cooperation offer lines and things like
if we
that.
have to commit overhaul to pass the check on the
Falling Skies
Falling
or
Sky-
the maximum overall.
well, yeah, the Falling Skies can't happen anymore.
Right. This
Then-
has to be. We have to play one from our stage next if we're gonna try to win the game.
Right. Yeah, I mean, as Nick, I think you just eat this one.
I mean, if you have,
We're gonna jolt the standards. He can check the 3. He can check the 3.
is he gonna do and it can't be fixed?
Oh yeah, you have to, right?
No, he flipped it earlier.
No, he's got it. It's right there.
Oh no, okay, it's covered. See, man, we got to spread these out. I can't read anything.
Yeah, and he's not
Everything's
even
covered.
going to deadlock with that, right?
He's not gonna flip the it can't be fixed.
But he is going to build one off the top, so we're still able to pass the check.
True. It's just it's a very
Here's the thing, though: if he commits the overhaul, I guess he has to flip no matter what for the damage here.
right.
And for Nick, you have to wonder if you're leveraging for max overhaul or if you're leveraging for Falling Skies, because
Right.
Uyong could have either. Now, if Uyong has to commit overhaul, we know that Nick can utilize self sack to bring it. Actually, if overhaul is ready and he fully blocks this, does double self sack saves him?
Right.
So yeah, if Nick blocks this, he is in the clear. So yeah, a lot of different options that can happen here. It's really going to come down to decision trees. And if he's in the clear, he's cycled, and he's got draw on board, and he's got speed pump on board, and he's got so much damage on board with those self sacks and Endeavor's effect. And
Right now, those self sacks are like a double bass drum, right? Just
yeah, well, that's what we've
-1, keep me alive.
the quick to acts have been that all game for Uyong, right? And that like this
Yeah.
hey, you cannot cross this line that we lay in the sand here. So really,
I'm trying to figure out why we didn't do the It Can't Be Fixed still.
I think we missed it genuinely.
There's still just like a reason to do it, right?
Oh, we're gonna
So-
call for backup.
Okay, I
So
don't know what that was.
so we got rid of-
+2 high block.
Yep. So we got rid of
Is that if that was a Lustro, that would be crazy, wouldn't
yeah.
it?
So I think
Discard for -1 to the check.
as Nick, I think we just have to hope to
Nick is praying. Look at those hands.
Yeah,
He's breathing into his hands. He's trying to figure it out. I mean, this is basically up to what Uyong Choi has available because
Right.
if we do still have a face down maximum overhaul, right?
Yeah, which I think that is our only face down
Right.
attack right
So
now.
if this swings in for 5 damage after the -2 from self sack with the +2 from overhaul,
Right.
puts Nick down to 4.
Right.
Maximum overhaul comes in for like 9.
Yeah,
and you
yeah.
have to block
Which
it.
we do have a low block, but it's a +3.
Well, we
So
just
we're gonna need a
discarded
block.
a +3. Do we have a second one?
We do. We've got a
Okay.
one-man Inferno. I believe
Okay,
that's
yeah,
a +3 low. So at that stage, we are blocking on a 12.
Right.
And if we check a 5, we actually fully pass it. Or no, we check because we have to commit, 7 for that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if we check a 3, I think we lose.
Right. If we check a 4, we can commit everything.
Right.
If we check a 3, we lose.
Yep, absolutely.
So this is kind of what we saw at the end of that Eraserhead overhaul match, right? Where it was like you actually had to commit all the way out. We lost the character for the speed pump, and then Andrew Duvall had exactly what he needed to pass this check. So Nick could definitely use a better block mod, but
I think we just took it. Yep, we just took it, and we said, come at me.
we went down to 2. It looks like we didn't self-sack here, so we're keeping those resources for next turn.
Yep, absolutely. And now it's time.
Nick deciding that 4 damage is still lethal on a partial all the time. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but
I mean, we have to play. Here it comes. Here it is.
progressive schmaggressive.
And on a 5, we hit the 5.
Hit the 5.
And it comes down to, so we only pumped 2 speed into this. Right?
We don't have another face down.
We can set one face down with max overhaul. Actually.
True, that's true. Actually,
Yeah.
that is such a weird use. Put a face down, then pick it back up for the speed and damage.
Just boop, boop.
Crazy. That's a crazy line, but man,
I think it is. Oh, wait, no,
It's
we've
the
also,
only
yeah, that's the only line for sure.
because you need the speed. It's not about the damage. You
we
need
only
the
pick-
speed.
Did we just only pick up one card?
No comment. I am officially not
Did we
commenting.
just
I'm
pick
not
up
doing
+1/+1?
commentary anymore. I am no longer the commentator.
Wait, if we just gave that +1/+1, then Nick, I don't think he can fail this block.
What does he have in his hand? No speed pump there.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Uyong can pass a Falling Skies if he hits a 6 off the top. But right now, I think.
Which we could have been a 5 if we did the It Can't Be Fixed.
Right. Yeah.
If we had done the It Can't Be Fixed response, we could have actually played a Falling Skies after this on a 5.
So
That's
it's
crazy.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If we check a 3, we commit 7. We have it. And if
'Cause
we, had
we didn't
just,
pump,
if we
yeah.
had just pumped the speed, if we had added the card back face down and picked 3 up, that
Looks
was
like he checked
exactly
the
enough
3
speed. He
too.
did hit the 3. Yeah, Uyong had that game right there, and he missed his shot. Now Nick has the opportunity to swing back. Wow.
Yeah. That's rough because we
brutal.
were waiting for this maximum overhaul for like this whole turn.
Right,
and we were talking the whole time about what's the speed? How can you block?
Right.
How close is it? And then we didn't pump the maximum amount of speed, and our rival did check a 3 and
And
committed
actually,
out.
if we had, he got to keep the self sack up. So literally, we had the win in hand if we just put it face down and picked 3 back up. But
That's
unfortunately,
crazy.
now Nick has cycled, and so that's on a 6, right?
Yeah, that's
1,
on
2, 3, 4, 5,
6.
6. Yeah. So
1 for 1 is worth it.
I'm sorry. Learning the standards does not save you when your opponent has 10 foundations in play.
And the access to the once per game. So Nick can't really brick.
And he's got the burst. He's got 2
There's
momentum.
a jolt. He's
the
already got the
jolt.
burst. This
He's-
is it.
Oh,
Nicholas
my God,
Reagan
that's
is
it.
gonna.
That's game.
We can't call it so it's official,
No,
but I
you're
think
right.
Nicholas
You're right.
Reagan has gone undefeated from the LCQ. into grand finals from the winners bracket.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, this
I'm
is.
trying to contain my excitement because we've been waiting for this for a long time.
You just can't get too loud because then Uyang knows what's going on, and
I
Nick gets
know.
a lot of
Well,
pressure in his head.
You know what?
Like,
I'm going to be real. I don't think it's up to anything Uyang does at this point.
wait,
I don't think it's in his hands.
It's up to Nick to not accidentally lose the foundation. Okay, so Nick can stun Uyang fairly well out. He just has to make sure not to get rid of the foundation in his hand for any reason.
Oh, because of learning.
Because of learning standard.
Wait, so his hand is too angry?
His hand is very angry. I think it is just angry enough, actually, from the one learning the standards, which is pretty wild. But yeah.
Dude, that's actually the craziest, right? If you just drew 6 attacks,
Yep,
and
you
then
would-
you
you would
have the
just
learning
lose
and
on
you
the
lose
spot.
and you don't get to win, that would be the wildest,
Absolutely brutal.
way to not win the world championship
Yeah.
in 2023.
For sure.
Oh my goodness.
We're gonna go ahead and get our stats. I mean, these attacks are basically unblockable at this stage. This burst coming in, we've already got +1 speed off the stun 1 and the burst response. We get another +2 speed, so we're at +3 right now. Do we pay all of our momentum into this one? We do for the damage, right?
Say that one more time.
Do we pay our momentum into this attack to get the damage right now? Is that the objective? Do we pay our fusions in to get more damage? Like, we can make this thing big.
I mean, the world is your oyster is Nick right now. I think we do only because this is the attack that spends momentum the best.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, and we've seen the deck list. We know that Uyang Choi doesn't have plus ultra. We know that there's no.
No, we didn't spend any of it. We just said, you know what? This is enough damage. We're going to
Got
go
the
ahead. We
learning.
got the learning out of the way.
Plays around the 3. This is the Nick Reagan special. We play the attack, then a foundation, then a 4 diff on a 6.
And here comes the jolt to stun 1 more, right?
Oh, we're looking. We got all
we
the
got
options.
a second one in our momentum.
got all the-
Sam, we are
yeah.
terrible at this game. Did you
No,
know that?
I knew about that.
No, yeah, you knew.
I knew.
I'm bad though.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, so we took like
This is it.
this is a big Gillian, yeah.
So we took, I believe, 8 from the last one, put us down to 13.
Yep.
This one is going to be +3 damage here, put it up to 8 again. Then we can give it 3 speed.
Yep.
Then we can give it 2 more from fusion, 2
Yep.
more from fusion,
And 2 more from
and
self-sacrifices.
2 more from self-sac. So
This is an unstoppable.
this is definitely
Reciprocal
going to be
burst.
a lethal burst. And
That 1 ultra rare come back to go win the game. This card is honestly
people have been waiting for like Reciprobers to be like the craziest game ender for so long.
Right.
It's weirdly fitting that as My Hero Academia format goes into the sunset, that Nicholas Reagan plays 2 of them back to back. The only 2 in the deck.
Yes.
The buddies.
the only 2 in the back deck. Are you serious?
They're
Wait.
the only 2 in the deck.
Okay, so we just pumped our EX. There it is. There
Yep.
it is. And here comes the damage.
He's gonna string out. He's not going for the 1 big. He's gonna string.
I think the 1 big gets it done here. I don't think he has to worry about that. And there's the
Yeah,
cards
there it
down.
is. Okay.
We have a new Hero League champion, our new world champion,
Nicholas Reagan.
going undefeated for 5 straight rounds in order to become crowned our winner. Endeavor 3, a character so aggressive, so new, so fresh. Yeah, a lot of people wrote him off as just, this is just kind of an aggro engine, but Nick has truly shown the efficacy of solid blocking. We don't need to have all these foundations that do all of this mitigation, all of this speed reduction, all this other stuff. We need 1 diffs that let you go fast. And sure, they're going to give you a little bit of efficacy, but at the end of the day, the attacks and the character speak for themselves.
I'm just so excited for Nick, man. I'm really trying to contain my excitement because I've talked about the stuff he does for our community.
Yep.
He's a good friend. He's been, just absolutely he's exactly what you want from a community member.
Yes.
Right? Like, he's been in this game for so long, over a decade. He's never tasted the glory of a world championship, and I can't think of anyone more deserving. I'm just so happy for him. There it is. We got hugs coming, and that's what I'm waiting for.
It is. Absolutely.
Nick's not the type of guy to get super excited and jump up. He needs someone to come do that for him. So like I said, I'm trying to save it for when I see him. We got Tim Keefe coming in, getting the big
prior
hugs.
world champion, 2-time world champion
Gosh.
Tim Keefe, and and massive condolences to Uyung. What an incredible play, all the way from OCE, only playing for less than a year, getting all the way to the finals of the Hero League Championship, playing insanely all day. We saw so many. We got to see Andrew.
I'm sorry,
Duvall.
I'm gonna get in on this too.
Oh yeah.
I'll be right
You're
back.
good. You're good. I was just gonna say we got to see Andrew Duvall do crazy overhaul things 3 times in a row on stream, and for Uyung to come and unseat a 2-time HLC repeater, and then for Nick to be able to take him down. I mean, Uyung has had an amazing showing. There we can see Sam and Nick and Levi celebrating here. What an incredible win! We've got one of the just a classic old head on the screen here who is ready, and it has been his time. So what Sam and I are going to do is we're going to take a very short break, and we're going to see if we can hop on and get Sam. We're going to try to get an interview with Nick.
Absolutely.
And so we will be right back with you for our winner interview for our 2023 Hero League Championship.
It doesn't feel real.
It's amazing.
It doesn't feel. Who would have guessed? Endeavor 3. Just aggro stat stick. This is Nick Reagan's bread and butter. I mean, like I said, man, I can't think of anyone more deserving, and I can't think of someone playing in their wheelhouse more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
He's been basically trying to make order kicks work this whole time.
Oh, he's been making order kicks work, but here he made them shine.
Yeah, he made them the best in the world.
Yep.
2023.
2023. So we will be right back with your 2023 HLC champion. And I am here with our 2023 Hero League champion, Nicholas Reagan. Congratulations, man. How do you feel right now?
It is not real yet. It'll set in sometime, I'm sure.
Yeah.
We'll find out when.
That was incredible. Obviously, we've seen such an outpouring of support coming in. You had a hug train before coming in.
Yeah.
Jacob, and your hug was immaculate. I wish somebody got it on camera because it was beautiful.
Jacob is so squishy and soft.
Jacob is so wonderful. He's
Yes.
that's inside and out for sure. So tell us a little bit about your tournament. Take us all the way back, because you, up until Friday, you were not even here. You were
No.
not a contender. You were not even remotely close to this tournament. And then suddenly, to come all the way through here, you've had 3 grueling days of play and a lot of waiting around.
Yes. 9 hours today.
9
Waiting, I
hours.
think.
9 hours from your first game to right now.
I think it was 8. Something
It
like
is
that.
8, somewhere
It
in
was long.
there.
Keep track of time anyway.
Yeah. You could have basically done a work day and then come back and finish. But
I could have gone to a theme park.
could have gone to it. There are options aplenty. But I think this was probably more worth it. So talk to me a little bit about getting here. Talk to me about your LCQ.
Okay, so LCQ, it was a ride. I lost every single dice roll. I had to break serve every single game
Wow.
until the finals where I ID'd.
Yep.
I'll admit, I got very lucky. Round 4, I shouldn't have won.
Oh, really?
Really? Well, I won, and we take those.
Yeah, for
but
sure.
I won on judge damage, which doesn't always feel the best.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's just like an extra card draw or something like that.
So it was game 2.
Yeah.
I played a runaway,
Okay.
and we'd already resolved it once, so he should have known where it came from. But he grabbed the top card of his deck, put it in his card pool, and looked at it.
Oh, and you can't really reverse.
Yeah, and we called the judge over.
Yeah, just to see what was going on.
Yeah.
And I mean, you don't necessarily know what's going to
And
happen.
that was just a
as result
warning.
of that. Okay, that's good. That was just a warning.
Problem is, game 3,
Yeah.
I am dead.
Uh-huh.
I am dead to rights.
Yeah.
I don't know it yet, but I'm at 4 health.
Yeah. Okay. What character are you playing against, by the way?
He's playing some Mirio.
Okay. Yep.
He plays a rewind throttle,
Uh-huh.
makes it low, gives it 2 damage, commits something in my stage. I don't remember what.
Right.
Might have been a draw 1. I'm not sure.
Yeah, for sure.
And then he immediately says the draw and draws the card.
Okay.
But I have a Can't Escape Me on board.
And he activates, and you don't have an opportunity.
He doesn't give me an
to
opportunity to respond, and in my head, he's digging for attacks.
Right.
I have 2 mids in hand.
Yeah.
I can partial this, live at 1. If he doesn't have another attack, I get a turn.
Yeah.
But he draws it too
draws
fast.
the card before you can even
As soon as
respond.
he draws, I'm like, I have a response to that. Push it forward.
Yeah.
We call over a judge. Judge's like, well, it's technically it's sort of different, but it's close enough to the same infraction.
Oh, my
We have to
goodness.
give you a game loss.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that's.
He then showed me his hand afterwards.
Yeah, it was just.
Another rewind throttle, 2 Valiants.
Oof.
It did not feel good. I was real shook up after that.
Yeah.
But I mean, you got to give your opponent a chance to respond.
And you went 501, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so even if you'd lost that, there was a chance that you could have still gotten in?
My tiebreakers were, I had the
yeah.
lowest
You had
tiebreakers.
Oh, my
My
goodness.
tiebreakers round 4 were literally couldn't be lower. They were
Gotcha.
33.33%.
You know, and you say that we take those. There are plenty of examples of
Yes.
championships being built on slight misplays, slight inaccuracies. That has happened so many times in our game. I cannot even imagine.
Yeah.
And so you made it out of your LCQ, and
Yes.
then you got into your rounds. So walk us through. Who did you face in your rounds?
You make me remember yesterday.
Yeah,
You
for
make me
sure.
remember 48 hours
48
ago.
hours. 48 hours ago, when you were first sitting down when they first
Round
had their player
one,
reviews. What were you?
I
what were you
had
playing?
the Mirror versus Fire Endeavor.
Okay. Oh wow! So you played against one of the other Endeavors.
Yes.
Incredible.
The only games I had all weekend that were 2-0s were against the Overhaul I just played.
Wow, really?
Every single game other than those two went to game 3. I only won 2 dice rolls all weekend.
Wow.
And those were one against the Giro.
Yep.
And I think I won the dice roll against a Bakugo 4 in LCQs.
Gotcha.
Not LCQ, in the HLC.
Yeah.
So yeah, I played him. Then I played a Bakugo 4. Mm-hmm. Then I think it was 2 Giros in a row.
Wow. Both Giro ones?
Yeah, both Giro 1s, I think. I remember playing 2 Giros. I think that's what I played against. And then that was the end of my
Overhaul.
day. That was 4. And then I played Overhaul. Then I played Overhaul.
Right. So all in all, what made Endeavor the choice for this tournament? And now I know that this kick package is something that you have been cultivating basically since the start of the MHA format. But was it time to put Endeavor on the map as the quintessential choice?
Not exactly. We had a winner case about a month ago. And I needed something to play.
Right.
Back I just been banned, so I didn't want to play my Midoriya 2.
Right, for sure.
I hadn't tested it at all. I hadn't had time to do much testing because of work and other things. I'd been playing a really janky Tabe deck at locals.
Yes.
So I didn't really have a deck for it.
Wow.
So I'm like, well, what haven't I played in a while? The Solder deck's fun. That's cool things.
Yeah.
Someone on Discord mentioned Knee Smash and Endeavor, how it lets you build the best foundation in your top 4 cards.
Yes.
So I built that. I took it to the winner case. And bubbled out against Colby Cram.
Wow.
Out of the top 4.
I mean, to be fair, Colby Cram is an incredibly decorated player at this stage. So yeah.
The funny part, he was playing the same deck he played in the LCQ.
Oh, really?
I played him round 1.
And you beat him.
I did beat him.
Oh, my goodness.
I made a couple changes to the deck. I put the Runaways in the sideboard.
Yes.
The sideboard was just some order cards I threw together. I had no plan originally for it.
Yeah.
And I didn't have the acceleration kicks in yet.
Yeah, the acceleration kick. I mean, that card shone all weekend.
That card is +1 or +2 your check for the rest of the turn. It's amazing.
Yeah, and you're not the only person in this tournament to figure that out. Andrew Duvall was using that to terrifying effect in his games. I don't know if you watched any of the games that he played.
I saw one of his games between me wandering around waiting for matches to end.
Yeah, it was beautiful and terrifying the way he used that card. So it's a set 1 card. It's definitely it looks like a combo piece. It operates a little bit like Denki 1, where it lets you create this super turn where you're getting to clear everything out and then keep on going and keep on going. Yeah. So to see that as effective as it was in that deck, I mean, you guys, it was a great last hurrah for the card.
Yes.
And then Recipro Burst as well, double Recipro Burst at the end.
I was debating whether to go Recipro Burst or something else, but I'm like, Recipro Burst should just kill here.
Yes.
So we just do Recipro Burst.
Yeah.
Why risk anything else?
Why fail the checks? Now, in that last round, I know that the last turn that Uying had, we were calculating it. It seemed like he had a winning line. He needed to put a face down in with the maximum overhaul, and then he would have had 3 face downs to perfectly fail you on that block. Were you cognizant of that going into that?
I was cognizant that we were probably going to game 3.
Yeah.
He also forgot to call.
It can't be fixed?
No.
Or
He did not call overhaul on the previous attack. So he did not want to play the jab.
oh my
He wanted to
goodness.
play from stage, but he didn't call it during his.
Oh,
he went to play
no.
like, I don't think you called that. We looked at the judges, and they're like, yeah, you didn't call that.
Oh my goodness.
So he had to play that, which tapped out his stage,
Oh wow.
and then he went to the overhaul.
So
That was-
just a couple slight errors, a couple slight misplays, and you know, again, that is what championships tend to be built on. And not everybody's going to play perfectly all the time. Ouyang has had to have so many matches. We've gotten on him stream several
I
times
mean,
today.
I don't blame him. He has been playing well. He had only had to play 3 matches today.
Yeah.
But he has, just like me, been sitting around. He had a really rough overhaul match before this.
Yeah.
Like that puts you on tilt some.
Yeah,
He has had a longer day than me.
yeah,
A little bit. Like 2 hours.
yeah.
He's also more jet lagged.
Yes.
All with Oceania. And he's a new player. There are things you get from playing the game a lot.
Yeah.
You learn to remember to press all your buttons.
Right, for sure.
And you keep like a mental checklist in your like all my turns. I was keeping a mental checklist of what buttons have I pressed, what buttons am I going to press.
Right.
And I have most of my turn plotted out from like the first card, barring draws.
Right, for sure.
That draws a lot of cards.
Yeah, the deck does draw a lot of cards. So, moving on from your victory, you now have the opportunity to get the coolest prize in gaming.
Yes.
Nick Reagan 1-dot champ card.
Oh, I know. I already have it planned out.
What are your symbols?
Air, Chaos, Fire.
Air, Chaos, and Fire. Interesting, no order on that.
No. I want to do an homage to my 2 favorite characters.
Okay.
Ava 2
Yet, also one of my favorite characters.
and Remilus.
Amazing.
Obviously, it can't be. They've already told me in the past, whenever I've asked, you can't get a stacker.
Yeah.
So it will not have that part of Remilus, but it'll have another aspect of Remilus. that
Amazing.
I like.
Very cool. Yeah, she does a lot of re-readying. She does. Is it card pool clear or is
She does
draw cards?
She does draw, card pull clear, re-ready, and stats.
Gotcha,
Which are
gotcha.
all the things you'll want.
Yeah, for sure. For
she has to
sure.
come through a lot of hoops to do them all.
Right.
But the idea is it's going to do some re-readying stuff from Remilus.
Yep.
And I want to do the aspect of Ava where you have to play a gigantic deck or you will deck out.
Yes. Amazing. That's
It's going
very fun.
to be burning its deck to the RFG as fast as it can.
That is so cool. I cannot wait to see what your brilliant mind comes up
I
with
mean,
for
this
that.
all requires Tim Freely to approve it.
Oh yeah. Tim Freedley, you know.
He likes saying no.
I believe it. I'll talk to Tim Freedley before we need to talk to Tim Freedley. We can do that. So are there any shout outs that you would like to give for your win?
I would like to shout out, well, first, Unfun Stuff, my
Yep.
sponsor. I'm not wearing the jersey because it's cursed.
Yeah, absolutely. You told me that at the beginning of the weekend. You said I'm not wearing the jersey because it's cursed. And look, not wearing the jersey, look where that got you.
Yeah, every single major I wore the jersey at this year,
Yep.
I scrubbed out by round 3.
Yeah. Well.
Every one I didn't wear, I top cut. Literally, I went through the checklist of like I did not like it was dirty for this one, so I wasn't wearing it. He hadn't sent it to me by UK, so
Oh,
I didn't
yeah.
have it.
For sure.
Like, so yeah, and then everyone I had it.
It was.
I just scrubbed out immediately. That what happened to Nationals. I was wearing the jersey, and I'm just like, well, it's round 3, and it's round 4, and I'm 1-3.
You know, just because you're not repping Unfun Stuff on your jersey, I think
It's in the heart.
I think Bromley can be pretty happy with the way that you performed
Oh, yeah.
today. I mean, getting that win, we've seen Jose dominate, right?
yeah.
And so now you're taking up the mantle and bringing Unfun Stuff the greatest possible glory you can inside of a year of this card game. That's incredible.
Yes.
Any other shout outs that you'd like to give or any other call outs that you'd like to make?
I'd like to shout out my entire local playgroup.
Yes.
Our local main game store, Game Castle of Santa Clara.
Amazing.
And everyone I played against, everyone was great. The greatest community gaming. I think I only had one player get salty in our match.
Yeah.
Which is great going.
Yep.
And I'll admit, I would have been salty in place too.
Yep.
I acceleration kicked his barrier shoot out of his hand when he had 4 cards in hand.
The random discard, you
The
just
random
ripped
discard.
the one thing
He had
that drops his
1 and
speed to
4.
0. Oh God!
And it was at 10
yeah,
speed.
I'd be mad. I'd be absolutely pissed. That's incredible.
That's the only person who was really salty after a match. And you know what? I would be too in his place.
Yes. Yeah, I absolutely cannot blame the guy.
But it was Bakugo, so he deserved it.
Oh yeah.
He
That-
ripped
that-
my hand apart. I'm ripping his hand apart.
Amazing. Well, Nick, congratulations again. We have for you. You're
pile of
prizing a pile of incredible
I have
prizing
no idea how I'm getting
coming
that
in
all
here.
back to California.
Well, you're gonna have to figure it out. Your beautiful champion playmat, the Midoriya standing tall with his 5 fingers outstretched. Every playmat from the tournament, you get to see all of the MHA characters in their perfect light, but on top of that, some of the coolest character promos in the entire universe. Champions all just, I mean, absolutely incredible. And then finally, your beautiful selection of chrome rares.
Slide it back in there.
Thank you for fanning all those out. But every single chrome rare from the Jet Burn set with the world's mark on it, and then finally, and last but not least, Nick, for your win, this amazing World Championship trophy to commemorate your win forever. I hope this goes up on your mantle. Do you know where you're going to be putting this yet? Because it's pretty intense.
I need to buy a house first.
You need to buy a house first. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, it can hang out on your desk maybe, or you can just have it at work or something like that, and just like show it off.
If only FedEx was open before I moved. I could probably get this. It would be a lot easier to get this home. Oh man, that's not light.
Is that hefty?
That is hefty. I was thinking I could get that in the carry-on. I might need to go buy a check bag.
Yeah.
And
Beautiful.
anywhere open that can buy a check
Yeah,
bag.
I'll take the box out of the way for sure. For sure.
Go, my friend.
Amazing. Well, again, congratulations, Nick, on your 2023 World Championship win. We will be back in just a moment with a couple short announcements, so don't go anywhere. But we have it here, your 2023 HLC champion, Nick Reagan.
Welcome back, everybody. I am Sam Tate. I am joined by your grand finalist, Woo-Young Choi, who came all the way from the Oceania region to make it to the grand finals, coming up just a little bit short, but you had an absolutely amazing run, had some wonderful top plays with Overhaul. It was not an easy journey, but I gotta ask you,
Yes.
How was your trip? How was the whole experience at the HLC?
So far, it has been phenomenal. It's been the 22-hour flight journey was rough, but the hotel, the venue, the air conditioning, and the staff have been amazing.
Awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. Now, you said that you had only been playing since, 2 weeks before the Auckland, New Zealand regional?
Yeah.
And you picked up Overhaul as a starter and you haven't switched characters?
Yeah, no, I'm just a big fan of the character and the way it plays, so I was just
Awesome.
like, why change if I'm able to win the Auckland events and stuff? So I was like, let's stick with it.
Fantastic. So tell me a little bit about the deck building decisions you made coming into this event specifically. You know you were qualified for the HLC. You knew it was
Yeah.
going to be a double elimination bracket. What went into the preparation? Any changes you've made from like a previous version of the deck?
Yeah, ideally I would have had a lot more time with testing. But I had very limited time. But one of the reasons I stuck with Earth Overhaul was I think it was just very versatile. I think it had a lot of tools to play into whatever field because I wasn't really sure what was going to be here. So things like being able to flip opponents' foundations, things like learning the standards are just so powerful and just keeping me alive against anything. So I was like, this deck I'm familiar with it, and also it'll keep me safe from whatever matchup. So
Wonderful.
Yeah.
All really good reasons to pick up this deck, right? It's been one of the tried and true, staples of our meta game. When you got here, right, and you ended up in losers bracket,
Yeah.
you tell me what was going through your mind at that point, because at that point you've got to add extra games to your journey, right?
Yeah. What was going through my mind was my girlfriend Adrian was waiting for me at Disney World to join her once I dropped. But when I lost, I had to wait for the finals match, and then I won. So unfortunately, I left her at Disney World. But other than that, it's been good.
Hey, I mean, there's worse places to wait, right?
Indeed.
They still got to be really happy for you though after
Yes.
everything. So
Yes.
not the worst way to spend your vacation here, to spend
Exactly.
your trip here. And
When we arrived, she was like, "When you O2 drop, come join me at Disney World." But no, here I am winning my games.
Well, I mean, the results speak for themselves, right? That's crazy. That's
Pretty much.
I hope you were texting them updates all day, like still winning,
Yeah, yeah.
winning, right? That's amazing. I love that because we had a lot of people who were like, well, once I'm out, right, I'll go to Disney. We had
Yeah.
people trying to go to Disney and come back, and
Yeah.
so that's very funny that
Yeah.
actually happened. So during the losers bracket run, right, you got put there by Nicholas Reagan,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And you knew going into grand finals that
Yeah.
you were going to get your chance for revenge.
Yeah.
What was the mindset, right? You knew from the previous match. What did you learn from the first matchup that you took into the second grand finals matchup?
Yeah, I think it was I just had to play faster, and I had to keep up learning the standards for very key turns. And I don't know, just classic versing Endeavor things, knowing exactly when he's going to cycle. Because he's milling so much of his deck, you can really count their attacks, which is why you saw me counting like countless times.
Yeah.
Because I needed to keep perfect block zones for the attacks that were coming. But unfortunately, I was just not playing my A game, a couple of misplays. But all right, but it was okay because I think I would have been overwhelmed regardless because he was playing very clean. And that deck with the kicks, unique and very, very spooky.
Yeah, tell me
Yeah.
about this kick package. Are you used to fighting these decks that have all this speed on all the attacks? I don't think there's very many characters that are really on a speed first package. So was
Yeah.
that something that was throwing you off?
Yeah, definitely. Because like the whole shtick with Endeavor is that you can block, and then block from stage, ignoring progressive, so that you can block wide. But when everything comes in so fast and everything is actually going wide on top of that, it was very tricky to do the math. And I just hadn't had the reps into Endeavor to figure out exactly how to block it out. But it is a very spooky deck. And when I lost, I was like, I'm going to get another shot. I think I'll be okay this time. No, I was not. It was still too scary.
Well, you still got some amazing prizes.
Yes.
You got a copy of every single one of the playmats, right? Everything was additive. So you got like a stack of playmats here.
Yes.
You did get some special serialized chromes. It's got to
Yes.
feel pretty good, right?
No, it feels good. I'm just processing it. I think I'm just exhausted. Once I take a nap, wake up, I'll be like, yes, second.
Yeah,
But for now, I'm just tired and thinking about my misplays, and I'm just like in that state.
Well, I can definitely feel you on the nap there.
Yeah.
I just want to talk to you a little bit about the future, right? We've got so many of these previews coming out.
Yeah.
We've got a return to multiple IPs. How excited are you that we're going to have more than My Hero in the game?
I am so excited. And I'm particularly excited for Critical Role coming out because I've just been like the biggest like Critical Role fan for a long time.
Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite?
Oh, just every character from season 1, just like Vix and Vax, Scanlan, all those characters. So I'm just definitely going to be picking up that Critical Role season 1 deck.
Okay. Yeah, Scanlan's a huge favorite.
And then when that deck came out, I was like, they can do that. They can take IPs that aren't just like straight like anime, and I was like, the possibilities are endless. I'm super excited.
The whole universes, baby. We've had IPs from board games before. Like, wherever we can pull from, we're going to get your favorite characters into universes. So I think that's very cool. I, too, am very excited for Critical Role as a big tabletop gamer. So that's my avenue as well. But we've got the Dark Tournament coming up. Are you excited for that?
Yes. Not going to lie, I have not even had the chance to properly look at it because I was just like getting ready for this and just like balancing life. But now that this is over, I can now appreciate the new set and find ways to be excited.
Well, I guess, can we expect to get more events in the future? Are you going to keep playing?
Yes, definitely. Especially since the tournaments and the competitive scene is so well set up. I think it's just very exciting to always compete and try move up in the ranks. And hopefully I'll make it back here next year.
Awesome. Well, I hope to see you here. I'm going to give you a minute to give any shout outs you want to give, any recognition to anyone else in the community that you want to say hi to whoever.
Yeah, I definitely all my friends back in New Zealand. Shout out to my girlfriend, Adrian, who's in Disney World. She was actually my main testing partner. She was the one that convinced me to play Earth Overhaul. When I was like, back Ellie's banned, I can't play this deck anymore. And she was like, no, it's still good, it's so good. And then she made edits to the deck and then she gave it to me.
But then she thought you were going to OD. Like,
exactly.
I don't understand.
Yeah, she wanted me to do the best, but maybe the faith wasn't there.
Okay, fair enough.
And I also want to shout out Ruben, who was one of my main testing partners back in New Zealand as well, and also Sean, for trying to convince me to play Giro 1 on good Staff Strike combo. And I was like, will this work? Will this work? Spent so much time testing, and I was like, it's not going to work.
That deck had its heyday.
Yeah.
Well, we had a whole lot of support for you from the Twitch chat throughout all of your games on stream, but especially during the grand finals.
Yeah.
That's going to do it for us, though. I am Sam Tate. Congratulations once again to the Osgoat, Young Choi.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your grand finals appearance. And like I said, we hope to see more from you in the future.
Cool. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to have one final send-off for you from the HLC 2023. You're not going to want to miss it. We got some important updates for you, so don't go anywhere.
At this point, it's good night, Universes. Wow, what an insane weekend it's been. Oh, my goodness. Nicholas Reagan, the Cube Meister himself, taking it down with a new number one.
13 years in the making.
13 years in the making. Hey, it took a while, but he has finally become the new number one. And with our finals being, once again, an out-of-the-U.S. player making his name for himself, coming hot off the heels, learning and churning through the competition to show that it's not always about how long you've been playing or how much experience you have. Sometimes the intuition, the passion, and all of it just shines through. Young Choi, Mr. Chad himself, leaving the lady at Disney all weekend. Oh, man.
Yeah, hold on, I'm winning. I'm too busy winning.
Yeah. Tell Mickey I from me. Man, so sick.
What a grand finals.
And the LCQ. The LCQ invitee coming in just, oh my God. I mean, it's been said to death, Sam, but the narratives and the timelines, they just don't get any better than in Universes, baby.
It's an anime game at heart. I don't know what it is. It's something magical about it, right? You can't just be good at this game and then win. There has to be a story. There has to be something else behind it, because good card game players, they come and go. But magical moments like winning the LCQ, qualifying, then going undefeated with Endeavor 3, playing a kick package that he's been playing the entirety of the My Hero format.
Straight from the heart.
Yeah. It's and again, couldn't happen to a better guy. I couldn't do the interview with Nick because I was a little emotional myself, because I really just appreciate everything he does.
Honestly, Nick Reagan is one of my favorite humans in Universes, and what a great story, what a great man, what a great ending to this tale and to this year of competitive play for 2023. Let it not ever be said that competitive Universes does not have the story of all time. God, what a great weekend.
It
Sam
always delivers.
Always delivers because it's too dang good. Man, we did so much, so many games, so many side events, colossal cards won, triple threat wrestling belts given out, secret rares scene, alt art scene, chrome rares scene, just
Developers gunslinging,
me gunslinging, man.
Oh yeah, you were there too.
It was pretty fun. You walked
out on me. I was like, ooh, that guy.
I did. I had worked the duty cold. Man, what an insane action-packed weekend. But unfortunately, it is finally coming to a close.
But you know what I'm ready to do?
What's that?
I'm ready to go back home. I'm ready to jump on my computer. I'm ready to play some more Universes.
Bro, I'm ready to start making some Dark Tournament deck lists. Yes. That's what I'm saying, bro. How many lists do you have to update, Sam?
Oh, I have to start from scratch because they're all new characters. I want to.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
right?
yeah. I got 7 decks to update and 3 new characters to make.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
My recent brew has been Shishi Wakamaru, and I never have to make a control check.
Oh, I'm so into it, man. I am going to go back to my Air Chaos Season 1 routes and play the heck out of Rinku.
Oh, we love Air Chaos.
The dogs will be walked, Sam. The dogs, when I say...
Walk a doggy?
Ooh, when I say I got that dog in me, that's what I mean. Guys, but we could...
4 of them.
4 whole wall. We could ramble on forever about
True.
everything amazing that happened this weekend and everything wonderful coming up. But then we'd be here all night, and I don't think anyone besides Sam and I want that. It's coming up about 11 p.m. over here for us in Florida, and I think it's finally time for us to let these wonderful, wonderful Universes people go, Sam. You have any final words, my friend, before I unleash the people back into their at the safety of their homes.
We just got one announcement to make, right? We got to inform the people of this upcoming Wednesday Webcam Weekly.
What's so great about this upcoming Wednesday Webcam Weekly, Mr. DeGoro?
Well, if you're a fan of old dogs, we've got a new trick where we're going to have our retro format Wednesday Webcam Weekly. First of its kind, never before seen. It's going to be an excellent opportunity to break out those old school cards, jam some games, and really, it's so cool to see it being supported at any level.
Absolutely love it. No better way to celebrate our upcoming retro week than with a Wednesday Webcam Weekly in retro format, guys. And why is it retro week? Well, that's because every single day at 9 a.m. PT, you're gonna be seeing social posts featuring a slew of the unrevealed time-shifted cards from Yu Yu Hakusho The Dark Tournament. And by the end of that week, you're gonna know every single one of those bad boys. And on the pre-show of that retro Wednesday Webcam Weekly, I am going to be showing off the last retro reprints coming in this set. Truly an old school week, man. This one's for the fans.
I'm super excited to see these retro reprints. There's so many good choices. Like when it comes to like the Chrome speculation, it was, you thought it was going to be the squad, the boys, but those last two retro reprint slots, there's so many good choices. I mean, I could speculate, but you're going to have to tune in this Wednesday to find out.
That's completely true, my friend. Completely true. Guys, thank you for tuning in across this entire weekend. I have been Levi Lalonde, and the voice you've truly heard throughout the entire weekend, Mr. Sam Tate, and while they aren't here, they're very with us in spirit right now, Mr. Keenan Meadows and Mr. Barrett Bryant. Thank you guys for providing such a fantastic trio of commentary. I hand-selected this trio long ago and really crossed my fingers that the commentators would really come out for me, and I'm so glad they did. And of course, none of it would be possible without Mr. Brian Brown. Oh my goodness. Without Mr. Brian Brown behind the camera, behind the laptop, making all of that movie magic happen. Thank you guys so much again for watching, and we will see you to kick off 2024 OP very soon, Universes. Until then, what is it? Stay classy.
Bye.
Bye.